Good morning, everyone.
What's up? What's up?
What is up?
What is up?
Welcome back.
Welcome.
We're all here in the studio with all of our laptops. It feels like a telethon. Some sort of like, feels like Crooktober all over
It
again.
reminds me of October 3rd.
Welcome back, everybody. It's so good to see you. How's everybody doing? Before we go even a second farther, we have like 7 minutes till something big happens. But first, let's give it up for the twins' birthday. Happy birthday, twins.
Oh!
Happy birthday, twins.
Clap for myself.
I'll
clap for Mikey.
Happy
birthday, Michael.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Michael.
Birthday!
How old are you now? 36?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
We gotta do the birthday song.
So I will say, the weirdest birthday I've ever had was 26 because it was a
10 years ago.
transitionary period
Oh.
where I felt like I wasn't in my early 20s.
Yeah.
I don't feel that at all in my 30s. So
Yeah,
36 isn't like that at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely feel like once you hit the 30s, it just like the in
It doesn't mean anything.
betweens,
Yeah.
it's like the decades. I mean, like it's so fun to celebrate a decade. you
Yeah,
know, like,
it's
cool.
still like a milestone,
yeah,
right?
but it's just
yeah.
like it kind of all feels like there's no massive like shift coming.
Yeah, and the 30s are just way better than
We
the 20s.
just exist now.
Honestly,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. You just kind of establish it.
Yeah.
If you ever have a friend who's turning 30 and they're nervous about being 30, the day that they do, be like, welcome to your 4th decade.
That's very funny.
Yeah,
You're in your 4th decade.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
That's what my grandma always used to say to my mom, which made her really happy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She was like,
You're
not the
in
whole
your-
decade thing,
yeah.
but she was like, oh, welcome to your 32nd year or whatever.
Yeah.
She'd be like,
So
So what's happening today, Andy?
we
'Cause
got a lot
6
of
minutes.
we got a lot of good stuff happening.
much
And here's the thing:
man.
I don't think I'm gonna have time to fully announce everything that's happening in the next 6 minutes because the next 6 minutes are very
Just
important.
speak like that micro cards guy.
Like an auctioneer almost. Okay.
that's pretty good.
So the number one, we're gonna debut a single. I'm gonna throw that out there. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna throw that out there now. We've been talking about it. We're gonna debut a single from the Crooked Moon. It is called
By the Lagoon.
Thank you. I felt like it was important for Rich to say it because this one's extra dear to him.
I'm gonna
Featuring
Lagoon.
Jerron Paxton,
Yes.
the amazing vocalist and musician, blues and jazz musician. He voiced the Highwayman from Over the Garden Wall. And on our album, he is portraying Briggsy Cratch / the Grinning Sinner.
Amazing.
Crossroads.
So we're going
Slash Mr.
to
Crossroads.
listen to that soon. But before we do, in 5 minutes,
5 minutes.
we are going to launch our brand new, revamped, never before seen, absolutely unbelievably beautiful, and I'm not overstating that, I promise you, brand new merch shop, which has been a Herculean effort, team-wide. And I have some people I want to thank before we hit noon. But I know that everybody's waiting with bated breath to see all of the amazing merch that we've got. And I know it's hard to see what this is, but I'm wearing some.
It'll be on the screen.
Derek's
too.
wearing some.
Look at that.
Look at this hoodie.
Yeah, I don't know if
It's hard to see over there.
Jamie, tighten in on the hoodie. Can we tighten in on this?
But you guys are going to be able to see all of the merch very, very soon. Provided, a couple things don't happen, right? Like, there's going to be a ton of people trying to all get through the same door, so hopefully the website can handle the traffic. We have a limited amount of stock that will be available, before the holidays for people in the U.S. and maybe outside of those regions, depending on how quickly you order and, what the volume looks like and how quickly our fulfillment centers are able to get that stuff to you guys. But
Oh, that scared me.
I want to thank everybody here at this table and beyond for helping make this possible.
Yeah.
Nikki for being our absolutely unwavering customer support. You
Unwavering.
are
Gotta give it up.
the
She's
shield.
unflappable.
You are the torch in the night. You are the shield that guards the realm. Because you are ready to face the onslaught of customer service that's about to happen.
Unflappable and peachable.
I want to thank the twins for trusting me and my team for getting this off the ground. I want to thank Derek for his unbelievable wizardry. That I'm not even gonna say any more than that. Derek's a
we can't
wizard.
say.
Derek is a real life wizard.
He knows what he's getting thanked for.
Mace for basically designing all of this merch.
Give it up for Maze!
Being an instrument that I could wield and basically make things happen. Dispel Dice for the unbelievable collaboration that they were willing to take a risk on us and have these absolutely beautiful Witchlight dice that you'll all be able to order very shortly. Karen specifically, I've been calling her Weapon X, basically because
That's true.
yeah,
That's badass.
she's our Weapon X.
Sugar,
What the hell?
spice,
Yeah.
and everything nice.
Chemical X.
Chris, who is also on the sales team for doing all of the Shopify work behind the scenes, basically doing all the technical
Yeah,
stuff,
Chris.
working very closely with Jeff. Jeff is our web developer.
Jeff.
Jeff Carbine.
Jeff.
So you guys are going to
Carbine.
see the amazing website that he helped put together. And then lastly, and certainly not least, is Simi, whose art you can already
yeah.
see on screen.
Simi!
That's all Simi.
All of the curtains that you see on screen are Simi. But you're going to see all of their amazing art on the actual website. We've got some really cool reimagining of our characters that you'll be able to see very shortly.
And I would like to thank Andy,
Yeah, we got
Yes,
this,
Andy.
Oh.
leading the sales
Yeah.
team,
I
and making
I
sure it
just
all
basically
happened.
did this for 2 months.
I
No,
thought
that's
you were
fine.
gonna say it yourself for the overlay.
Well, it's like how when the front man introduces everybody and then someone else in the band
Oh.
has to introduce the front
Thank
man.
you.
There are
There are
Well,
those socks. Look at them. They're
when-
beautiful.
Yes, so there's the little spoiler. We got some socks, we got
You
some
can- you can
t-shirts,
see
we
them
got some
down there.
hoodies,
There's all sorts
we got
of-
some they're going around.
Look,
It's
there's
going
a
around.
pack. It's for your family.
So,
Oh, no.
with the final minute, just bear with us if there are technical issues, is what I'm going to say.
That's true.
I'm here, I'm going to be on call, I might
Yeah.
have to run away and take a phone call. I might have to figure out some technical things. Nikki might have to help me.
If you run into
Just-
problems, help at Avantris.com.
Thank you.
It's worth mentioning we've never done this before,
Right.
so hold on
This
to
is
your
our
butts, as
first
Sam
strike,
Jackson once
our
And I-
said.
first shot across the bow.
And I do mean it. Help at Avantris.com. You can ask your questions in chat, but we might miss them. So
That's an
if you
email
need
address
help,
specifically.
Help at Avantris.com. Email me.
It's .net.
Nikki is on the line.
Nikki is on the line.
Thank you for the
Please
hype
hold.
train, by the way. We'll thank everybody.
Well,
There's
it's
1 minute
15
left.
seconds.
I have
15
one-
seconds.
15 seconds.
Oh God!
Oh my god!
Well, 15-ish seconds.
And
let's
did we
say.
mention the plushies? They made too many. They're
Yes,
like
sorry.
overstock.
So we have overstock of the plushies, and there are not,
yeah,
there
that's
are
right.
not many left. So when these go, they are literally
That's it.
gone
They're
forever.
done. They're done.
But makeshift basically had overstock of plushies. Yeah, basically.
Basically, yeah.
And there are only like 160 of some of them. There
Confirmed.
are like 400 of
it
others.
live?
We're
Like,
live.
We're live.
Go!
Avengers.com/shop.
Avantris.com/shop.
If you're one of the first 500 of anything, you may get it before Christmas. So
May.
make sure you buy now.
Yeah.
Cannot control the postal service.
I have a lot of
Yes.
caveats and things to also say as we talk, but I wanted this to go live first and see how it goes. I don't want to.
Can we give it up for how
Jinx anything.
beautiful the website looks?
Yeah!
Gotta give it
We're
up.
It's loading.
Yeah, okay.
It's loading,
We might be
I'm
getting
watching.
Are we overloading?
We might be getting the hug of death.
Yeah, we're
right now,
gonna get the hug of death.
which is okay.
What's the hug
We
of
broke
that?
the
Too many
internet.
That's
people
when
trying to use
too
the same
much
many
traffic tries to get through the
shots.
door, and it turns into a
Gosh.
stampede.
Oh, did we kill the
And
website?
then
Oh,
the
I'm
stamp-
sure. I knew that was gonna happen.
The
Okay,
so give it some
stampede
time.
from,
I see. Look, some people are
Candy
seeing
Kits,
it.
they got the dice.
were trying.
Whoa!
That's fast.
Man,
Some people
that was
got it.
bad.
Gunslinger.
Some people got it.
Gunslinger.
Holy! Oh, do you want to? We also have. Do you want to show them off?
Oh, yeah. Well, I can't
Speaking
because I
of-
don't have a camera.
Oh,
But
man,
we
pass
do
them out.
have
Derek's been talking about them.
the dice. Dispel dice.
In
hand.
hand.
In hand.
In hand.
This is in hand, Dispel dice, Avantris style. It's the full Witchlight party. You've got Chuckles. You've got
Dude, this-
Torbeck. You've got which one's this?
That's
Gideon.
Gideon is
That's
the 10.
Gideon. We've got
That's Hootsie.
Hootsie. We've got
That's morning font.
Morning Font, and then we've got the other one.
Crummy.
Oh yeah, sure. And then
Oh,
I
wait.
lost the D4. Where's the D4?
No, it's you knocked it out.
I knocked it out. Oh, it's underneath.
Yeah.
It's underneath. I got scared.
You see how he looks at me accusatory?
I did.
I
Yeah,
corrected him very
thank you.
quickly.
Thank you, Mace.
And
corrected him as quickly as I possibly could.
I forgot.
Oh wait, who's the default? Oh, Gricko.
Gricko.
Yep.
Oh,
And can we just say how freaking cool this is? really
Oh, the
quick?
box.
I mean, the dice are incredible, but let's
Our
talk about-
logo.
Let's talk about this.
By Ben Thompson. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
I think
you
we've
can't-
given it the hug of death.
You can't really.
If you're seeing application error, just
Yeah.
keep reloading, and I'm sure it'll all
Holy.
come. It'll all happen eventually.
Get a sleeve of these, you know? Oh,
Keep trying.
man.
If it doesn't
trying.
work.
Gosh, this is fun.
500 is a lot of dice.
This is a comfy fucking.
We don't know how long they're gonna last.
yeah. So those are kind of the things that I wanted to address as we get into this. Is that one of the things that I know people are asking is like, hey, if I were when will I get my stuff? And our tentative deadline is that if you order before December 12th. And you're in the U.S., continental U.S., you've got a pretty good shot of
Yep.
getting your stuff before the 25th of December. if you are outside of the US, there is still a chance that you might get your stuff before the holidays, but we can't guarantee it. So you're best to order as quickly as you can. Our fulfillment center will do the best that they can to turn around orders in 2-3 business days and get things out the door and get things moving. If you live in Canada, you may know that there's currently a postal worker strike that's going on, and that may concern you. If you'd like to avoid those problems, make sure you give us an address, a physical address that is not a P.O. box. Don't use the postal service. Our fulfillment center uses a lot of third-party companies to get their stuff delivered, like FedEx, DHL, things like that. So if you give us a real physical address, you might be able to avoid the postal worker strike. What else was I gonna say? Oh, the way that the quantities of the items work. We have roughly 500 of every item, give or take. That number will change if bundles are getting purchased, obviously. If you see an item is out of stock and you attempt to order it, you can. We will be able to take pre-orders on things that are out of stock. You just won't be able to receive the things that are out of stock before the holidays.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. Especially for things like dice that take a while to produce, you may be put in wave 1, in wave 2, and it will give you a better update when you check out of what time you're most likely to receive those dice. As we get updates on production and things like that, we'll make sure to let you know so that you can know when to expect these things at your front door. Lastly, and I think this is important to mention, is that we're not doing any kind of split shipping. So if one item that you want is still in stock and one item that you also want is not in stock, we will not ship you those things in 2 separate instances. You will either have to wait for both of those items to be back in stock to receive your things, or you might want to just do 2 separate orders. Get the one that's in stock so you can get it as quickly as possible, and then make a second order to pre-order whatever you're looking that might already be out of stock. And that's all I currently have to say, but I'm ready to help answer any questions that everybody has. I'm gonna work on getting the super high volume fixed.
Well, I have an important announcement.
Please.
Oh.
The cock ring fits on my Marry Me finger. So
Wow.
Holy shit.
Gotta give it
I
up
said
for
the
the
cock ring fits on my Marry Me finger.
Oh,
This
okay.
isn't even-
I mean,
this
if you're
is
gonna
just like
fit
page
a cock
1.
ring on a finger, that's the one you want to fit it on.
Can you
That's what I
buy
was
on
thinking.
Dispel?
You can
And-
buy Dispel dice on Dispel's website.
That's true.
But they're pulling from the same 500 that exist. So when they're
So
gone,
that
they're
still
gone.
comes through us.
Yes.
Okay.
And
got it.
you will still
There's
also
only one
be able to,
inventory, just 2 places you can go.
and you can still
see.
pre-order through Dispel's website as well.
based
Okay.
on your shopping.
But it's all the same
preference.
500 dice that are currently available. Yeah, we're getting lots of orders. So thank you, everybody.
I'm glad the site is apparently working.
Is it back?
I
try.
can't get it
My
to load
my
for me,
uptime
but-
robot says that it's up, but whether or not it is talking to Shopify is another
we're getting
part of the
getting
equation.
orders
It's
for sure.
just
These are all
slow.
I'm gonna keep
If you are trying on
investigating.
desktop, try on mobile. If you're trying on mobile, try on desktop. Everybody try to get through the door at the same time, and I'm sure everything will work out.
That'll
If you win the connectivity
So it looks like
lottery, then you can
Oh,
order it from Dispel.
But look at the ones before.
It might be loading products.
Keep going.
No, it still just
Here.
wants my
Are these
consent
all
for
old stuff?
cookies.
Yeah, this is yesterday.
Well, give your
and I'm
consent for
today,
cookies.
Like, getting
Oh.
more of these requests,
Delicious,
so these are all
delicious
going through
cookies.
Dispel currently.
Accept all.
Give
Shouting
my
out even
consent for
started, so the
cookies.
website
For
is
cookies.
beautiful.
It's just a cookie.
Oh,
It
Andy's
is a
blushing
cookie.
over there. He's been
It's
working
the
very
frosty.
hard to make it that way, along with Jeff.
Have
So
another
thank you
cookie,
for your
Thorben.
kind
do it.
words. And Simi, incredible layout.
Anybody who's watching orders come in on our side, they are a couple minutes delayed as well. Just keep that in mind.
Okay,
When an
got
order gets
it.
made, it can take 2 or 3 minutes to update within Shopify.
Very cool.
Fuck?
Jeff is keeping a very judicious eye and trying to keep things moving on our end, so we're going to see how we're doing. But the good
I've
news is
never had that happen, and my audio
working.
was turned all the way down.
It's listening.
My phone said,
And we did tons of testing, but sometimes,
Well-
once it's under load, there's only so much you can check.
There's only so much you can test before it hits live, you know?
Jesus, I'm closing out of everything. This is a nightmare.
You really
thank you for the
shouldn't
hype
watch
train.
porn in the studio, Derek.
Thank you,
But I
beautiful
always do.
Doom, for the $5
That's how I
super
warm up
chat.
for a session.
how you fill up
We
your
got 5
diaper.
gifted subs from Rocky Road Gaming. Serveron, 1,000 bits, 500 from Karenina. We got Hannah Jellyfish with 500. We got a year from World Champ NA. We have, what else we got here? Oh, that's it. Okay. I think if this is filtered correctly. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we got an application error
Yep.
on the website.
Yep. It's bouncing back and forth. There's a lot of
Okay.
traffic.
Has anyone successfly made a purchase on our website?
Yes.
Apparently, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We
No,
have
I'm
quite
sure a lot of
few.
people have.
Just making sure. Just double
Lucky
checking.
you, lucky viewer, singular.
Yeah, you
who's
one
made
person.
the purchase. You will really have a great holiday.
Well, I have consented to these cookies 7 or 8 times by now.
Yeah,
Oh,
someone
hey,
else
I'm
said
in
that
the
they
website.
can't.
Yep.
Whoa!
I'm in there.
Apparently, you can't accept the cookies.
I'm in there.
Okay.
How's it
All
looking?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Jeff will figure that
Oh
out.
yeah, we'll fix it.
Easy.
Jeff is on the line.
Oh, look at all these
He's
little
one
guys.
man. He's one man.
He's one man.
He's gonna get it working.
Look at all these little guys.
Oh yeah.
How's everybody
Keep
doing this
trying.
fine day?
Yeah, it's
Let's keep
it's a
talking.
wonderful day.
Let's just keep.
We believe in Jeff. I agree.
No.
Forky, Cherry,
In Jeff we trust.
and Jeff we trust 100%. I think we should listen to a single.
I think that's a good idea.
We can definitely do
While the site is down, we might as well entertain the folks.
Yeah, let's entertain the folks.
Mr. Creative Director, do you want to tee up some of this?
Yes. Blasting
Go on.
Company.
That's very well.
What
What
else?
can we say?
What else can I say? The good thing about the site being down is I don't have to worry about my head of marketing duties until it's up. And what can I say about the Blasting Company besides they fucking understood the assignment extremely well? This obviously, as you know, there is a 15-track soundtrack. It's more of a concept album, I guess, technically, that features the story of the Crooked Moon adventure and the characters within. And, you know, we have effectively a song for all of our primary villains and characters. And I think that we are extremely fortunate to have such masterful
You're good. You're good.
musical storytellers.
Hard to
partnering.
hear Mikey.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
I know.
He's right
I'm
there.
screaming into the microphone.
Brown.
There's no. Oh, it's Brown.
Well, no,
Why would
but Brown.
we-
No, Brown's good. This is we
This is
swapped
the
it.
bus.
Yeah, I
mic.
don't know. I'm screaming into the microphone.
Also, shout out to my dad who 2 minutes ago said there's an application error. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thanks.
Hold on.
Thanks,
Let me-
thanks for the help.
Okay, I turned Mike up. It's Mike talk. Is he fine?
Hello. Check. 1 2 1 2.
He's definitely
Rico.
not fine, but people can probably hear him.
Brown. And he's even turned up to 3 here.
Hello.
Reinhardt Studios says, I hear him just fine.
Perfect.
Oh, and it's much better.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, continue.
We have partnered with the Blasting Company, who are masterful storytellers in the form of music. And I mean, Justin, who is their primary lyricist and also the singing voice of Virgil in Coal Eye Birds, his lyrics are just unbelievably insane. And he and I collaborated for the lyrics of Crooked Moon. But for the rest of the album, I'm like,
Go ham.
the marketing, I needed the Crooked Moon for the marketing angle. This is like full artistic. You fucking go, dude. And it's perfect. And so we got the vocal talent. He was our first choice. Jerron Paxton, who is an amazing musician, amazing vocalist. He performed on the track, and he sings, and he also performs guitar on the track as well. And it's just, we hope you really enjoy it. Are you ready to play it?
I'm ready to listen to it.
One or two more things. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but this is definitely one of my favorite songs on the album. I'll never forget, we were in Pennsylvania, in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, for Too Many Games, and we had listened to the first demo come in.
Oh, yeah.
And it brought me to tears how
Good
perfect
times.
it was.
Good times.
And so hopefully it gets across everything that Mr. Crossroads is. If you know Cremy, there's definitely some Cremy flavor. If you know Remy Guru, there's some of that as well. This is By the Lagoon.
with no beginning, cross where the water's low. The ground isn't dry, but it holds up just fine undertow. Don't mind me, I'm leaving soon. Wish I could say the same for you. Isn't it nice here by the lagoon? It's never too late to take in the view. Now what's that gliding in the water? Blank eyes drifting above. If you see any of that little alligator smile, good luck. Just one thing before I go, I know there's a place just down the road. It could be nice there, a place to unwind, far from living so close to die. Would be your happiest? What is that one regret that you must get off your chest? What are you so afraid of losing that you lose everything? And there she is rolling by, steam blowing in gloomy light. Just follow my lead and I will get you on board alive. But isn't it nice here by the lagoon? If you'd rather stay and take in the view.
Gotta give it up. Gotta give it up. To
Well,
Jerron,
damn.
Unbelievable.
Justin, and Josh.
Just
Holy shit.
Yeah.
unbelievable.
When I went to them with the assignment of I want Delta blues and ominous New Orleans jazz smashed together in one song, they understood
"Hold my
the
beer."
fucking assignment.
Hold my fucking beer.
Sure. We got it. Yeah.
I didn't know how it was gonna work, but holy fuck. So for Spotify, we're working out some kinks of how the release works. That it's launching on Spotify at 8:30 tonight p.m. or
Yep.
8:30 p.m. tonight.
8:30
Every
tonight
other
PM.
platform, it's live currently, so you can listen to it on Apple Music, Amazon Music, maybe YouTube Music, wherever else it is. Spotify's coming tonight.
Spotify's coming tonight.
Coming tonight.
Coming tonight.
That's right.
It's coming tonight.
Oh man, that's a good one.
Damn. That's catchy. That's gonna be stuck in my head.
We're still having some shop problems, it sounds like. Just keep trying. Folks, I believe, are still making purchases, maybe?
Hopefully.
Perhaps, perchance. Bum-ba-dum-ba-da-dum.
So we hope that you all enjoyed that. You know, it's one of those things. It's where like I keep saying, like, just wait till the next one.
Just wait.
Just wait till the fucking next one.
I mean, you weren't kidding.
Derek.
You weren't kidding.
And I think that that very successfully, I think, gives a taste of the Drowned Crossroads chapter, where Mr. Crossroads features.
Great chapter too. Really happy with that.
You want to put some tunes on?
Oh, I would be happy.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
let me unmute
you.
that. Boop.
What do we think we're getting next? I don't know.
That's a good question.
We've revealed, 2 singles? So there's 13 more songs?
Cat Big Cat says Farron next? Question mark, question mark, question mark. That's a good guess. Anyone else got anything?
I would love to hear that. I would love to hear your Grim's song.
We got a 1-minute preview of
Does it have an operating title? Does it have a full name? You don't have to say it. I'm just wondering if it
a
does.
song that I guess we can say what we've heard, right?
Yeah.
So for Farron's song, we've heard a 1-minute preview. Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ, folks.
That's the one that really made me like that
Jesus
made us like,
Christ.
hey, we need to literally delete a chapter and rewrite it. Like that's just
Oh shit.
that's the one. Your Grim song is great. We have names for all the songs, but we're gonna
Yeah.
save.
We're
We're gonna
gonna
hold
hold.
on to
No
that.
worries.
Because there's a chance that 1 or 2 still might change.
Yeah.
Well, we're also thinking of just removing your Grim completely from the Crooked Moon.
Yeah.
so-
Yeah. Okay.
Mike spent probably 100 hours
Writing that
rewriting that chapter, and
By
we're
the
gonna
time he
delete
was
it.
done.
And I spent about 100 hours reading that chapter
Yeah.
because it's so fucking long.
It is our longest chapter.
Hell yeah.
It is our longest
And
chapter.
I paid you back, Mike. I don't know if you've seen the merch photos, but I paid you back.
Oh, yeah. I do what I can. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, I mean,
A Yelokra or Yelokre collab would be so good. You know, that's a really good idea. Someone did fan art of.
Is that how you pronounce that?
I don't know how you pronounce that.
How do you pronounce that?
I don't know.
The,
There's
the
it's
folks,
Finnish.
the Harpy Harry.
Icelandic?
The Harpy Harry.
Harpy hair. Someone did an uprooted fan art of the like masks in that style of that song. It's very good.
right.
It's very good.
I saw that. That was
Yeah.
really fun. The vibe really does work. I haven't heard any of their other stuff besides Harpy Harry, and I know that's very very popular.
It's very popular. It's really good. It's a great song.
Yeah. Well, do we want to answer questions?
Oh,
We're
we
here
do.
all
We can
day.
thank some folks.
Well, we do. I just gotta check a date really quickly. Yes, we have a bunch of people asking, does this mean Witchlight is coming back? No. No, that campaign's canceled. But
The Dream Killer.
thanks for asking.
if you
Have a good
want
holiday.
Nah, see you next
if you
year.
want a little Witchlight magic this month, join us on the 14th for our all-day holiday spectacular, where we actually are going to play D&D again. This month.
What is that?
I know it's weird, but it's
No
happening.
one's asked a question. Not
Is that
one
a new-
person.
Is that a new?
Is it
mode
turned
in
on?
Fortnite?
It is turned on, I think.
No.
Someone on Twitch tried to ask a question with channel points.
That's
Maybe if they don't know that it's on, nobody
Oh,
checks.
yeah. Channel points.
We, things have been a
I
little
think it's
wild.
on. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, wow. There you go.
Nobody wants to ask us
Nobody cares.
questions.
That's fine.
Nobody cares.
But no, Witchlight will be
cares.
back next year, and there will be Witchlight Holiday Magic on the 14th. So be there, be square.
I've abandoned my boy.
as they say.
We just answered D&D win from Ibdrang Drago next year. Or, well, no, we're doing the holiday
the
one shot.
14th, the
On the
14th.
14th.
We are doing
I
that.
literally just said that.
Yeah, well.
We just answered it. It was a different answer.
Who's this? Skywalker says, happy anniversary of Rich.
She-Walker.
Pronounced Scott.
No, Skywalker.
I think it's
Oh,
Skywalker. Happy anniversary of Rich and Mike meeting in the parking lot of
Can you
7-Eleven.
believe that was
It's
so
been
long ago?
36 years since we
36
met.
years since we.
When they,
Uh,
as babies, walked
shared
into the party.
big
Do any of
months.
us sports ball? Andy sports ball, and he owns the Philadelphia Eagles.
I wish.
Holy.
I'd be a very rich
Damn.
man if
Owns
I
the
did.
Philadelphia
Holy.
Eagles. Chris here, who makes the thumbnails for the campaign episodes. Does Rich do all of them, or is it a joint effort? I want to know who we should be crediting on the wiki. I do almost all of them. Derek does Icebound and a lot of the one-shots.
Uprooted.
and
That's been
Uprooted.
a collaborative effort.
Yeah, especially lately. I used to do all of them, and then I just ran out of time to do them, so I've been enlisting help.
Yep.
Have you listened to the Zern song Nose Wrote? It's very boppin', says Bulba. Is it a new one? A different one?
Oh,
If it's
cool.
new, then no, I haven't. But I remember hearing like a long time ago, a draft of, I believe it was a Zern song. Why are the plushies $270? That's probably the bundle of all the plushies.
The bundle is all of them.
Buy 7, get 1 free.
Yeah, so I thought this was a Fortnite channel. It says 2B.
That's very funny.
Andy and I
That's
at 3 a.m.
very funny.
At 3 a.m.
Oh,
you
that
can
was
find
such a
Andy
good
and I-
stream.
Well, honestly,
I
like,
was dying.
Yeah, when we
howling.
came down, I was like, I think my eyes were bleeding, and Andy was like, twos, and I was like, yeah. Let's keep it running.
Let's do some well, that's the great thing about games like that, where you can play one person or 4 more. Where basically, as people drop out, you can still keep playing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was never in a million years that I think I'd play Fortnite. Not in a million years.
And
where
you
I'd say
liked it,
I
didn't
thought-
you?
It's such a
And
farce.
also,
And
not
fun.
in
It's
2
fun.
million years.
It's fun as
such a
fuck.
farce.
Did I think I'd enjoy it? And then I was like, what the heck? You know, this is kind of fun. I mean, you know, like when Peter Griffin from Family Guy shows up, it's a little, you know, like it's it's a little different. But when you hop in a car with Derek and he just drives off a cliff, it's like you can't. Those are moments you can't get back.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Like that's just magic.
Real quick.
When you have a headshot and Derek hits them with the car just as you let the
Yeah.
bullet fly,
Zoom.
and so they fly up in the air and then land and then headshot
Yeah.
you, so you die.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
are just moments you can't get back.
They're
Yeah.
treasured memories.
And then the end of every session is Andy's like, we're just not doing vehicles. It's just not how we can win. Nobody touch a vehicle. And the beginning of every session is Derek gets in a vehicle and we all pile in. And it's like, it's every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Go wash, rinse, and repeat, you know?
Normally we do not take requests to do voices or say lines from characters, but I feel like we can make an exception. Yanadon says, "Can I get a couple of frost noises to tide me over until Witchlight
Not
comes
even
back?"
lines.
Just as a treat.
noises.
Yeah, just as a
We're
treat.
also not gonna let this open the floodgates either.
This is literally the only time you
Yeah,
get.
that's it.
But
They can do better than I can.
Just this time. I love this one time. This one time. Yeah. Let me think about this.
fucking my
My
fucking
beans.
My fucking beans.
My fucking
favorite dish you each had at Thanksgiving. Ours was real simple this year.
Yeah,
real
ours
light.
too.
Ours does too, but in a good way.
I was working, and our mom just made a simple thing.
We ran
We ran
downstairs.
down, grabbed a plate, scarfed it down, and then got back to work.
My favorite dish
yeah.
was making my own Thanksgiving bowl, and it's mashed potatoes, stuffing,
Oh, yum.
gravy,
Oh,
turkey
okay.
on the top.
Yeah.
You mix it all together, and then you eat it.
So I
as
made
if
my
it
own
were
like gobbler
made like that.
sandwiches on rolls.
Yeah,
so
that's
that,
so
that's just
good.
everything, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's my answer.
The gooey gobbler.
Very good.
So we hosted for the first time ever because of the little baby. We were like, we're not going anywhere. Like,
Yeah.
He has to come here.
I love that.
And Casey for the first time made this like green bean casserole. I'm not like a green bean casserole guy. But
Oh,
gotta
I love
say,
a
like,
good green bean casserole.
This
Oh
was
shit.
Like, this like blew me away.
Oh my
Like,
God.
crispy things on
Well,
top. It
I
was
gotta
cheesy.
try it one of these
I
days.
know. I was like, what the hell? Like that. I mean, I think that legitimately ended up being my favorite part of the.
Yeah.
Favorite part of the
Oh, a
thing.
good green bean casserole. It's
I had no
good.
clue. I was
Oh, yeah.
I was unknown to the green bean casserole awakening. You know, and I should have been there.
Gravity Gracie, is there still going to be the atmospheric album for the Crooked Moon? Yes, we haven't cut any of the albums.
No, but basically we just there's been a back and forth, and I think that you've heard tease some of the initial takes at the atmospheric stuff, but basically we wanted to make sure that we could lock down the soundtrack so that we could then use those as a basis for the motifs and the atmospheric and the boss versions.
Yeah, we have to
Because
finish
the
the
songs
first
are
album.
still changing, right?
Yes.
The songs are still changing. We're getting into, for instance, Matron Lethica's song. We're pretty much locked in, and then we kind of went in once we cast Lethica and got the singer. We really wanted to make sure that we could feature her vocal talents, so we adjusted it. And we added a section, and so, which is a whole different, we added like a bridge, right?
Yeah.
There was a whole added musical
didn't exist.
motif.
Now
and
it
if
does.
we had started working on the boss music or the fight music and the
Atmospheric.
The atmospheric music.
then it would not have incorporated.
We would not have those leitmotif melody options to us.
Correct.
We really want to make sure that the singles are solid before we go and do that. That being said, I mean, you've heard previews of the atmospheric early draft stuff, and that is a taste of what's to come.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait for the Lathica song to get dropped, because holy fuck.
They're all so good. It's impossible to pick a favorite.
No, it's
man.
impossible to pick it, but I'm especially excited
Well,
for the vocal artist.
Of course. Of course.
Cobalt Blue Waters, you guys are gonna have to explain this one to me. Is Patreon still getting divorced?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What
Okay.
does it mean?
Only
What-
Nikki knows.
What
No,
has happened?
No, it's more.
I was
They
there,
know.
but I don't know what
The
happened.
patrons know. The patrons.
patrons-
I was
No.
there and I was confused.
The patrons like to kill us with mimics. They clearly hate us. And so
Okay.
it's a toxic relationship, and I won't stand for it anymore. And so
Got
we're
it.
getting divorced.
Well, shit.
Very simple.
Any Icebound merch planned? Not currently, but what I would say is if this goes well, we have a really fucking banger idea
For what?
for an Icebound line.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't even know what
What's
you're
that?
talking about.
We talked about it. Remember? We talked about it briefly.
Yeah.
It was, I don't even want to mime it because I don't know what's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
You'll have to send me a
interesting.
Discord message.
Yeah, I should. But anyway, stay tuned. We'd love to do merch for all of our campaigns.
I got crazy ideas for everything.
Clearly, we started with the most highly marketable stuff. So,
Those are our two most watched campaigns by a wide margin, right?
do you guys play D&D? Says Lil Chestnut. That's
Occasionally.
very funny.
Occasionally.
Socks good.
Oh, yeah.
They seem really good.
Look at these
Socks
socks.
are
I'm a big
great.
fan
You
of
can
these
see
kinds of
the
socks.
full uprooted cast
we-
is on the yellow and orange
think
here.
Do we
God,
have an
Booker's so
extra
smug
set
and
that we
amazing.
don't
Booker
ever
is
have
looking
to
really
show
smug.
off?
You can see Bitsy right here at
which
the
one?
top. I think she
Either
would probably
one.
say something like,
I
This sucks.
That's very funny.
I have actually.
she's
Very
also
funny.
Yeah,
cut
because
in
my feet
half
are
here
freezing.
by the
Oh, you
heel,
want- yeah,
which
you
is
want
very
these right now?
funny.
I-
That's very
Yeah,
funny.
heck yeah, I do.
I would put them on, but I would expose everyone to my nightmare feet.
Starfleet
put
Richards
'em
said, "Did you check your Spotify Wraps?"
I checked my Apple Music Wrapped
That's
because
very
that's the
funny.
kind of
Okay.
person I am.
I have not
Okay.
had a single second to
Enough.
think about that.
Enough of that.
For what?
No.
Like Spotify Wrapped, if you listen to Spotify, like for the whole year, they give you like an overview of what you listen to all year long, and it's a fun little like, data thing.
Oh, mine would not be interesting. It would just be The Midnight.
Yeah.
This one song from the Waitress and Whitney Houston.
I know exactly what mine would be as well. I enjoy the Spotify Wrapped purely from a data standpoint of like what I spent listening to from
It's
a
interesting.
minute's perspective.
It's interesting.
But what I don't like is the culture around the Spotify Wrapped where people shame other people for what they listen to and how much they listen. It's like bragging rights. Like I listen, it'll tell you like you're in the top X percentage of a certain band. And it's like, I'm the biggest mega fan of Coheed and Cambria. Or I'm the biggest mega fan of Rush. No one can beat me because I listen to more Rush than anybody. And it's like, get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
No, it's just cool. I think it's cool, like just for you to kind of know. Like I was like League did the same thing. When you get to the end of like a ranked season.
Yes.
It would
yes.
message
Yeah.
to
They
you
used
like
to do,
your-
and I love that shit.
Yeah, that was like super
That's
cool.
Like how many
really
cancels
cool.
you got, how many
And it was like,
quad kills.
Yeah. The one I had told me like how like who my
There we go.
like favorite artist per month was, which I thought was a really cool breakdown.
Oh.
But yeah,
I'm sure
I mean,
mine is literally just The Midnight and those two songs from Arcane.
Yeah, I
That's it.
thought mine was I honestly thought it was gonna be Collide Birds.
Oh, and Collide Birds. And Collide Birds. That's fair.
Like,
Well, the thing is
the
that,
amount of
yeah.
times I rotated that.
Arcane, those songs hit after Spotify Wrapped.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't seen it. I know.
I think
The
so.
other thing too
yeah.
is like when an absolute banger drops at the end of the year, you
Yeah.
don't have as much time to get it into your
Can't
racks.
compete with.
Yeah.
Like,
Will it count
10
for next
months
year's or
of
no?
data.
I think it counts for the next year, right?
I don't know when they
Yeah.
start their
Yeah.
fiscal year of like counting the
Yeah,
data for the
yeah.
rats. I
Well,
think it's
what's
like I think
what's
it overlaps
interesting
with the
is,
previous
like
year.
mine started with it said like you did this in January.
Oh.
But like obviously it's
But if there's like a
December.
December release,
Mine is
yeah.
also like severely out of whack every year because my workout playlist is just the one that I listen to more than anything on the planet.
Yeah.
You know, because when I'm lifting for like an hour a day for most of the days, nothing else can even touch it. So I'm in some weird like 0.01 percentage point of listening to just the Witcher soundtrack because like that's all I listen to when I lift.
Yeah.
So it's like just a bunch of Polish names like of the people.
Yeah.
who
That's my read.
It's like
too.
I'm throwing somebody's Spotify's like what the fuck like.
It reminds me of the this hilarious Onion article where the person just kept hitting skip on Pandora, and the people were like, "We can't figure out what this guy wants. We keep recommending everything. What does he want, Skip? He just dislikes it all."
It's very funny.
Don't recommend this to me. Don't recommend this to me. Don't recommend this to me.
I did that on Facebook, on like an old Facebook account I had, where it was like I started getting like mad amounts of ads, and I just wanted to like fuck with them. Every single ad that got to me I was like, I do not want to see this. Like this offends me. Like, report this.
Yeah.
The ads I started getting were unhinged.
Oh, that's incredible.
Because it's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and it's
You know, when you
we're
serve
gonna
this
feed
guy.
you ads. You're gonna get ads
Right.
at a certain point.
What do you
so.
serve this guy?
Yeah.
Cat Big Cat asks, relationship between the various mushrooms in all the campaigns.
Well, they're all part of the mycelium network.
I'm not
so-
sure what
true.
that means. They're the Witchlight mushrooms.
Yep.
Cordy from a non-canon Shroud Over Saltmarsh was into mushrooms.
Yeah.
What else?
There is a mushroom that Scrim took in episode 10 or 11 of Icebound.
Oh, where he like trips
He
balls
tripped
in the hot
balls
tub, right?
on mushrooms in that.
Oh yeah, Midwinter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think if there's anything in our other campaigns.
What's your favorite piece of new merch? I'm really biased. It's the Grumley shoe charm.
Yeah.
Holy
the
fuck.
Grumley shoe charm is also
It's
my
so
favorite.
fucking good.
Yeah,
it's
the
perfect.
Grumley shoe charm is my
It's
favorite.
cute.
Yeah.
It's just, oh my god. Like the set, obviously you can't buy just Grumley, but man, that Grumley shoe charm is very cute.
I gotta say, I'm gonna say the hoodie. I gotta say it. I gotta pick the hoodie.
The hoodie?
I absolutely love the design on the back, and I actually have just fallen in love with the emblem on the front.
This is the blue rose.
I don't know who did the thorny
is
stuff,
significant.
but like,
Oh, it
I've been
looks
told
great.
it looks
Yeah.
awesome.
So this was the same artist that did the back. So this is Alex.
Yeah.
And just I thought it was such a freaking cool kind of play on our normal logo, but with the Witchlight flair of that blue rose backing it and the thorns kind of running through. It's so freaking sharp. It's got to be the hoodie. For me, you guys are going to see some pretty awesome photography once the website's back up.
The frost charm for me. I'm also going to be selfish.
Oh my god, he literally looks like a Muppet. It's amazing.
He looks, but he also looks so done with everyone's shit.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, holy shit, that's literally
That's his
just a
expression
Muppet.
all the time. All the time.
It's amazing. I really, Frost is definitely my favorite Witchlight shoe charm. Anyone else? Favorite piece of merch?
Oh, I also
Favorite
have to
piece
shout
of
out
merch.
the socks. We saw an early
the
preview
socks.
of these, and I immediately was like, I'm getting 18 pairs.
I'm
These are the socks
currently
I'm gonna wear.
wearing them.
How are they?
And they're quite comfortable.
Excellent.
The Witchlight socks, I think. I mean, I love both, but I think the Witchlight
The
socks.
Witchlight are the best.
Cremy's so cute on it. I don't know how they
the
make
Witchlight
Cremy so
socks
cute.
The pink
Incredible,
color is amazing.
Yeah.
On Witchlight, we wear pink. I loved that.
Oh yeah.
That was
no,
very
pink,
cute.
Pink's to play. I love that.
And if you've got, a lot of ankle, they're very cozy.
And I do.
So, don't be shy. Don't be.
like that much ankle.
Sometimes when you're ankle endowed, you might look at socks and think, no, these aren't for me. These ones are for you.
Ankle
Yeah.
endowed is good.
Honestly, I'm just can I throw out a special mention?
Yeah.
What did you say yet? What did you say? Favorite merch yet?
I think it's the Grumley charm.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you.
Fine.
I don't know what to tell you. man.
Okay.
It's very cute.
spent
The Grumley charm.
hours tailoring a specific thing to you, but that's
Wait,
fine.
what was it?
Okay. No, it's okay. I'll show you the photo. I'll show you the photo in my private folder.
Oh.
Wow.
I have to say that the Uprooted shirt, I had this whole thing like kind of built out design. I had like built the perfect shirt, I thought, and I put it in front of the guys, and then Rich was like, "I think we go Heather," and I was like, "Rich, that's crazy. So we can't go Heather."
I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm not even sure I like Heather. Okay, let's talk about this.
Heather's a bitch.
And then we like kind of mocked it up, and I was like, yeah, like what the heck, let's try it. And I'm in love with. I don't even know how to say it. I don't know how else to say this. I love this shirt. And I think that Heather does such a cool job of kind of almost making it feel like night sky. Like they're sitting around a fire,
like it's rustic
kind of
and
like night,
yeah,
kind of like dusk, night sky.
Yeah,
and I freaking love this shirt.
I'm a big fan of Heather personally, and I think it really suits the Root vibe.
It's very fun. It's very charming. I love that shirt. That shirt's really good. But I think, the Grumbling Charm's pretty freaking good. Pretty freaking good.
Puddleduck asks what time on the 14th. It depends if we're gonna do a double session or not.
Day. It's TBD, but I'm pretty sure we're starting at 2.
2 p.m. is
either 2 p.m. or 7:30. Stay tuned. Were there any songs you used as a reference for the vibe of the Crossroads songs? Any recommendations?
I mean, Josh and Justin have such a encyclopedic knowledge of music. Mm-hmm. They know so much deep cut, little known stuff from all around the world. And so once we were able to just talk about it, they really just...
A couple I can name off the top of my head.
Duke Ellington and Cab Calloway.
Minnie the Moocher by Cab Calloway. Oogie Boogie's theme has a lot of those kind of spooky horns in it.
Yeah.
For the blues slide guitar part, Tom Kench's theme from League of Legends.
Yeah.
I sent over.
Great song.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like that.
We're gonna have an episode.
They're taking care of business. I am so blissfully ignorant to everything that's going on. I love this. This is such a treat for me.
This is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. One day.
Sit back.
One day I'm gonna sit back and be like, oh, you guys take care of all this.
We need to get you a big hat and a cigar.
Yeah, 100%. I need a monocle.
A cowboy hat.
That's what I need. My pirate in Sea of Thieves has a monocle, but I need one. Any plans for birthday treats today? I don't think so. I mean, maybe we'll order something maybe. TBD. Dear Nikki, more demonologists with win love with love from Prince Punk. I think everyone hated demonology. That's what I heard.
I love demonologists. I think it's so fun, but everybody else hated it.
If we ever have just a Nikki Derek video game stream, we'll play it again because I would love to try it. Because the thing that Phasmo is an extremely good game loop. It's extremely tight mechanically, but the thing that I felt was lacking is like when the ghost events happen, they're all relatively the same. I want to get picked up and thrown around Freddy Krueger style.
And
I want
And now that Annie's not here and Mace is colorblind, I can say that they're both just weak, and that was the reason that they didn't like demonologists. If they weren't weak, then we could play it more.
Wow.
Well, okay.
Thank God Mace is colorblind. You couldn't hear that.
I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, you couldn't hear that. Thank goodness.
Jeez. Okay.
That's very funny.
Wow.
Sir Vachron.
I'm gonna go cry. I think.
Do y'all do tours with live shows? Would love to see one in Atlanta. We have discussed the concept of doing that for a couple years now. I can't imagine a world where that would be before 2028, maybe 2027, or if ever. So TBD, definitely no plans for touring. We're at the point where I think a lot of the other D&D groups where their only business is content and streaming and making podcasts that they can just do it on the road and sell tickets and have the content. We run 2 companies and the other one takes a lot more of our time than this stuff. So
we will find a balance.
One day we'll find a balance.
Unlike
maybe.
life-work balance,
Who knows?
it's going to be work-work balance.
Well,
which we
I'm
find.
good with work-work balance.
I'm good with work-work balance too.
If I can
we're all here
balance our
for work-work
companies,
balance.
that's fucking amazing.
Quick update. We're asking everybody to just hold tight. Our web developer's working on a backup solution to see what we can get done.
Excellent.
I'm going to keep an eye on an ETA and keep everybody up to date. and we'll see if we can get this resolved. There is just an absurd amount of volume of traffic that we're currently experiencing, and Shopify's not happy with that, is what we'll say.
I see.
You know, because when you get that kind of,
upgraded, though.
when you go from like 0 to 100,
Didn't you upgrade like the moment we hit?
Well, the
live?
moment we punched
Look,
it.
there's a difference between nudging
I'm
someone
not
with a baseball
spending
bat and then just hitting them out of nowhere.
there's always there's an electronic or what do you want to call it, an internet question mark of like 0 to 1,000 when you go to like traffic increases like
Yeah.
that, and you know. Sometimes it's not hard to tell if it's malicious or not, or you know, things like that, right? So we're gonna give it some time.
We'll look into this to also
He's-
prevent this in the future.
You
Yeah.
keep
absolutely.
saying
Yeah, this will
Mace,
not happen
that
again.
you
I
that
can
you
guarantee
did
that.
Mikey a solid with the merch. Is that the fact that it's chapstick inside of the bag?
Whoa! Don't spoil the
That's
big.
extremely basic.
Oh, that's what that is.
I keep hearing you say
in this
that.
one,
I'm like,
this
what
one
are you
in
I
doing?
wondered why there was chapstick in there.
Yeah.
You know, and I was working on a funny caption, but yeah,
That's very
this
funny.
bag I can tell you holds at the very least 20 sticks of chapstick. And then some.
Oh,
At
I
the
mean,
very least.
I went throughout my
That's a lot of
entire house and
chapstick.
found every cab of chapstick I could find because I feel like that's what Mikey would keep in this
Is that
bag.
Burt's Bees I see?
As Burt's Bees,
Oh, yeah.
that's
not
Sun-
sponsored.
That's Sunbum.
Not
Sunbum. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
Sunbum
classic.
is a good
That's my
idea.
favorite. That's my
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, a little. I think that's maybe just Vaseline.
yeah.
You know,
That's
I got-
also
I got the whole
chapstick.
lineup. I got the whole lineup in there for you.
How's the holiday season been for y'all?
What holiday season?
What
What
holiday
holiday season? I don't know what you're talking about.
I enjoyed smoking a turkey.
Andy, keep up the workouts. You were doing sick.
Yeah, I've been slacking lately, but I'll get back to it.
Hopefully you're not too sick. But
No, I'm so sick. So sick. I'm so sick. I'm so sick, I'm diseased.
uprooted plushies? Question mark? Question mark? I don't know.
You know,
Maybe one day.
Hard to say.
Hard to say.
Hard to say.
We talked about this a little bit from Phoenix's As. What new merch item are you most excited for to see? The Grumly shoe charm. Well, then what was the favorite from the moment you saw it? The Grumly shoe charm.
Growling shoe charm.
No, I'm gonna say something different. I'm really excited that we are able to give folks one more chance to buy
Yeah.
the Witchlight plushies.
Oh, that's a good
Obviously, all the new stuff is amazing. The dice are beautiful. All the shirts are great. Go buy all that stuff. But I think this is a cool chance. There was even like a post on Reddit about some folks who
Oh, yeah.
found out about us after the
Because a lot
the
of
merch
people
stream,
have been
or merch
discovering
campaign.
us. You know, every month there's thousands of people tens of thousands of people that discover us for the first time, and so then they see Witchlight and they're like, "Oh shit, these fucking plushies are sick."
Oh, I see a question coming up that we could spend some time on.
Oh.
We vamp testing. I'm making my own 5e source book like y'all did. Got any tips for writing or creating it?
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's a very
I don't want to say
broad.
don't,
Yeah,
time
I
has it?
don't want to say don't do it.
but
I can't think of any other.
What I will
words.
say is don't write an adventure.
Oh, that's great.
Don't
That's
write an adventure.
easy.
That
That's
is,
the right answer.
That is my response. Whatever you do not write an adventure.
If the Crooked Moon didn't have an adventure, we could have written 30 Crooked Moons by now.
Yeah.
Like, unironically.
Yeah.
That is unironic.
Yeah, no,
unironically.
I think that, if the Crooked Moon didn't have an adventure, the amount of time, energy, and thought work, we would have like 4 or 5 books.
Yeah.
4 or 5 books if it wasn't for the adventure.
It turns out that the contextlessness of mechanics when you don't have an adventure is an order of magnitude easier lift.
Oh, it's
And
a joke.
It's still challenging.
It's a fucking
it's
joke.
a joke
in comparison.
comparatively.
It's a fucking joke.
The contrast
It's like
is
200
massive.
words,
Yep.
and it's a whole subclass.
Yep.
And all you did was write 200 words.
Yeah.
No, it's like you're going up a mountain to get there because there's balancing and all sorts of things to think about. What's the marquee feature? There's lots in the mechanics that are challenging. You're growing up a mountain, but is it Everest? Because that's the mountain that an adventure represents. It's a very different scale of challenge.
That's the right answer.
Oh, I will also add finding the balance between art and text. Going into a source book.
Well, and it depends what your goal is, right? Like, if you're going to publish it as a consumable product, then your goals will be totally different than you writing it just to have it, or to put it on the DM's Guild, or whatever. Like, I was buying some stuff on DM's Guild for research for the adventure, and the breadth of what those look like and what you can do. You can put whatever the hell you want on there, right?
Yeah.
So you have a lot of flexibility. But if you're like, hey, I want to buy a book that I'm going to try to sell on, like, in a store or whatever, then there's all these expectations of what it looks like and how much art is on per page, and it's expensive, and so lots of stuff to think about. Clad Marigold asks,
Oh wow.
it's been a week since the end of Arcane. What are your final thoughts? I found it rushed personally.
I haven't seen a single moment.
Where to
Minute.
begin?
Not a minute.
Where to begin?
I could talk at length.
Why don't you start?
I can talk at length.
And then Mason and I can layer on.
I am comfortable being, now that the dust has settled,
Yeah.
I feel like I can be honest.
Well, how? I mean,
I won't be fully honest.
We're not going to spoil.
No.
No spoilers.
not
It's still
listening.
too fresh.
yeah.
But I think we can talk at a high level. Broad
Now
strokes.
the whole thing's in front of you.
Yeah.
What do you feel? Yeah.
And I feel like I need to become one of those film YouTubers or whatever. I need to make a video essay.
Video essays.
I need to make a video essay because what I saw and I realized is not reflected anywhere.
No one's talked about it.
Tweet.
Yeah.
I have tried to find a Reddit post. I have tried to find anything that is just calling out the quality of the season 2 and breaking it down, and not a single person has had the same take as me. And I feel like, am I taking crazy pills? I have no idea.
And I think it's objective.
I
I think if you
I think
watch it with an objective eye, it's the truth, and he'll explain.
In a complete vacuum, once I had seen the early stuff and I messaged you guys, I said what my thoughts were, and Mikey's like, yes, I like bullet pointed out, like, here's what this, and Mikey's like, yeah, absolutely, also this, and like, it's very like structured.
Because we saved our opinions so that everyone could enjoy it. Without that coloring. Anyway, continue. Point the mic a little more at your mouth.
Oh, is this a little down?
It's a little down.
Yeah, it's more on my
down.
chest.
No, that's a little. Yeah, that's fine.
Are we here?
That's it. Yeah. He's good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil. I'm gonna try not to spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil it. And I want to caveat that it is okay to like things. It is okay to not like things. Everything I say here is not to say that you shouldn't like or you should like something. This is my personal.
Or
take.
like you're not allowed to.
This is
like it.
you're not allowed to like
yeah.
it. It is my personal opinion. I think that.
Hold on. Clyde Marigold has an ad.
Oh, there's ads.
Let me turn off the ads.
Yeah.
Let me turn off the ads. Hold on.
What happened with this whole ad thing on Twitch?
No, it's basically they turned on all of this this ad thing, and I was just left it on just to see how it did.
Thank you, Twitch.
We're gonna turn off ads.
We're
One
gonna turn off
second.
ads real quick.
Might be under that
Probably.
monetization.
Yeah. Above.
Oh,
settings.
that's not the right word. What? Did I miss it?
Monetization.
Oh my god, I'm
Right
an
above it.
idiot. I'm
There
fucking
it is.
blind.
Watch it happen
Top,
live,
yeah.
folks. Watch it happen live.
Here, turn this off.
There we go.
There's still the pre-roll. That's standard. We've had that since 2017.
Yeah.
But okay, I turned it off. No more ads, at least for this stream. I don't know if it.
Maybe give 60 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna
We'll
give
take
folks 60 seconds
Take,
before
take
we
a
dive
deep
in.
breath. Get them back into the mix.
We're gonna let the website maintenance suffice.
Yeah.
Good word.
But anyway, we will talk at length about Arcane because I think we can now.
Yeah.
And I was hesitant to start.
And we need to stall.
And we do
So
need to start.
may as well fucking stall with Arcane. May as well fucking stall with that.
I can stall for hours.
Oh, I'm
Hours.
so excited to sit down for hours and talk about it in extreme
Oh,
detail.
yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And obviously we won't do that, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
And I think, to caveat, I think how emotionally I was affected by season 2 was definitely exacerbated by how utterly devastated emotionally, physically, and spiritually I am by the Crooked Moon.
I agree.
So maybe that has an effect. So I'm adding that asterisk. But I think I'm still objective. I think the intensity to which I felt those emotions was effective. I don't know how you feel about that.
I don't think it's not. I don't think it made you or me see things that weren't there.
Yeah,
is my point, right? Like where the what we're gonna talk about, I think is there no matter what you do.
You're really teeing up the ball.
And I think for me, part of why I felt so strongly was in contrast to season 1.
Yeah.
Which again, I'm sure you'll say,
Yes.
Season 1 is one of the greatest things that humans have ever accomplished or achieved.
Yeah.
In terms of creation.
In a similar vein, I watched, not the full thing, but I watched a lot of season 1 to prep for season 2 right before it
Oh
came
my
out.
god.
So it's like I had it really firmly in my mind as a stark comparison.
Yeah.
And I think that like I took that going in.
I did the same thing. I've only watched the first 3 episodes, but I watched the first season to tee myself back up because I was like, I'm sure I'll forget certain textures and things that are going to be, you know, in the weeds of like the momentum of the story that you need to take into season 2. I'm not going to remember everything other than broad strokes, so I might as well jump in with it all fresh. And I didn't continue with 4, 5, 6 until I heard that things were a little bit more solid.
And what I will say is I think the strangest experience of this has been having the complete opposite opinion of the fandom and the community. Of the general, so generally, if you've seen the chatter online, there is the general consensus is that episodes 1 through 6 are awesome. They're epic. There's great scenes, really killer. I love all of the side characters that were introduced. And then episodes 6, 7, and 8.
7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9. What the hell? This is
No way.
bad.
That's why
that's
no way.
That's the general consensus.
I haven't seen that
swear
about
to
7,
God.
8, and 9. There's no way.
7, 8, 9, I didn't like how it ended. I was really loving it. I clapped when those moments happened. And then Nuance came back, and that makes me mad. Anyway.
We're gonna get into that.
We're gonna get into that.
We're gonna get into that.
I would say the beginning of 7,
Is this true?
the beginning of 7, I was going to comment on that.
Sort of.
But
The short answer is yes.
Oh wow.
The short answer is yes.
in
That's less than an hour? And our
And
site
that's-
hasn't been up for 1 minute of that? Holy shit! The dice are apparently sold out. Anyway, keep ordering. It's now transitioning to pre-order, I think, hopefully. I don't know
There
if any of
will
that
be
works.
stuff on the site, on our site, that's available. But
Don't worry.
yeah, once that flips
Don't
on.
worry.
Yeah.
And the dice are, you can still order the dice. Order the dice.
And so, anyway.
Well, let me say. So I felt that at the very beginning of episode 7, because a lot of the framework of it, I think, was so heavily informed by the things that had happened in 1 through 6 that I just had such a bad taste in my mouth going in. And then I almost got to the end. I got to the end of 7, and I was like, man, I kind of feel bad at myself for like actually enjoying that episode.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm gonna tell a similar story
Yeah.
once we get there.
I
but
had such a weird feeling.
literally,
Yeah.
you mean for 7?
For 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have, I wish we had filmed our reaction watching
Yeah.
7
Yeah.
as our brains were trying to process
Yes.
what we were feeling and what we were seeing.
And
I was like, not like mad at myself, but I was just like, ugh. I mean,
no, I was like, what? That episode 7.
Why don't you frame up what you're talking
I'm
about?
gonna frame it up.
Yeah.
So, thanks for bearing with us. We're gonna get back to talking about Evantress, but one of my special topics is the series Arcane, or I guess it was.
Dandy in chat saying the creators took a lot of LSD.
That's very funny. It's very funny.
And so, I believe that Arcane Season 1 is one of the greatest works of art ever achieved by humanity. I think top to bottom, every moment is about close to perfect. When it comes to characterization, writing, directing, delivery of lines, the animation, every moment is nearly perfect. And I don't say that lightly. Richie and I have a tendency for being not liking things and being very highly critical of media that we watch because our time is valuable and we should we want to watch good things.
Can I interrupt you really quickly? Yeah. Brianna L., one of our Diamond Scarabs, sent you both an $80 gift card for your birthday to DoorDash so that you could get something special for your birthday. Thank you, Brianna.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That's
you.
very sweet.
Oh
That's
my
very
God.
sweet.
You can get the exact correct amount
Their
of slices
message
of
is,
cake.
well done on the new merch launch and happy birthday, Mikey and Richie. It's not much. We grabbed something fun to celebrate today.
it's
Y'all
more-
earned it.
that's
It's
my
more
God.
than
Extremely
enough. Thank
generous.
You. That's
Thank good
incredibly
Lord.
generous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. I appreciate that.
We're working on the shop. We know it's down. Thank you for letting us know. We're working on it.
Yeah, hold on to your socks.
5
I've got my socks to hold on
Yeah.
to. I've got my
Just
Hold on!
If you feel like you missed out on dice, just please hold. Just stay tuned. We're working on it. Not all hope is lost.
Arcane on the other hand.
Arcane, on the other hand.
All hope is lost.
No, it's not. actually. It's not. We thought it was.
I
It's
came
not.
in with tempered expectations for Arcane Season 2. I saw the first clip that they released, and I was like, oh no.
Blaring
That's
on.
not good.
That oh no is exactly how I felt.
I
Oh no.
Yeah.
I saw the first clip, which was when I shouldn't spoil. No, it was announced and released.
Yeah.
Echo and Heimerdinger are going through like GoldenEye style like air ducts, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it
sneaking
wasn't
in.
the Jinx one. Wasn't the first
No,
one.
that was the second one.
Oh, okay.
So
God, I haven't even seen these trailers.
I
These
saw
spoiler
that
trailers.
scene, and I'm like, this is an abomination of a scene.
Yeah.
I hope that there's context that I'm missing.
I hope it's like the
Yeah.
Rango trailer.
Yes.
I
That's
remember
exactly-
Rango.
that's
where
exactly what I thought,
hated
yeah.
the Rango trailer. I'm like, this movie looks like Dookie.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
And it's one of the best films of the decade, and I'll fight you
But
on that.
then I thought back, and when season 1 of Arcane came out, for context, the 4 of us have been playing League of Legends since closed beta.
It's been a
We
long
are
time.
ridiculously huge League fans, and
been a
as
long
season
time.
1 was coming out, I couldn't give 2 fucks.
Yep.
I didn't
I've seen
care.
of Arcane.
It came out, and eventually a few, maybe a week or two later, or no, maybe like a few days in, the 3 of us looked at each other and we're like, should we watch it?
Yeah.
I don't really care, but fine, right? And it was a beautiful masterpiece. And so I was thinking, you know what? Maybe that's happening again.
Yeah.
But my expectations went from like here to like, it was to the point where I was so excited that we had talked internally about like, during October for Patreon, like every week watching an arc of season 1, get ready for season 2, and then watching that, right? And like, anyway, obviously things
That didn't
changed.
happen.
Can you imagine if we tried to have a movie day every month? Every week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 2 months?
Sorry, continue.
And it can't be. And so anyway, saw this, and I'm like, oh no. And so I'm like, you know what? I don't have high hopes. I'm gonna go in with tempered expectations. But there's obviously context for following up one of the greatest works of art in human history.
It's not easy.
And we sat down for season 1, for the first arc of season 1, and the first scene starts, and I think to myself, oh no. The next scene occurs, oh no. I hear the dialogue, oh no. I see the characters acting like Flanderized mockeries.
Flanderized is a great word.
Flanderized mockeries badly impersonating characters that were so deep and beautiful
and nuanced.
and three-dimensional and robust that I just witnessed. That technically in the context of the world, it was minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they completely changed overnight, and I'm like, oh no.
The dialogue, the characters are talking past each other.
Yep, they're talking to the audience
Yes.
past each other.
They're just saying things that the writers wanted the audience to know.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so they just brought 2 characters together on screen and just had them say words.
They say words talking past each other at the audience. And I thought, oh no. And then Nikki comes down after episode 1, because we were watching it. Nikki had already watched it earlier.
And we were both like,
And we were like this, and she's like, what do you think? And I said, uh-oh. That's literally what I said to her. We'll see episode 2. Maybe it was a
it
fluke.
was just, yeah.
Maybe it was a fluke.
A momentary lapse of judgment.
Sometimes it takes
episode
a little
2.
few episodes to get going.
Yeah.
And I also went in there hearing the
Is two's the one that starts with Caitlin?
One starts with Caitlin.
One starts with Caitlin?
I don't even remember.
It has the whole thing with their mom.
Those two.
No, that's
I
one.
think
Episode
you're
1?
thinking of. Are you thinking about Caitlyn +1?
Caitlin, but like, it's a beautiful day for rain.
Oh,
That's episode
That's one.
Yeah, that's episode 1.
that's one.
Yeah.
That's one.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Caitlyn
I'm
+1
like
is I'm
90%.
pretty
Well,
sure
in Arcane
episode
season
2.
2, it's
Because I remember watching that and
beautiful.
being like,
you know better than I do.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm right.
Okay, I thought that was two for some reason. Because I know that one starts off like exactly where season 1 ends.
Yeah.
Is what I thought.
So maybe,
you're right.
maybe
Episode
you're
2,
maybe
I
you're
thought
thinking
that-
2.
Yeah,
Episode
no,
2,
you're right.
I thought it started off like
So-
at her house.
yeah.
We'll say.
I could go down the line. So anyway,
But who knows? Whatever.
we finish Act 1, and it was one of the most egregious, unforgivable abominations I've ever seen. And
Until you get to Act 2.
Is it worse than Act 1?
I think
is
they were
it-
both bad.
Is it like?
I think
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Act 1 was just so jarring.
It's all a pile of sludge
And,
to me.
and by the time I got to Act 2, I was brokenhearted already.
Act 2 is worse because not only are the characters flanderized, Act 2 is when they start wasting immensely critical opportunities that truly become what could have been.
Yeah.
Especially with Warwick. Anyway, continue.
Sorry if you tuned in to celebrate the holiday launches to hear the bitch, but you know, it's my birthday. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
It's my birthday. I can cry if I want to.
Yeah.
Don't ask questions that you don't want to know the answer to.
It's my birthday. I can cry if I want to, and it's just been a couple months. It's been that kind of day, that kind of week, that kind of month, that kind
Kind
of
of
year,
season,
that kind of
year.
season.
Yeah.
And anyway, so it's awful. The characters aren't the same characters. They're talking past each other. All of the nuance is gone. The dialogue is awful. The vocal delivery is objectively worse. The actors who are amazing were not directed correctly.
Yeah, the direction was horrible.
The direction was horrible. The animation was the same quality, but the directing was so bad it made the animation seem worse because it was all very static shots. It was all very amateur. The music videos did not further the plot. They just were a screeching halt, wasting time.
Shoehorn in just like literal like pop music, music video music too. It's like
Every narrative decision was incorrect and was the wrong decision. All of the newly introduced characters were non-entities that they didn't even tell you their name. And
They had no reason to
they had
exist.
no
Any
reason to
lines of
exist.
dialogue,
and got no,
I think,
and
until-
two of them had no lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
I think one of them, the very first line of dialogue I ever heard, and maybe I missed it, but was in 7, 8, and 9. And then like suddenly had an incredible scene. And I was like, what the hell?
And so
You mean,
imagine
like registered, like it actually like got through. Like, you mean,
yeah.
like the first line of dialogue that like you heard.
No,
it?
I think he literally did not speak.
Oh, you're
all.
talking about a particular character.
Yeah, no.
One of them
character.
literally doesn't have a single line in the entire series.
And then,
Yeah.
well, I don't want to say, but I'm talking about the.
No, I got you. I didn't wanna- I misunderstood what you're saying.
Yeah. But in the I think in the final, like in the big crescendo where it's all going down, he like starts saying stuff. I'm like, what the hell? This guy's got a voice?
Yeah.
And so imagine my surprise. It was the final arc, the finale of Arcane, my favorite work of fiction ever. And I'm like, I got work I gotta do. I gotta write this chapter. I'll fucking see it when I finish the chapter. So like a day or two later after the finale, and like I didn't care. I was like, I don't give a fucking shit about this. It's ruined. Who cares?
Yep.
It's over.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
over.
we go downstairs a couple days after the finale airs, and we watch it. And episode 7 starts playing. And Richie and I are sitting there, and it opens, and it starts with a scene where the characters behave how they did in season 1, and they are real people having a real conversation with heart and charm and nuance, and they're talking to each other, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Is this real? And then an emotional moment happened, and I felt something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on? And then the next scene, was good. And the next scene, and the next scene,
And the
next
pacing
scene,
was
and
like, what the
pacing
fuck?
was
The
good.
pacing is correct.
The next scene was so good. And the entire rest of Act 3 was old Arcane again.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Yep.
the entire rest of the act felt like old Arcane. And it was incredible. I loved 7, 8, and 9, and granted, did it struggle by basically having to deal with the 6 wasted episodes? Absolutely.
I think that was my like hang up in 7. Was the just the beginning premise of it, like how they're basically in the situation, was delivered by just the absolute lunacy that happened in the first 6. So I was just like, ugh.
Every
And then I was
issue
like, wait on a second.
with episode 7, 8, and 9 was them trying to deal with the sins of 1 through 6.
Yep.
But for what it did to accomplish that, it was truly perfect.
Yeah.
Those 3 episodes are truly perfect.
I agree.
Yeah.
In that sense. Truly perfect.
I
have one come
do.
through. Yes. I think it's gonna work here.
Okay.
Nobody panic.
Okay.
Everybody go slow. Let's just, in an orderly fashion,
One by one.
Go to, get
Everybody
a straight
line
line
up in
like
a
you're gonna
queue.
fight Yorgrim. Like you're gonna fight Yorgrim, get in a single file line.
Yep.
Yes.
Just give it a minute.
Down the hallway.
Yes.
I was able to add something to my cart.
So what about the other link?
That's interesting. We need direction.
So I had
That's
kind
weird.
of wished the ending gave me a little more. I do think that. I like the ending. I like it was very good. I wish it had just given me like a little more meat.
For what happened in the final episode,
Yeah.
it needed half a season, right?
Yeah.
And so the problem is they had this endpoint that they had to get to.
Right.
And they had episode 7 when all of a sudden the lights came back on,
Yeah.
and we're gonna get into theories of how this happened.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden they have to fucking wrap up this. They need to fix out all this shit.
Right.
And if you look at the credits of the
In like 120 minutes.
Yes.
You know, they're like, we gotta get it from here to here. we
and
have-
one of those episodes is effectively a like side story.
Yeah.
So they really had 2 episodes to wrap up the entire plot after the mess that was made in episodes 1 through 6. And so I agree that I wish there was more, but that's just true of all of season 2, right? Like it needed,
that's fair. Yeah.
the events of season 2 of Arcane could have been done in 3 seasons, but at least 1 more season, right? You could have told a pretty solid story if you were tight in 3 seasons. They needed at least 1 more season.
Yeah.
Then maybe 4.
From the very first scene of Act 1, Episode 1, to the final scene of Act 1, Episode 3, that just those 3 episodes needed a full season.
Yes, that could have been a whole fucking season.
Ridiculous.
Yes, it was insanity. That they expected us to care of like literally you just had what could have been.
No spoilers.
You just had what could have been. And there is an encounter again in Arc 1 that they expect you to care
That was
about.
like offensive.
And have emotional weight. It's like that was 3 episodes ago. That literally just happened.
Yeah.
What? Anyway.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you guys didn't like 1 through 6. You liked 7 through 9. How much did 7 through 9 save 1 through 6, or did 1 through 6 ruin 7 through 9 irreparably? You can't enjoy it. Overall, it's still like a D-. Like, what's your overall rating and why? Was it because the last 3 episodes saved the first 6, or the first 6 just irreparably damaged the entire thing, and it doesn't matter what 7 through 9 did, you still are just miserable?
I would almost say you kind of have to take it as separate. I think that the season on a whole is probably like D-.
Okay. Still,
and
even with
7, 8, and 9 do nothing to save 1 through 6.
Okay,
That's
kind of my
just
question.
terrible.
All right, okay.
But and Mikey said this first, but I'll steal his take. I think it is worthwhile to suffer through 1 through 6 to get to 7, 8.
I agree with that.
Because it's
So it's still
7, 8,
worth,
and 9
still worth it.
is very good.
I cried. I had full body chills the entire time.
7, 8, and 9 is a cinematic like success.
There are some shots in episode 9, and I won't say more, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah.
How perfect it was, and the design, and just what was happening. It's like this would have been perfect. Like I was feeling this way, and I was thinking at the moment, imagine how I would feel right now if this was the climax of a 3 or 4 season show.
Oh yeah.
It would literally be like an out-of-body,
Still
like
just an unfortunate,
irreplaceable.
like, what could have been.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Victor Chad's Rise Up. I'm just gonna say it.
You
okay?
saw.
Dude,
I'm
all
just
the
gonna
shit
put it
that
out
I've
there.
seen there with zero context still is
Victor
like,
Chad's Rise Up.
How I summarize season 2 of Arcane is what could have been.
Okay.
Like that. That's
Yep.
what it is.
Okay.
The fire in the flood.
And Fire in the Flood. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's one of those things where it was very clear. And so let's get into theories.
Yeah.
Or what I'll say is that I know a lot of people worked really hard on it, and I appreciate their work, and I don't mean to belittle anybody's work that they did.
Well, that's not what you're doing.
I'm talking as a fan, and also a creative who is trying to kind of understand what happened.
Right.
And the way that I was articulating to Richie, or I was thinking, I can't remember if I was talking about it with Richie yesterday or the day before, was the first 2 acts of Arcane Season 2 was written by people who they knew the what of Arcane, but they did not understand the why or the how. And it was people who were taking a story and a franchise and did not understand what made it good. They didn't understand, they thought it was just the characters and not the characters of who they are, but what do they look like and what are their names and what
Caitlin has a sniper rifle.
what they have. And
I love Isha because she was on the screen.
Yeah, and so I could go really deep into what I think happened and a problem that is affecting media. But it was very clear, in my opinion, it was very clear that the season, the script had been done on 1 through 6, and the episodes was settled. And then Christian Link, the creator, probably came in and was like, "Holy fucking shit, what have you done?" I fully believe that the final 3 episodes were entirely rewritten.
They were entirely scrapped and rewritten. I would literally bet every dollar I've ever earned on that.
Yeah.
Because it truly feels like another show.
Yes, it does.
And that's the kind of thing I haven't seen anyone online say that.
Nope. Yep.
It is a fundamentally different show.
I think that requires a level of like eye that most people probably.
Yes,
don't.
and that's fair. That's fair.
I was gonna. So I feel like I've made this comment about like Marvel Comics and the actual comics industry before, and Brian Michael Bendis is this guy that like oversees, because you have 1,000 different authors writing 1,000 different comics all at once.
Yep.
And somehow it's got to be somebody's responsibility to ensure that all these different authors don't, like, you can't have like the guy who's writing Squirrel Girl kill Captain America. Somebody's gotta.
It won't be good though.
Somebody's gotta like oversee the ship, And so he was kind of like the world master, and he like oversaw it and ensured that like, hey, everything went forward and there was no kinks. And then we'd have a global event and everyone can kind of tie into it all at once, and it all went super smooth, And the way to me the first 6 episodes feel, because you mentioned the actors that do the voice acting for it, I love so many of them.
Yeah,
like they're fantastic people. It just feels like somebody was the helm was empty. It was somebody was asleep at the wheel.
Yep.
Everybody was working in silos.
The vocal director wasn't there.
Nobody.
What the
it's
fuck?
just kind of like everyone handed in their homework, and nobody just you put it in a pile on the desk, and nobody was there to collect.
If you look, and this is the thing, is like being on the creative side now and trying to think about thinking about how the sausage is getting made while I'm watching it. We looked in the credits. And for the first 6 episodes, there's one vocal director credited. And for the last 3, that vocal director is still credited, but then a new person is credited for 7, 8, and 9. And you can tell the difference in the performances are, if you're listening for it, it's a mess.
No. So here's the thing. If you're listening and you understand nuance and you have the eye for it, in the first 6 episodes, Ella Purnell does not sound like Jinx.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm watching Jinx and I'm like, why?
That was really weird.
Like, she's an amazing actress. This isn't Jinx talking.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, my brain couldn't process it. And then episode 7 came out, I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
Yep.
How is all of a sudden Jinx back?
Yep.
Am I okay?
What the fuck?
Well,
It's
the little kid's like, hey, what's going on, Jinx? Well, things have been really hard for me lately.
It's funny, I'm a lot of levels. So it was truly it was like an out-of-body experience watching episode 7. I don't want to spoil it, but I will say I'm the kind of guy that does not like time travel or multiverses.
Yep.
And I understand why it had to be done, and it was done as well as anyone could do.
still playing Arcane.
And I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, just you're saying too much.
Sorry.
That's saying.
I think that's right on the verge.
Echo
of,
exists as a character.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah.
Zillion exists as a character.
I'm glad I
If
wasn't
you
listening.
don't play League of Legends, then you
don't
don't know
know.
that
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
true.
Yeah.
So
I'm
so
so glad I missed
Let's
it.
not
I'm so glad I
spoil
missed it.
things.
Just ignore
in
Derek.
7, 8, 9,
Keep focused.
they find
You're
an incredibly elegant way, I think, to sign everyone's subtitles, is what I'll say.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very cool.
I agree.
Golly.
So anyway,
What about the fighting pit?
oh my god.
There's a fighting pit?
So
We're not gonna
imagine,
spoil it.
Axes
I know.
need
I-
so what I'll
Vegas.
say, imagine, if you would, someone had the idea for a plot line, but there were just no time, so they did a music video about it that has no build-up and no repercussions, and literally no one mentions it. Oof. You too can invent your entire plot line if it doesn't need to go anywhere. You can just do it in a music video.
You can make up anything you want.
Yeah. And also the giant culmination of all of Act 1 in Season 2, I feel like we haven't said this, the massive buildup of this huge thing of Act 1, that its big ending, and the start of Act 2, Season 2, nobody mentions it. It's never talked about again. It has no relevance. Like, there's literally no purpose to anything that happened.
Because clearly they came in and rewrote Arc 3. And they're like, we can't, like, this was a bad decision,
Yeah.
and we're gonna leave it there, and we're not gonna address it again.
Yeah.
And it was very much, and this is what I love, right? Because you can see it, like, if you pick up on this kind of thing, just like how in The Last Jedi, you can see Rian Johnson shitting on J.J. Abrams.
Yes.
And then in Rise of Skywalker, you can see J.J. Abrams shitting on Rian Johnson. In Act 3,
Yes.
you can see whoever came in and saved it and rewrote it directly shits on episodes 1 through 6.
It's like, oh, she was your comfort character. She will never be mentioned again.
She was truly a mistake. Truly a mistake.
Here's a coin to put in the machine that'll really get you guys going. Did you know that League of Legends is a ripoff of Dota? Let's talk about for 4 hours everything that was mechanically wrong and still wrong with Dota.
Oh, God.
Oh, big fan of Dota.
God.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
You played a lot of Dota. I played Tidehunter, Ogre Magi. I think that was it.
I played
I
King
don't-
of the Orc.
I don't even remember their names now, but I played
so many different guys back in the day. Razor was like
Razor.
he was awesome.
Oh, Razor.
Ricky.
Wait, is that the
Ricky
time guy?
Assassin. No, Razor was like he was like a
lightning
lightning attacker,
Lightning revenant.
and he would get so much action.
Yeah.
He'd be like, he was like a laser gun from his like scepter. It was
That's
wild.
cool. I played the guy who could drop like a massive
I
gun
like
and
the
freeze
tree.
everybody.
I like the ninja tree because when he was by the tree line, he'd turn invisible.
Yeah.
And so you'd walk
Yeah,
along
yeah,
the
yeah.
trees, and then you'd jump out and like do the Amumu ult. It was like a giant root.
That's a very cool mechanic.
So anyway, just to summarize my feelings on season 2, to actually answer the question, is even though episodes 7, 8, and 9 do not save episodes 1 through 6, they are so good that they're worth watching.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that you even need to suffer through episodes 1 through 6.
I agree.
I think
really?
I think the definitive way to consume Arcane is watch season 1,
Interesting.
and then
just
someone
watch-
out there
I
needs to write fan fiction
I was gonna ask.
to bridge.
But you're
bridge-
so you're not telling me I should go rewatch season 1 and then just watch 7, 8, 9, or should I do that and tell you how I feel?
I don't think you
feel
could
like
watch
you'll
7,
be
8,
lost.
9
You'll
and,
just be
and
lost.
not with zero.
I mean, I can fill in my own gaps.
I
but
think
you'll be
that
right.
if Mike takes a sabbatical and goes and literally writes fan fiction to connect seasons.
So what? I'll watch in 26 67
and
I mean,
R3.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Like that would be the definitive way to watch it.
That would be that would make
To be
season 2
fair-
a work of art.
To be fair, that would just be replacing one person's fan fiction with another person's
That's
fan
true.
fiction.
Episodes
what
1
is
through
art?
6
What is
are
art?
fan fiction.
What is art, right?
But my point is that you can do a lot of things to think. Okay, in my head canon, like how you can.
How would the characters that I know get to
Yeah.
this point?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of major moments are just ruined because they were in that. They were
Right.
like all of these things that happened. They're there, so you have to write them, and you have to write how it all happens. But it's just they failed so miserably in episodes 1 through 6 that there's a lot of ground to, if you pretend that they don't exist and you write your own story to then lead into 7, 8, and 9. I think that's I really don't think you need to watch 1 through 6.
Fair enough.
Like in my opinion, there's nothing worth watching.
Read a summary.
I think. Well,
Read a
yes.
summary.
If there was a summary,
Yes,
I
read a
think
summary.
that you could very easily do that. I think that some of the and you mentioned this already, but some of the cinematography in 7, 8, and 9, some of the cinematographic shots, and I'm thinking specifically of this isn't a spoiler, but the final time you see Singed, to me, I was losing it.
Oh yeah.
I was blown away, and it's like a 3-second shot. But those 3 seconds, you need to know like why that shot is important and relevant.
Yeah.
And to me, you have to understand where he started in season 2 to how he got there, because then it's all like from those 3 seconds. Like snaps it all together, and that blew me away.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite shots.
But you can put that in the fan fiction,
well,
right?
yes,
And like,
yes.
So that's why I say watch out season 1, and I guess watch season 2, but really watch episode 7, 8, and 9 of season 2.
I can't wait.
Well, that was a really great opportunity for us to stall for the site, because I don't know if anything would have gotten me going that hard. Appreciate you guys for listening.
Thank you for bearing with our TED Talk.
It's been one of those 90-minute periods where like nuclear missiles are coming in and everyone's scrambling, and all of a sudden 90 minutes can feel like 48 hours. We're making things happen on the back end. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. We'll be making an announcement soon.
I think if you ever get into video essays, I think you could write an entire like 10-hour
easy
essay just on how Isha.
Well, who's Isha? Which one's Isha?
Isha was the character that never gets named on screen. The
Is that the-
little
is that
girl.
Jinx names there.
The little girl. She's not named in Arc 1.
Oh no! In Act 2.
I'm
she's
sorry.
She's in Arc 2. She's named.
Got it. Yeah.
Isha is the personifies everything wrong in modern Hollywood writing.
I would agree with that.
In a single character,
I agree.
You can do a case study of how this one character exemplifies why narrative is so fucking dead.
And I am glad I'm not I guess I am a YouTuber, but I'm not a video essayist YouTuber.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's very well said. And what I will
point.
say
Great
is,
point.
I believe that we've reached the difficulty is almost the effects of fandom when it starts to affect the writing of things.
yeah.
When you hand over the reins to fandom too much, that becomes it's almost
When you start to let the chatter kind of seep into
Well,
your creative process. you
Yeah,
know?
it's almost like the opposite of the effects of where, like, on the one hand, you have people who are like, fuck the fandom, we don't need a fan to write this, we don't need anything to write this, like, and I'll do my own thing, and then it's awful. But then if you go too hard, it's like the Star Wars effect of where George Lucas was inspired by, all of this stuff of myth and Kurosawa and old westerns and Flash Gordon, and he wove it all together, and then that's what made Star Wars. People who make Star Wars now are fans of Star Wars, and that affects
that's
the quality
yes,
of the writing
yes.
and the quality of the stories.
Yes.
Because it's all of that, and I feel like Arcane season 2 or the first 6 episodes are very much like, oh, this was the fan, like almost like the fandom seeping in, where it's a fan fiction and the characters are talking past each other like a fan fiction, like a poor fan fiction.
I want to make a point so
you need
bad.
to be the fandom. You need to be the fandom.
God, we can't make the spoiler point.
How can I make this point?
I don't know.
Oh man, I want to hear it.
While you're thinking, can I make a brief update?
Yeah,
Just
please.
a minor update. The good news is that orders are rolling in like crazy. So there are people who are accessing
Excellent,
the site.
excellent.
But I don't want to make an official announcement yet because I don't want to cause another crash.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where I think it will be stable.
Yep.
But there are people who are, we've already got 100. Like,
Yeah.
things are moving.
So keep trying. That's the point. Is that keep trying and it will, and stay tuned.
Yeah, just stay tuned. But we're making progress.
Yep.
We're making progress. Things are rolling.
And I would love to know what your favorite stuff out
Yeah.
there is. If you have any
Yeah.
designs that you really love
And-
that you think was your, like, hey, this really hit for me and it's super popular, put it out there. Let me know. I love that kind of stuff. I love to get, pointed in the right direction.
I agree with that, and I want to thank everyone for listening to our rant on our birthday. I know that
That's our birthday
It probably
treasure.
isn't fun to listen to negative comments, and I generally try to say positive, but it does mean
I
a
would
lot
say
to me.
passionate. I
Well,
think
it's
it's
one
fun
of the
to
things.
listen
It
to
is.
passionate,
It
like,
is. I don't like
conversations.
being negative. I want to be fully
Right.
praised.
But we only
Well-
feel this strongly because we love it so
it
much.
matters.
There's
Yeah.
a difference
Right.
between being
We're not
critical
cynical.
and bitter and
There's a
cynical.
difference between being cynical and
there's a value to
Yeah.
evaluating art and being
100%.
and processing
100%.
what works and what doesn't,
Yeah.
so that you can find why.
Well, it's also like
why
we're-
is that interesting and not that?
we're
It's
not-
very important conversation.
We're not coming from like out of nowhere saying like, oh, I saw this thing and I just hated it. You know, it's
Yeah.
like we've played since closed beta.
Yeah.
I mean, we were playing when every time they introduced a champion, they dropped 5 pages of lore.
Oh my
and
God,
had their intro as to like how they were
novella.
joining Summoner's Rift, and you read every word.
Yep.
Because you were just consuming it because we're mega fans of their stuff. You know, so it's not like the opinions kind of come out of nowhere. It's truly a love letter
Yeah.
from over a decade of being
Do
massive
you remember
fans.
like the first skins they released were literally just the fans begging for like this champion should have this kind of skin,
Yeah.
and they do it.
Broloff.
They
Yeah.
renamed some of the moves because the community was like, I think this move wouldn't it be so much funnier if this
Yeah.
move was called this.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
rename the move.
Yeah. I mean, like Shen getting a Scorpion and Sub-Zero skin.
Yeah.
It's incredible. you
Yeah.
know?
And again, like if you like Isha, there's nothing wrong with that. You know,
Yeah.
if you like certain things that we're talking about, there's obviously no judgment from us. Every character, I think, is something that a fandom can latch onto. Where we're coming from, and why Isha was such an abomination, was because
No wrong fun.
No, it's not wrong fun, but I believe objectively the character's an abomination.
yeah.
Objectively, because one of the greatest scenes in fiction is in episode 9 of Arcane, where Jinx and Silco and Vi and Caitlyn have this unbelievable culmination of character arcs and character development. And Jinx ascends to this new level of being
Yeah.
and who she is. And 2 episodes later, the writer literally said, you know what, I want to undo all that. I'm going to invent a character so I can hit undo.
Yep.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
How dare you try to undo the character development of episode 9
Yeah.
and that scene. In 2 episodes later, when a character shows up, here she is.
Yep. And it reminded me very much
I'm getting worked up.
of the
I'm getting worked up. I'm getting worked up.
You don't say.
It reminded me of season 8 Jamie Lannister.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh my god. It was
very-
literally
it
exactly
felt
the same.
very similar to season 8 Jamie in Game of Thrones.
Just turn it back.
breaks my heart.
Just
It breaks
undo
my heart.
everything.
Of like, oh, here's a good character arc. Even kind of when the show is going to shit, this one character at least had a pretty damn good arc.
I can actually hear them in the writer's room going, but
Oh,
what
yeah.
if he goes back? Right? What if he never changes? What if the whole idea is that he falls and at the very end? Oh!
And so basically, it's like character arc Control Z. That's undo.
Yeah.
It was super nice of them, I will say, in season 2 to put Tor back in.
Oh my god.
Super
that is
nice
actually,
of them
I take it back.
to
That's
throw
the
us a
actual
bone.
only
Yeah.
minutes of the show that I've
Yeah.
seen
That's
were
very
those,
funny.
those scenes. And I
yeah.
was dying when I was like, no way.
Yeah.
And then I go and look and I was like, oh fuck.
You know what I
That's
thought?
Torbeck.
Because I got it immediately when I saw him. In 7, 8, and 9, he has like a, he has a slightly different look. And every time I think, in my head, I only ever see like Shuch's
like Chad Torbeck. This is how I think of myself. And he's like, Chad, yes. Oh, I think I sound like this. And then against that Torbeck, and that's exactly what I see in my head.
Yeah,
that's
and it's
so
like,
funny.
show me the differences between this photo. You know? And it's like, thanks for being fans, right? You know, for just slapping Torbeck in there.
I want to, something that is very similar that I hadn't really thought about, but it's so true. Nose, I believe, called this out, was a similar example of Thrawn. Grand Admiral Thrawn from Star Wars, for all you Star Wars fans, written by Dave Filoni. Well, he basically, Nose called out how there's a video going around how Sam Witwer, who voices Maul and played Starkiller in that video
Force
game.
Unleashed?
Force Unleashed, maybe. Understands Star Wars more than Dave Filoni, who's like spearheading the thing. And you can, and I was thinking about that of like, oh my god, that's so true. With if you understand Grand Admiral Thrawn as a character and who he was historically, even in the canon done by Timothy Zahn, who created him, great stories, very much him. And it's the difference of someone who's writing a story who understands the character versus someone who's writing a story who's a fan of the character. And Dave Filoni's a fan and just butchers the shit out of the character. Butchers the shit out of the character.
The writers of season 2, episodes 1 through 6, were fans of Jinx.
Yes.
They didn't care about the story and the character that Jinx was.
Yep.
When she says in episode 9, I thought things could be different.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But she sits in the Jinx chair.
Yeah.
And she accepts her transformation.
Yep.
She's a hero.
Powder is dead.
Yep.
She has made her choice.
Yep.
And as a fan,
for season 1. I'm
right?
getting goosebumps for season 1.
Right? And the
right
fucking
now.
piano starts.
Yeah,
I
man.
see him.
Just
And
from
then-
you saying that.
And then
yeah.
Sting
You are
comes
the
in.
monster I created.
He starts singing about a desert rose or something. I don't know.
You ripped out all my parts.
There goes my
And
hero.
I'll never get the smiley face in the glass as the final
Silco
scene.
telling Jinx that as Jinx, she's perfect. She doesn't have to change. She doesn't have to be Powder.
Okay.
He was just killed by her. I don't care. That was a long time ago.
Oh, that's fine.
Like what that final season represents, and then for her to take up Fishbones and take on
that's fucking
Silco's dream of an independent Zahn
And commit war crimes.
and commit literal war crimes in the name of Jinx and Silco's dream. To then literally be like, you know what? I really want
Hey
Jinx
kid,
to
you
be-
got a Timo hat. Never mind.
Oh god. I hope that's a literal line. I hope that's an actual line.
Yeah.
I hope that's an actual line.
Oh,
Hey kid, you got a Timo hat. Nah.
Thank you,
oh, all
Screamer.
that stuff.
I'm
That
good now.
whole Sting song with
Yeah.
Ken.
Get it, loser, we're gonna go avoid the plot.
Yeah.
Sting is in Arcane?
He's in season 2 or season 1.
The character Sting is in Arcane?
Yeah,
my
it's the same character
God.
from Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Birds.
That's amazing.
Anyway, I'm very passionate.
We'll
about
get
that.
back to Arcane later today. Let's move on to something
We're gonna
else.
move on.
Let's
We're
find
gonna
another
move on.
We've probably lost half of our
we've
viewers,
got more
but who
questions.
cares? The
Oh,
shot's
it's
not
fine.
working.
Half our viewers are having a fun time telling us that we have shit taste. So it's fine.
Well,
Yeah. You gotta get the people mad so
That's
they
right.
can, they
That's
can
right.
Gotta get them worked
That's
up.
how you get them to get,
That's how you
like,
get the
come
clicks.
in.
Yeah, come at
No,
me,
we
bro.
gotta come fight these guys. You know?
Come at me, bro.
Come in. Join us.
so thank you, Glad Marigold.
Yeah.
For asking that question.
Hopefully we answered the
An hour
question.
ago. Holy shit.
Tumble Kitten asks, if you could have a perfect cosplay of any of your characters, which one do you think would be the coolest, and which one do you think would suit you best?
Oh, I already know the answer. There's only one answer.
I have a hot. I have a hot take.
Yeah.
I
What else is new?
too, I think maybe.
All right, mine is both Lethicas.
I think you know what? It's because I'm on that Arcane high, and real ones will know what I'm talking about here at the end of Arcane season, at the end of in the finale.
Yeah, no
I feel
spoilers.
like a Virgil Zern cosplay. I gotta lose a good bit of weight.
Oh man.
Gotta
Yeah.
color my hair a little bit, letting my hair grow out, getting like a full, like realized Virgil Zern cosplay. I think would be my pick.
You know-
we have to do the cosplay. I see. That's the context.
Yeah, we're cosplaying our own character.
You're saying what you want to see
No,
somebody
it
else
just says
cosplay?
if you could have a perfect cosplay of any of your characters, not me doing it. That's all. The question is broader than that, in my opinion.
I don't have a widow's peak though, which sucks.
If I could snap my fingers and have a perfect cosplay, it'd be Rodak. I've
Yeah,
always wanted to
that's
cosplay a
incredible,
dwarf and have it be really good and do the padding where you get really
proportions.
wide and,
Yeah.
and you get the big hands and the
100%.
big boots and stuff.
That's
Yeah.
a great answer.
In terms of what would suit me best,
Oh, suit me. I don't.
That was like
Um,
part 2 of the question. I don't think
Yeah.
it's mandatory, but
I
it's
think
interesting.
a Rhett cosplay would
That's what I was
be
thinking.
comfortable.
that'd be
Very
fun.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
My very first thought, I'm not even sure why, which is why it made me laugh, was Zelix Sithurgos.
Oh, let's do it.
You know, no whammies, but
No whammies.
No way.
And then, but my immediate backup has always been actually your room. I think would be absolutely.
That'd be
incredible.
so.
I think that would be the
I
best.
think it would be so freaking cool.
Yeah.
I think Bitsy went very well when I cosplayed as Bitsy.
Oh yeah, Bitsy's classic.
If I could just snap my
You
fingers,
just solved it, you know.
I think
Frost
I
or
know.
Caprice. I lean towards like if I could snap my fingers and we did the full makeup, I feel like Frost would be actually magical because
That would be really
like
cool,
it
actually.
would be wild to
Having a
actually have
really
like
nice, like luxurious robe.
That's what I'm talking
That'd be
about.
Oh,
really
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
A luxurious robe.
but not not like the movie Cats. Just like find a happy medium that actually isn't
very
uncanny
funny.
valley.
I think we all know Andy's answer, so we can skip him. Unless you want to share.
No, I was gonna have you guys guess.
Oh, it's. I mean,
There's only one real answer.
There's only one real answer.
there's only one
I
real.
was gonna
answer.
say it. It's not gonna be me.
On 3, or on go.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna say it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Lulu.
Pike.
Oh,
Pike. Not even close.
What did you say?
I said Lulu.
From Final Fantasy X.
Maybe I misunderstood the question. 'Cause that might be the answer.
Yeah.
My perfect cosplay.
Nikki,
Pike,
do you have an
100%.
answer?
Yeah, I do, but it's an NPC.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what
I
I
did.
Let me see.
Baba Yaga.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
No,
100%. With like the full
Yes,
like nose
full
and
iron-
the
literally up
iron
here.
teeth, hunch,
hunch, a
over.
big hunch
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
padding.
Yeah.
Like we're talking like $4,000 to $5,000
Oh, yeah. That's the
costume.
conceit.
Yeah. It's if you could snap our fingers.
Like money is no object,
yeah.
right? Like you just.
Oh, money's no
100%,
object. I'm gonna
yes.
spend $15,000 and I'm
Yep.
gonna have them make me a cauldron that I can ride around in.
Oh, like a
no,
mechanical.
I'm sorry, a mortar and pestle because
Yes.
that's what she flies around
Yes,
in
she
on her
does.
cauldron. So yes,
Close
that's what
enough.
I would do.
Technically, in D&D, it is a in D&D parlance, it's a cauldron, but
Yes,
in
but-
Evantress, we've gone back to the
Yeah.
mortar and pestle.
I prefer that.
And mortar
So
and pestle.
that would be my answer.
Dirty asks,
Great
can
question.
can we get an idea of what characters will be on the 14th?
Oh,
I think we're just doing the.
We're running it back.
Running it back. We've done 2 years of Yuletide.
we can't mix it up. It's a group.
We'll see. I might change my
They're
character,
together.
but everybody else is locked in.
Oh yeah.
I think that's part of the tradition.
I was saying,
is
Rich
that
is one
you're
of the
the
only
only
people
one
that has
who
flexibility.
changes-
Yeah.
I think you should be red this
Everybody
year.
else, we have to be who we have to be.
I might just send it.
There's
and
this
stick
marketing directive to play.
I know.
as-
I
I
actually-
think
I
you
have a
gotta-
better idea.
We gotta,
I have a better
you
idea.
gotta keep the same group, man.
Firecat Gaming asks. Oh god. People are trying to get us worked up. How's the Crooked Moon going?
It's going.
You know what?
Go is a
What
word
I will
that is
say.
It's going.
What I
There's
will
a light.
say is, you know,
Clayton was my thought, but
is that I am empty, hollow, devastated.
I'm a broken man on a Halifax
I'm broken.
pier.
I'm broken. Septon Maribald delivered the broken man monologue about me when Brienne of Tarth visited the Quiet Isle and encountered the Gravedigger.
That hasn't happened yet for me. I
It's
don't
a Feast
think.
for Crows. You passed on. The
Oh,
yeah.
she doesn't actually encounter.
Well, she sees him.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
yeah, she doesn't talk to him.
That's right.
That's the difference.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
you
I
actually
love
had a
that.
conversation. And I was like, oh,
They walk past and then Septon
Yeah.
Maribald talks about the Gravedigger.
yeah. Gotcha.
In reference to the broken man, it's all connected. Anyway, best part of A Song of Ice and Fire is the broken man speech. Thank you. What was I talking about?
How the Crooked Moon's going.
on Halifax beer.
Yeah, I didn't mean to throw you off guard.
People have written
but
things about you being broken.
what I will say, as people continue to get more upset and have more problems with more things and get disappointed and pissed off about more things, I feel extremely proud of what we're accomplishing.
I agree. Same.
And there are going to be people who have a lot of pissed off opinions, I'm sure, and takes, and there already are, and people will criticize and will disagree with this and disagree with this.
You're never gonna make everybody
People
happy.
are pissed off. People are pissed off that the book's gonna be over 600 pages. They're furious.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think that I want to make the best possible product for our customers, and staying true, as Christian Link said after Arcane Season 2 premiered, is where there's a lot of noise and you want to listen, you want to deliver the best thing for the fans, but you have to have a POV and you have to have a vision. And I feel like when it all is said and done, compromises have been made, extreme amount of blood, sweat, and tears, and a lot of chemical enhancements for me to get through this.
Steroids.
I wish.
Trend.
Stalking cocaine.
Not cocaine.
Blasting trend.
Not cocaine. I wish. The book would be done if I had
It's not
cocaine.
even cycling.
The book would be
Straight
done.
down.
The book
and I'd
would
be a
not
lot
be done
thinner
because you'd be
if
dead.
it was cocaine.
No, the book might be done, but it'd be really fucking weird.
It'd be really
It would be
weird.
1,200 pages.
I think it would be unfinished.
There would be an entire. There would be an entire chapter about a space clown spider monster.
Spooky clowns scare me.
Classic.
My favorite thing is whenever we get a comment,
Oh
it's
my
like,
God.
clearly Mikey's a Red Letter Media fan. From like this one little thing. The most recently is the, oh my God, what's wrong with your face?
That was the one. That was it.
And the real ones who commented on that, I see your comments.
If Mike were on cocaine, there would be a fried rice monster in the Crooked Moon.
Oh yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's honestly a good idea. And so I will say that I'm extremely proud, and I think a lot of people will probably be like upset about how much of the book is the adventure. And they'll, but at the end of the day, the heart and soul, it started with the adventure. We had to deliver.
Well, and we're Legends of Evantris.
Yeah.
We tell stories and we play campaigns.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
And I think I'm extremely proud of where the adventure has gotten and where it's getting. I'm wrapping up kind of the finishing touches on the overhaul and like the tweaks of Fate Weaving. And I'm extremely proud of where we're getting. And I think that we've done it in a way that is effective, but not cumbersome and overly burdensome, and doesn't take 5,000 pages to get across.
Right.
And so, just every bite at the elephant, I become more heartened.
That's how you do it.
One bite at a time.
I don't know if I will ever physically or emotionally recover from the last 3 months.
You will.
I'm gonna need to talk to my therapist a lot about it. And I'll need to probably go on
You're just gonna have to go into. You're gonna have
a
to.
several month detox.
You're gonna have to go into the sun. For like,
Yeah.
For like
And,
3 days.
and shrivel up and burn up and turn into ash.
You mean?
But I think at the end of all of it, it will have been worth it. Regardless of what happens to me in the future, it will all have been worth it.
100%.
So,
Good answer. Good answer. Gotta give it up. With the new uprooted art for season 2, Grumly is seen with the sword, but does he still have his halberd too? He has whatever weapon you want him to have.
that's really nice, Rich.
Mechanically, I will not be using a halberd anymore. I'm using a sword and shield.
Sword and board. That's much more grumbly.
It's much more Grumly-esque, and frankly, having a character with a giant halberd is a pain in the ass to position in art and lineups. It's just a fucking nightmare. So I
Halberds
decided
are tough.
it's all dead.
Did you forget to add the little dagger too?
Everyone has a
Everyone has
dagger.
a little
I
dagger.
need to stick a dagger in there.
Where's the
Rich?
fucking dagger?
You're not wearing any shoes, right? Because
Correct.
he's a dog, so dogs shouldn't wear shoes.
That's
So it
true.
would be
Oh
weird
no,
if a
Grumly
dog's-
has boots.
Yeah.
I don't wear
Well,
shoes, but Grumly does.
No. I don't think he should have boots on because
Yeah.
he's a dog.
That's right.
Just like Frost doesn't have any shoes on because
Oh, 'cause we have to
he
show
is
the-
a cat.
the
We
toe
have to
beans.
show
Yes,
his
yes,
feet.
yes. I have little
Yes,
toe
of
beans.
course. Thank God he has shoes.
Wait until we reveal later that his feet are actually tentacles.
That would be so weird.
This is a great question. We get this all the
I like
time.
it.
People get so confused by this. Question, why do y'all call Nikki Angela sometimes?
Wait.
Where and when did that start?
Who's Nikki? Nikki.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Question. I'm not sure who Nikki is.
What campaign was that? Was that Witchlight?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, it was early days of Witchlight.
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Tell the story very briefly.
Early days of New Witchlight, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, there's no
old
Witchlight.
Witchlights.
Sorry, people into the Feywild.
Thank you. Thank you. Say it's correct.
People into the
name.
call of the
Say
Feywild.
I
its
miss
full
Call
name,
of the Feywild.
Mace.
Yeah.
That's what we should do on the 14th. Is we should pick back up.
Call of the Feywild.
Let's do a finale
Someone
episode.
in Discord was asking if it was coming back because it was like left off on a cliffhanger and they really liked where it was going.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they didn't
I don't
understand.
know.
I'm
There's
not caught
always
up on
going to be a part of
Patreon.
my
It's been
brain that
replaced.
is heading into a massive series of tornadoes surrounding a cavern.
I want us to play a session.
On a ship where the wheel
The helm?
is yes, that is on the wrong side.
Yeah.
It's in the front. It's on the front of the ship.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we're headed towards like Skull Island, like a giant rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want us to play, and we literally like the session starts. Nikki describes the scene where we left off and Call of the Feywild, and then we just crash and die horribly.
And then we end
And then it ends, and we
Yeah.
end
See
the
you next week,
campaign.
guys.
It would take
No,
like 10
and
minutes.
it's basically 4 hours of seagulls eating our intro.
Done. So anyway, for those that actually don't know, briefly tell the story of how that came to be.
Derek.
I'm eating sausages.
I actually don't know how
I
they
don't
ended the
remember.
story.
Oh, you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
So in
Derek remembers better than anybody, I think.
there was a moment during one of the pre-session like hangout moments before the announcements, before we rolled the bean footage, where I was
Evantress
describing
and
something.
pre-chill.
Yeah, pre-chill, the pre-chill moment. I was describing something, and I had a moment's hesitation before I said your name. And the twins were like, "You don't even know her fucking name!
You forgot her
You
name!
idiot, you forgot it!" And I was like, "I know her name. It's Angela." I know.
You're right. That is.
And
how
I threw
it
Angela out
happened.
as a hilarious joke, and for whatever reason, it stuck.
It really stuck.
So that's the
Wow.
answer to that question. Is it was a ridiculous defense mechanism that I used to defend myself.
That is so
Are the old
funny.
merch items also in the new shop? I cannot check
No.
it because it won't load. No, they are not.
They're
That store is temporarily shut down. If it comes back, that's TBD. And even if it does come back, maybe not all the definitely not all the items will come back. But we will determine that in the future. What are y'all's favorite The Midnight song?
Ooh,
Yes.
ooh.
The answer
Days of
is
Thunder.
yes.
Days of Thunder. But it's really hard to just pick one. But
For
if I have
me,
to want to pick Days
it's,
of Thunder or Deep Blue.
It's a tie
Or Jason.
between
Oh, I can't pick.
Los Angeles, Neon Medusa,
Oh, that's so good too.
Jake-
I was gonna
Red.
Good and Red.
Look
Good and Red.
Yeah.
Very good.
Good and Red's up
It's
there for
got to
me.
be those three.
I can't.
I
pick.
don't think I can
can't
pick between them when
can't
those ones come on. Oh, but no, my
Vampires.
actual
Oh my god. How do you choose?
Yeah, Vampires has got to.
Let me pull up my
Vampires.
Spotify playlist
Yeah,
to
I'm
make sure we don't
pulling my-
forget.
I'm
All
pulling it
my
up right
favorite
now.
song is
Jason.
every Midnight song. I
Literally,
can't-
the top one is because it's the most recently played is the Midnight playlist. You know what? I want to pick one
Yeah, I have one in
that
not Chariot.
not Chariot.
No.
No.
It was a nice experiment, but like not Chariot.
God, if I had to pick just one, it might be Jason.
It's so hard to pick just one.
It might be Jason.
I don't know how you pick just one.
Yeah, I couldn't.
mind. What is the one?
But there's like 30 that are all tied.
You know what? I am gonna pick one that's really amazing. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I think doesn't get any love and is very underrated. Is the song "Monsters"?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's extremely good and it hits you. It's
a little
hits
different.
you right where
It's a little different.
because that has Nikki Flores on it as well.
I
I
think
believe.
that's why it's underrated.
And because the night it's a cover, but it's extremely good.
America 2.
America
I
2
think it's
is
super
great,
underrated.
Super
Agreed.
underrated.
Agreed.
Comeback Kid is really inspirational.
Agreed.
Uh,
I
literally
like the
can't
Comeback Kid.
I literally can't pick. Gun to my head, I'm toast. There's no way I can't pick.
Good question though.
Yeah, I do.
I'm toast.
Will all the streams be
Jupiter
added
Winter, that's
in
right, it
the
was Jupiter
Google
Winter.
Agenda? I've been trying to see what streams I can catch. Oh, the calendar. So I know we've been very bad about a calendar. Unfortunately, Discord is the only place where it stays even relatively up to date. But I understand that that is not a good way to consume a schedule of a streaming group. So I would love to have something public, a calendar on our website that somebody maintains.
He
Stay
means
tuned.
me.
I know that there's that Google Calendar that I used to keep up to date, and I just stopped this year because I didn't have time. Stay tuned. Richard Mike, how are you feeling with this limited free time from the crunch? Also, have you been able to touch grass again?
We tried to take him to Wicked, but he wouldn't go with us.
Oh, I was gonna ask guys if you saw it.
I am
Nikki and I
very
saw it.
disappointed.
Oh, no,
I did not see it.
Okay,
Oh,
but you guys saw
golly.
it. What'd you
I
think?
thought you were gonna say
I thought Wicked was excellent.
Wow.
Not just good, it was truly excellent.
I heard a detail about the production of it that made me go, "Oh, thank God!" And I heard that this movie is the first act, and I had no
It
idea.
is, and it's part one.
And that's fucking awesome. That
my
means everything
gosh.
has exactly the amount of time it
I
needs.
believe
Wow.
every musical film should be in 2 parts.
Wow.
Act 1 and Act 2. They're all written with Act 1 and Act 2 in
and
mind.
a lot of musicals are basically like 3+ hours.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like you see them on
And
Broadway, they're 3 hours at least.
this is gonna sound like heresy. I'm not a huge fan of the stage show of Wicked. And for me, the movie solves every single fucking issue that I have with it. It is excellent.
Wow.
If you can, like, you know you're in Oz. The stage show, they're doing their best. They're trying. They got guys in goat makeup, and it's like, okay, he's a goat guy. But in the reality of the world, he's literally just a goat, right?
I
And
didn't
so
know that.
And so in the film,
I didn't know that.
He's a goat, right? It's
Yeah.
perfect. It's great. You get to see how colorful Oz is, and how wacky and off the wall it is, and all of the extra breathing room really helped the pacing. There's a lot of backstory stuff that makes Elphaba's arc make way more sense.
Oh,
because there's
that's
stuff from the
amazing.
book that they could put into the film. Ariana Grande did a Kristen Chenoweth impression,
Oh, wow.
which is just excellent, and their correct choice.
She's very talented.
Do you feel
I'm
the same
so
way?
bummed that I missed
It
her.
was fantastic.
She was perfect.
It was fantastic.
To answer the question,
She could not have been better.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't the question. That's right.
Our mother got a couch sent out to get reupholstered, and I had like commented on it, and Richie was like, "Mikey, when was the last time you went downstairs?"
No, this was last night. He said, "Oh my god, that couch looks great." It's been here for like literally a week and a half.
No, it's on the
No,
weekend.
it has. It has been downstairs for a
Yikes.
week.
No
and a
joke.
half.
So that means that Mike hasn't gone downstairs in a week and a half.
And the door to go outside is in the downstairs. So that's how I'm doing.
Also, there's no
it's
light
in the
here.
unknown.
There's
There's no
also no
natural
natural
light.
light.
There's
Yeah.
no natural light.
No.
Mikey's DoorDash
it's-
special directions say bring directly to my room.
He's really taking viewing the premiere of Nosferatu very seriously.
It's one of the things. That's why I buy fried rice 12 at a time. I don't give a shit. You can say what you want. 12 at a time. It's in the fridge. It reheats nicely. I am good to be in my dungeon. And
You got it right. You got
writing,
work to do.
sleeping, writing, sleeping. And you know, it's the. I mean, when you have that Adderall crash, it's like you don't want to go downstairs. If I'm not working, I'm bed rotting. Thank you very much.
Natural light, get it off me.
Yeah.
It's nice to mix it up. This doesn't necessarily, it's how you define free time, right? Is interesting, but being able to sit at the table with my friends and goof off and bitch about Arcane for an hour,
Yeah.
that feels good.
Yeah.
That feels good.
Yeah.
Mikey has an iron stomach. Nothing can give him food poisoning. The things I've seen this man eat in the past 11 years, do not fear for him. Do not fear for him.
All I can say,
The Grim Reaper will die from food poisoning before Mikey will die from food poisoning.
A dog will walk up with a severed hand in his mouth and he'll be like, "Oh, there's mustard on that."
Gross.
women want me, fish fear me. What can I say?
Holy fuck!
You got him.
Literally Blue. Thanks for all the derailing jokes and campaigns you've given my group. It's hilarious. My group is debating about recording/streaming our campaigns. Any advice?
Oh, baby.
Do it for the right reasons.
Do it because you want to, because it's fun, because you love it. You don't do it to earn money. Don't do it to get famous. Don't do it to get an audience. Don't do it because you want to get a platform. Those are all the wrong reasons, and you will fail if you do it. And I can confidently say that.
I think that's a confident.
You will fail if you do it for those reasons.
Yeah. And I think that, the marketer, I'm going to give some valid advice. I think it's very easy for creatives, myself speaking. It's our natural inclination to be like, I worked really hard about this, on this, and I'm very proud of what I've done. And it means a lot to me. Mm-hmm. And it's our natural inclination to think that because we really care about our work, that everyone else should as well.
It's doing it.
And I think that's the biggest mistake when I hear people pitching their creative work, pitching their thing. They're thinking of the marketing, it would mean so much to me. It's my dream to do this. I would love it if you would give me money or and watch my stuff, because it would mean so much. And I've had a hard life of it. Life has been tough. So please! I hate to say it. That is it's way more common than it should be. It's way more common than it should be. Please!
Yeah, that's funny.
Literally no one is going to respond to that pitch. Nobody. And so you need to be thinking about it as a creator. You don't need, let it be your dream, and it should be your dream, it should be your passion, it should be your vocation. But then when it comes time to sell that work and you're trying to pitch it, it should be about the value it's giving to your audience, to your customers, and think about what they're getting out of it, not at all what you're getting out of it. And that will position you more strongly than probably 90% of creators.
The other 10% is don't be afraid to sell. Don't be afraid to say, hey, this is what is on for sale. This is what is on for offer.
Don't be afraid to market yourself, right? Don't be afraid to, while you're streaming, if you have an audience, on the flip side, don't be afraid or feel weird about asking for subs.
Yeah,
there's a great book.
Donations.
You don't have to read it. It's a good read, but you can read the title and go, oh yeah, I get it. It's called "It's Human to Sell," and the whole point is that in one sentence or less, it is human to sell. Everyone is selling all the time. I'm selling you on the fact that that's the case right now, because you're just persuading. You're just talking about what the value is.
I could sell you a bag of Andy's toenails.
Oh, what? How do you have those?
Because you don't wear shoes in here?
That's not true. I always keep my grippers covered in socks.
That's what he thinks. You ever wonder where those holes come from?
Oh no!
Aside from the grueling workload, did the twins get any good birthday gifts? Ow. No. Never mind. We got an $85 gift.
Yes. Today is
We're using it on fried rice, baby!
Today is not the day for this. We're going to PAX Unplugged.
Bulba Bum, it's a new song. He posted it on his Twitter. That was 2 hours ago.
Oh, from Nose. I presumably.
Oh, it's a new song.
Presumably from
okay.
Zern. By Nose.
The Zern song.
Yeah.
Let's assume.
Okay. I need to figure this shit out.
We're gonna start flying through some of these.
Should we give a general update?
Yeah, so...
Yeah, why don't we talk about that?
So, everything's still rolling in. There are people who have been able to get into the shop. I'm still seeing orders come in. The thing is, we're waiting for it to propagate basically worldwide. It's like a regional thing, right? Get farther away from the epicenter from where it begins.
Yes, if you know what DNS records are, or the domain name system, we changed our records in order to point to our new shop and had to change them back to point to our old shop where things will hopefully be more stable. That's why traffic stopped and now is reflowing and things are a little wonky. It varies from literally locality to locality where the internet is propagating. Based on the DNS record update. That should resolve soon, so just keep trying.
It just takes time. The good news is that people are ordering lots of stuff. They're getting in, right? It's just not everybody at the same time.
Yes.
But we're getting there.
Kills with Pan asks, favorite soup, question mark?
Oh, that's a fantastic
gumbo.
question.
Yeah, I think I
Not
got
even
locked
close.
that
I
way,
don't.
too.
Gumbo's gumbo. It's not soup.
Yeah, I don't think that's a soup.
It's soup.
It's a soup.
But
No.
we can answer something besides gumbo, because my answer is also gumbo. So
Is gumbo a soup?
I think it's a soup.
It's somewhere between a thick stew and a hearty soup.
I was gonna say it's kind
which
of like...
means that you're 50% correct.
It's
I don't know.
it's not quite towards stew, which means that it's soup.
I don't know. Allrecipes.com it disagrees with you, Richie.
Well, it says soup. And the reason why is, at least in Cajun cooking, like a crawfish stew is very different and much thicker than a gumbo.
One
Right? So like,
commenter writes, every gumbo I've had worth a damn is a stew.
well, and then it gets into what's the difference between a soup and a stew. I think stews are a type of soup. So I think you could say beef stew, and that's an answer to this
We're
question.
getting into like hot
I
dog
would say
taco
that that's
territory.
fair.
Right?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
because I was thinking like, oh yeah, it feels. It just because gumbo to me feels just so hearty.
Oh, it is. It's hearty as fuck.
Because kind of like when I think of soup, I think of like chicken noodle soup.
Right.
You
The
know?
Tomato
way that
soup.
Rich
Like,
eats
yeah.
it, the rice has consumed all the liquid, so
No,
it's
I eat it as like a
really-
rice dish, 100%.
It is not a soup.
But that's like tortilla soup. You put all the tortillas in it, and it's like, is it
Yeah.
Here's my
But I
challenge.
do need to answer this question because I am very angry
Hmm.
about soup.
Okay.
And I've been angry
Oh.
about soup
I know what you're
for
saying. I
like
agree.
a month and a half.
Yep.
Because my favorite
Preach.
soup is Corner Bakery's lemon chicken orzo. I would order that soup by the trough
Damn,
if
what
they
the
would allow
fuck?
me to.
Holy
It
shit.
is delicious.
It's insanely
Or I
good.
should say it was until John Q. Corner Bakery discontinued my favorite
Mr.
soup.
Bakery.
So, Mr. Bakery, if you're watching,
Mm.
please. It's winter time and I need my soup
Yeah, it's
back.
gone.
Mr. Bakery is in a high-backed chair.
That's very funny.
As he eats from a trough of my soup. Yes, so I'm furious about it. Furious about
I
it.
think I have two answers. And recently, Casey started making grilled cheese and tomato soup. And she's making tomato soup from absolute
You're
scratch.
stealing my shit.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. Well, I have a second answer. You can take that.
tomato
I don't even
soup
know. Forget I said
Enjoy.
that.
No,
Everyone,
fucking
roll
go.
it back.
Fucking go.
No,
Roll
keep
it back.
going.
No, keep going.
We're back
Keep
for
going.
a second.
Giving you a hard time.
We're back 4 seconds.
Please
That's the
finish
limit.
it. No, finish it.
It is the
so
limit.
that is the limit. I know. So the other one, and this is kind of you fight me on this. This is kind of a Richie's point kind of thing. I would think is volcano ramen.
Oh, dude.
I think volcano ramen is
Volcano
If
ramen.
ramen counts as a soup,
it's a
then
soup.
Ramen's
then
a
that's
soup.
the answer.
100%
it's
Then
a
that's
soup.
the answer.
It's just like
That's
it's
the
a
answer.
pretty freaking
Ramen.
packed soup.
It's ramen.
It's just soup with
Yeah.
a lot going on.
No, it's-
Gumbo's still here, but ramen's probably like
Oh,
here.
I
I'm
love
thinking like,
ramen.
man, we sit down at
Great answer.
Akira,
Yeah.
and you get the volcano with the extra shot.
It's so good, man.
And it's just
An
like
extra egg in there.
holy
The
smokes.
Naruto.
Yeah, it's
And then
so
My favorite
like, kind of like
ninja.
it's man, I don't even know how to like. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, Sage Mode.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
No, I actually don't.
Oh,
I know
yeah,
nothing
I
about
know.
Naruto.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But oh man, it's just got like how the broth is kind of like I don't want to say like marrowy is not the
No,
right
but
word,
it
it's
kinda
got, like,
is.
kind of
It's
like
rich,
marrowy.
but it's
Yeah.
not too rich. It's not
Yeah.
like too thick and
It's silky.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
it's silky.
Oh yeah, that's
it's
a good way to
velvety.
say it. It's,
It's-
yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
it's perfect.
Yeah.
I've always wanted
that's
to sit down and do like the 72-hour broth and really like do it from scratch.
Oh my god, I've made like legit bone broth twice in my life.
Damn.
Where you like it's literally on the stove for like
bones in
48
a pot.
hours
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
When you pull the
And
bones out, they're hollow
it is
because it's
so
all.
disgustingly good. It's so fucking good. Whose idea was the quote on the bottom of the site homepage? No matter who you are or where you come from, you'll have a seat at our table. Mike wrote that line, obviously.
If you have a question, I'll answer this question in many. This sounds like it's in the evangelist's voice. Who wrote it? That would be Mikey Gilder.
That's right. Mike wrote that. We can answer this quickly. What has been y'all's favorite part of working on the Crooked Moon?
We've answered this before.
I would say, objectively, the album.
Yeah, I said music.
Objectively, the music. Objectively, like, it's been such a nourishing creative experience where it's been truly, to me, like, I think of what is the definitive articulation of the Crooked Moon narrative is the album to me. It's the most pure, the most effectively achieved of my vision is the album. And so having that experience, being able to work with Josh and Justin, who are just musical geniuses, absolute musical geniuses, is outstanding. It's a nourishing experience to have such incredible collaboration, and it's one of those things of when it's just hours and hours and hours and hours of just me and Richie going back and forth, and it's just us in a silo trying to salvage things, trying to fix things, trying to solve problems alone. And it's speaking of good and red, something that manifests or that speaks very strongly to me is no one's coming to save you. No one's coming to save you. And the Crooked Moon is like, no one's coming to save us. We have to fix this ourselves. We have to get this right ourselves.
It's a good lesson in life.
It's a good lesson in life.
Honestly.
But being able to have parts of the Crooked Moon, we can have these deep collaborations, and it's not just us. And we can actually solve these problems with these incredibly talented creators who share our vision and are working and all rowing in the same direction. That feels incredibly nourishing as a creative.
It's especially good to get that nourishment, given how grueling the work is needed to be, especially over the last quarter. I would say the collaboration is my favorite part, but especially seeing the art and layout come together when you see your words that have been sitting against a blank page suddenly get this extra life breathed into them, and all of a sudden it is transformed in a way that I can't describe. That is a extremely magical experience. And so my favorite part is that just before the finish line crossing point feeling that we're getting with so many of the words that we've been putting on paper for so long.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
It really does, the packaging does transform it.
It's remarkable. It's an order of magnitude. You'd think it'd be like 2x, 4x.
Oh, yeah.
No. It's more than 10x. It's crazy.
You don't realize how much beautiful layout can like enhance the writing of a book.
Well, because like we're slamming our heads against the wall, trying to find exactly the right word, right?
Yep.
You want it to scream off the page, be the clearest thing, the most perfect analogy, metaphor, or simile. You want it to be exactly the right communication in exactly the right way, mechanically or narratively or thematically or whatever it is that you're putting on the page, and you're doing it in a vacuum, and then all of a sudden you see it get stood up, and it's different. It's impossible to articulate. It's ineffable.
That kind of ties into. I'm going to answer this in two ways, or have two favorite things. One is tying into that the scaling of the business that we have done in response to the Crooked Moon, in that we've been growing the team and almost building like an Avengers / A-team of TTRPG folks outside of us, Chucklefucks, right? That are so talented, and our wonderful art directors and our incredible graphic designer and our wonderful project director and amazing sales folks. And it's just been so great building a team of folks that are culture fits and talent fits, where they're just so highly talented. Has been an absolute joy to see.
And it's made me better.
Yeah, this project just bloom and come to life. And my actual answer, my favorite thing of working on the Crooked Moon is all of our failures. All of the many failures, all of our extremely expensive mistakes, all the pain.
That's a very good answer.
Is so fucking valuable.
Yep.
And
I think that is the best part of how catastrophically we fucked up so many times.
You literally learn nothing from success.
Yeah,
You learn nothing.
There's a stand-up comic that was like talking about raising kids, and he was saying like a lot of parents will stop their kid from sticking the fork in the outlet, but they're just going to keep trying to stick that fork in the outlet. They're just going to keep trying. You're just going to have to keep reminding them, right? The wise parent just watches. Not going to do that again, are you?
Yep. And so that's the thing that I think a lot of people are there is that hesitation of, like you said, oh no, we need to like breaking outside that comfort zone is scary and it's hard, but growth starts at the edge of your comfort zone, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how you learn, is by failing. And so I cherish all of the failures, the countless dollars and time and emotional health that we've lost.
Between 6th grade and 8th grade, I grew 12 inches in 2 years. and
That sounds like a lot.
I had stretch marks on my knees, and where I'm going with this is that we're growing so much, we might have some stretch marks about.
Oh, 100%.
But
I'm gonna have these battle scars for my whole life.
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna cherish them, and it always makes me think back to when Mike and I were discussing what we do with the Crooked Moon, and if we publish it ourselves, and basically, it was a crossroads, a fork in the road of
Very relevant for today.
do we start our own publishing company, or do we just take this idea and go to a third-party publisher, the many 5-year, there's a handful of kind of major 5e third-party publishers, take it to one of them, sell them the idea, and we'll just be kind of the content creator face of it, and we'll let somebody else publish it. And, we were talking, and I think Mike had said, well, we can learn a lot from all of these folks, and we'll avoid a lot of mistakes, and that's a really valid thing. And I think a lot of folks have done that. But then my philosophy was, yes, we would avoid a ton of mistakes, right? But it's the mistakes that will actually build value and grow us as people and as an organization that we would just never have if we were to hand it over we avoided all those mistakes. And now I'm a lot less scared and anxious. You're less scared and anxious, but you never learned, right? You never grew, you never built yourself to that next evolution stage, right?
It requires pain.
Yes. No, we're going through a glorious evolution, man, right now.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's been very painful.
Oh my God! Can I read?
Chaz Reza.
Can I read a really great quote from a philosopher here?
Please do.
Oh, someone stall for me.
Oh no, that's all. Anything else? Any other good fun points?
Crooked Moon stuff.
Crooked Moony.
Moon.
This is it. There's no such thing as a painless lesson. They just don't exist. Sacrifices are necessary. You can't gain anything without losing something first. Although, if you can endure that pain and walk away from it, you'll find that now you have a heart strong enough to overcome any obstacle. Yeah, a heart made full metal. And that's the final line of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And you want to talk about some fucking Kino ass shit that it emphasizes the ethos of that entire fucking thing.
Oh man.
Speaking of perfect series.
Now that's a show.
That's Edward, the philosopher
from
Edward
start to
Elric.
finish.
Everyone.
From start to finish. I
The
love that
philosopher Edward Elric.
God damn, that's good.
Gotta watch that again, top to
fucking
bottom.
key.
Thanks
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Man.
Heart made full metal, man.
Heart made full metal.
The Morning Snow. I can't remember if this has been answered. It's a Crooked Moon tarot deck, completely usable. Yes, it is a full tarot deck. You don't need to play the game. You don't need to know what D&D is.
You don't. It is using rider weight symbolism. So it's not like we invented all of our own stuff. You can use it however you like.
It's also full art, which means it's not just the major arcana. Every card gets a piece of art. It's gorgeous.
Show off.
I got another one. Not as Kino as yours, but when you were starting, I was like, oh, I remember one.
Yeah.
Where there is no peril in the task, there can be no glory in its accomplishment. Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Can I share my favorite
Yeah.
philosophical quote?
This should be really good.
It's not what it could have been. It's not what it should have been. It is what it is.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Simply nail logical.
Honestly,
That's true.
That's just literally
It's correct.
objectively
It's
correct.
correct.
I see people talking how they didn't expect a Full Metal Alchemist reference, and I think that we don't really talk about it enough because it's so just core to who we are, and it's been a long time since I've seen it. But I believe, and so we went, and Arcane kind of came in and usurped it, because I would have probably talked about Full Metal Alchemist more had I not. But now at season 2, I think Full Metal Alchemist has regained its throne as the single greatest work of fiction achieved by mankind. Goodbye, Arcane.
Sorry.
Arcane down, sell Arcane, buy Full Metal Alchemist.
Wow.
Full Metal Alchemist manga
the
and
moon.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the greatest complete fiction work of art story ever told. And Arcane had a shot. And I said, Arcane is the best season 1. And we'll see if it sticks to landing. It did not. And so Full Metal Alchemist is back. Boys and girls and everyone watching. We're back.
It's a masterpiece, truly.
It's a masterpiece.
For those that don't know, and we don't talk about, the anime or whatever that we consume. But Evantris, the name is in part inspired by Amestris.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
That's where the tris comes from.
Yes. Yep.
So, the more you know.
Yeah.
Someone says Evantris Hollow Taco collab when? Let Christine know you want it. Tell her.
Tag her.
Send Hollow Taco a message and tell her.
Two Beef says, Annie, Nikki, do you guys listen to Sleep Token?
Somebody mentioned Sleep
What
Token.
is Sleep Token?
It's a metal
presumably
band.
it's
No.
Somebody mentioned them during the Patreon stream, and
I'm
I
too
said I'd
busy
check them out,
listening to
and then
Whitney
I haven't
Houston.
slept since then. so.
Drink of the Dragon.
what a
Have you guys heard of the band
day.
Glory Hammer? They've been making new songs. They think of you.
I think somebody's mentioned Glory Hammer before.
Never
on this-
heard of it.
on this stream.
Old merch is not available, as we said before. Will the songs you play be part of the All-In Crooked Moon deal? Yes, if you get the All-In box, you get the albums. Otherwise, and if you backed it during the Kickstarter, you get the music. Otherwise, it'll need to be purchased a la carte. Have any of you guys tried Lethal Company? I think Nikki has.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
I
game,
did
right?
not like it.
It's like a Phasmo, but
I've not
sci-fi.
tried it yet.
No, it's really nothing like Phasmo.
Not a cool name.
I feel like it's a lot more like Amogus.
Yeah, I've heard it's a lot
It's
more.
more
like
Mogus.
It's
That's
a
fair.
more Mogus
Is
than
it the
anything
one where
else.
you're like robbing a museum and then you're stuck
No.
inside?
No, there's an alien.
I know what you're thinking
No,
of.
you're
There's a xenomorph.
you're in a spacesuit and you go out into the world and there are aliens and you can fall off
You're
ledges and
thinking of
die.
the heist game.
Can we just give a shout out to Locker97, first time chatter, and they say, hi guys, I started watching the Prime campaign.
Let's go.
2 months ago.
Let's go.
Just reached episode 26.
Prime is truly the unsung hero.
Big shout out to you all. You're
wow.
making the cold winter evening so much better and can brighten up the day.
It's
Yeah.
really
Wow, Prime
interesting.
mentioned.
We
Watch
get-
Prime.
every week we get a comment.
Prime is unfiltered Kino at the highest.
Wow.
It really is.
It's-
It is
yeah,
just
maybe.
unbelievable Kino
It's
of the
it's
highest
like
order.
non-stop gut punch, like start to finish.
It's
Oh,
it's a good
It's a good one.
it's a good one.
It's a good one.
We get comments like once a week, maybe a little bit longer than that, of on Trial of the Bear, Prime Episode 1, of like, okay, I've seen the shorts, now I gotta see where it all started. I'm like, no you don't. no. Go watch The Funny Clown to start. You need to ease yourself into Prime, man. You can't just, you just raw dog Prime. You gotta ease yourself into Prime. Start with the
I
haha
went
funny
in.
clown and the silly mouse. Like, start with that.
I went in without a care in the
Don't
world.
fucking just
Starting
rip it.
January 1st, we've taken a random citizen from the streets and we're going to have them start on episode 1 of Prime.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to fucking ease it. You gotta know who we are and understand the context to accept the early Prime. I don't know.
Is that like what they call it, like the purge? Yeah.
Not a cool name.
on January 1st, you will be forced to watch Prime.
Oh no. Not a cool name right now. I finally got my boyfriend to watch you guys with Uprooted, and now he's wanting Uprooted plushies. Will there be anything like that in the future?
Who knows?
Maybe,
Never
who
say
knows?
never.
Oh well.
Uproot is extremely unpopular, so
It's very
That's
unpopular.
True. That's true.
Will we be getting an Icebound bundle? Not right now,
Holy.
but never say never. Oh, this is a great question. Which Crooked Moon subclass is everyone's personal favorite?
that's another really hard one
Oh.
to pick.
The Philosopher.
The Philosopher Wizard is up there for me.
Paladin is so sick.
Are you? I'm an occultist man.
Oh, I do love the Paladin. I played the Paladin.
I prefer the Philosopher.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know
Nice.
if I could just pick one. The Rogue obviously is up there. Again, that's another one. It's like an impossible choice. Impossible.
You didn't play the Paladin, Mace.
I did play the Paladin.
No. You played something called the Oath of Casting Paladin.
Oh,
It's not the Oath of
okay.
Casting
Yeah,
Paladin.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
little different.
It
I
is-
was a couple moments where I was like, wait, how does this work?
It's not. It's a different
Yeah,
subclass.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
different subclass.
Well,
I
it's
think
cold-blooded.
the Great Fool.
Oh,
Great Fool's very fun.
Great Fool's very
Sinner
fun.
Rogue, I love how it turned out. I'm
Yeah.
very happy with how it turned out.
That might be my final answer.
My final answer is I'm gonna go with the Harvest Cleric.
I knew it.
Oh.
I knew it was coming.
I
That's
love
really cool.
cleric. I know I'm a cleric stan.
Yeah,
I
you like
know
clerics.
that I am people. Okay, but I think the Harvest Cleric, I think, appropriately conveys it. And as soon as we change the names to sowing, growing, and reaping, everyone finally shut the fuck up about
Yeah.
where's winter, and that made me happy.
Yeah. I kind of want to just keep it and be like, fuck off, deal with it. It doesn't make sense to have winner.
I think it was the right choice
That's
to
fair.
change.
That's fair. What's your favorite campaign? Curse of Strahd? Yeah.
Okay.
Derek, what's been your favorite moment running Icebound? I just caught up, and it's the coolest stuff ever to me.
Ooh, that's a good
From the
question.
Crown Crow.
The thing that first jumped into my mind, there's so many favorite moments, but the climax of Arc 2 is a highlight for me.
I would agree with that.
When we started playing Arc 2, it felt very good. I really enjoyed the RP with Manius, and just starting off with the silly towels and everything growing and growing and growing in dread. Arc 2 is a folk horror story, everybody, first of all. You are foreigners who show up out
It's
of
100% a
nowhere.
folk horror story. 1,000,000% a folk horror story.
Yep.
And the climax isn't what you think, because there's a lot of stuff in the last 8 hours of that there's I guess spoilers for Icebound if you haven't caught up to 18, 19, whenever it transitions over to Arc 3. Is it when the dragon jumps onto the dominant mind? Is it when the ship crashes? Is it when Taishen pulls off the coolest banishment that's ever been pulled off? When is it? It's the debate that they have. It's the debate that they have before realizing that the organ is made of organs. That I just had to sit back, and they were having a truly, from their character's perspective, argument about what the right moral choice was here. That was the climax for those characters in that arc, and that jumps out to me as one of the my favorite moments fostering a story like that. I was very proud.
Nikki, was the Raven skin, the one you mentioned, was more Mikey coded? Presumably a Fortnite thing? Raven skin?
Oh, maybe. There's a Corvid in there. And Mace liked it, and I basically
It is
told
very
him,
cool.
I told him to back off. That was Mikey's, so
He
probably.
didn't have time for that.
I said, please, okay, just accept your banana and move.
No,
on.
he's an corn.
No.
He's
Oh
made...
no, he's corn. Accept your corn.
I have no.
Accept your corn and move along.
I have no time. You will never.
Maze.
I can very confidently tell everyone here. You
They
may
just
see
started Ninja
you've
stuff.
seen Rich on stream. You've seen everyone here but me on the video game streams, and that will continue to be.
Yep, that will never
I will
change.
Never, ever be on a video game stream because I need to be spending my time working or drifting off into the ocean, never to be seen again. And there's no in between.
Which is why our next video game stream, we're going to be playing Raft, everybody. Mikey, welcome!
That's very funny. No says, did you puree the leftover turkey into a Go-Gurt form factor for some gobble goo?
man.
You know?
Shit.
And
I should
we've
try
got
that.
another one.
Okay.
Anyone else notice that the descriptions for the dice list every character except Frost? Poor Frosty.
That's very funny.
That's still the same thing. I'm having the same time.
The shirt sizes, they are unisex.
Yes, they are unisex
Shirts
sizing.
are unisex. I believe that's in the product description, right? It should say unisex shirts.
As a Canadian, can someone please explain to me what a green bean casserole is and how it's good?
Oh, it's really good if you do it right.
It's green beans with cream of mushroom.
Cream of mushroom and like seasoning.
Yeah.
And then you put the little crispy onions on
Crispy
top.
onion, yeah.
And it hits, it's a little chemically.
Yeah.
It tastes like home.
It's just homemade.
I think that there are folks who have a nostalgia punch.
Oh, absolutely.
But
100% do.
If you like green beans to start with, you're already well on your way to liking the
It's
green beans.
one of the
Green
best
beans
Thanksgiving
are
foods.
excellent.
Yeah.
It's one of the
It's
best
great.
Thanksgiving foods.
Wait, what
I'll
is
die
it?
on that hill.
Green bean
Green
casserole.
bean casserole.
Oh my gosh, green bean casserole.
Who doesn't
is
like green bean
legit.
casserole?
I'm not a fan. I'll say it. I'm not a
What?
fan.
Yeah.
Andy, I need
That's
you to
okay.
go home.
I would not eat it. If somebody puts it in front of me, I wouldn't be like, ew, that's
Have
gross.
you just never had good green bean
I
casserole?
wouldn't seek it out. Maybe. It's just not my thing.
What do you have for Canadian orders with the strike going on? Our fulfillment center uses DHL and other services that are not affected.
So give us a physical address, not a P.O. box.
Yes. Nikki, is there any fabric that gives you the ick, or presumably this is another Patreon thing?
I thought you were gonna say the
or
ick.
you just don't like, despite the divorce on Monday, I'd love to dust off the ye old sewing machine and make you a quilt.
Oh, that's really nice. No, I like most
Oh, I see,
fabrics.
I see.
The only fabrics that I don't like are ones that are really high in plastic. Okay. Yeah, as someone who's worn a burlap costume,
That's the answer.
Absolutely,
No
burlap
burlap,
sucks.
please.
Crushed velvet is one of the worst feeling fabrics
There you
ever.
go. So there is
I
an answer.
realized recently that I
Yeah.
don't like microfiber.
Crushed velvet is awful.
Crushed
Why does
velvet
anyone
is
like that?
Awful.
No.
Absolutely
It's like someone
awful.
came on a towel and sold it. It's fucking nightmare.
True.
Wow. That's actually kind of.
I mean, true. But why?
That's disgusting, but also, I see it.
He's really not wrong.
Holy shit.
That's
Did I
really
tell
funny.
you
I need
about-
everyone to wake the fuck up.
Did I tell you about that time that there
Totally
was cum on the
2:30.
curtain?
I'm sorry. I'm like so deep in the rabbit hole. over
fine.
here.
You're
I'm
good.
sorry.
You're good.
I
You're
appreciate
good.
you guys
Keep
holding
at
the fort
it.
here.
Keep at it, man.
But yeah, no, those ones.
That's why I'm not doing any marketing on this until we are very. It's already passed. The moment has passed. So
If you-
I no longer have it. It does no longer work for me. The moment has passed.
If you light fabric on fire and it melts and doesn't burn, that's fabric I don't like.
Yeah.
Because that means there's too high of a plastic content in it.
That's why I only wear asbestos.
So I watched The Wizard of Oz a couple of days
Oh
ago.
yeah, you watch them just.
And so I watched them just having a grand old time in just a pile of asbestos, and I was just horrified.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
And it looks beautifully like snow, but I was horrified.
It's just a little asbestos.
was
It's
a lot.
just enough asbestos to fill a garbage truck.
That was a lot of asbestos. That was a lot.
Mesothelioma is a thing to say.
Dude, I finally started listening to my Christmas playlist, and that's one of the songs on there.
Oh, yeah.
and,
It's a
I'm a
classic.
big fan. I've told the story about how I worked at a grocery store every summer, and because that song sounds Hawaiian, it was in their summer song rotation.
That's
and
a
I heard
disaster.
that shit every
He's
night
making
for
coffee?
years.
What a legend! Thank you.
What a god.
Something specifically?
Whatever you want. Man,
Whatever you're
making
feeling.
it, man. It's like, you know.
Jericho knew me. How long has the website had a mature stream warning? Since April of 2021.
Long time.
Yeah.
So 4.5 years?
Very proud of that.
2021.
Very proud of that.
That would be
22,
3.5
3.5
years.
years.
It comes with the
3.5 years,
warning
sorry.
and the little. I've always loved that.
Yeah,
that
that was
little
Derek said
detail.
That's a Derek original. Is it that you'll kidnap random listeners and drop us off in Antarctica with Demons by Derek?
I don't know what
That
that
was 2
means.
hours ago, so we've lost the context. But sure.
Yeah.
I would love to go to Antarctica.
Are you
With
aware
Demon from
that your
Derek?
shop's
Yes.
checkout button leads to a 404 error page for
And
some
that
reason?
cummy
Yes.
fabric, Derek.
That was 2 hours ago.
Candy Kitsune, I just started Icebound. I love it, but Witchlight will always have my heart.
Aw,
Yeah,
thank you.
You know, that's just how it goes.
Nobody likes Witchlight, so it's always nice when someone
It's
says they
nice,
enjoy
yeah.
Have
it.
you guys considered acrylic standees of your characters? I would die for some. Oh, like sell them?
Oh, that's cool.
That's interesting.
The short answer is yes. I've
Let
considered
me
it.
go on
And
AliExpress.
I've considered other things as
Coming
well.
soon, Capri
Well,
Standee is the key there.
with an outfit made of
Do you have
crushed
a favorite
velvet.
museum or favorite genre of museum? Oh, good fucking question.
Whichever one went to for Nikki's birthday.
I am an art museum.
Yeah, we went to the National
Gallery.
Museum Gallery of Art.
That was my favorite.
It also depends on the
Portrait
kind of
gallery.
person
The portrait.
that you go with. But
Oh, I agree.
So true.
if you take me to the art museum, and anyone that goes for any of you, if you take me to the art museum, we're going there all day, and do not fucking rush me.
Yep.
Because I want to sit there and observe the painting. I want to take it in, and I want the romantic paintings and the portraits and the landscapes I will be at. And I want to take it in. I want to read every single word about it.
Yep.
And I want to go to every single one in that room. I'm not going to do, just give it. No. I want to watch. I want to look at every single one.
Can I layer onto that?
Yeah.
But here's some
Don't expect going to the museum with me that we need to stand next to each other the entire
No.
time.
We'll
We
meet up
can
later.
scatter and we can come back. The
Yes.
start and end
So if I
are the only points where I care about where you are.
Yeah.
The rest of the time we're just
So-
wandering.
We'll meet up.
I've been on museum trips where people are like attached at the hip,
No.
and it's like
No.
you don't
Leave
need
me
to stand
alone.
in front of the
I see.
museum, the art piece I'm looking at right now. That's
If
not
there
the
are
point
people
of
that
this
want to
exercise.
do that and then talk about
so
each
that's what we're
one,
not.
excellent.
Sure, you can
Awesome.
walk up and talk. You
Love
can
it.
walk up and talk, but making it a requirement through an entire gallery is a nightmare. I'll quickly answer the question, then I'm going to use the restroom. I fucking love gemstones and minerals and rocks.
Oh, that's cool.
You should someday travel with me all the way to Arizona for the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show.
I was gonna say,
which is like one of the biggest gem and mineral shows in the country.
I didn't know that.
Rock, like through the
huge.
ages.
So the one in DC is excellent.
Yeah.
I love natural history. I love American history. I love art. I go to the portrait gallery all the time. DC is full of so many museums, so we're very spoiled.
Which one has? Is it natural history or is it science that has the rock and minerals?
Natural history, right?
Yeah.
And so they've got the Hope Diamond, and they've got a bunch of other crazy crap, right? They've got
That's a pretty
the
unbelievable
world's
museum.
largest perfect sphere, which is very I just love the rock and stone shit. Even though outside of that gallery, I'm not thinking about rocks and gemstones.
Yeah.
I don't have a collection. I don't. For whatever reason, though, when I'm in that gallery, I'm just like, wow, fucking.
Yeah.
You pulled these out of the ground? What the fuck?
I don't know if you guys have.
Also, bismuth. I'm getting in front of the. What's your favorite gemstone question? It's bismuth. Thank you.
Is that a metal?
That's the bismuth.
That's the biz.
That's just daring. That's why.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm teeing up the joke.
it's a
Thank you.
joke.
Mikey's the only one who listens to me. Mikey's the only one who listens to me.
That was a dare joke. No, that's not my joke.
You should be ashamed.
No, it's not my joke. Jesus Christ, don't.
I don't know if
do
it's been
that.
said,
funny.
but I really enjoy the Aran Space Museum.
Yeah, that's good.
And I would say, I heard you say that you're a very like casual peruser of a museum, and I do kind of tend to like quickly glance around. But specifically at the Air and Space Museum, when you get to the space portion, man, am I just I'm eating up every single section. The boots, all the like hear the rocks like from the moon or wherever. Like I go crazy. I go crazy for that stuff.
My favorite genre of museum, it's not even close, is history. And my favorite museum is Colonial Williamsburg, which is a living museum. It's an entire fucking little town.
Good answer.
And I could go every year.
We do go every year.
Yeah, we do go every year, basically. Same with Jamestown.
Jamestown was so
It's
nice.
just I can't get enough of it. It's
Is it
fantastic.
actually called a living museum, or are you
Yeah,
just saying that's kind of like
that's how they like tagline themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's pretty cool.
for me, it is also history museums and, oddly enough, wax museums. I think wax museums are very uncanny and fun, and so I enjoy going to wax museums.
Have you been to Madame Tussauds? I've never been.
Is a zoo a type of museum?
No, it's a zoo.
I think it's a different.
It's a menagerie.
Yeah, it's like
it's
a
a zoo.
It's kind of like a museum of animals.
That's why. Otherwise, zoo would be my favorite
But-
museum.
That's what I'm
I don't
thinking,
think
but
it's-
it's not, I
It's-
guess.
My-
Aquarium
its own
too?
category.
It's its own category.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I think it's correct to say they're both like menageries.
Yeah, that's fair.
My
That's fair.
favorite museum is the British Museum, because seeing that when I was 16 was a life-changing experience for me, because I always wanted to be an archaeologist, and so that was the closest I'd ever gotten to artifacts, which was amazing. And if I could go there, it would be the Cairo Museum. But I haven't been there. I just know it's my favorite. I know that if I ever saw it in person, I would lose my mind. I would turn into sludge and die a happy death because I have finally seen.
It's kind of like you don't have to taste paint thinner to know what paint thinner tastes like.
You're not supposed to eat paint thinner?
No, it's highly advised not to.
Yeah, but you can have a little bit though.
As a treat,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. But
Just
hey,
like gasoline, you can have just a little bit.
You're the master of your own ship.
Perfect.
Jellyfish Jiggle asks, the big top overlay for the stream is really pretty. Who made it? So I technically made the overlay, but it's all Simi, who's the wonderful artist that designed all of the assets,
Simi!
all of the characters on our new shop, and you'll see the big top and the curtains on the shop as well. So 100% of the credit
We
goes
probably
to
won't
Simi.
see that because the shop doesn't work, but you will at some point.
Eventually. Sorry, I was at work. I missed the song. Is it out anywhere? So it's out, I think, everywhere except Spotify.
We fucked up. That was a fuck up on our part.
It's just we don't know how this goes.
It's another data point we have.
And yeah, basically every time we release it, we learn something new.
That's right.
And when you set a time, it's Shopify only or Spotify only of all these fucking ifs. God damn it.
I know, it's so every time.
It's a pain in
if I
the
had $1
ass.
for every time in the last month I've said Spotify when I meant Shopify, I would have a lot of dollars.
But when you set a time,
Wasted it today.
so at 8:30 tonight, it's premiering on Spotify, but that just means that it comes out early at midnight on every other platform. Like, what the fuck's the point?
Yep.
If anything, it should be midnight like tomorrow, right? For everything else, if you want to
Like
pick
11:59.
Yeah,
11:59 p.m.
Yeah, so it'll be on Spotify at 8:30. It's everywhere else now.
Yeah.
We've learned.
We've learned,
and now we'll just have it be at midnight because it is what it is.
Favorite BDW NPC?
It's interesting that Spotify even like does that then. If like it's
Right.
not, like because you got to know you're not like everything's going everywhere now. Like why even?
My guess is that they want people to exclusively launch on Spotify for some period of time before it goes elsewhere. So like we would say only send it to Spotify, then after a week or two send it everywhere else. That's my guess. I don't know.
Yes.
I cannot remember. I do not know why I can't remember the name of the Kieran. What is the name of the Kieran?
Hizaki.
Thank you. That's my favorite
Hizaki.
BDW NPC.
I mean Virgil Zern's great. Hizaki's great. I loved oh my god. What's his name? Holy shit.
See? It's just happening.
No, give me a
today.
second. Give me a second. I mean, Pazuzu's wonderful.
Brother Gruber.
Gosh, we're getting pretty liberal with that name. Man.
Oh god, I know.
Brother
Not
Gruber.
Volrock. The vulture guy.
Vorok.
Vorok. Okay, thank
wait.
you.
No, wasn't that Prime?
No.
No.
Oh, Escher. Oh my god. I think Escher's the answer. I think
There was.
Escher.
You're thinking of.
In
Not-
Dance of
not-
Death,
not
there's a
Ickis.
vulture.
His name Ickis?
Oh,
Ickis
Ickis is in Prime.
Yeah,
that's
who you're-
okay.
That's
That's
who you're
what.
thinking.
Yes.
He's like a.
He's a vulture.
He's
Oh,
Starscream.
Vorok, the Carrion King.
That's
Sorry.
what I
Oh,
said.
maybe.
Vorok from
Wait,
Beneath
yeah.
Dark Wings.
Who are you thinking? Well, who's Vorok?
No,
We're
Vorok
talking
is-
about Vorok the Kyrian
Okay.
King from Beneath
You're
Dark
thinking
Wings.
of Ickis
from Prime.
from Prime.
From Prime.
Vorok's the
'Cause that's
guy
what
you
he
stabbed with your
Yeah.
pestilent blade
Yes.
in Beneath Dark
Yeah.
Wings.
Yeah.
When you did the whole thing. Anyway,
Listen.
spoilers.
That brushed the shoulder off.
Somebody had to handle it.
Derek.
Peachy Boy.
I really like that hoodie. Where'd you get it from?
I got it from banters.com/shop.
They didn't.
Go there
No,
now.
you didn't, because it's not
No
fucking
one has.
lunch.
He got it from the back of Mace's car.
Derek wants to get thrown through a wall by a ghost.
Jeez,
Great.
probably true.
Not a question, but you guys made it in my top 5 podcasts for Spotify Wrapped.
Wow. Heck
Thank you
yeah,
for your
thank you.
Excited for PAX this weekend? I
Yes.
am excited for parts of it.
I'm excited for all of it.
I'm excited.
It'll
for
be
all
fun.
of it.
It'll be
It's
fun.
gonna be great fun.
It'll be a nice change of pace. Why do you make my day every time I the Once Upon a Witchlight
assuming it's watch.
concept? Oh, watch.
Watch, probably.
Well, thank you for the kind words.
Thank you.
When will Derek stream Until Dawn again? Love you guys. Thank you so much for your work. Greetings from Germany.
That was
He's
a
threatening.
rare break. I will
It'll
stream.
happen
I will
again.
stream it again. It's exactly where I left it. I haven't touched
Derek
it.
will finish it.
I will finish it.
We should give folks like
We're
advance
gonna
notice.
make it yeah. It's not gonna be
Yeah.
a surprise stream like last time. I will make an announcement, and the good half of Until Dawn is coming. Everything leading up to where we stopped off is really just priming the canvas. Now we have the opportunity to actually kill some folks. So let's fucking go.
What was the stupid comment you made during that stream? I still think about.
It was it was
killing you guy.
killing you guy. Yeah.
I jumped over. What was it? I jumped over the log to like catch Ashley or whatever. But little did I know, to my horror, it was the killing you guy. That's how all those games feel.
I want to stream that. I want to stream other games.
Like that.
We will stream more
I'm
games.
sure it's very good.
Any plans for Marius merch specifically? Not at midnight. Marius merch.
Ooh.
I think we can answer truthfully.
TheCrookedMoon.com!
Oh, that's actually a great answer.
TheCrookedMoon.com has a shit ton of Marius merch!
Yeah.
TheCrookedMoon.com!
That's a
you
great
can buy the
answer.
dice.
Get your
He has a
Vampire
pin.
Rose!
He has a dice set. He's in a book.
He's in a book.
Where's the? Where,
what else?
Is our bro right here? Isn't he right
The
here?
minis. He's somewhere here.
You may got moved off there.
I mean, he's a vilely evil monster who burns people at the stake.
But who isn't?
But, yeah, and
Who
then,
hasn't done that?
yeah,
At
and
least
he
once
worships the
as a
devil,
treat.
but, you know.
Oh, I shouldn't
What are you
say
gonna
that.
do? That was a good one, Rich.
Have y'all thought about doing cameos where one will pay for a short phrase and individuals ask for voice lines all the time?
We
Very
did briefly
funny.
think about that.
We got invited to Cameo.
Very
We got invited.
And the thing
what?
is,
Oh,
we got
We
invited
didn't-
forever
Got it,
ago.
sorry.
We didn't wanna-
Over a year ago.
the platform came in.
And you know what? I just I don't think I'd be able to do anything besides the Gwimbly cameo. And so I don't think it'd be worthwhile.
What am I supposed to say? David.
I am
whatever that
in,
means.
I think I would be
David from Ohio.
incapable
What does that mean?
treating Cameo as anything but a joke.
Hello,
And I don't think that's fair to the
No,
people
there would be some very upset people.
Yeah.
Hello, Brian. I just want to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Brian. Beans.
This is the problem. We would do. It would be so ironic. It would all be pure irony, and people would just get mad that they spent their money on an ironic.
I would not be capable of doing it without it being ironic, and I think that I think that might be. I think people who like us and really get us would like it and would enjoy it, but I wouldn't want to make anyone feel bad, and so that's one of the many reasons why we haven't done Cameo.
Mail Night. I might have missed it, but Mace, is Stardust Rhapsody canceled or on hiatus?
It's canceled. So just like Witchlight, it's canceled.
Stardust Rhapsody Prelude.
When we talk about the
canceled.
heat death of the universe, that's where you can find Stardust
That's very
Rhapsody.
spacey.
You can find it right in the heat
That's very
death of the
spacey.
universe.
That's where we're picking up.
No, it's not canceled.
No,
It's
no,
not
it's
canceled.
No,
not
it's
canceled.
not because
It will
it's
return.
canceled.
Stardust Rhapsody is in the hyperbolic time chamber. It's currently undergoing what all of the Gundams underwent before their Endless Waltz.
Yeah, Endless
Oh
Waltz
yeah,
Evolution.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
That's a really great way to put it.
Is Grandma not gonna be the BBEG?
Obviously.
Oh,
Why are you looking at me?
favorite Arcane song. This is from Mossy Moo.
one with Sting-
Preferably
the one-
from
the
season
one with
2.
Sting in it,
But season
apparently.
1, Song Slaps 2.
No, that actually is
you
my
need to
answer.
actually watch our season.
I
You need to
haven't
watch
seen
it.
I know.
I know.
The problem
I know
is
you
I
saw
don't
it.
know when I'm gonna have
So
a chance to
I
watch
still
season one.
remember seeing Andy's texts
Yeah.
when he was watching season 1, and I'm like, he's not gonna remember.
Yeah, I was,
Idiot.
I was fucked up. I
So
was
he
drinking a lot.
basically hasn't watched it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a drinking problem.
So what this
Not in, well, these video
is,
game streams haven't been good for my life.
That's right. That's right.
This is favorite song from Arcane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean obviously it's Imagine Dragons.
Imagine Dragons.
That is Kelsey's least favorite band of all time.
Oh,
So if we want
the
to keep it in
misery.
season, so unfortunately, anything from the first 2 acts, I have no. Ashes and Blood is excellent. I don't have the same emotional resonance
no.
that I do with the songs that are in this. So I'm gonna say the Turn the Wheel by Bass Heimerdinger.
Is that where he plays?
the banjo and harmonica?
I
It's
still
so
haven't heard this,
unironically
and that I
incredible.
definitely need to watch.
It
It's
is so
unironically
unbelievably
amazing.
good.
And a non-ironic song is What Could Have Been. Like there will never be.
I think what could have been is objectively the greatest song from the series.
I would say I would agree.
What is that?
That's-
It's unironically with Sting.
It's
in
unironically
season
Sting.
one.
Yes.
Season
one.
But season 2,
oh.
I think a close second is, I think 2 are Heads and Tails, is Heimerdinger song, but also the Enemy. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
Yeah.
it's the French one.
Oh, where they're dancing.
Where they're dancing.
That was also
that one.
That is my
Those
favorite
two,
song.
Those two are
from
awesome.
season
Yeah,
two.
that's actually my favorite.
Those
That's
are
my-
up here.
That's my answer. That's my
Wasteland was really good. Ashes and Blood is really good.
Yeah.
Ashes and Blood, I think if it had been to a better show, like scene,
Oh my god.
it would have been outstanding.
It would have been life changing.
Because if you look at Woodcut or Woodkid,
It's tricky not to say this, but what scene are these songs in? Because I don't know the names. Like I.
So,
son of a. Like,
Ashes and Blood was during the climax of Arc 1, where
was a bunch of small.
they
Gray?
fight. The fight.
I lost the report. That's all.
Jinx and Vi fight.
Oh, I don't
And,
even
yeah.
know that my ears worked while
Yeah,
that was
say-
all
well,
happening.
right,
I was
it's-
so fucking overloaded.
But like when he had his song, which was "Guns for Hire," which was at the climax of Arc 2 of Season 1, when Jinx pulls the blue.
Oh, that's a good song.
Holy shit! And it's so good. Yeah.
Wait. Say that again.
So Woodkid, he had a song in Season 1. I think was he the only one that had a song in both?
I think so.
So his song in Season 1 was "Guns for Hire," where where Jinx decides, hey, I want to find my sister. So she kept that blue flare since she was a kid, and she rips it. And Vi
those
comes and
emotional
finds
catharsis?
her, and it's all. But the song is really Silco's song, right?
Yeah.
Where he like beats the guy to death because Vi and Caitlyn get away.
Yeah.
And the whole weird eye of Zaun collapses.
Oh my god.
And it's just this
Season one is
beautiful
so
moment.
unbelievable.
It was this cathartic experience of these sisters coming together after literally 10
and
years.
then also when they do the full turnaround and you see in Jinx's mental state
Yep.
Milo and Cloud's ghosts,
yes.
and they're dead.
And they're dead. They're literally fucking
it's
dead.
So good.
I have two answers to this.
Wait,
I
but
think
what
it's
was it?
already
You
been
started.
said.
You started saying that in reference to what he did in
Oh,
season 2.
so in season 2, he did a song called Ashes and Blood.
Which is a great song.
Which is excellent. And there's like this... And it's like this chanting that's in Shuriman, and it's a prayer to Janna, who is a Shuriman wind goddess that's revered in Zaun, and there's all this lore stuff. And so, like, if that moment had been earned and was evocative and had the writing and the creators behind Arc 3, if that song had been in Arc 3, it would probably be my favorite. Or at least up there, right?
Okay.
But unfortunately, when these songs play during these, like, cringe moments or these music videos that don't do anything for the plot, it's like, I don't care about them at all.
Yeah.
They
it's
mean
hard
nothing
it's hard
to
to
me.
enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's all about the package.
Yep.
Very quickly, honorable mentions. I really like these as a song, the Playground song when they first.
Playground is
It's just so catchy. Yeah.
If we're gonna talk about season 1, "Goodbye" by Ramsey, great song. Excellent.
Now especially.
I mean, what a perfect way to sum up Part 1 of
and
season 1.
the song where Echo and Jinx fight on the bridge.
That's very good as well.
That's one of my favorite
It's so
songs.
it's playful.
Where he
because
does the
he's
he
doing
does
this
the
and then
watch
it's-
back and forth, and then
it has
it's
a
like,
ticking.
and it's so thematic to him being
It feels
like
really
the
good. It
time
feels
guy,
really good.
you know.
I think it's called My Love or Your Love or Our Love. Is it Our Love? It's the
Love, I
jukebox
think.
song.
Yeah, that's so good.
I also love
That's
Jukebox
playing
Hero
in the last drop
by
in
Foreigner.
Act 2. And it has a reprise in this season, but in a horrifically cringy, canon-breaking moment.
Oh yeah.
That
retconning.
that totally
No,
retcons
no.
And breaks plot
like a
and
hair
character
trigger.
development.
I just
Yeah,
what Rich
in
said
season
really
1.
reminded me.
So it plays in season 1, and then it
not
comes
how I
back
remember.
in season 2 in the flashback.
Right.
With
right.
that horrible scene.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, but what Rich said really reminded me that there is that other song in season 2 by Foghat.
Oh, that's my favorite in season 2.
Yes, and it is.
Sting is.
I love
Foghat.
It's a cathartic moment for me because I.
You know what?
Because they say slow ride 8,000 times.
And it's a 15-minute
Take
song.
easy, and I can't.
Slow ride.
When it happens,
Sometimes I take it hard.
there's just something about Foghat that really
Very
makes
funny.
me emotional.
Holy shit.
I think my favorite moment from Arc 2 of Season 2 of Arcane is when they shot for shot recreate the scene from Jurassic Park 2 Lost World.
What the fuck?
What?
I hope you're not.
And that's not a fucking joke.
Wait, what are you talking about? Sorry.
No.
My
way.
favorite part of Arc 2 of Season 2 was when they recreate the scene from Jurassic Park 2 Lost
starring
World.
Jeff Goldblum.
Starring Jeff Goldblum. That's
Jeff
right.
Goldblum's in Arcane season
in it.
2?
That was very.
And
That's my
Wicked.
favorite part.
And yeah, he is in Wicked. You see the
That's not a joke. They literally basically recreate a scene entirely.
It could have been very cool.
Oh, it could have been very cool.
Yeah.
If it was executed
was earned.
by writers that understand narrative
And I'm gonna go with this, and let's turn into valuable, even if it's not your special topic like it is for us. Let this be a lesson that's applicable to anybody, is that remember, no matter what current media, modern media tells you, in your own storytelling, hold yourself ruthlessly to the ideal that moments must be earned. They cannot happen just because you thought of it and you want it to happen. In a narrative, every moment that you want to have emotional payoff, it must be earned, it must be built up, and you have to earn the emotional response you're hoping for. That's my
you
PSA.
can't undo all of Jace's character development in season 1 of him becoming this man of innovation and a member of the council, and in one line just write, "I resigned from the council," because you didn't want to deal with that plotline anymore. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not something you can do.
He's also the man of tomorrow.
Yes,
Like,
he's the man of tomorrow, and he's like,
he's literally the man who ushers in the new era.
the writers needed to get him out of the way and put Caitlyn in his arc.
Yeah.
And so they wrote a single line.
Yeah.
One line.
Rich, there needed to be room for Isha.
Don't get me started.
And Sting.
We're not going back.
There's always
Like, thank God for Foghat.
I just kept
And
thinking
Jeff
like
Goldblum.
I love how you
incredible
knew immediately.
Jace was in season
I
1.
wasn't
my
gonna
God.
say
And how
that
much I
serious.
just
I was
didn't
tingling.
care about him at all. And
Yeah.
I was like mad every time he was on the scene. I was like, I can't look at you anymore.
Yeah,
no, I can't look at you. anymore.
What have you
Jace.
become?
I have a question that because I have an answer for it. I'm just
Victor.
gonna skip a couple. It was 2 hours ago still because we're still very behind. Oh, we have hype train by the way. Oh, we only have 40 seconds. Oh, hype train. Hype train.
40 seconds. Can we do it?
Key Tari asks, what are your favorite platonic dynamics of characters from your campaigns? The platonic dynamic between your favorite ship.
That's fucking ruthless. That's fucking brutal, dude.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day,
Fucking
and
brutal,
I
man.
think for once I have
out for
a
blood today.
spicy take that is too spicy for me to say.
Wow.
I think I have to
Jeez.
keep it to myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remind me though, because I would love to share it with you guys. You can tell me if I was being
I'll set an alarm.
too cautious. But I was literally thinking about ships and companionship, like literally this week
You know what? Speaking of that,
in our campaigns.
can we just
Yeah.
can we?
We're going back to Arcane.
I'm gonna go back to Arcane.
Oh my God!
There it is.
Stop! They're already dead.
Well, no,
gonna let you
because
go.
obviously there's the what could have been, but I was still moved by how they executed brotherhood and brotherly love between Jace and Victor in the end.
Oh, in the end.
In the end.
Absolutely.
When they had that moment of these are just two like people that had this understanding and connection in a platonic way, in a truly platonic, way, it was just so. It again, even despite the sins of those first 6 episodes, I thought that was a very wonderful end for their character.
You know, I think it really in like 7, 8, and 9 and how they wrap up, like a very key through line for a lot of characters is the lengths you would go to for the ones you love.
Yep.
And it's not, not romantic love.
No. No.
Almost in any of them, it's not romantic.
100%.
But the lengths you would go to for the ones you love.
Yeah.
When he said, because I promised you.
Yep.
Oh!
Yep.
Damn!
And
It's
it was
just-
amazing, and it was beautiful. But I think
That blew my
it's
fucking
one
mind.
of those things where I think that moment would have been more cathartic and impactful had they gone. I don't even think you joke. It sounds like a big joke.
Yeah. It sounds like you're teeing up a class. That like a very specific delivery of like it would have been more impactful.
It really does. Where I think had they gone with which I am guessing, I may be projecting, the original arc of Jace, which they tried to give to Caitlyn for like 1 episode. Not even. Where had it been truly been where Victor, they have like a legitimate falling out beyond, I am out of the portal now, goodbye.
Literally.
But we
Well, if their paths were doing this,
their
paths were doing this as two sides of the same
I think
coin,
they needed
then
a season.
100%.
They needed a season being like, what is the Marvel? Not Dr. Manhattan. The bald
Strange.
guy. The bald X-Man guy.
Professor X.
Professor X
Charles
and Magneto. They needed a time where they separate, and he is building the glorious evolution, and he goes fucking like totalitarian, like we're gonna fucking
Enforcers
get Zod,
are marching down to the
enforcers are marching
Undercity.
on,
Yeah.
and they do this, and then Jace kind of has the realization of how wrong he's been, and there's a cathartic moment of where that sacrifice happens. That he's like, we have to stop this.
They
And
both need to stop.
Yes.
Oh,
That would have.
well, and that's what Christian was setting up.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I believe.
And
he was.
to see so much of what he had been setting up to be then deleted,
Yeah.
is just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's actually an incredible parallel.
Yeah. Anyway, I will eventually release my season 2 and 3 fanfiction.
And it also reminds me of, we talked a lot about this after the Prestige, we would watch for Patreon.
Join our
Movie Night.
Patreon.
Good call.
We watched the Prestige, folks.
I'm
it was
so mad at
Oh,
fucking good.
you had cow and hoof disease.
I had almost all of me disease.
Yeah.
I was so.
most of me.
I look like a fucking twister board if all the options were red.
And I can't say more without spoiling it, but there was a very kind of similar discussion that we had about that, and I think when that's done well, it's not done enough, I think, to that level of like competency. So anyway, Oh, what else can we tie back to Arcane?
Yeah.
If you could only play one of your D&D characters for the rest of time, who would you pick and why?
Oh.
That's a tough one.
Professor Clayton Azran from Curse of Shredanya.
Probably Gideon.
Damn, I don't know. I have a couple answers that I would say, but probably either Shep or Pike. It's between those two. I think nobody understands how much I enjoy playing Pike.
That's objectively correct, or those two.
I don't think I could pick between those two.
So, it's different. I could say Sarnax, but it's one of those things where I think that Sarnax is great because he has an end. And all of those characters were great because there was an end. And so playing forever, I want to say none of them.
Curse of Strahd is Brotherhood. It's great because it's complete.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like it had it's 56 episodes, you know?
I think when it comes to character that I could play indefinitely any campaign for the rest of the time, Gary Goodman.
I know it. Gary Goodman. I was just waiting for it.
No, I think that's the best answer.
I think Gary Goodman is objectively the correct answer, and if you disagree and your favorite character wasn't mentioned, you are wrong, and I'm sorry. I really have blood today. I don't know. I would say who hurt me, but I actually very distinctly know. I really have. I have the ledger
What's
right
it
here.
called? I got the Big Book of Grudges.
The Great Book of Grudges.
The Great Book of Grudges.
The Damascrone.
The Damascrone.
The Damascrone.
What I will say is that Gus Langtree, he doesn't seem to be a wizard named Gary Goodman.
Is that the butler?
The butler.
That's
but
so
he
fucking
did say
funny.
the guy who owned the house was Wisenheimer,
That's
a
right.
gnome wizard
That's right.
who disappeared.
Yeah.
And he's crazy.
As I said, everybody, Prime unfiltered TV.
Wisenheimer is just basically the Wizard Jenkins or the Wizard Pendragon in Howl's Moving Castle. It's just a pseudonym.
It's a pseudonym.
100%.
For 100%. And it's
That's
all legit.
actually
If you
canon,
shuffle
by
the
the
letters
way.
around, you get.
Because we're probably never going to get Prime, that's canon.
Two, this is a really important question that we should answer. Is there anything else in the store, limited time or limited amount, like the dice which I got? Nothing is limited, meaning once it sells out, it's gone forever.
Even the dice.
Even the dice.
There will be a time we stop producing the dice.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Yes.
It won't be anytime soon if we get enough orders, enough
Right.
pre-orders.
But I guess the point is, for now, as long as you order it, even if you don't get one of the stock that we have in the fulfillment center immediately, you will get it in Q1 at some point.
Yeah.
You will get the merch. We only just had time to make so much product in advance of the holidays. This is an interesting thing from Crown Crow. Can everyone point at the DM chair? Hopefully this helps. So if we look at the screen, there you go.
Well, it's kind of trippy to see it on the screen.
Isn't it? Because we were putting
For
it
whatever
in the
reason,
opposite
that's
directions.
not how I ever imagined it.
This has
going.
been we got that. Do you guys intend to do your own Crooked Moon campaign?
We've talked about
never
it
say
in a
never.
couple different contexts, and the reason this book exists is so that you can enjoy your own folk horror story, right? We have Edge of Midnight, and so in some ways we've been playing the Crooked Moon in one way, but are we going to sit down and run the book the way that we might run Witchlight?
I think we would slaughter it, though. I think it'd be so fucking good.
We would do.
I'm just going to say
We would do
be
an
marketable.
unbelievable. Well, it'd be yes.
Yeah.
So
They might sell books.
there's
though.
a lot of tug of war about like how we would approach it. I will continue to deliver the line of like I almost don't want to because we would slaughter it and people would assume that that's the only way to sing the
I don't
song.
know.
Yeah, it's kind. I mean, I think it's almost like
It's not the only way to sing the
You
song.
don't want to
Just
solve it.
Once Upon a Witchlight isn't the only way to run Witchlight.
Yeah,
There are ways to think about it.
The problem, what you said, is that the way that we would have to do it is treat it as serious as a heart attack.
Yes.
And
for sure.
we basically would have to devote that many hours of precious streaming time
Right.
to things that will get no shorts. Is a huge trade-off.
So we have to always balance chukels with drama. Always. And so the question becomes, for every session that we have, that is a Curse of Shredanya, a Beneath Dark Wings, an Icebound, a potential Crooked Moon, to your point, we're not going to get any shorts from that, generally.
Yeah.
Right? We have very few shorts from Icebound, very few from Beneath Dark Wings. 95% of our shorts are from Uprooted and Chuckles, Witchlight.
and one Yuletide, or two
Yeah.
Yuletide one-shots.
Yeah. So,
Right.
Again, we have to kind of ride that balance. I'm not against it per se, but our audience would have to buckle up and be ready for it to be extremely serious. And we get comments on Reddit where it's like, oh, I started listening to Curse of Stradania, but like they go like entire 5-minute blocks without a joke. And I'm like,
Yep, that's
wow.
That's it.
Or no, it's been 30 minutes and there hasn't been a joke. It's a gothic horror story, man!
Make me a bicycle clown!
It's very funny.
Get your shit
Anyway,
Oh,
so there would be lots of people out there that I'm sure share the same sentiment.
There is a really good question from Angevert Art. What was the reason that the Witchlight campaign was canceled? I just don't want to do it anymore.
That's very funny. People are gonna start believing
People
us.
are gonna start thinking that Witchlight. It's not canceled.
Isn't that Ona?
Is that Ona?
We're just
think
on
that's
hiatus.
Is that Ona? One of our wonderful art directors.
I was gonna say,
gotta give it up for Ona.
kind of familiar. I was, you know, I was like,
I was gonna say, wait, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I
I
know
know
that
that name.
Is it though? I
Yeah,
just think
it
it's.
is.
Oh,
It is.
It is.
Ona, don't listen to what they're saying. It's canceled.
No, it's not
No, it's
canceled.
not
It's
canceled.
definitely canceled.
The Crooked Moon has turned us into
The
broken
Crooked
men.
Moon has a lot of victims.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It is extremely appropriate and thematic that the journey that we've been on has been in the creation of a folk horror story. If we were creating a story about butterflies and happiness and rainbows and all the happy things, it wouldn't make any sense.
Yep. If you guys had to choose a campaign to live in, which would you choose? This is very interesting from Murasaki Bara.
We have answered this.
Uprooted.
What did I say?
We said
Stardust
Uprooted.
I
Stardust.
would choose
That's the
Stardust.
answer.
I think Shroud. I think Shroud over Salt Marsh would be a fun campaign to live in.
I think that's kind of. I think I would want to live in.
the shroud.
Well, obviously with all the horrible
I think
world-ending
wanting
stuff.
to
No,
live
it's
in Shroud is
Stardust.
kind of the same interest of a less horrible and grimy way of like wanting to live in Westeros.
Yeah.
Of where it's like
Yeah.
dangerous and it's you could get killed.
I wanna
and-
go to the kind
and
of-
you
yeah.
would likely be like a laborer or something like that. But like it would still be a very interesting
It'd be
setting
interesting,
to live
100%.
For me,
that's how I feel
the
about
Mighty
Stardust.
Trunks is the answer.
That's
that
very funny.
obviously everyone would agree. It's just sports and goofy shenanigans
sentient
all the time,
dildos.
and sentient dildos. Hear me!
Mine would be Witchlight or Strahd because I have issues. And I'm willing to risk it to just bask
For a
in
biscuit.
The biscuit.
Have
yeah.
we seen
Yeah.
or heard of Epic the Musical? If so, was there a saga any of you liked? I've
No.
heard of it.
I know that it's popular.
I don't know anything about it.
It is
I'm not sure I've heard of it.
it is a concept album that is written in the style of a stage play, a Broadway
Yeah.
show about Odysseus or
really?
The Odyssey.
the Odyssey.
Oh,
the
that's
Odyssey.
shit.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
tight.
Yeah.
And it's a musical?
It's a musical.
It's yeah.
Oh.
It's a
Badass.
musical, but it's not. It's like an indie musical.
It's
right?
just an album, right?
Yeah.
As far as I know, it's just the music. It's not like an actual stage play.
Yeah.
Oh.
But,
But
they
it's
wrote,
written as
they
a stage-
wrote it
yeah.
as if
Got
it
it.
would be performed
Like the
live.
metal opera.
Yeah, exactly. Concept album.
My story.
opera.
My story about what you call it is epic.
Epic.
Is where I was working and I was listening to some YouTube video and a play next happened, and it was delivered to me this song and I'm like, well, this shit's pretty fucking slaps. This shit's really cool. Damn, this is good music. And I'm like, epic, like, oh, that's really, oh, it's from this thing. Okay, epic. It's like, let me try like another song. Maybe I'll like this. I listen, I'm like, never mind.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I'm sure that it was
Many
just,
such
it was just the
cases.
wrong, it was just the wrong thing.
Yeah,
But
it could have been bad ordering.
Yeah,
That used to
I
happen
think
to me
that
all the
Athena
time.
Was in the song. It was like Odysseus and
Oh,
Athena
I
that were
fucked
singing.
up one of these slides. Ah, fucking shit.
What do you mean?
How could you?
They're saying it's the wrong photo somewhere.
Witchlight hoodie. Hold on. Can we just admire this Grumly shoe charm?
He's beautiful.
I mean, they're all great, but
an
goddamn,
angel.
look at how cute he is.
Yeah.
You may not like it, but this is what peak-
taken in a factory.
Witchlight game over. Oh fuck! How did that happen? Oh, I know why. Because
Oh no!
you know it's uprooted.
They said
I'm not
something
fixing
around the
that
tree.
right now.
They said there's a photo around the tree that has the uprooted shirt in it. Or maybe
No,
just
it's
mean under
this
the
is Witchlight
overlay.
game over shirt, but it has the uprooted.
Or there's more than one mistake.
oh god.
Which, to be fair, don't worry about it.
I mean, the grand scheme of things.
It's the last chance for plushies. This is all the dice.
Beginning to look a lot like plushie.
There it is. That's correct.
Well, that's the holiday one. Yeah, that's
In
correct.
our
Yeah.
shop.
Anyway, it's an uprooted shirt. I'll fix it at some point if I feel like it.
I would like to say thank you to our photographer.
Yes,
who
thank
worked
you.
probably 16 hours yesterday.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
To really hustle and get a lot of this pulled together. So.
I thank you for letting me know, though. I appreciate that. Oh, Tasmania. You know what, y'all? I don't think when you clicked on the stream, you expected this much discussion about our special topic. What was your opinion on Warwick's design in Arcane? I personally wasn't into how he looked, but haven't seen anyone else
I
mention
would
it.
also love to hear your opinion because this has been a very controversial point.
We literally had a little debate about this last night.
Last night, right?
Last night.
Yeah.
Literally, this is very timely. Mike and I debated about
Very
this.
interested to hear about this.
For those that don't know, I'm gonna give a little bit of a history. Warwick is a champion from League of Legends. In the original lore, he was a werewolf in the very traditional sense. I think there's a little bit of a Moon Knight reference in there.
He was cursed by Soraka.
He was cursed by Soraka, which
yes.
is this like
Yeah,
celestial moon goddess.
Yeah.
To be and sort of the Elune, like Worgen inspiration to just be a werewolf. He's a wolf
From
guy
World of Warcraft.
From World of Warcraft. He's just like
Not
a wolf
of Wall
guy.
Street, of Wall of War.
He was the very first champion where they deleted the old champion and made a new one and gave him brand new lore and made him into something new. And that's when they moved him away from just being this random werewolf that lives in the wilds to an experiment that is Vander from Arcane. Even back then, they knew he was going to be Vander from Arcane. They gave him the tank on the back and all of the gears, and he's still a wolf. He's got a lupine snout. He's got a tail. But he's this experimented, transformed killing machine.
Zonite.
But still very clearly a wolf character, a wolf guy.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, in Arcane Season 2, this is going to be spoilers, but it's in even Season 1. Like, it's super obvious. In Season 2 of Arcane, Warwick is basically a hulked out version of Torbeck.
He looks like a bugbear.
Yes, that has a humanoid face.
Harry is all
with wolf-like features. And he doesn't have a tail, but he has fur. He has kind of a bit of a snout, but not really. He's got big teeth. And Mike and I debated about this a little bit last night. And I believe that it was the correct choice. I really, really like the design. And I think for what Warwick is, and again,
I came around.
Imagine if you had a whole season to tell his story, or 2 seasons to tell his story. How amazing it could have been. Leaning in on the Mr. Hyde, where this is an experimented guy. He's not like, obviously there's wolf stuff going on.
Yeah.
There's wolf DNA in there. But him having some of his human design elements still there, I think was objectively the correct choice to really represent what they were trying to accomplish from a story perspective. And what was your take before, though? Just so we can kind of show different points of view.
Oh, I think that there's a conceit in keeping that design, that the mystery of what this beast is eliminated. And so, in my fan fiction, it was basically talking about where if I were to rewrite season 2 or like a proper Arcane, giving like a 3 to 5 season arc.
Yep.
And it's basically, I think that you could do that as having it be like a mystery of what the hell is this beast, and then having the reveal be of who it is, be a shock and a surprise and a catharsis. As soon as he shows up, you know who it is.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, the audience does, but the characters don't need to know.
that's true. That's true.
But he shows up and instantly, it's Vander! Oh my god, let's hug it out! Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh no, it's happening again. Somebody ask a different question.
Sorry. Anyway, I really liked it, but I see why some people didn't. This is a totally unrelated question. No. Volt Viper, real quick. Thoughts on Arcane redesigns, specifically Victor. I love
I think they did a great
That's
job.
another
redesign.
controversial one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
it is
controversial.
excellent.
Very mad.
From what I saw, it was cool as fuck.
I literally had my hands on my head, and like my mouth was agape when they finally revealed
Oh, his like
his Herald machine
yeah,
Herald.
his
design.
machine Herald form in the show. Was amazing. I
Beautiful.
thought. Yeah.
Oh, and slightly another thing. The morning snow. Would I enjoy Arcane if I don't play League though? Yes. And actually, in
season
fact,
one, you would.
Well, I think that in general, it does you not need it, and also it's like the League fans who love the lore who hate the third act. It's the League fans like I like the third act, and I've been playing League, and the League fans hate it because it breaks lore, and I don't give a shit about that. Like I want it to be fucking great story.
Knock out
So,
the other Arcane question before we get back to Arcane.
Well, we got that one. I just answered it.
Yeah.
Are we now able to buy the dices?
People have been, is what I'll
So,
say. I can't speak for
It's
everyone
spotty.
on the planet.
We had
I
to
don't know where
shift
you
back
are.
to the old
Tell me your
website.
location.
So exactly. It's totally localized.
I still can't get it. I don't know.
I can't.
So for us to get it, you would either need to
at
try
this.
rebooting your
Look at all this
computer,
green.
which you can try,
There's
which
a
might
couple
work.
reds.
You might try an incognito mode, which might work. You can try that. These are suggestions for you as well. You can also try turning your internet off and back on again, which we can't do because we're
we can't
streaming.
do that.
But the answer is we have thrown a football into the ether of the internet. We have updated the DNS records for our shop. We have no control over whether the shop comes online within your region. It is literally just whether or not the local center that says, oh, when you type that address in, it goes to our servers, understands where our servers are right now. And it's just a matter of waiting. So just keep trying, keep reloading. You'll get there eventually. It will come up for everyone eventually.
Derek, can I upload to the wiki the visualization you made that shows the Southern Passage, the Southeast Passage plan that the captain of the Moribund talked about?
I think this is the shared. I took a very old map of Evantris and put it on a 3D globe and like drew in MS Paint what the two different paths were to demonstrate that one path was longer. It's fine, absolutely. You can certainly do that. At some point, I would love to just like stream for 4 hours and go through the wiki and be like, oh, this is correct. This is slightly wrong. This could be more clear. This is very wrong. I would like to do that, but something like that is totally fine. You guys are controlling the source of truth when it comes to the wiki. It's not me.
Cliche Raisin, do you have any idea when Prime comes back? I've caught up and the suspense is gonna kill me.
Prime has been canceled.
It will. If Prime comes back, it is not going to be in the same form factor that it was. I can't think of a world where and how we bring it back. I'd like to get back to it.
I think we will.
But what I mean is that we'll need to figure out a way to do it elegantly and smartly and in a way that our current structure and timeline and system and availability does not allow for.
Yeah.
And so I think not to kind of crush anyone's dreams, but I think indefinite hiatus is correct to say. And we will need to find a way to bring it back in a way that makes sense for how few hours there are in a day and how few days there are in a week and how few weeks there are in a year.
It's not just that schedule, it's also people's time, right? One of the other moving parts of that question is how do you catch up so many people on 90 episodes worth of Dungeons and Dragons and all the stories and arcs and characters and everything and still keep it feeling grounded and connected and transition cleanly in the reality of that world while also there's a lot of moving parts to that question.
Is there a plan for zip-up hoodies from Lord Kai?
No, they've been canceled.
I would say never say never.
Don't.
I think that design would work perfectly on a zip-up hoodie.
Yeah.
Oh,
You have to keep in mind that this was all about like economies of scale and like not going too crazy and like one of our very first failings we ever learned was offering too many varieties of the same thing.
Yes.
People just lock up and they're like, I don't know what I want. And so we can always expand, but it's harder to shrink back down.
That said, there are no zippers in Evantris, so it's extremely unlikely.
That's very funny. If anything, we would stop selling pullover versions of that and switch it
mix it up
to zip up, right? Or we would like stop selling a color of one thing and change the color to the other color. So like for everything we add, you would like kill one other thing, if that makes sense. Someone asked any chance of a bundle that doesn't include the dice but everything else? No. Well, the root bundle doesn't have the dice.
Uprooted, yeah. Doesn't
So
have the dice.
buy the root bundle. Who wants to answer for putting "Not everyone survives their first adventure" on the shirt? Because as someone who got horrifically Witchlight 41. I am both in love and upset. That was a Mace
That was
idea.
Mace,
That's a Mason.
That was nice.
I think, yeah, most of the designs are just something I pitched. Yeah, so.
Auntie Samanita, is this a limited merch drop, or can I grab it next month? It is limited in some way. To what level it is limited is TBD, I think.
These items, though, were designed to be evergreen merch.
Yes.
So they will exist for a while. It's not going to be like, come January 1, they're gone.
Yes.
That's not happening, right? Like, it might be 6 months, it might be a couple years, right? We might make iterations. Some things might phase out as we bring in new things. Some things might last for a few years. We'll have to see.
We just can't promise that all this stuff will exist for the rest of time.
No,
that's all.
Absolutely not.
This was basically like our first foray into really running kind of a merch drop style expansions on the store indefinitely, but as planned rollouts. And so, it's all the questions that are like, are there plans for this? Are there plans for that? There are plans for a lot more stuff in terms of what we can do and what will come out. This was kind of like we needed to break first ground. Like, we needed to crack the earth to begin to lay the rail. And we just had to do it to get the steam engine going.
Yeah.
To get the ghost train.
You gotta break the seal.
Yeah, you gotta break the seal. And so that was a lot of what this first strike was about. And now that we've drawn first blood, we will drink deeply.
I love that. Will there be another plushie drop after this one? Yes. Have you seen Transformers 1? What are your thoughts of that?
Everybody said it's like very
I hear
good.
it's very good.
No, I'm sorry. No, I thought you.
I want to see
I
that.
think you animated
It's
one.
apparently
I have a doc that is literally all the movies and TV shows that I haven't been able to catch up on and watch.
I haven't heard a single bad thing
and
about it.
Transformers 1 is on there
that it's great.
because ever since they announced the original Transformers movie starring Shia LaBeouf, I've been saying, why? Why do the designs look so crap? They're awful. They're awful designs. I'm sorry, it's not just nostalgia. The industrial, brutalist designs of the 90s in the comic books is far superior over this twisting, ridiculous tubes that look like a fucking Ford, ridiculous cars and shit. I hate the new Transformers look. I hate them.
Let's
I'm sorry.
go.
I hate them.
This is Derek's Arcane. Ask more Transformers
And
questions.
it's finally time
Mikey.
for us to get a classic Megatron back.
It feels
and all
so
the
classic.
old,
Yeah.
it's so.
Mikey, I need I think it's you. I need a code. A stripe code. I don't know who gets that, where that comes from.
That's you.
Oh, that's me.
So
On
if you
account
could
of all them
Discord,
VIPs.
if you could Discord message that to me, I need it.
Oh, the password is
Capital.
Tin Can Crab. I keep hearing about Mike's legendary fan fiction, but where can I read it? It doesn't exist yet. Stay tuned. Answer that.
Let's give out my AO3.
Scribbled in fried rice grease on the walls of his room.
No. Actually, no one will ever discover my AO3 that's actually a
Michael!
YN fanfiction series in the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid universe.
Send me the code. Stop talking to him.
Sorry.
Stop talking to him.
right.
It's not necessarily true.
Magical realm.
Could the bag fit a Nintendo Switch with the Joy-Con stuff?
In fact, I can answer this with great confidence because that's exactly how I measured what it could hold. I took my limited edition Super Smash Brothers Nintendo Switch,
of course,
off of the console, which was the first release, which I think is the biggest Nintendo Switch? ? I put it straight in the bag. It sunk in there like something that sinks real good.
Perfect.
Like an item that's fallen in quicksand and just can't escape. But it will escape from your bag if you reach in there and take it out. So yes, it will fit a Nintendo Switch. I should have brought the bag.
Laser Queen asks, in terms of the new merch for the folks that are wearing it, does it seem true to size or fit smaller, bigger?
That's a great question.
That is a fantastic question. I would say that the clothes, if you like a pretty fitted fit, I think you can go what size you normally would. I usually wear about an extra large. I also put, they are pre-shrunk, so they should not go through any kind of like massive shrinking experience as you put them through the wash. But I did wash the ones that I am wearing, and noticed that to me they did not change at all. However, I would say, especially in the hoodie.
The hoodie.
If you get a hoodie and you like a little bit more of kind of like a roomy, comfortable, like I want to sit down on the couch and just kind of like fall into it kind of vibe, size up 100%. If you like a little bit more of that fitted, like I'm gonna wear it, I'm gonna hit the town and you know walk around, and I want it to kind of hug me a little bit closer, you can go your size. But I would size up personally for me on the hoodie 100%.
I would size up on the
also
hoodie.
worth saying.
My t-shirt feels true to size.
Yep.
My t-shirt does not feel too small, but I would size up on the hoodie.
Yep.
The interior is luxurious.
We
this is
made
pure
sure we didn't
velvet.
spare any
We
expense.
spared no expense on
This
hoodies.
is
Tell me about it.
so
Tell
soft.
me about it.
I'm so, like I just
Yeah,
let
I
all
was
I
like,
just
I think
let
we should
all the
spare no
heat out.
expense. You're
I just
like,
let
damn
all
it.
the heat out. I'm cold
right. I
now
was like, this is
because it's always like 52
sure
degrees.
I saw the
in this
number
fucking
last
studio.
night. I was like,
Don't
it's
tell
worth
Rich
it.
and two it's too late. We should spare no expense.
See, here's how we handle this, Mace. If we just do it.
this is the thing.
That was mine. I was like, we just can't run it by Rich until it's too late. And then we was like, oh, yeah.
It's a strategy that has
Yeah.
worked very effectively. It's very funny. Speaking of League, what are your guys' favorite champions or mains? Swain and Joy are here.
Oh my god.
I would love to
I
know,
love that.
Exo Lion, if you're still here, your feelings of the recent Swain rework.
By recent, you mean like 5 years ago?
No. They reworked him a month or two
ago.
Yeah.
No way.
I'm like, oh god, I don't have time to play any video games.
I have to make a
He's
confession.
S tier. He's like double S
I
tier.
gotta
Oh
switch
my
gears for a little
god.
bit.
Like in terms of like how the design came through, or like
Or the
actual
strength,
gameplay,
the
like
strength,
yeah. Holy, I mean, it was just hilarious because after he was reworked the first time, where he really like truly became kind of like
That was a
general
full
Swain.
rework.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was also like
2017.
visual full
Well,
champ rework.
VGU.
He was like double S tier when he rolled out of that.
It
too.
wasn't even necessarily the rework that did it. It was basically that they nerfed every single item in the game because they wanted to make it more about the champions. And Swain's scaling has always been terrible. He just does, basically items only don't do a ton for AP. So basically everyone else did worse, and he basically wasn't affected. So that's why he's like a 9.
Wow.
One phrase. I can't even say how many words it is. I was gonna make a cheeky 2 words comment. Rod of Ages, Old Swain. Was
Oh,
just
yeah.
So
Oh, it's nasty.
infinite ult Rod of Ages,
Yep.
Old Swain was just the greatest. 1v5,
Yeah.
like just draining everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit.
I have to make a confession.
Oh no, don't tell people this.
I will tell people this.
This can't be
You should
good.
admit this. You should not
I
admit
was
this.
working. They were having fun
Oh,
playing
I
video
see,
games.
I see.
And I was just like, I was just like, I'm doing work, reading chapters, editing, whatever. And finally, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and my brain was fried, and I couldn't imagine reading another word of the Crooked Moon. And I was just
That's me
getting
every
that
day.
itch. It was, I was riding the high of Arcane
From open
season
to
2, Arc
close.
3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna play a single game of League of Legends. And I played my first game in like 3 years, probably 2 or 3 years. I main Tom Kench top, and so I picked Tom Kane. I picked Tom Kench, and I went top. And I went 10-4, I think.
fucking good
And I
for
had
your
a
first time.
lot of fun. And yeah, for not playing in 2 to 3 years, I went 10-4. But Mace double checked me on this. He
Yeah.
can vouch.
Yeah.
Bot fed almost 50 times.
I checked the receipts.
Combined.
I checked the receipts because I thought he was just being
Almost
rich.
50 times.
I thought he was just being rich. You know, I've heard bot fed 50 times a lot. And I checked his match history and I'm like, oh, bot. That's actually pretty impressive. I mean,
Just
there are not even
bot
that many
phase.
minutes in the game. I didn't know you could spawn that fast.
They were against a Smolder, which
Yeah.
I didn't know what that was. It was the little
Yeah.
dragon guy. And so I bought all this
He's a little
magic
gwimbly looking
resist,
fella.
thinking that he was doing like magic damage because he's like breathing fire.
Yeah.
But no, he was an AD champion, and so he still one-shot me, and it was too late at that point. But it was still a lot of fun, and I've still only played that one game.
Yeah.
This wasn't a question, but it was a
What was who
comment.
do you main?
Oh, sorry. Who I mean?
But you can finish your comment. But
Oh, I
I
have
don't
another topic, but because we've been
Oh,
talking
I
about League a lot. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, what I mean is that my 2 mains are Vi and Trundle, but I also
And
used to
Sejuani.
play and Sejuani, and I played a lot of Swain and Fiddlesticks.
I also
I
main
used to
Ornn
main
and
both of
Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, I used to I feel like pretty notoriously rotate through a lot of champions, but my super favorites were Shen, Yorick, and Udyr. Once he launched, basically the only champ I ever played again was Viego.
Who's very good right
In the
now.
jungle.
Viego jungle. design-wise, I think he's a little bit of what could have been. But I mean,
100%.
if you
Totally agree.
had told me that they were gonna release a champ that was basically the Lich King from WoW with the abilities of a blue mage, all right, sign me up.
That's just nice.
How do you
That's
play every champ in the game? You play the guy that becomes every champ in the game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Hell yeah. That's my favorite champ.
Andy plays ADC and mains Caitlyn,
Misfortune.
Misfortune,
Jinx, Kate,
Jinx.
and Misfortune.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nikki support main.
And I am Lulu.
Lulu.
Lulu Sona.
A little bit of Vayne. I played Vayne a lot.
Oh,
Just a
okay.
lot of Vayne.
Vayne's
Ezreal.
more of a top
Played a
now.
lot of Ezreal. Yeah, range tops are like a big thing.
Yeah.
This isn't a question that was redeemed points, but someone called out, and I was an interesting fact, is that someone called out, they said Mikey is the secret author of the longest fan fiction ever, a Sonic fan fiction, which I had realized. No, I thought that the longest work ever was the Super Smash Brothers one. Which was called the Subspace Emissaries World Conquest.
That's right.
And
God, I remember Subspace.
until 2018, it was the longest work of fiction ever written for the English language.
No fucking way.
And it only had 4 million words. 4.1 million words.
Only.
Apparently now, the longest fan fiction in the world, this is some horrible AI overview on Google, so I don't know if that's true, is The Loud House Revamped, which is a fan fiction.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about this.
Which is, wait, I don't know. Is it from The Loud House? A show about The Loud House? And the second
Loud
longest
House.
is Ambience, a Fleet Symphony, a fanfiction about a browser game about anthropomorphized World War II warships. Probably isn't it those anime girls who are the warships?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Kels is in chat. Hi, Kels.
Oh my god.
I love you. Miss you.
So it's about the Nickelodeon show The Loud House, and it is
The
32 million words.
What?
The longest ever for years was the Subspace Emissary. That was at 4 million, and now they just be like, "That's The Loud House, really fucking good." And I thought it was awesome, and then I also was there. Like, I don't know how you write that. I don't know how you fucking write that many fucking words about The Loud House. But Godspeed to you.
That's a lot of words.
James Dean.
Loud House?
James
Revamped?
Dean wrote it. The Loud House
James
Revamped.
Dean.
What is
Was
it for,
there a
for
Loud
contextually? Because my brain's not built to, and I don't read, but my brain's not built to understand what 32 million words
Michael?
looks like. or
I have a
means.
sense of it.
What is that?
Michael,
Like, what is
can
that in
you-
terms of books? Like, how many books is that?
Can you look up if there was a Loud House pre-vamped?
Oh, let me check.
So most books are around like 200,000 words.
Oh.
Maybe
No. Novels?
novels.
60 to 100.
What?
60 to
Yeah.
100,000. It's much less.
Oh yeah.
Much less than 200,000.
So roughly, if you were to
Well,
say,
I'm thinking about like Lord of the Rings.
I mean, it's
One
not
of
most
those
novels.
is
That's a very long.
Okay.
one. That's crazy long.
so you say 100,000 words at the top.
Yeah,
of that.
let's just say
Say
100,000.
10 books, so a
100,000,
million words is 10 books. So 320
So 32
books
Yeah.
of content.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I can't.
320 books of content.
Think of an entire.
is what this
Yeah,
person.
Think of
Hobbit's
an
90.
entire aisle in a library. That's how much it is.
Well, I mean, I guess it's probably 320 books. That's
What is that face?
that's.
Is
Loud
there-
House Revamped
Okay.
is the longest piece of human literature ever.
Can you start
Human
reading it?
literature.
What's
Hold
the
on,
first
hold on.
sentence to a 32 million?
I'm gonna read.
word book.
I'm gonna read the first sentence of
Thank
this review,
you.
and the last sentence of this review will give you no context.
Oh, review.
A review.
That's a
Not
review.
the word.
Someone
Not the
read the
actual
whole
word.
thing.
Yeah.
Took them 2 years.
Oh my god.
My review of it is that it is a power fantasy. Naruto shows up around chapter 100, if I remember correctly.
Holy shit, that's incredible. I have to start reading this.
Oh my god.
But did you ever
amazing.
find out if there was a Loud House 1 before it was remastered?
I googled Loud House pre-vamped, and it's only giving me revamped. So it's only just about the Nickelodeon show, The Loud House.
I don't even know what that show is.
I believe it's probably some animated family sitcom, if I had to guess.
The Loud House.
Loud House.
Yeah, it's just a cartoon.
It's a sitcom. Yeah.
Corinne
What a
Joseph
nightmare.
asks, so we already know you guys play League, but have you played other MOBAs?
Dota.
Dota.
Way back in the day.
We all got started on Dota before
Before
League
it was
existed.
Dota.
Heroes
too.
of the Storm.
I was a massive,
little Heroes.
Played a little Heroes.
massive Dota fan. in Warcraft 3 custom game mode. And then once I played League, I never went back to Dota because I believe people shit on the game. I believe League is the perfect MOBA.
And
you, man.
I just think MOBAs are inherently toxic, and so that's
Well, they are.
I
think any competitive game is
game
inherently toxic.
in
That's how it
certain
goes.
ways. I am probably the only person. Everyone in chat, if you say that you played this, you are a liar. I played Heroes of Newerth.
Oh shit, I've heard
So
of it.
did
I
I.
never played it though.
I played it for a weekend.
I played Dota. I played Dota 2,
amazing.
Heroes of Newerth, League of Legends, Smite.
I played a game of
Is
Smite.
that with the
I think that's
owl?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
played that.
I played
We
that.
played that for like a weekend or two.
So I played.
Man, that really. Yeah.
Heroes of the Storm.
Here's
I
the
played
storm,
6.
Yeah.
Wow, that really unlocked something for me. Han.
So
Everyone called it Han. Yeah.
They've been
man.
talking for like 3 hours about League, and what I'll say is I've not played a single
In a
frame,
roundabout
a single
sense.
second. I've never installed it. I've never played League. First of all, you can enjoy Arcane without. I love Arcane. You can enjoy it without having played League. It does its own work, earning itself without you having to have any of the context of all the lore and the gameplay. The last MOBA that I played was called Aeon.
Aeon of the Strife.
Yeah.
For StarCraft 2.
No, it's Brood War. It's Brood War.
Oh, Brood War, yeah. So yeah.
That's
StarCraft.
the game
I remember.
that invented the genre.
I remember when
That's
it was
the original.
transforming, and I
That's
was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I was already terrible at StarCraft.
Dota was just.
So I stopped.
Yeah.
You just played the first MOBA,
Yeah.
and then I'm done.
Yeah.
With this.
Yeah, just like
He's
just
like, this
wait,
genre fucking sucks.
Exactly like MMORPGs. I've never played MMORPGs because the first one I played was 6 weeks of EverQuest.
Yeah.
And I went, you know what? This isn't for me.
I'm good.
I killed enough rats.
Yeah. Good question. How does writing a module for publication compare to DM prep pre and post Radanya?
It's dramatically different.
I could say that there's effectively zero overlap between prepping campaign prep and writing an adventure module.
Yeah.
I would say that I went into this experience expecting it to be similar and to have overlap. And I can confidently say with 100% certainty, at least for how I approach it, I think that beyond thinking of encounters and adventures, all of that's part of DM prep, but that's not really getting to the heart of it.
No.
I think creating something for yourself to run and writing something for everyone to run are two completely different, wildly different things.
I think a lot of people would think naturally, oh, I DM a ton. I would be such a good module writer.
Yeah.
And there is literally no transferable skills.
Yeah.
It's like not remotely the same.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It was a huge learning.
Nose has the most important
for us.
question of all. When will Compression Jim return?
It's me, Compression Jim. I don't know.
We answered that. If you had the opportunity to turn one of your campaigns into a movie, would you? And if not, why? If so, which campaign?
I don't think a movie.
An animated series would be cool.
Animated series would be cool. My choice is always Curse of Strahdanya.
Same.
Mine's Star Wars Redemption.
That'd be cool too.
That'd be cool.
I mean,
that'd be pretty cool. Excuse me.
Is there any plans to release Curse of Strahd or Edge of Midnight merch to the store? Never say never. Cactus Live asks, I don't know if you guys answered this. We answered that a bunch. We answered this. Cloverflower, thank you for re-releasing the plushies. I was one of the ones on Reddit lamenting that I became a fan right after the first orders. I finally ordered a Frost plush. Shout out to Derek for making a character I actually really love and relate to.
That's great.
Thank you so much. I saw your post on Reddit, and I am glad that we're able to. I'm glad that there were these extras that we
were very happy to be able to snag up a couple of extras.
Yeah, they were like, hey, can we sell these? Like, if they were made, like, instead of throwing them
knew
away.
That there were a lot of people out there that kind of got away from, and so we're very excited to be able to give it a second wind, a second breath. But truly, when these are gone,
would you guys consider making new merch for Curse of Strahdanya or an old campaign that's done? Or would
course
you
we
only
would
consider
consider.
making new merch for active campaigns?
No.
Absolutely.
We would
we're
always
planning
consider.
I
on-
would say there's actually I've had a lot of discussion about a very specific line of merch for Strahdanya in particular that I think would do extremely well and kind of open a new pipeline, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Are we gonna sell Strahdania's bra?
Don't, Nikki, get out of my head. Okay, it's right. You can get out. You're right there. I can
doesn't
feel
wear
you.
a
I
bra.
can feel you standing there. That's why. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's because you're buying it.
Yeah.
This is just an empty plastic
I thought
bag.
you were gonna say there are weight limits to shipping.
It's very funny.
That was just better. That would have been better.
That's all. It's all very good.
Oh,
It's all very
have
good.
we even shown off any of the...
You can get your own Strahdania shitter.
Splibbo, you received
Great.
samples for the clothing. Do we have a sample of the sling bag?
It's
left the
not
bag.
here.
Oh,
The bag is here.
that's right. Okay,
Yeah,
anyway,
I-
it was here, but yes, we have
that's
it.
my
It's
bad.
just not here.
It was hair yesterday.
I was,
goon
trying,
today.
I was trying to grab everything I could. But the problem was I'm taking some of it on the road, so I didn't want like
Goon
everything
today.
to get super lost in the mix-up.
Hair tomorrow.
Would it work as an essentials bag? I think it's a perfect essentials bag.
I think I have a yeah, 100%. I have a
Unless you need 48 chapsticks, and then you're fine. It's not going to work at all.
no. If you need 48 chapsticks, it'll hold. If you need, probably like 76 chapsticks, so like it's probably not Mikey's essentials bag.
No.
But, it would work extremely well for. I would say the average EDC enjoyer's essential like day kit, 100%. It would work for you. If you're like essentials are extremely like extravagant, it's got a limit. I mean, but 1,000,000%, it's a great essentials kit.
I'm a Tumble Kitten. I mostly run adventures that I write myself and have never run a module beyond a single session. Any tips for how to run a module and still make it feel fun and connected to the characters? One thing that I will say is I think it is an easy trap to fall into that when you're homebrewing a campaign, the homebrew campaign just becomes a string of dealing with all of the characters' backstories in a row. I think we have come to learn that I think it's worked effectively in Prime, but even then, I think Prime is removed enough where you look at Curse of Strahdanya, and we all have backstories, but the plot has nothing to do with dealing with any of our backstories.
Yeah.
I think it actually serves the story better if the story can live on its own,
I agree.
and that backstory exists for the characters to inform their roleplay and their choices and their moments, and how they act in the moment. So I would say have thematic parties that match the theme of the campaign is, I think, by far the most important thing that we could recommend for making a thematic campaign that feels connected. And I think that if their theme matches the genre of the campaign, then that's all the connection you really need.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out how to articulate literally that thought, and you just
Great.
said it for me. Thank
Excellent. If you guys could go back and give yourselves advice on this whole Crooked Moon process, what advice would you give yourself? I can't answer this question.
I want to frame this up. a little bit more. Can we to crystallize this?
Yes.
The conceit here is that it's the day after the Kickstarter close, and a portal opens up, and you show up in
Now.
front of yourself.
I
No.
walk-
It's November 5th, 2023.
In a lot of ways, that's too late.
No, I mean me now.
You right
walks
now
through.
walks through and talks to November 5th Richie.
I'm telling you, in a lot of
I
ways,
have an answer,
in a lot of
and I
ways,
can't
that's-
say it on
In
stream.
a lot of ways,
Yeah,
it's too
I think
late.
I know what you're gonna say.
I can't say it on
I think I know. What
A
you're
lot
gonna
of
say.
ways, it's too late. You save a lot of headache in some ways, but in a lot of ways.
But in my way, it's not too late, and I can't say it on stream.
I think I know exactly what you're gonna say.
I mean, I know exactly what I would say. Where it wouldn't be too late.
And to actually answer the question,
This is an objectively correct answer.
I agree.
Can't be spoken all the time.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that-
there's
that
a grief
you can-
that can't be spoken.
Yeah,
very
that you
funny.
can very easily
There's a
deliver
pain
at
goes
that
on.
time well in advance that would change the course of
My
everything.
my answer to this question is tools and processes. Actually, If there's no time limit, right? So I can sit down and I can walk myself through the way that we do the work now, which is radically different from the way that we did the work a year ago. And so I would hand myself the systems, the platform,
That
the
is
canvases,
excellent.
and the language that I need in order to talk about getting the work done, regardless of all the other insanity.
For
The
a more
problem is
yeah, go
that
ahead.
then your past self would have to murder you. And do you think that you
Oh
have
no,
the
no,
stomach for
no!
it?
By merit of this conversation, you murder yourself.
You'd have to close your
You have
time
to
loop.
prestige your shit.
Yeah, you
You'd have
prestige
to
your
close
shit.
your time loop
But-
so that the paradoxical
Given how much this is, how crazy this
doesn't
is,
collapse within on itself.
it's worth prestiging.
Yeah.
I'd prestige the shit out of myself right now if I could fix this.
Yeah, you close the book on the Crooked Moon for the
Just
final time.
snap my fingers.
The portal opens
Fixed.
up and you say,
I would tell myself to your basically with your answer. This is the process that it needs to be done.
Yeah.
These are the roles that you need.
Yeah.
And you're about to go almost a year without these roles filled. Holy shit!
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like I would smack myself and be like, these are the processes that you're going to make mistakes and learn that what is not objectively, but in our scenario, how we should have done things, and so that we don't learn it so late.
understanding key pipeline is
Yes.
very necessary.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
To just run any kind of process effectively, understanding like
Yeah.
what you
We were
need,
flying
what you
blind.
need to have that happen is
Yeah.
your car needs tires.
And
you
it's
know,
one of those
to get
things
anywhere.
where, like, we knew that we would make mistakes, and we knew that it would be difficult. But, like, even in my worst imaginings,
Yeah.
in my worst nightmares, I never would have foreseen the mistakes that we made, the horrors, the difficulty, the challenge
Yeah.
that
100%.
we've experienced. And I think that's just how this works.
Yeah.
That's just generally how you don't realize how bad it can get. It's like if only you knew how bad it will get.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that is one of those things where I think that's just kind of part of when you are making a project. You hear very similar things about a lot of creative projects and a lot of works of where you like it's there's so many possible hurdles and challenges that you're gonna make a lot of fuck
If we
ups.
knew that pain was coming, the pains that we ended up feeling, if we knew those pains were coming, we would have worked to avoid them. The problem is that you just don't know that it's going to hurt until you, fire hot? Ah, fire indeed hot.
Right.
And that's why.
Slam into the brick wall.
And that's
at
why,
max speed.
if I could go back and say to myself something, I would say, slow ride, take it easy.
I think that's
I like to
wow.
imagine
Wise.
that
And I
current-
feel that would have solved all the problems.
Just take it easy.
Just slow ride.
What are you gonna say?
I like to imagine that current phase, like present day Mikey, would go back and say, "Abandon all hope. There is no salvation."
No, that's not
You
what
must
Mikey, that's
carry
not
on.
what Mikey
Well,
would
there
say.
is hope.
That
Right?
is
That's
not- that
the
is
point.
not what
is that
Mikey
we're
would
getting
say.
there. It's just been infinitely more painful than I think any of us expected.
Yeah.
And I thought that we were making the right decisions to avoid all of the pain.
Yeah.
And in fact, those same decisions actually were a massive cause of the pain.
Yes. And
It's
Yeah.
dramatic.
I don't wanna sound like I'm
It'll make a really good story one day.
This is a related question. Do you feel any differently about Edge of Midnight now that you've been working on its estranged sibling for so long?
That's a funny way to think.
Me
about it.
That's a great
personally,
question.
me
Yeah,
personally,
it's a great question.
No, I don't. I don't feel very differently about
do
Edge of Midnight.
feel differently, and despite you think I'm gonna say, "Fuck, get away from me" for the rest of time, but I don't feel that. I see what we've done, especially in the last 3 months, and I don't think many other campaigns, if any other campaign, could have this level of lore and character. We couldn't do this with other campaigns of what we're doing with the Crooked Moon.
No.
Of taking the characters and their themes and turning them into these massive, larger-than-life villains and all of that, and have it feel consistent and clear and not bending over backwards. We're not doing a ton of retcon. It's not the same universe, but no other campaign could have achieved this. And I think that is a tremendous testament, and it has made me extremely appreciative to what a creative triumph Edge of Midnight was. That has allowed it to serve such an incredibly robust inspiration.
I totally agree.
For this. And so it's made me appreciate Edge of Midnight compared to any other campaign a lot more.
They are so different. The endings are not even in the same, like they're just different stories. And so for me, I don't even like, they live in the same world, but they're not the same thing. And so I just can't compare them.
That's a wonderful question, though. Thank you for asking.
No, I think that's a great question.
Will there ever be a Thanksgiving one-shot just for giggles? No.
There won't be? I think that we do
I
it,
have a
but...
picture one I just thought of.
Me too.
No, we do not have time.
Yes! I'm so good!
Are you gonna DM it, Mike?
But I want to play
What's your pitch?
What is it, Michael?
Get it out. Spit it out.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Please hear me out.
Okay.
No.
It's better. I think it's on par with 13 Beers Local Cheese.
Okay.
Then it's
Whoa,
I mean, that's
definitely
high
not.
praise. That's high praise.
That's very high praise.
It's literally our magnum opus.
Yeah.
I think everyone is Ben Franklin. And you need to see how many kooky inventions you can come up with and how many older women you can bang before you die of syphilis.
Okay, so we need a syphilis tracker for every
What is
character.
Ben Franklin?
We need a syphilis tracker.
Yeah!
I have one twist. One character.
And also Thanksgiving is
No, one character. One character has to be.
Thanksgiving.
There's a rotating turkey token. One person is a real world turkey. That's
I'm
like
thankful
does a
for not
classic
having
turkey. That's how you bring the
syphilis.
Thanksgiving in. Because remember, he wanted the noble
That's
turkey.
That's what I mean.
Right, he wanted the noble turkey, right? So one person has to
very
only
funny.
communicate with gobbles, in addition to all the other Ben
The
Franklin.
answer is no.
We need a bangerometer so that you can track the older women that you're banging.
We need something that you can add to it or subtract, like Honey Heist.
Yeah. I think you could have a one page about Ben Franklin. That's all I'm saying.
The syphilis and invention. If you invent something, then it puts you this way.
So like Sigma Grind said.
But every time you bang somebody, it goes this way.
Sigma Grind said older women.
Yeah! Oh God! It writes itself. Get on it, Reddit.
All right.
Fuck!
Oh, that's very funny. Bro Cage, can you guys articulate on what some mistakes were and why they were so costly, both money-wise and time-wise?
Very few.
Very few.
I'm inclined to say we can't, but let me think for a second.
Some stuff is also probably just so, even the stuff you potentially could
I
talk
think
about.
I think what
so
we could
condensed.
say is not having the processes set up to the point that we had to effectively throw out and redo such a vast amount of work several times.
I know one.
Yeah.
Everything was drastically underpriced because we didn't
Well,
know how
we've
much
talked
things
about
were
it.
supposed
Great
to
call.
cost.
Great call.
That's a really
So
mention
minis
that one.
are very,
Good one.
very, very,
Good
very,
call.
very expensive, and
Yeah.
resin dice are incredibly expensive, and we were selling them for $25
More
a
expensive than you
set.
think, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So that.
That's a really good point.
That one.
And to layer on to having to throw out work, the long tail of the TTRPG industry, it's extremely long. Things just take fucking forever.
Yep.
And even in our wildest dreams, we didn't know how long things took.
Yep.
And in the perfect process of an established company, you write the entire book first, and it is totally done and polished before you even think about getting a single piece of art done.
Yep.
Or you even think about like laying it out,
Yep.
right? And we have done everything kind of all, upside down at the same time. So, getting art done before it's written, or we write stuff and we're getting art done of it written, then we read it, it's like, oh my God, we need to rewrite this.
Building the runway is a painstaking. I've said that a bunch, right?
Yes, we have wholesale, like, cut entire chapters that had maps done, that had art done, right, that we have to delete because we realize it and we finally got enough air where we had a chance to actually read something and be like, this isn't acceptable for us to publish. Yeah. And I think here's another thing I can say, us realizing earlier on that we could push back and say, you know what, this isn't acceptable. I think it's easy to say, hey, we're new, we don't know what we're doing. So there wasn't that confidence at the beginning, I think, where it was easier to let some stuff slide early.
Yeah.
Before finally realizing, you know what, like, no, we need to do this.
Yeah.
And there's lots of stuff that maybe eventually we'll write a whole fucking book about it. Who knows? We could write many books about this.
I would love to, I mean, not that we'll ever have the time, but I would love to, like, create a resource for people who want to get into creating their own publishing company and get into Kickstarting and get into
I want to talk to you about this. I completely agree.
And the resources, because, like, there are so few resources online.
It's a black box.
Of getting into the industry.
It's not just that there are so few resources.
Like
there are lots of things that pretend to be resources that are just fucking wrong.
No, they're wrong. It's like they're teaching you wrong as a joke.
Yeah.
So that you have,
we trained him wrong as a joke.
Yes. No, it needs to be out there, and I don't know when we're gonna have the time.
We'll have the time.
And
maybe
we will find out
in our retirement
in 2029.
Yes.
Tune back in.
And part of me wants to, like, part of me wants to believe that it's not being deliberately obtuse. That it's, like, not being obfuscated deliberately. It's just...
Well, here's the thing. The TTRPG industry is one where in the truest sense, there are no gatekeepers.
No.
Where you can blow the doors off, and if you have a product that people want, you're in there.
Yep.
And you're a product, and you're selling, you're publishing, you're in stores.
Yep.
That's awesome. But then you still have to stumble through the dark to learn actually how to do it.
Yep.
Because no one wants to fucking tell you. It's this weird arcane secret where it's like there's not gatekeepers at the macro level, but and not literal gatekeeping like there are actual people, but there's almost like this meta gatekeeping at the micro level of the actual, like, or strategic versus tactical.
Yeah.
Of, like, what are the actual steps? Well, good luck. Oh, you better talk to somebody at a convention, and they better know a guy, and they better know the right guy, and hopefully that guy has the right fucking opinion. And if he has the wrong opinion, holy shit. Or if he has the right opinion, but maybe it's not the right opinion for you, like, I could go on.
Yeah.
I could go on.
And it could just be that the industry is so hectic, so chaotic, so insane that no one has the time to sit down and actually...
Right, of course.
To do that. And I think that's probably what it is.
My understanding is that there were really two big main resources, one of which is Jamie Stegmaier's blog, which is excellent, but it's so focused on board games.
Yeah.
That, like, there's a ton that's not transferable. Writing a book is totally different. Making a board game is, obviously designing a fun game is hard.
And playtesting.
And playtesting is extremely hard, but I think writing a book is a whole nother level of torture that no board game blog could ever teach you. And so many of the resources are focused on board games.
Well, it's also, I mean, and then adding an adventure.
Yeah, and
on
so
top of that is it increases the torture by an order of magnitude.
My understanding is that the only other blog that was extremely robust and had a ton of advice was on the TTRPG side, but I believe the person that ran it passed away, and I guess no one knew how he had his domain set up.
Yep.
And so the blog basically fell off the internet.
Yep.
And so there's no way to access that content.
That's fucking awful.
Yeah.
And and a lot of the resources, Crowdfunding Nerds is a podcast, which we read all of Jamie Stegmaier's blog, all of Crowdfunding Nerds podcast, but it's very board game focused.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's the most of the industry.
And it only gets you so far.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the stuff where we didn't make the horrible mistakes was all the stuff we learned that was applicable to fucking board games.
Yep.
Because of Jamie Stegmaier and Crowdfunding Nerds and Board Game Design Lab and all the other, podcasts out there. This is kind of related. This is a comment from Candy Kitsnay. I love so dearly how open and honest you guys are, not only about the Crooked Moon, but about everything y'all do. Your perspective on failures and being a creative is so insightful.
Oh, well, thank you.
Hopefully it's useful, right? Like, we shared this shit because hopefully it helps folks. If our experience can help prevent other folks making the same mistake.
Yeah, then we've done some fucking good.
Oh, yeah. What's the most fun you guys had on Edge of Midnight?
Ooh.
Cotillion was really fun.
That's what I fucking...
Oh, that's post.
That's post
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
exploded.
I was gonna say it's that whole fight sequence where Bracey says "Voodoo gun."
The final fight of the
always be my favorite section.
The
mine I really liked.
I was gonna say the mine boss fight especially.
Yeah.
But the entire time through the mine, while
all
you guys
the-
were like merged and shit. and fucking-
Not Greco.
Farron.
Jericho and Farron were like merged together, and
Something I really wanted
the
that.
Crooked House. The
Left
entire
had the one-
seance.
Oh,
right?
the Crooked House was
That's what I was
excellent.
gonna say.
Yeah.
The Crooked House was so fucking
It was
good.
so thematic, and we
Yeah.
had the
It was
actual
so
spirit board.
good.
Oh,
Yeah.
all the different rituals.
We all
Yeah.
started doing this.
All the different rituals were actually burning stuff and lighting candles,
Yeah.
and the lights were low. Oh, what a
What a
fun
great
campaign.
campaign.
That was like way later. That's
We
not
did it
Crooked
twice.
House. Oh,
We did one pre-break and one post-break with Farron and Yorgrim, pre-Greyhound.
Yeah, we
I
did.
can't remember-
What's her name? Maggie.
Maggie.
Yeah,
Yes.
and,
Yeah, yeah.
and in that house to like banish the encroaching
To banish Kellen's like
yeah,
encroaching crooked roots.
encroaching darkness.
Yeah.
And that's when we were like had the pestle, the moral
This was
pestle,
literally,
and,
like, starting a
burning
fire in the
things
cauldron.
and, like, yeah,
Yeah.
that was crazy.
When
I
did
like
we have the
props.
candles and read the ritual?
That was when you were at her house in
Yeah.
the woods, and you
So
were
it's still
trying
Maggie,
to-
still with
that's,
Maggie.
that's when we were like bonding. Wait, no,
It was earth and fire and this space in between, and
we were becoming
and you
like
were the guardians.
avatars.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were
I thought that was
bonding
in
with
like.
your.
I thought that was in the cathedral.
No, that was in her house. Because
Yeah.
you were trying to push back the sickness just long enough so you could get back to Cyril and deal with everything.
that's right. Oh God, what a good campaign!
Yeah, that was
Holy shit, I
That was wild.
fucking love that campaign.
While there's a quick pause, Richie, do you mind checking your phone?
I certainly can. You need a.
No, I need you to check a message.
Oh.
And then read it. Don't give it to Mace, he can't read.
Oh, he's
No,
colorblind.
he's colorblind.
He can't read.
No, he's literally said earlier today, I don't read. I
Yeah.
can't read.
Well, can't and don't aren't too
fine
far.
line. It's a fine line.
Is it? I think I'll find it.
It's an
here.
Owners Club.
Yeah.
If you know what that is, I'm gonna get that completed.
Well,
Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. I know I've been no fun today.
Oh,
it's a pretty no fun scenario.
Guys, I'm having a blast. All right, I'm gonna have a great time over here. I'm wearing my Uprooted shirt.
I'm having a fine time. I'm just not very fun today.
You know, listen, Andy. Sometimes in a relationship like this between you and I, you're 1%.
I don't know if that's
and I'm
the
at
right one.
99%.
Let me grab the thing for you.
That's okay. Because I'll pick up your slack.
One second.
Though you
Thank you. I
stop
appreciate it.
listening.
No,
Oh.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was just a link. That
Don't
was
worry.
but I thought you
Don't
had to
worry
create,
about
like,
him,
an
Mace.
account.
No,
You
I
had to
didn't.
connect
It
to
was
it.
tied to.
Don't worry about him. He can't read.
You didn't have to like connect.
He can't read. You're colorblind.
Well, no, I
Yeah.
both I started to and then make an account, but it.
But you
forces
can't
it-
understand
it
this
plugged
because
in
you're
Farron's
colorblind.
email, so I didn't.
So true.
I had to make an account.
So true.
But we paid the.
We did, but it was like a one-time thing.
Felzy
as a guest.
Sansy would /
Yeah,
have
a
you
guest
guys
checkout.
go to
We're gonna try
Otakon in
it
DC. I went to Otakon
You
9
said
years
just
in a
guest
row,
checkout.
I'm gonna try it.
and then I just stopped going.
Yeah.
I think it moving to DC destroyed the magic.
I'd like to go
I
back.
loved it in Baltimore.
I'd like to
Oh,
go
so
back.
good in
do-
Baltimore.
Like, you think about like the food we get, like those dinners, man.
Oh my
out there.
God.
They're
Otakon,
so
yeah.
Kona
crazy.
Grill.
Otakon in
Kona Grill?
Kona Grill.
That's the sushi.
The sushi
yeah.
place. Yeah.
it just didn't have the magic. It became kind of more.
Yeah,
It
I
became more
think you're right.
expo-like.
Yeah,
you could
it's-
walk
it's not the
3-4
same.
blocks away from the convention center and just get completely mobbed by homeless people. It was wonderful.
We got harassed by strip club promoters.
Yeah.
And got hurled some very awful things that one could say to anybody.
Yeah.
Because we didn't want to go into a strip club at 11 a.m.
Well,
on a
you're
Saturday.
overweight and undesirable.
Yeah.
We got bacon and eggs. Come on in.
Do you guys ship to Iceland? And if you do, could it be that the country state choice is in the checkout is still recovering after the technical issues?
That shouldn't be connected. I'm not sure why, but that's a good flag. We can look into that.
We'll look into that. Thank you. Episode 48 of Witchlight is on Where the Solace is. Solace. Any suggestions for the next campaign I should start? If you like funny stuff,
Uprooted.
Yeah.
If you're now ready to kind of graduate to the next tier of Evantris storytelling, I mean, as far as the serious stuff, Stardust Rhapsody, Icebound, Curse of Strahd.
I think if you're
Edge of
really
Midnight.
ready to dive in
Edge of
and you want to
Midnight.
do the 3 campaign arc of
Curse of Strahd.
Strahdanya, Edge of Midnight, Beneath Dark Wings.
Yeah,
or,
that's pretty solid.
If you want the kind of like dark.
Or Strahdanya,
or-
Beneath Dark Wings, Edge of Midnight. That's how you should do that.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
said. That's what you said.
Sorry, no, I fucked it up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
Strahdanya, Beneath Dark Wings, Edge of Midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really, I think, satisfying interconnected thread biz.
And you have a shit ton, and yeah, it's very, very cathartically relevant. That's a good question.
That
Why
is
don't
a
you read
great
this?
question.
Naren Jason of Ertas. Sorry if Naren Jason of Ertas.
Naranha Senofertas.
Oh, so sorry. Asks.
Yeah.
As
that's
the
the tough
creative
one.
process you have experienced in this project, what advice would you give to someone who gets involved in an artistic project and does not know how to find the middle point between keeping the essence of what one wants to convey and the personal satisfaction that the project meets the expectation? Thanks for all.
Wow.
I think that there is an inherent compromise that you have to make. Is where, we keep talking about where art, we were talking about that earlier, art is never finished, it's abandoned.
Yep.
We were talking about that earlier.
Not on stream.
Oh,
Not today.
we were talking about it at a meeting earlier, I guess. Or was that yesterday? I don't know. It all runs together.
Might have been yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And I think that there's an inherent compromise, especially when you need to kind of involve a ton of different people to kind of get this done. There's a ton of moving parts in order to publish it and get the creative vision. And I think that it's really about, and I don't have any tips of how to find the compromise. It's basically find what you are willing to accept for yourself and don't make it perfect. Take perfect and drop it down to what are you willing to accept for yourself and still feel proud and shoot for that. Compromise everything between perfect and being willing to accept and still feel pride in what you're doing.
The pride part's really important.
Feel pride in what you publish or what you put out, and compromise on everything in between that, so that you can still get it out and have it go.
I feel like this kind of makes me think of some of the times you've commented on. I feel like we'll get the question like, how do you, or maybe you just like frame it up this way, but how do you kind of take, and this is obviously targeted more towards like us specifically in the Crooked Moon, but how do you take a folk horror story and understand that you're writing it for the lowest common denominator?
Yeah.
And that's because that's kind of that balance you're trying to strike there.
Yeah. And that's a good thing. It's accepting of doing the best that you can. And so this is another really good point, is where after we saw The Witch, especially for our Patreon movie night, and I was thinking about it, man, if I could get tasked to write my own folk horror story, TTRPG, but play my own folk horror game, and it was totally private, it would look 100% different.
Yep.
Maybe not 100%, but extremely different.
Yep.
And I think it's okay that it looks extremely different. There are things, and we've been talking about it with Arcane, and I think that if you don't like Arcane, I think what we're talking about is still very relevant to broad creation and art.
Yeah.
And I think that it's one of those things is where when it comes to new folk horror is extremely nuanced. But what works for the masses and the broad thing, when you look at the broader, the fandom response to the bad stuff of Arcane, and then once they brought the nuance in, is that nuance is very difficult to achieve for a mass market product. And especially for a mass market product where people are going to take and then use and then run themselves and put with their own games, especially in a medium that is so emotionally charged as tabletop role-playing, that there are just things that you cannot do and things that you cannot achieve. And accepting that and grieving that in a lot of ways was a big part of my growth, even before we launched, of ideas that I had and things that I would have done for a full folk horror experience that had to be thrown out before we even announced. that kind of is a process of accepting of you need to, because it's not just for you. You can absolutely create art that's just for you. But as soon as you want to put that out into the world and have that exchange, there are inherent conceits that you have to make. And accepting that, as long as you can make the compromise, once again, of where it goes from perfect to what you will accept and still feel pride. And that's the barometer and the North Star you should feel.
Great answer. Let's try to rapid fire some of these because we got a bunch in the hopper here. Let's get through some of these. If you guys listen to the band Ghost, just the one viral one on TikTok that's really good.
Yeah.
Mariana Cross.
Mariana Cross.
What? Never heard of it.
Where did Shugels come from? I keep hearing it. Real quick, in one of our very first dual streamed sessions where we were streaming both on YouTube and Twitch, I had both chats up. And Twitch chat was, talking about the session and the different characters and about the community and the stories and all of this stuff. And YouTube chat was literally, there was a guy, unironically, where it was just a bunch of people typing the word chuckles, right? Dozens of people, just chuckles. Chuckles, 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 chuckles. And this one guy, literally all he did was he would type Chukels, 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 twice. Chukels, Chukels, enter. 2 minutes later, Chukels, Chukels, enter. For literally, not a joke, 4 hours. 4 hours straight, this guy typed Chukels, Chukels in chat at least once every 3 to 5 minutes.
Chukels, guy.
That's
I
fine.
want to
That's
say
great.
how much you've impacted us, and thank you for watching.
I thought that was so ridiculous and funny that it just became a meme. And here we are. Kraken Within, for the work you guys are doing on the Crooked Moon is insane. This has been my favorite Kickstarter that I backed by a long shot, thank you. And a large part of that is because of the how communicative and honest you guys have been throughout the whole process.
Thank you.
Second, is the art on the 2 singles you've released so far from the book, or did you get that commissioned just for the singles? Either way, who is responsible for those pieces? Because both of them look amazing.
That is the work of the legendary Holly Lucero, who has done many, many art pieces for us. The Hypno-Wolfen, the wolf piece, and all of that vibe, Holly is responsible for. Find her on Twitter. I think she's Sparrow Lucero on Twitter.
That's right.
I think she's something else on Blue Sky and something. She has like something that rhymes with Sparrow, or I don't know. But basically, Holly Lucero, unbelievable talent. And those pieces are, yes, they are from the half-page chapter openers that are going to be in the book.
Yes. So the one from today, that art piece is the chapter opener for the Dark Bargains chapter.
And the one from Coal-Eyed Birds is from Spells.
Correct.
Chapter opener.
What suggestions you guys have for someone who's never had the opportunity to play D&D, finally start? Make a thematic character. Don't feel shy about RPing in first person.
Oh, the number one. And I'm sorry that I'm spicy today, folks. It's my birthday, so I can do what I want. But I think one of the biggest things that you can do to be an awesome D&D player versus being an awful D&D player is by make sure that you are defining fun and deriving fun from D&D by what the group gets to do together rather than just what your player character gets to do. And when you reframe that of just player character to having fun for the whole group, then you will enjoy the game a lot more and not blow up your friend group and blow up your campaign. But you'll also be awesome to play with.
Figure out why your character wants to go on the adventure and justify it and make it easy. Figure out how to lift up the other people's fantasies that they want to play at the table. It's easy to jump into your own fantasy and be like, I want my character to do this. But when you alley-oop someone else up at the table, it is going to make for a better adventure overall, and it will make for a more collaborative and robust storytelling experience. They'll alley you up in return.
Where in the order do you recommend we throw Prime in the mix for 2 in the watch order? I'm currently still working on the rotation you recommended, watching Curse of Straw, then Beneath Their Wings, then Edge of Midnight. Definitely finish all that before Prime. I think, unfortunately, if you're not into the goofy, random comedy, you can, hold off on Uprooted if you want, right? And obviously, Shroud is brief, but it's kind of, you know, it's the Patreon thing, so you can probably skip that if you really want to dive into something. Basically, watch Prime if you really want to sink your teeth into something that has really broad, epic arcs, almost kind of Critical Role style.
Yeah.
Watch Prime.
Slow burn.
Have we played the new Mario Party? No. I didn't
They
know
added
there was a
Diddy
new
Kong,
one.
I think, to it.
What?
This is the first time I've seen Diddy Kong in a freaking Mario Party. I want to play it.
Will Curse of Straw get new merch from Milo the Fish? Yes, it will.
At some point.
Because of the process to create characters with so much depth, I'm fairly good at character creation, but want to push it to the next level and have more complexity. I know I can make it for super interesting storylines. One, backstory does not matter for making a good character. That's super important. It doesn't fucking matter. Don't give a shit about backstory to start. Watch Neon Knights. It was a talk show series that Andy hosted where he interviewed us about D&D. We talk a lot about character creation. Pick your core theme, your core kernel, and build every single aspect of your character around that core theme. You're gonna have an awesome character. Is the old merch gone forever? No. Well, most of it is gone forever. All the bullshit, like, you know, there's like 2,000 different items. It was crazy. It was insane. That most of that's gone, but all of the popular stuff will come back at least for some time period. I think some of it will at least.
Probably.
Telekitten, are there any characters that you think would have amazing chemistry but can't meet in a special because they're played by the same person? I don't think that has to stop us. I don't know. I don't think so. None off the top of my head. Anybody else? I don't know.
No, none that I
I'm sure that this has been asked before. We get asked a lot. Do you guys consider playing Don't Starve together? I own it.
We've played it.
We've played it a
not
few
on
times.
stream, just together. We
Yeah.
have not starved together. Then we starved.
Reed, Andy, and I played together. It's a lot of fun. It's very hard. It's way harder than I was expecting.
It is extremely hard. I think it's
which
very
is cool.
swingy, right?
Yeah,
like
it
you
is.
can all of a sudden you can just walk into an area and just you've accidentally some
Yeah.
horrible swarm or something like
And
that.
if you're not looking around the corners and like all of a sudden things spiral out of control and there's no way you can possibly, like, you still have 20 minutes left in the game until you fail, but like you have no way to
I
pull it.
struggled with that game because every time I started to feel like I got a foothold, something would come out of left field.
Yeah.
And I was like, how many more left fields are there? They're all left.
So now that the third iteration of the shop designs have been dropped, have the old designs been relegated to the vault or forever lost to the past? I'm not sure what the difference between the vault and forever lost is. But some of that stuff you will never be able to get again.
Yep.
What's your favorite BDW arc? It's my favorite campaign from Lord Kai. Oh God.
The first one.
The first one and the last, and the Arc 4 is a long one. Well, God, Arc 3 is really good too. I still think Arc 1 and Arc 4 are my favorites.
I like, all the Skethrenil, all the death stuff. All the death stuff is good.
Is Edge of Midnight returning this year or next? We'll see.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. What
been
PC voice is
canceled.
your favorite to do? Bargrim.
Gary Goodberry.
Rich, do you want to pull out that candle? It's right
Oh,
in
this
front
one?
of you.
Yeah, sure.
Remember when a candle exploded?
Yeah, I do. That was because
Was
it
that live
was,
on air?
That was one of the ones that you got
Don't
off
do
of
that.
Facebook
That's terrible.
Marketplace. And so it just wasn't in a container that could handle
yeah.
the heat.
I think you and I should have a brief conversation.
Yeah.
If you're up for it.
Sure.
We'll keep knocking out some questions here.
Let's go.
Oh, right now.
Just when you're feeling up to it.
Yeah.
My favorite character voice to do, I mean, Clayton probably. It's not like anyway. Yornir's fun to do too.
Clayton's definitely a voice. What?
No, but it's I like playing him. It's not necessarily the accent that makes it fun.
Oh,
You know what I mean? The voice itself, right? It's just very
I see.
easy.
It's an interesting distinction.
Racine
you're drawing there, but I
pronunciation
understand where you're
is just very, very easy and classic to do, and
Yeah.
it's effortless for. It's like the first or accent that everybody does, right?
Yeah. Well, was it PC or NPC or?
Just any character voice that you like to do.
I really liked doing
And I'll say this. I think this is totally fine. I really liked doing Rex Maxim, and that's more. I think to your point, it's more of almost like it's almost more of just like personality in a voice than like a voice. But I always loved when I was watching Prime. Mikey had this moment where Orpheus spoke to the party in the basement of a house, like after events had happened. And I'll never forget like how he opened the sentence, and he just said, "Morning, do-gooders," and it was the most kind of like shit-eating grin sentence I'd ever heard. And that was basically the inspiration for X. Was just the opening of that sentence.
I'm gonna go with an obscure one, but in both Fleanflel and Cuttlefish, Verret and Tank.
God.
Doing them
their
back and forth is always a
so
fun time. They're really fun voices to
You do that so well.
If you had to theme your home after a single campaign of yours, what are you choosing?
Feywild. Witchlight.
Oh man, let me think about this.
Home.
Or Strahd.
Maybe like.
Or Edge of Midnight.
Probably Prime or Uprooted.
I was thinking Uprooted. Was
Yeah.
like my first thought.
Like very cottage core,
Yeah,
kind of
kinda
like
like
cozy.
I was thinking kind of like, is there like a
Wind in the Willows.
Is there like a farmhouse kind of style?
Yeah.
campaign? And I feel like Uprooted is probably the
Uprooted for
closest.
sure. That's a fun question.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
tough
really
question.
interesting.
Favorite
It's hard
Prime
to get none of
NPC? Remy Garou.
Forgus Williams-Sider.
Forgus is great. Alphonse.
Alphonse is wow. Yeah, Alphonse is pretty good.
What was the
Lyrics.
gnome?
This might have lyrics no matter what, but I think they're vocals. Unless that's them talking.
That's them.
Oh.
The gnome from Ogway. What was her name?
Mawtucket.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
No, that's her.
Vandris' friend.
No.
Yeah.
My favorite NPC is Matthias.
I mean, honestly,
He is
Well-
he is an NPC.
Matthias is excellent. Matthias is excellent, and I especially love. Well, I won't say it because of spoilers. I also love. I could never think about his name, but the guy, the basically OG NPC Briggsy on Crocodile Isle.
King Crem.
King Crem.
King Crem. I love King Crem.
King Crem
Orpheus is amazing.
fantastic. Yeah. Or I mean, Potter is literally just riddled with fantastic
so
NPCs.
good.
Rodek had a hard time with that fight, is my recollection.
Tumble Kitten, will there be a way to play an Edge of Midnight style woodsman woman with a familiar? I love Floor, and one of our group is interested in playing a character with a similar power set. I think we have a couple subclasses that would work well. Harvest Cleric, I think, would be really good. Circle of Wicker Druid. And
for sure.
Warlock Horn King. I think all could work really well. In terms of an NPC like Flora, I think we had originally wanted to try to get that in there. What we learned in terms of mechanics and working with brilliant game designers like Dan Dillon is that having a familiar that's literally like their own character and they have their own voice and they're sentient in a way where you're having conversations really isn't how familiars work in D&D. That being said, I think we have some really fun, cute familiars. While they're not quite like Flora, I think there's one in particular that I'm thinking of that would be perfect for a companion for a witch or a woodswoman.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
there's
a
two
few.
or three. There's
really
two or three.
good. Yeah.
There's a lot of. I mean, all of these little subsystems are just so robust. I love it.
This is for Richie and Andy. I've seen Curses drop beneath Darkwing, Stardust, and Dimwood. In all of those campaigns, your characters end up becoming brothers in arms, it seems. Is that planned, or does it just
very
happen?
funny.
Nah, it's just them.
It's been planned like once or twice, but not.
You forgot Shroud over Saltmarsh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very funny.
You know what? It's a lot of the times we develop characters together, and if the characters make sense together, to have a dynamic, then we establish it. What I would say is Stardust was extremely planned and was kind of the core of the whole fucking campaign.
Yeah.
We knew Pike and Rhett were going to exist. We didn't know anybody else. We knew we wanted to do a one-shot in Spelljammer and that Pike and Ret had to exist. And everything else kind of fell into place. That was very intentional. Beneath Our Wings was our first time starting off in pairs. So we had Caprice and Herja, Iris and Lufty, and Toa and Felix. Dimwood was not at all planned. Like that was, and again, I think that
was not planned.
Part of that is just because we're on this side of the table together.
Yeah.
So I think that helps a lot. But also, I think just Grumley's naivete and kind of optimism is very easily manipulated for like a savvy, charismatic con man kind of character. So that just sort of happened organically. Curse of Strahd, I think, really, I mean,
that was an employer-employee relationship.
Yeah, that wasn't at all like Sarnax and Shepard had the like actual bromance.
Yeah,
I was just their employer. And
you're just the crazy boss.
Yeah.
That, you know.
That's a very good question, though.
Great question. I love
Real
that.
quick update. For those of you who are still, hanging out with us, I know that I've now finally had success with the shop. I've seen tons and tons of orders rolling
Excellent.
through. If you have not yet tried the shop for a while, or things have been,
I'm still can't get it.
Have been blocked out.
Try it incognito.
You might have to close your brow. Anyway, my point is, give it a try.
Are dice pre-orders still? Are those going?
So the dice pre-orders are still active.
Okay.
What I will say is the way that we currently have it set up is that if you're trying to buy individual sets of dice, those are on pre-order. We have a little message that goes when you click on the dice. It says right now, if you order, you'll see you're going to be a part of Wave 1. They'll ship Q1-ish, Q1, Q2. We'll update you and let you know. The bundles that are still available, at least for a few hundred of them or so, 100 of each bundle or whatever that come with the dice, those you can still get dice in. If you order an all-in bundle right now, you will still be able to get physical dice for the holiday.
All-in holiday or Witchlight.
The Witchlight bundle.
Yeah, the Uprooted is the only one that will not have the dice.
But if you're trying to buy an individual set of dice, those are now on pre-order.
So we wanted to reserve some of the dice for the bundles so that the dice didn't all just go, and immediately this bundle we put together doesn't exist anymore, right? So anyway, if you want the dice and you want them shipped soon, consider a bundle and you save some money.
The Witchlight bundle or the all-in bundle. Go check out the shop if you didn't have a chance to get stuff earlier. It seems to be working more now. I'm seeing the DNS propagation checker is basically green everywhere except for 2 locations that are, kind of bizarre.
It'll go on and off too. That's the most charming thing.
Oh, well, there you go. It also seems if the actual DNS propagation stops right at Mace, because poor Michael.
Yeah.
Again, and it's not going to be for everybody, right? Like Derek explained earlier, these things are fickle, and it takes time for these things
We could literally drive 15 minutes from here and it might work. If we went north or south or different, it's location based because it has to do with the nodes of the internet that you connect through when you use your
but keep
residence.
trying is the point.
Keep trying.
Obviously the more time that passes, the more access people will have. And again, like I said, I've been watching the orders roll in all day, so it's like they're going.
Shit, the inside of the sling bag has a pattern.
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Damn.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Brother.
When I opened it and saw that, it like elevated that product to like 10 out of 10.
Now I understand why you've been talking about chapstick.
Yeah!
God,
now we can see the photos!
We can finally go to the website.
Now we can see the photos! Man,
we got it up in 4.5 hours.
So much time getting these photos together, and now finally, here they are.
And I want to stress too, like we're making it sound like nobody was able to buy anything.
No.
I have numbers that say very much the opposite.
Yes.
Selfishly, I've just really wanted to see the photos on the website.
Of course.
That's me.
Of course.
That's me.
No, I'm with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm right there with you.
Real quick, people are confused. Is Witchlight actually canceled as Rice Man? No,
Yes.
it's not. It's not.
Stop saying yes.
Witchlight is canceled.
It will return
as
early
I
next year.
don't
Nothing is
understand-
canceled. Nothing is canceled.
Canceled. So
When early next year? I don't know. It's returning early next
never,
year.
because it's canceled.
Skywalker, Derek, please share the crew spreadsheet from Icebound. I don't know what that is, but apparently that's a thing.
Oh, I think you said you had a crew like of all the people who are about.
So
No
there's.
crew.
Okay.
I have a list of names of the Morabound's crew in the Discord. Put that on the wiki, right?
Yeah, slap it
I
on there.
can't share the full spreadsheet that I've named in random chills whenever I have
Oh,
to.
no.
The full
Spoilers.
spreadsheet has all of the NPCs across the campaign that I've been tracking from the beginning of time.
Yep.
I can't share that because we haven't even met some of them.
And someone will inevitably leak it to us. And,
Masacho87 asks, Q&A time. Ooh. Is there a chance you guys might return to Tainted Grail Song of a Dying World? Still waiting on delivery from that Game Found campaign.
Thank you.
I would say that's one of the few ones. Never say never, but
well,
go ahead.
Here's what I would say, and you can layer on.
Yeah,
what I would say is, if they want to work with us again,
that's exactly it.
Absolutely. We had so much fun playing that campaign.
We can't promise that Studio Agate would want us to play the exact same game again. I could see them maybe wanting us to do a different product or something like that.
Yeah.
There's no promise they come back and be like, we want you to promote Tainted Grail again.
Tainted Grail is a complete story.
It is.
The way that we told it. It ends where the story ends. And that's an important point. However, if we wanted to work with them, I would want to play a new character. And we haven't even talked about...
And so that's why this is the perfect time to plug our Patreon, because if you liked our Tainted Grail 3-shot that was masterfully DM'd by the one and only Andy Flynn, and you liked the trio of broken men, Kristoff, Jasper, and Balto, join our Patreon, because at least before things went to fucking hell, we were playing a weekly Warhammer Fantasy role-playing campaign.
It was so much fun. I miss
GM'd
it.
by Andy, and the 3 party members are Kristoff, Balto, and Jasper. They were a joy. We're still learning the system. I've probably forgotten all of it at this point, but they were it was a glorious 3 or 4 weeks.
The goal of the Wolfrip primer sessions that we were doing, which were all super fun, was just to become fluent in the system so that we could get to the story fast.
Yep.
Right? Wolfrip is a very complex game until it isn't. And we were trying to get to the until it isn't to do like a full campaign with really, really rich 3D characters and the whole thing. Yeah. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, we'll
I got pages of Balto ready to fucking go when we're ready to tell that story.
The light is at the end of the tunnel.
Hell
We
yeah.
are approaching the end.
I will say though, like tragically, the sheer amount of research that I did on Warhammer lore and the character building for Jasper and the game rules is all gone, but the Crooked Moon has literally destroyed all of it.
Yeah. From your brain, you mean?
Yeah,
from my brain.
No, I mean, look, I was
from my
GMing
brain.
and I've forgotten how to play.
Yeah,
I have to relearn.
It's from my brain.
It'll come
Everything
back,
that was
but-
in there was annihilated in September and going onward.
So anyway, if Pearl Dolphin tier higher, there's some back episodes. We're on hiatus from all of that right now, unfortunately. A lot of video game streams happening over there on the Patreon, but it will return because I think Mike's going to need a long DM break after we get out of the Crooked Moon.
It's going to be a very long time.
Have you guys ever taken high quality photos of the cruise ship tokens from Stardust Rhapsody? The ones on the wiki are currently low quality screenshots. I would love to update here. They're not at all canon. I literally slapdashed those together in horrific, awful pixel art. I found existing ship art. I basically bought a pack that was built for like Unity sprite games.
That's amazing.
And I ripped things and I just basically found ship sprites and smashed it all together and made edits, and it's not at all canon. They're not great. So
Just to have something on the board.
yeah, it was just to have something evocative of the sparrow. It's a pink magenta vibe and it has wings.
Yep.
Dandy's a literal fucking pterodactyl in space. Ret ship is a big old hunkin' thing, right? Labouche is in
burning
a
love.
Chuckles is in a saucer, right? So like, if you can see the pixels, that's really all you need. Let's see. This one. Oh, Jellybean. Hello. You probably don't remember, but I promised to get a Crooked Moon tattoo if we got to 4 million. I do remember that. Well, I'm on my way to book an appointment. Very excited. That's incredible. Post pictures in the Discord if you care to.
I love to see that.
That's incredible. We can get that one a lot. We get that one a lot. Any random collections that anyone has? I had a cow collection growing up.
I used to have a collection of
I
frogs.
had an owl collection.
Like glass, ceramic, rubber, all sorts of different material frogs.
Frogs,
like in
wow.
a cigar box.
I love that. That's really
You and
charming.
Nikki really are the same person. That's just
When-
wild. Amiibos. I collected amiibos
wow.
for a while.
Yeah, that was
I do have a
fun.
lot of amiibos.
Yeah.
That was really fun while it
I
lasted.
got really into it. I had spreadsheets and all the different stores,
Yeah.
and I would call Toys
Tyler
R
was
Us,
really
and I did the whole thing. It was wild.
Yeah.
For a hot second.
I have, I think, a few remaining. I wanted to be a bottle collector when I was like 8. So I have a crate full of like really classic, like old school, like Coca-Cola bottles and apothecary bottles somewhere in my attic.
Wow.
But I don't know if this counts. I would ask, put it to the group for a vote. In college, I made a best friend who had a non-utilitarian shelf. Always a shelf with random trinkets. And so the collection was what goes on the shelf. And so I have boxes and boxes of things that I consider to be part of a collection, even though they are very different things. There's an action figure over here, and then this souvenir that I got over here, and then this image.
That's not a collection, though.
But the collection is that it's intended for that purpose and space. Here's what I'll say.
Collection, though.
I agree with you, but I wanted to raise it because it's an interesting thought.
Those that's like a trinkets.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like what kind of all this shit here, right? It's sort of like interesting things. I think a collection, you need to be very intentional of like, this is the one thing that I'm choosing, not any of the other stuff. I'm choosing this one thing.
But to that point, the argument to be made that that's a collection is that the one thing I'm choosing is for this curated selection of things that I'm going to be using in this space because it's like a meditative space or it's a memory space.
Well, that's like decorate. Yeah, I think that's fair.
You know what I mean? That's why it's like right. It's right on the slippery.
Behind the shelf is that that define a collection?
It's a collection of trinkets, but it's not a capital C collection of trinkets.
Capital C collection. I will buy that for $1.
There we go.
Thank you.
Is there a reason in particular the Spotify episodes are not up to date in the same way that YouTube is? Is that just Spotify being weird, or have certain series been purposely ignored for upload for Spotify? No, we didn't even have a podcast until May of this year.
Yep.
And just editing
7 years of content.
Editing every single fucking episode takes an immense amount of work. And I didn't have time to do it, and it wasn't until we brought on our good friend Jesse from Bard City to be our podcast producer. He gets 5 episodes up a week. That is an insane posting schedule for any podcast, but especially one whose episodes are as long as ours.
And we're still making content.
It is literally insane. We have so much content that you could take our content and start to finish, talk about months of uninterrupted streaming. Months, literally months of your life.
So if you look at the upload dates, you see every single weekday we have a podcast go up. It's just we have over now 7 years of content to get caught up on. It's going to take time. So that's why we're at there. Boop. Klutzy merch win, never had. Well, no, that horrible Pac-Man shirt design had Klutzy in it. Have I missed out on old merch like Cake Chat and Guys Night? Is it no longer available? What I would say is all of their actual good designs, not this one. Oh, this isn't coming back. I think like 2 people bought this t-shirt.
Yeah, I think it literally was 2 people.
Unironically. Yes, and I'm one of them. But all of the really popular stuff will come back. I would love to maybe consider, instead of being print on demand, like some sort of screen print biz.
No, we'll get like nicer versions.
The Ghostlight Express, I don't care how well it sells. That shirt is fucking perfect. It has to come back.
It's coming back.
That one's already ready for screen printing.
Yeah, and that one was designed to be fucking Face Your Demons is popular.
Is gonna come back.
That can be screen printed very easily. That's 3 colors.
Love that. I thought that was one of the strongest designs.
Yeah,
I can only think of
that was the one where when literally I had that idea for like 2 years before, or a year before we had a merch shop.
Yeah.
And so that's why the quality was better than. Yeah. We weren't trying to think of designs for that one.
So all the classic stuff, it will come back in some form, but they're not going to be on glasses and on shot glasses and on bags and on flags and on posters and on.
We can confidently say they will just be higher quality apparel.
Yes.
It'll be nicer.
Dear Derek, what's the best Transformer?
Oh,
Rhinox.
There are 2 answers to this question. There's my personal favorite, which is the subjective answer, which is Shockwave. And we're talking about the old school TV show. Shockwave is just such a fucking cool design. The objectively correct answer is actually the Devastator, which is the Constructicon that is produced when Scrapper, Bone Crusher, Scavenger, Mixmaster, Hook, and Long Haul all combine themselves into the best Transformer by a wide margin. And I had the toy back when they used to sell them at...
what is its name?
the Devastator.
Is the amalgamation of all those things you
Yeah,
just named? Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
He's like if you could have an evil Voltron made out of construction equipment, which is the best sentence that one can possibly say.
Okay.
I want to call out 1063, who's a first-time chatter, and says, Rhinox, that's a weird way of saying Dinobot. Can I just say...
Very funny.
Dinobot's arc, was he voiced by Scott McNeil?
Yeah, he's voiced by Scott McNeil.
Not only was he excellently, like, beautifully voice acted, but his character arc, at least as a kid, was so, like, nuanced and, and deep, and like, well, honestly, that show was, like, at least as far as I remember it, maybe it's fucking awful, but it was better than I think it deserved to be. And had some really cool fucking plot lines and character arcs. Other than Arcane, what are some other cartoon shows that you guys love? Beast Wars.
I was a
can't
little
vouch
old for
Wars.
Beast Wars.
Yeah.
I wish I hadn't been because
Oh my
it looks
God.
fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
Excellent.
But, like,
It was excellent.
It did not age well.
No,
I'm sure
it did not age well
it was
at all.
like pre-reboot level, like graphics, right?
It was it was the same company I think did at Studio, and I think Reboot was before.
Reboot might have been before, but it was very close. It's
Yeah.
in that sort of style.
It would be like they'd be showing fear, and you could literally watch them animate a head back and then pull their face
It's
back.
like the Donkey Kong Country show, right? Same idea. Where it's like,
The VeggieTale style
Yeah.
of where like you're watching them warp the 3D models and squish them and drag them.
we talked about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I mean, that's up there. That's, excellent. If you call that a cartoon, right? It's hard to call Arcane a cartoon. But if we're talking about an animated television series, I would have said Attack on Titan if the ending hadn't shit the bed. What's some good animated stuff that I've been really happy with?
Futurama.
All the comedy stuff, King of the Hill, Futurama, American Dad, are my three big. Second big animated creator has a big hit that's more lower common denominator, and then their second show is a more character-driven. I hate to say smarter; it sounds so fucking pretentious, but usually they'll say, "Oh, it's smarter, it's smartly written."
Batman the animated series.
that's
animated
incredible.
series
Yeah.
is fucking god tier. It's the best Batman that there's ever been, hands down.
You haven't seen it, but Primal is really good.
I mean, also Batman Beyond is
Batman Beyond is excellent.
Same
fantastic.
continuation. Same
Continuity. Yeah.
I didn't understand it when I was a kid, and I think I might go back and rewatch some of it because
Which one?
I didn't
Legend of Vox Machina
understand neo
is
noir
excellent.
like that.
I think just watch Return of the Joker, and that's all you need.
Oh, the movie.
The movie. It's excellent. It's excellent. It gives you a taste
Yeah.
of what it is.
Yeah.
Watch that. You don't need the budget for the animation was higher, and so have a little taste of it. And then if you don't have time to ever watch it again, I think you've gotten the full Batman Beyond experience.
I really enjoyed a lot of Fiona and Cake.
It was very good. It shit the bed at the end.
Yeah.
But it was really strong up until the end.
Many such cases, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good handful. Which apocalypse would you want to be in / survive, and one you don't think you could? I don't want to be in a zombie apocalypse. That's cliche and boring. I want to be in the Frostpunk apocalypse. I think that's bad. Or what's the train one?
Snowpiercer.
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 Sort of like Frozen
No,
World.
Snowpiercer. You'd hate it. I could see you really, really doing well in the
I have one.
Frostpunk style, and I think that you would do extremely well in the Waterworld apocalypse.
I take it all back. The apocalypse that I want to live in is the timber build.
What's the timber build?
Some chat help me out here. There's a game. It's like SimCity for beavers, and it is post-apocalyptic, and beavers are now like they own the planet or something. Timberborn. Timberborn is the post-apocalypse
That's
that I would like to live in.
Tough question. So many apocalypses. Apocalypse-I come to mind.
I would not want to live in The Road.
No.
What a bleak movie that is.
Oh, I was just thinking about how miserable that would be.
It's excellent, but it's fucking miserable.
Really, all apocalypses would be so much worse than people are thinking about.
100%.
Right? Like it's like
Yeah.
everyone they sex it up, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I want to live in Fury Road, and it's like that's a nightmare.
Fallout seems fun.
40K,
thematically.
any grimdark apocalypse,
That would've been my
right?
pick.
It's a nightmare.
I need to see that series.
What? Which one?
Fallout. The television show.
Yeah, I only saw the first episode, but it didn't hook me enough to. I remember thinking like, oh man, I think this is terrible. It just didn't like hook me enough to care to
like want to continue.
You know, I was just like, no.
Ray asks, Derek, how are the foster kitties doing?
The 2 foster kittens that I was fostering during Minecraft found a forever home together, which is extremely unlikely, but very happy. We found a very happy set of parents who came in and they wanted to have 2 kittens. You should always do that, but it isn't always guaranteed, and so they're going to be brothers forever and are probably giving each other a hard time as we speak. And I have a new foster right now, Teensy, who is a pirate because she's missing one eye, and she's doing okay. She is a little under the weather, and so we are trying to make sure that she just has like a sneeze that's very persistent, so she's on antibiotics. Nothing more serious than that. But she's very sweet and doing very well, and she's cute and learning how to jump up on stuff, which is a terrible time for new foster parents.
How roomy is the sling over bag in terms of wearing it across the shoulder?
By across the shoulder, does that mean on the shoulder down or like?
I think, at least for me,
of like almost like a.
I think it depends how barrel chested you are.
I'll say I've put it on very comfortably and had it like this, like around.
But it's
on
like
my
it's
back.
like up here, right? Like
yeah. It's like
that's where it's supposed to sit though.
It's
right?
definitely it's
Yeah,
definitely
like
like kind of like
a back. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
either
right?
Oh yeah, I could normally I would keep the bag like the bag portion actually towards my back, and then if I'm
on the
using
back.
it,
Oh,
I can
I
fold it
see,
around
I
and
see.
Like a little
open it.
backpack.
But
Got
if you're
it.
wearing it normally and you pull it,
I didn't
it
know
would,
it was a thing until
land
just
like basically center chest.
Got it.
At its mid.
2 things real quick. One, I agree with chat. I forgot about the Fallout Apocalypse. That's the one for me because at least the radio's fucking awesome.
threw that
and
out there
2,
for
to
anyone
go
to take.
all the way back, Haas reminded me we made a grievous error. We talked about our favorite animated shows and we didn't mention our favorite animated show.
Avatar: The Last
Gummy
Airbender.
bears.
Oh, Avatar: The Last Airbender. How did I
No.
fucking mention that?
No, that's a great fucking
No,
answer.
that's
an
full metal.
objectively
How did I
great
fucking-
answer.
oh my
I
God.
can't believe it, but you
Yeah.
forgot another one.
Oh God.
No.
Over the Garden Wall.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Over the garden wall. Wow, we're horrible at this. Those are like 2 of the
What was the
greatest
initial
things ever
question? I'm
made.
working.
Just favorite animated shows that aren't Arcane.
My brain is mush.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
mush.
just
We're
favorite
mush.
animated shows. Period.
Yeah. And also Pirates of Dark Water. Gotta give it.
That is
Did that age? How old
weird-
did that
no,
age?
terribly,
no,
terribly,
aged
terribly, just awful.
Oh wow.
So I know y'all like MOBAs or just LOL, but have you all heard of Smite? I did play Smite.
I played a lot of Smite when it was.
If so,
like,
which god is your favorite?
I've heard it was good.
I only played like 4 or 5 games. I couldn't tell what was going on. It was.
It's a very
weird.
different
They
experience.
just have
to
lots of
pilot.
those
Very
games have
Somnium
steep
is my
learning
favorite.
curves, man. I mean, like you can't go from one MOBA to the other without it being a crazy steep learning curve.
Yeah.
Favorite god.
Oh man, I mean honestly, I loved playing. Oh man, Ao Kuang, who was the dragon god of the Eastern Seas,
Of course.
or the dragon god of the Western Seas.
Oh,
and
that's
he was this kind of
awesome.
like he had this incredible, like he had like white hair, incredible top knot. And he had this like beautiful broadsword that you would fight with normally, but we did his ultimate move, and it was like it was like an execute killing blow. So they got beneath 25%. You could hit your ult and execute them. He would like erupt into a dragon form and consume the enemy. It's so fucking cool.
What has been your favorite Warcraft expansion, and conversely, your least favorite? Presumably, World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
This is very tough. Wrath of the Lich King is up there. Legion.
Wrath of the Lich King and Legion
I'd
for
say-
me.
yeah,
by
that's
a wide
immediately
margin.
what I thought.
Excellent.
By
Yeah.
a wide margin.
I think Miss of Pandaria is super underrated, personally. They shit the bed in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Heart of the fucking bug raid kind of killed the vibe for me.
Oh yeah.
I had a lot of fun in BFA. It had a lot of problems, but I had fun. Shadowlands was amazing for that first tier. I think just because it came out at the right time where we were raiding. That was our last time raiding Mythic. Oh!
I feel like Nathria was a great raid.
Yes. Nathria was... I will say Warlords of Draenor before they shit the bed and canceled half the content. But Hellfire... not Hellfire Citadel. Blackrock Foundry was such a good raid. It didn't save the whole expansion, though. I think Wrath and Legion.
Yeah.
are just the best.
Wrath is like so fucking good as a whole.
Yeah.
I'm always fond of saying Legion was their love letter to class theme.
Yeah.
Which to me makes it so like delicious.
I mean, you had artifact weapons, you had
class order halls.
You had the order halls, you had Suramar, which was fucking awesome.
Suramar was incredible.
The dungeons were great. Like, God, Legion was just outstanding.
Yeah.
I didn't get to experience it. I came in right as it was starting, so I would have been on the bandwagon with everybody else, but I couldn't get into it at that time. And then I came back as it was ending, and I missed it all.
Well, that's what I was gonna say for BFA, Battle for Azeroth, is I think for me in terms of a like playing the game perspective, I came in towards the very end of that, but I think it was one of the times we together most aggressively ran dungeons together.
In BFA?
If that sounds correct.
Yes. Oh yeah,
I think we all together played so much dungeon content in BFA.
Yes.
And that actually from a playing perspective, that was so much fun for me. Though I barely remember I remember the giant
BFA is special to me because that was when I cut my teeth on tanking Mythic Plus.
Yes.
And I'd never done Mythic Plus before.
Yes.
And so going from 0 to 60, having to learn
BFA was
arguably the hardest role of Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
While trying to play my class and take the beating of logging a dungeon, posting the logs in the Warrior Discord and being shit on for hours and made fun of, but learning from that and learning, oh yeah, you're making fun of me and telling me how bad I am, but I'm taking notes and I'm gonna fix it all. And that was just a really cool time for me personally.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Have you played Teamfight Tactics?
Yes. A good deal.
Oh, that's the league.
It's an auto battler.
I'll play a season, then I won't play for a year, and I'll miss 3 or 4 seasons. Then I'll check out a season, then I won't play for, you know what I mean? I played a good amount, but I've skipped years at a time.
I've really loved a lot of.
It's fun.
Because I think Riot just does such cool stuff.
They're just so good at what they do.
They're so good at what they do. I just think the auto battler thing is just not a game style.
That's what I learned. The genre's not for me.
It's super weird.
Yeah.
And
it's not for me.
You have to. It's just you have to enjoy it. It's for a certain type of person, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't like, you don't like it.
Right.
And there have been times where even when I was like, oh yeah, this season of TFT, not for me. I do not like this. I'll come back in a year and I'll check it out, right?
Yeah.
And it's just the way it comes and goes in cycles, like any kind of meta thing,
Any of you guys played the new Valve game Deadlock?
I haven't played it, but I've seen it.
Oh, 1920s a Cult Noir?
I have a well, it's
Holy
like a shooter
It's very
MOBA.
cool. It is a MOBA. Is a third
That sounds
third
awesome.
person. It's a third person shooter MOBA.
Yeah, it's a hero shooter MOBA. 1920s a Cult Noir.
So
oh my
here's what I'll say.
God!
Don't get excited.
I trust
Don't get excited.
Valve is what I'll say.
No,
It's Valve.
Hold on.
Oh my God!
Don't get excited, Rich. Because I think that the
you did a smooch.
I think that the theme is good. I do not think you like their characters.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna say that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna get excited.
I think that the theme is very cool, but I think a lot of the character design is weird and doesn't make any sense.
What are you doing?
I trust Valve, but I will say,
You're not supposed to be up here.
I haven't played it yet. There's no way to know.
There's a dog under the table. That's cool that it's polished though. Favorite cereal? Special K. Oh man,
Wow.
I'm a Special K man. Through and through.
I think that's so underrated.
Oh my God.
Special K is actually fantastic.
Yeah, it's God tier. Yeah.
I'd also throw out too that in kind of a similar vein. I love Honey Bunch of Oats.
Oh, that's good.
But also, I really enjoy just a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios. Just a classic. I think gone. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me when that started.
Yeah.
She jumped up right in my lap, and I was like, oh, I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't know it was going on.
And then my heart melted. Hey, you. Hey, don't eat those. That's a dangerous.
Daggy.
That's a dangerous swamp creature.
She's riled up.
Yeah.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's all these people.
Special K
Oh, I thought
is
you meant
God
the
tier.
merch. Danny's hyped about merch.
It's also very exciting. That's it.
She wants croc charms. Oh.
Are there any other
who doesn't?
games that you would actively seek out to play apart from MOBAs? I like roguelikes myself.
So that's been, I think, my biggest issue as I've gotten older. Like, even when I had time to game, I found myself doing this thing being like, okay, I have time to play a video game. What do I want to do? And I sit down and I think and I go, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Well, that sucks. And then I go, well, I guess I don't really want to play video games.
Yeah.
And then I move on with my life.
Yeah.
So there was nothing that I haven't actively sought out anything for years.
In terms of genre and being like a diehard genre fan, I was an MMO kid and just fell in love with the concept of the MMO. And I've played dozens of them over the years, and WoW I think still is just the king.
Yeah.
And nothing comes close.
I tried to get into anything
I
else.
love MOBAs too, and the same
Yeah.
thing with like League is just so, I think, in my opinion, heads and tails above all the other MOBAs.
Yeah.
In terms of genre, there's no other genre outside of those two that I can think of like, I love the genre.
I love roguelikes. I love city building games. I love strategy games. I love turn-based games. I love, as an example, I would like to try, and I haven't gotten a chance because it's on my long list of things I can't touch until I'm done with the Crooked Moon. Balatro. It's
I just heard about
roguelike
this.
deck building game that
Yeah.
uses playing cards, like classic poker style
I literally
playing
just heard
cards.
about this.
Didn't Dom do one of their songs?
And
Yeah.
apparently it's fucking unbelievable.
People are saying that it's supposed to be like Game of the Year.
Yeah, no, Dom Palombi.
It's easier
did,
for me to
yeah.
list genres that I
Some
might
of their
not be
music.
interested in. I'm not a huge racer. There are racing games that I like, but
Not a
I don't seek
racer.
out racer games very much.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was with Rich. I don't like seek out genres, except for maybe JRPGs, because I love
I
love
would've
some
said
first-person
JRPG.
shooters, but I wouldn't say I love all first-person shooters. I love some roguelikes. I wouldn't say I love all. I dislike most roguelikes.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, I'm with you. I don't really.
For
seek out
me,
a
it's the
genre.
theme and the execution, right? Where like, I'm not a big card game guy unless it's like really fucking good. And Legends of
Yeah.
Runeterra was so god tier
Yeah.
compared to every other game that I played that it hooked me because it was so heads and tails above Hearthstone in particular.
Are they gonna like shut down the servers for that?
No, it's
There-
exploded
I
with
think
PvE.
yeah, it's transitioning
Okay.
to a PvE style like support.
Yeah.
So
I
they
think
will
it's
still support
actually
it.
dramatically improved.
What?
Well, yeah. So
Wow.
Oh,
that's-
Path of Champions is excellent.
they've
It's fucking
basically
excellent.
They've basically just shy of shuttered the PvP section of it. And they're
Well, hey.
really pumping like a
That's
lot
great.
of resources behind the PvE because that has just
Yeah.
My understanding is that has gone
Well,
like gangbusters.
It's because Riot was way too generous, and they thought, oh, surely cosmetics will make us money in a card game. Meanwhile, everyone else here, it's like, oh, every set you have to drop $200 to like.
I need a
get
code,
in.
Rich.
yeah.
And Riot's like, oh, you don't have to spend any money to you
play.
buy this card back.
It's not pay to win.
No.
Yeah.
Card
I
players
also
don't care
think
about card backs.
when I was looking at it, like there are definitely
Can I get a
things
code?
like, oh, if I had, like I'm playing the Viego deck, right, or even like Aurelian Soul, like I fucking love that shit. Like there are definitely times where I would buy like a card skin, but it just
518-169.
it feels so to me. I always thought their pricing was so high for what you got.
In what? For what?
In Legends of Runeterra, like for things like card skins.
Oh yeah,
Right, 'cause
for the
you-
cosmetics, they fucked themselves because it's like, oh, we don't want cards to be blocked behind.
It was
Yeah.
the most free-to-play game.
It was insanely
that
free to play.
existed.
What is it
I-
like when you think
I need
about
code
when
here.
you think about I'll pause when you do it. When you think about
216-293.
when you think about like in League when you buy a champion skin, from the second you load into the game to the second it ends, you're enjoying that champion skin.
Yep.
Right? Like it changes the experience for you more or less. But if you buy a card skin and like never pull your champion, it's like okay, well,
Yep.
and it's I think it's even like if it's not equivalently expensive, it's like even a little bit more expensive.
No,
And I'm like,
100%.
if you sold something that like changed the whole deck experience, like that's kind of different. But like
that
one-
cost a lot to do, and they couldn't charge enough.
Correct.
I just wish that they had monetized the fuck out of it instead of
Yeah, me too.
pulling back.
What I will say, from someone who has maybe a little bit of a different outsider perspective, is that I think ever since I've watched the evolution of Magic the Gathering, and even like its introduction to Arena, I think, and I could be wrong, But my perspective is that competitive card gaming is just dying.
100%.
And that's why
the genre's dying.
is probably doing so well.
Yes.
Because people just don't want to have they're not interested in competitive card games.
You don't want to smash your face against the wall competing against people.
I say, like, I get enjoyment out of, like, the PvP aspect for, like, a flash in the plan when I'm setting up. I love doing the Path of Champions because I can, like, if I'm, like, doing something for 5 minutes, I can flip in, I can do one little node, and then I can even leave it open on my computer for like 2 hours. Like leave it, come back. I could be in the same match. I could have the same cards can be right there. Like nothing matters. There's no like time investment. There's no real like emotional investment in trying to win. It's just like it's just a kind of like almost like a fun way to experience the content.
And then it also becomes a puzzle game where every match is like, oh my god, Gangplank has this one crazy feature where I need to get him to half and kill him right away because he gets that crazy benefit when he's under half health. And so, but that's just him. And so when I'm leading up to him, I need to make sure I'm getting cards and like planning ahead. It totally changes the experience. So I really, really, really like it. And I hope they find their footing with this new, like they just released a big Fiddlesticks expansion and he's the first PvE only champion. And so you can do stuff where you plant Fiddlesticks in the enemy's deck.
And when they draw
and then when you draw it, like you get feared and stuff, and you can't do that in PvP. And so it's really fun to have some new design space.
For that to happen I also like cozy games like Stardew.
Oh, that's nice. Harvest Moon 64.
Very quickly, the second question down, third question down. I'm gonna go to the restroom, but the answer is no more than 4 or 5, Mace. No more than 4 or 5.
What? Well, we have another Witchlight Christmas this year. Yes, we will. The 14th. Can you buy individual plushies?
Yes.
Okay.
While supplies last.
Those
you can't pre-order.
What you may be seeing is also the top of the website is like a featured set that will show the bundle. But if you click in and explore, you should be able to
just scroll
purchase.
Down too. It'll also link to things like you might also like in individual plushies.
Right. Exactly.
Is the gaming crew thinking about revisiting Baldur's Gate anytime soon? I believe the answer is no.
Yeah, I find it kind of tricky to play in 3-player. Like it was cool, it was fun, but I think actually when you just think about the experience of like piloting people, like especially just that one moment where like you were sneaking up, and I felt like I was really far back. You know, it's kind of like a lot of like it was a lot of like, hey, keep up, or like, hey, don't go that far. You know, it's kind of like. Hurry up, slow down, kind of stuff. I don't know. So it was just
I think that's a very valid take.
It was kind of like we were the Mighty Ducks tied together on the ice, and we just kept falling. That's what it felt like.
Living and learn.
Yeah.
King Trubs about the Crooked Moon. We know the book is significantly larger than originally anticipated. How much was left on the cutting room floor to fit in what is in the book? And is there a possibility of a volume 2? There's always a possibility of a volume 2 of kind of returning to the Crooked Moon brand. But what I would say is that what we promised was what we promised, and so the book has to be as long as it is to fit exactly what we promised. What I would say is we didn't have a whole bunch of other ideas that we wrote and then cut to keep it under 600 pages. It's just to deliver on our promises. We are unfortunately, we have to kind of come to terms with the fact that our book is just 600 pages. But it's not like we have stuff in the hopper to then push to book 2, if that makes sense. Oh boy. Lee Vesey asks, opinions on Savika, Jinx, and Isha trio in season 2.
Awful, terrible, move on. Just
it was an
awful.
abomination.
Just move on.
No, what I want to say is that it is
No, we can't.
No, we
move
can't.
on.
We can move on.
Here we go.
We were talking about how when you are writing for fandom or you're writing for something because you're a fan and you want to geek out about a dynamic, but it makes 0 sense for the story at all. That's what that trio is. And so, unfortunately, it makes does Savika not care that Jinx killed Silco? Or does she just not know? I mean, Vi and Caitlin know.
I think she says it like immediately.
But
doesn't she like, well, no, you know,
she like implies it, but like she doesn't really. She tells that one guy.
Yeah.
She tells Smeech or whatever that fucking guy is.
Fucking
fucking guy.
I don't know. Throwaway Chem Baron 3.
That's a name I know. Smeech.
Yeah.
Smeech. Everybody knows Smeech.
Literally, throwaway Chem Barons are my favorite characters.
I mean,
he
had more of an arc than.
Anyway, the idea is that clearly the writer had this idea of wouldn't it be badass if these three characters interacted as a trio, not actually thinking about how or why. Why would they interact? Savika would never pal around with Jinx ever, based on what we saw in the previous season. Well, yes, basically what was established in season 1. And that's all we need to say about that. What's everyone's role in the Adventures Company? Mace has been kicking ass, leading this merch stuff. Andy is head of sales. Mike's head of creative, and I am technically CEO.
Technically.
I don't get to act as CEO much these days anymore. Unfortunately, I'm way too in the weeds right now.
You have the role.
Would it be possible to go more deep into the creation process of the Crooked Moon after it's out, and or are there company contracts involved? I'd love to hear more about the process after it's released, but I understand that's not a possibility. Unfortunately, I think a lot we just can't say.
Yep.
But what I will say, and we've talked a lot about this even before, even like during the campaign, is that I think we want to have some kind of public, like, not debrief, not really a post-mortem,
like an educational
reflection on the process and how it went, and the
like
pain
here's
our year in review.
Yeah, or like
our Crooked Moon Wrapped.
Take care of like if you're trying to do this, here's things to watch out for.
I'm in the top 1% of
Here are
Crooked Moon
things to
fans.
consider. Here are things to do.
Yeah, we're just sort of at the point where
There's an
I think we've already said a lot of what we can say, and there will definitely be plenty of things that we will never say. But as you all know, we're super transparent, and we're very open about a lot of this stuff. So if you have specific questions, we'll say what we can, and hopefully we can help some folks.
There's also just always going to be a degree of stuff that's kind of like you had to be there,
right? You had to be there
to understand.
Yeah. And the good news is that we have learned a tremendous amount, and if we ever do this again, we will hopefully avoid so many mistakes.
What is this creature doing here?
Looking cute.
What is this creature lurking? Pugs, Vito wins the championship, and suddenly these pugs let it go to their head, and they think they run the zoo.
Whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want, because Vito won.
No laws of God or man.
Yeah, suddenly,
just laws of Vito.
Suddenly it's okay to like pugs again.
The Squonk asks if you guys considered making or selling prints and posters, or doing signings. So we actually did sell prints and posters, and nobody bought them.
We've
Well, to
considered.
be fair, no one knew who you were
Yeah,
back then.
I mean, it's it's also
They've been on the shop as recently as yesterday.
Oh, that's
but
true.
We have considered, we've executed, we've done.
I would tell you also. I will tell
Canceled.
you that one thing that I've learned so succinctly through this kind of design process is there is a stark difference between developing something that can look good on a print and something that can look good on a piece of clothing, and they are
100%.
not the same.
100%.
Like there's zero overlap.
100%. And we're trying to do double duty here.
Yep, and so I think kind of a lot of things at a time were designed to just kind of say like this looks cool, as opposed to like this looks cool as.
Well, and that's another thing, right? Is like all of everything we do is new to us when we first do it, and so that was a big learning in terms of the merch. Was like we went ham and we thought, oh well. If 20 products is good, 2,000 will be better. So we literally went from 20 to 200 to 2,000.
Yeah,
it was wild. And so that was a good lesson. This is Dagny. She's played a character on our campaign on a stream before.
Oh,
yeah,
She
Grubby.
featured in Beneath Dark Wings.
Dagny, you did a great job.
Yeah, she rolled a die, and I think she got an 11, something very average.
Oh my god, we got a $53 super chat from Crimson of the Red.
Thank you.
I finished binge watching Stardust Rhapsody and loved it. Now I'm halfway through Witchlight Fantasy Story. Love it. Your content, great stuff, can't get enough. Thank you so much, Crimson
Love
of
that
the
so
Red.
much. Thank you.
Crimson of the Red. There is that dog.
Does the bag have an interior zipper pocket?
I don't think so.
No.
It has
No interior zipper pocket. It has 2 interior pockets that you just like slide in pockets. I don't know what you'd.
It's like a regular pocket.
Yeah, just 2 interior pockets.
Yeah.
And then so it has the wide opening, like obviously just its full interior, and then 2 interior pockets sewn on the logo side of the bag. So as you're wearing it, you can kind of like reach in and it's right in front of you.
Beast Boy, I just bought the dice and finished checking out, but decided to want to buy the sling bag as well. Is there any way to add it to the dice order so I don't get charged shipping?
Help at
Well, to be fair, if you I'm sure there might be something we can do. Help at Avengers.com first. But
Email.
Then email. But
Email
then
us.
I didn't hear enough whether you said your dice were pre-ordered.
No,
or
they
not.
bought they were able to buy the dice.
We might be able to combine the orders. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's something we can do.
You could probably add it in the back end.
We can look into it.
Yeah. Email us.
Do you all like Dragon Age? Happy Dragon Age Day, if so.
I don't think
I'm not a Dragon Age guy.
Yeah, I don't think I ever.
Anybody?
That's,
I don't think
that's
so.
That's a game, right?
Yeah,
I
it's,
don't think I ever played it.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It flew under my radar. Yes. The answer is yes.
Death Lover asks, "Hey guys, do you have any advice for someone?" Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Is this your plan?
This is the plan.
This is what you
like,
choose
this-
to do.
this
Look
is
at
it
that
now.
dang old dog.
The laws of veto command it.
I've been thinking about going into sales after the military. What have been the harder, more frustrating parts of sales, and what have been the more enjoyable parts?
I think I mean, it also kind of depends on like what you mean by going into sales.
So,
like,
yeah,
I feel
what
like
you
sales
mean-
as a like an umbrella is just an absolutely massive.
It is
concept. You know, you can make like you go into pharmaceutical sales, you go into
Yeah.
you know, like retail sales.
In tabletop, the term sales and the sales function is really like sales operations. You know, in terms of like us being a sales guy and selling, where you're making a commission is really focused on like usually services or that sort of thing. So it's probably pretty different, but I would love to kind of get your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that I think the part that I've enjoyed the most about the whole sales thing is actually the business development side of sales, not the actual physical sales themselves. Because, like you said, it's not like being a salesman.
Right.
It's not like that at all. There's been, the interesting thing to me has been learning the industry and getting to meet all of these distributors and, basically the big cheeses of who distributes TTRPG products and getting to sit down and talk to them and like learn the process and, setting up the pipelines and the channels to get the Crooked Moon where it needs to go after the Kickstarter.
And so, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think what I've really loved so far, and I think this is in a similar kind of vein, and even it's almost even more at this stage because it's still just so new to me. But I think conceptually, the like understanding, like kind of from a design perspective, what do people want? Like where is the need? Where is the desire? What can we design? What can we develop? Like how can we create awesome stuff to then sell? Like that's the part of the overall process that I've really loved. In terms of the second part, like, hey, what are the what's kind of the difficulty, the harder part of sales? I mean, I know a ton of people throughout the career that even working like different types of sales industries, and I think the one unifying factor that they all have is there's just kind of this never-ending hustle. Like you kind of can make, like you get out what you put in.
100%.
So there's so much incentive to just kind of work non-stop. And as long as you're selling, you're doing fantastic. But then it's just, you know, you can only do that for so long. You end up burning yourself out, you know, in a couple of years. And I think that's the incredibly hard piece of that, like, industry in general.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, sales has sort of the pro of being uncapped, where it's like if the upside can be so high that, you know, when I was a corporate cog in the sort of just generic in the general, like, corporate landscape, you know, my time, it doesn't matter how hard I worked or how, you know, basically the idea is that you are being compensated for your role. Sales is unique where you're being compensated for making the organization money. And so it has that unchained kind of upper end. But since we're direct to consumer, you know, we're not hitting the streets calling one person to be like, hey, have you heard the Crooked Moon? I've got this great deal here for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're not doing the road warrior thing.
let me entice you, right? So to Annie's point earlier, when he says business development, to kind of define that for the folks at home, a lot of it is like relationship management, and where it's not, we're not selling to, you know, to the end customer. The business development is maintaining the relationships with distributors or retail stores. They're the ones that are buying it at wholesale, that we're kind of developing that sales relationship with, and that kind of connection touch point with, that will order from us again and again. And I think that's the really interesting thing that's kind of industry specific, that you guys are really starting now to sink your teeth into. And I'm really excited to sort of see where that all goes.
I'd add one thing to the really enjoyable parts in a similar but kind of different vein, is the marketing aspect of sales.
Oh, yeah.
I think is not only just so critical, but I think especially when we think about like the Gary Goodberry's ads that these guys do specifically are just so hilarious, so enjoyable. It's an awesome way to kind of have fun with a critical element of getting your wares out to people that is really just a pleasure to consume.
I love that. Adventures Little B, do you guys have any more small games you would recommend? I've been playing Skull and Liar's Dice with my friends. Would love to get some more games just to play to pass the time. Codenames is a classic recommendation. Whoa. No, you're about to walk right onto that laptop. Danny, there's 8 other people here.
That's all right, Danny. I like you too. It's just
lots going on.
Yeah.
She's just bumping into the mic. She doesn't give a fuck. She's moving the microphone around.
I want to call out Rag Hobbit's
They might not be able to hear you.
comment. Rich needs to do a character with a transatlantic accent. You know, it's funny. We've gotten questions before about what's a character idea that you like want to play.
Yeah.
And I always talk about a character that I had the idea for that I will never be able to play because it's too similar to, it's like a combination of Clayton and Cremy. That character was going to have a transatlantic accent. So, rip. Maybe one day. Any other small games? This is kind of a Derek-coded question. Small games like Skull or Liar's Dice.
Oh, I've got a million.
Codenames.
One moment. Let me pull up.
Ahoy is honestly, it's like Root Light and it's so fast, relatively.
I've not played Ahoy.
That's a really good one.
I would say small games. If you're looking 2-player only, I like Hive. It is a chess-like game, very strategic, very tactical.
Hive once or twice.
Yeah, no one will ever play it with me, but maybe one of these days I'll get somebody to sit down.
Is that the thing that we played at the con?
No. Hive is basically hexagonal tiles that you can connect, and they theme it as like bugs, which is why the hive and stuff. But you can you're trying to surround the opponent before they surround you. Very charming.
What's the thing we played that was like, kind of like you gotta match certain elements?
Spot it with the circle cards.
Maybe. Oh, maybe it was Spot It.
Spot It, where you're like trying to match
different
symbols.
elements.
I was Spot It's on my list. That's a great game. I like Codenames. I like Chameleon, Spyfall.
Oh, Chameleon is excellent.
Those are excellent games.
Chameleon is so
I like
fucking
Love
good.
Letter. Very simple to teach, very fun to play. Sushi Go is excellent. Bonanza is a very fun classic
Bonanza.
card game.
If you want to challenge yourself as a group, a game of pure communication and difficulty, strategic, shared, collaborative communication, Hanabi is one of the hardest and bestest games I can possibly recommend.
Tokaido. I don't know if that counts as small.
No, that's a full board game.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
That's a full board game.
See.
Otherwise, I would say stuff like the biggest game that I could recommend that I would still consider small is Gravwell.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Gravwell is
100%.
fucking
Gravwell.
Gravwell does so much work, and you can teach an 8-year-old that and and play it. And
you can play around in 20-30 minutes.
2-player games again. Jaipur, Patchwork.
I don't know if 2-player games
Star
count
Realms.
though.
Well, these are games that fit in your pocket. They're small.
Okay. I'm thinking of small in terms of like, hey, there's 4 of us hanging out drinking beers.
There's 4 of us hanging out and drinking beers. A push your luck game that I highly recommend is called Ink and Gold. And I'll always
Ink and Gold.
It's very fun, and I'll always recommend Codenames. That's a very fun game for it really sings at like 6 or more. But
did we play Coup with you, or was that
so
with
Coup never resonated with me.
Okay.
I know a lot of people love it. It's sort of bluffy,
I played it
deduction-y,
once,
but it is.
And I remember liking it. I don't remember.
I think the problem
anything about
is with Coup is if you sit down as a first-time player with a bunch of people who played it 100 times, they have a bunch of bluffs and stuff that they're playing at their own meta. Don't
Like
sit
Secret
down,
Hitler.
like learn it with a new group,
Yeah.
rather than play it with a group that's been playing it a million times because they've got this whole other system that you'll never catch up. But Codenames is great, and I actually highly recommend Deep Undercover, which is the adult style Codenames, where all of the clues are things like wang and breasts, and it's fucking fun. It's fucking fun.
Oh no, Dagny. You just want what you can't have.
That's the short list of all the short games that I can recommend.
Alright, Sweet Bean.
Show me the baby.
Show
me the baby.
me. Is it a good time to run and handle some top secret clown business for like 20 minutes?
Yeah, go for it. All right. We can hold down the fort. I was wondering if you could share any insights about the fate weaving system. I'm really interested in it and am incredibly curious. Thank you so much in advance. This is a Mike and Derek question. I don't know if we want to share anything yet. Tease it. But I think some of the breakthroughs have been excellent.
Yes. Fate weaving has been a difficult nut to crack, is what I will say. But I think it's probably going to be one of the most rewarding things in the book because of how it's going to empower people to tell the Crooked Moon story
and it's lean and tight and really solid.
Gnostic way. Instead of an adventure that is agnostic to your characters, it is a story that can hug and embrace your characters if you work with them and embrace the system. That is as much as I can say without just saying how it works, and frankly stay tuned because we're very close to being able to share all of it.
Anything else to add about
What was the question?
fate weaving? Anything that we're willing to share at this point? We're super interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's something.
Oh my god, no, that you also can't.
Just get this pug out of here. Dagny, get out. You're just a pest. Get out. Yeah, Dagny is a pest.
What if I just like keep her like this?
Dagny is a fucking pest. Yeah, I mean, fate weaving is it's I think a lot of people probably don't know what to expect. And I think it's a very elegant and simple system that interfaces into the Crooked Moon adventure. It is not something that is a system that you can pick up and plug into like any other system. I mean, actually, technically you can.
You can take the concept.
Technically, you can take the concept, and if you want to do
It's
the
a
work,
framework.
plug it the framework and plug it into anything. The framework does absolutely work for other things. You just need to decide where the placements are throughout the entirety of your campaign. And so it does work, and it'd be up to you. But I think that basically it's a handful of tools for the GM to put in a series of touch points that can slot into a character's backstory and their motivation in order to have a full character arc that is, that can be optional and layered onto the Crooked Moon adventure.
I'm honestly really proud with what you guys have come up with.
Good. I'm glad.
Honestly, it's I that was always kind of like a, I hope we can deliver on that. And I know we sort of our philosophy has evolved.
I'm feeling really good about it.
Hi.
Oh god.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, thanks, Mom. Goodbye, Dagny.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
Dagny.
Mother. Daddy's got that dog in her, you know what I mean?
That was a good question. Andy, are you interested in DMing again in the future?
No.
It's inevitable.
No, I'll
Join
be
our Patreon.
We're gonna be doing Rough Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing Rough Up.
I can't wait.
And I'm sure I'll do something on the main channel again. Only a matter of time.
This.
Keelay42 is in the vein of Edge of Midnight merch. Bag, win. So actually, that's going to be in Dead
ever.
NPC merch line featuring Mayor Wendell Halford and Rex Maxim and Bag.
Yeah.
Oh, this one you got. Local zombie, are there any quirks, tips, or tricks you enjoy about each other's DMing styles?
I like everybody's DMing
there's so
styles.
much.
Everyone's
Yeah,
style
everyone's
is very
excellent.
different. Mine is that I say a lot of ums and uhs, and I rock back and forth and do my arm shake tech that I have. That's what I do. That's my
That's your favorite?
DMing style.
That's
I
my
rock
My
back and
DMing style is forgetting extremely obvious words. In the middle
very
of
funny.
sentences. What is the thing? It's flat. You're looking at a wall.
Yeah.
A
What do you
wall
call
is
that
what you're
thing?
looking at.
Wall.
You know, the fucking between the roof and the floor, the ceiling. Getting words wrong. Yeah, that's me.
Ellis Coombs.
You read something on a piece of paper and it just doesn't connect.
Rose Siathy asks, so I'll never be able to get the Curse of Shudanya poster? Damn. No one will ever be able to get that ever again.
You miss
We're
your
never
chance.
selling it.
Yeah.
You miss your chance.
Y'all didn't appreciate it enough.
Somebody who has
Yep.
that is gonna get us all to sign it, and they're gonna have a piece.
Legendary.
I spent
legendary
time photoshopping that. I'll have you know. It's bad. It was, it could have been better. At the time, we had no budget to get something commissioned. I'm cherry picking some good ones.
I don't think I understand this question.
Teddy Laundry Bear says, I was reading a few essays on art that no one was originally intended to see, and hearing you guys talk about similar things reminded me of it. I know that you all have your own personal stories you've not told online. How do you feel about art for no one but yourself? As an artist, I have a lot of positive thoughts on it. I know you all are content creators with pressure on you, so it might feel different. Just curious, you guys are killing it.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, so basically the idea is
I get
that
it
like
now.
creating for the sake of creation, the virtue of creation, and not necessarily because someone's gonna see it or you're gonna sell it, right?
I think that's beautiful.
Samwise Didier, the wonderful former art director that guided the vision of Warcraft and Diablo and StarCraft, just a
God
fucking
among
genius. His
Bit of a
motto
legend.
is always be creating.
Yep.
The ABCs, always be creating.
Yep.
And I fall very, 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 very hard in that camp of always, always, always be doing no matter what it is. Even if it's not going to see the light of day, or even if, even if you're not going to get paid for it, or even if someone might not see it.
I think especially is actually the word you're looking for. I think it's
Yeah.
especially important that you be artful in your life and in living philosophically, regardless of any reward. That art is intrinsically valuable to the flow of living. And that's a really good example of that, I think, is if you ever are present when we're playing a game
that doesn't have the cameras on. We're playing. If we play D&D and none of these cameras were on, we'd be playing D&D exactly the same way, and I'd be putting exactly the same amount of energy into a home game. If Icebound had never seen the light of day, I would have put every minute and hour of that just as happily trying to make it the best fucking campaign, the best, because it's fun, and I like being artful.
And I mean, you know, before we started streaming, Prime was insanely good, right? And so the idea, I guess for me, right, it's about, I think there's kind of this, there's become this, and maybe this isn't a modern thing, but I feel like I see it a lot these days where it's like, oh, well, I did this work and maybe it got cut from something, or directions changed, or vision changed, it might not end up in the project, or my expectation of it being in this thing, or it deriving value in some way, or its delivery system was changed. I wasted work, right? And I think for me, that the concept of wasting work is so backwards.
Yes.
Where it's like, just because you do something, it doesn't come with it the necessity or the expectation. You shouldn't have the expectation that it will have some end goal, or it will go somewhere, it will do something. It, in and of itself, is valuable.
Yeah.
That your expectation on it is what's causing this mental strife, or this sort of anxiety or anguish about it not seeing the light of day. I would ask, why does it need to see the light of day, right? I can't tell you that literally thousands of hours of work that I've done for Vantress and at my other jobs in the past that never saw the light of day. And for me, I've really never sweat it, because it's, you know, at the end, you're always growing, you're always doing, you're always creating, and I think that it's that intellectual curiosity that that grows us as humans. And
a really good example of what you're talking about, and what we've been talking about, is Goya's Saturn devouring his sun painting.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the context in which it was painted?
No, I had no idea.
I'm not.
I love the
Enlighten
painting.
us.
My pleasure. He painted it on the wall of his apartment.
Oh, I think you told us
after
this.
going insane.
Wow.
And no one ever saw it until after he died and came in, and it was part of a tableau of all these horrific paintings that are the scariest thing that you could possibly imagine. And just him living the terrors and the war that he'd been through, and all of this through art.
So it's like he never intended for people to see it, really.
He never went to a gallery or anything like that. They had to take it off the wall. It is a very famous story in art history, and I think very telling that it is still capital A art, but it was not designed for an audience.
And so I think that, like, and I haven't been listening to what anyone's saying, so if someone
it's okay, we're allowed to repeat ourselves because we're all in our laptops.
If someone let me just delete forever. Cool. If someone said this, stop me, but basically it's before I got into D&D, I wrote short stories for myself that'll never see the light of day. They're gone. They're on an old computer or whatever. My buddy, and technically this wasn't like I showed it to somebody else, but the buddy I used to work for, he wanted to be like a novelist, and we basically wrote, like, we kept each other accountable and like did a monthly short story for a while, and I would just do world building and concepting for something that'll never see the light of day, and I've forgotten most of it now, and I even knew that it wouldn't go anywhere. But I did the creative process because it's important for my brain, and it's important to feel fulfilled and self-actualized to create. And I think that people look at, oh, well, if I'm creating and it doesn't go anywhere, what the fuck does it mean? You've created something, right? That is the work that you're putting out. Is it, as long as you're creating, it doesn't matter if it's valuable to anyone but you.
I'm going to layer onto that and say that yes, it's valuable to be creating, going through the process. I think about what tools and knowledge I equipped myself with preparing Icebound as though it were a module when we started sitting down and working on the Crooked Moon. And there were some massive gaps, and there were some massive helps and support structs that existed, and finding out what was and wasn't true in the reality of the publishing world versus what I was trying to do with that creative endeavor has been a very interesting teaching experience. But you also need to deliver.
Yeah.
You shouldn't eternally be creating
What I think you mean is that you should create a thing and then create a thing and then create a thing, rather than just constantly be massaging one particular blob of dough or
No, it
clay.
doesn't have to be. No, if someone wants to do that, they if they feel like they need to get something right for them to feel good about it, and it's still bringing them joy, then they can.
My point is that I think that a very healthy part of the creative process, and perhaps this is a different cul-de-sac to go down, but is to give yourself a deadline, to say, what does done look like, to ship, to deliver, even if it's for no audience, is to say, I have written a short story, and put it down and go, I have written a short story. To be able to say that as a true statement and be done, that is a very different thing than I am writing a short story, because you could write that short story forever. There's no wrong way to approach it, and I'm just saying that it is a valuable exercise when it comes to. An example is what we're doing whenever we stream a campaign. Every Wednesday, we ship the story.
And you know what? I think that is what is so good about D&D, and what was so good for my creative process. Is that it didn't matter how I was feeling that fucking Wednesday.
That's what I'm talking about.
It didn't matter what kind of creative blocks that I had. It didn't matter what I was at. We had to fucking play a session.
Yeah.
And there were some times where I'm like, my day job fried me or whatever, and like where we canceled because of a lot of other things were canceled out of Prime. But generally, every Wednesday or Tuesday or whenever we were playing, at Prime, I had to fucking deliver a session.
Exactly.
And so many of some brilliant ideas and concepts that happened in Prime were me literally thinking of them on the metro ride home from work to the session that night.
Yep.
And the needing to deliver and not being able to put it off like fucking George R. R. Martin for 13 years. Yeah. You know, for fucking George R. R. Martin for 13 years. Well, I need to get it done here, and I need to rewrite.
He's been given an infinite runway, and I think that's killing it.
Well, and it's one of those things is where, and I've watched a lot of video essays about what's wrong with George, and George needs deadlines. And a lot of people can be brilliant creators, and if they don't have deadlines or don't care about deadlines, they're never gonna fucking produce. Because there's always an excuse. There's always going to be an excuse. If you can think of an excuse of why you're not doing your thing tonight or tomorrow or whatever it is, there will always be an excuse for the rest of your life. There are limitless excuses until we're fucking in the earth. And I think that's kind of having those deadlines. And that's the reason why he wrote George R. R. Martin, another special topic where I can fucking rave, is A Song of Ice and Fire. And A Storm of Swords was the longest book until number 3. Was the longest book until Dance with Dragons. And he wrote 80% of A Storm of Swords in 10 months. In 10 months.
That's actually crazy.
And it's most readers' favorite book. Most readers' favorite book is Storm of Swords, was the biggest, was when all this shit happens. In 10 months, he wrote almost all of it. Or like 75 of 80% of it.
That's pretty nuts.
He was just on fire.
And you know what it was? Rent was due.
Well,
he wasn't uber wealthy.
Not starving is a motivator.
Well, exactly. And so it was one of those things where he had to get it out because he had to hit the deadlines to get the bonuses or whatever it was. And by necessity, he had to get it out and deliver one of the greatest books books ever written.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I can't wait to get to it. I haven't gotten to enjoy Game of Thrones because we haven't been streaming.
Oh yeah.
The hour that I drive here and the hour that I drive home, it's just gone out of my week,
There's gotta be.
I used to basically do it when I was driving, and then while I was lying in bed before I went to bed, I would just listen until I fell asleep.
That's the iPad calculator.
And I would remember where I was, and
That's very
back to it.
So.
But yeah, I mean it's.
No, this is just some guy.
It's one of those.
Does the iPad not come with a fucking calculator app?
It must.
Here.
That's what we said. We just searched for it though and couldn't find it.
No, it's giving me a top hit.
No, that's because
my
it's not
hot
talking
take.
to Siri.
I don't think it's a hot take. It's a cold take. I believe that we will get the Winds of Winter in 2032.
2032.
So all of the numbers that we have in the
not
projections and the models.
It's not installed.
So it doesn't come with a calculator.
If you didn't install it, you're right. That used to be the default. But it also used to be something you couldn't delete. So I'll bet Apple was like, "Oh yeah, you don't want to. You want to be able to."
There's no.
No. You'd have to go to the Apple Store and download the calculator app. Do that. But my point is that it used to be installed by default. That's bizarre.
Fucking Apple, man. disaster.
And it also depends on what iOS you happen to like the season purchase.
No, these are all third-party calculators.
No. There's a.
I just searched calculator in the fucking app store. This is.
Your phone's right there, bro. Do you not like?
No, I want to look at this and calculate on a.
All
You know what?
Would you like mine?
No,
Can
no,
I run
it's-
some numbers
it's-
for you?
it's fine.
That's all I'm doing. I might as well.
No, it's
You're right.
fine.
Oh. Something is wrong.
No,
something
no.
is wrong.
Something is
Something
wrong.
has happened.
Something has happened. I can see
Something
it.
has happened. You need to talk to one of us after that. Let's answer this next question because I want to talk about it. Unless you have any additional thoughts about the creative process.
Oh.
I'm all for it.
No. I mean, it's basically what I said. Oh, my hot take is that in 2032, 2033, we'll get Winds of Winter, and then we'll never get a June Spring, and that'll be it.
I think that we'll get both in succession. I think that he thinks that he needs to have them both done. And he's gonna go bop, and then he's gonna go bop.
I wish I could be that optimistic and copium huffing.
If it were me. I'm going to be running my first homebrewed one-shot soon. I'm super nervous. Any advice on quelling the anxiety? Really appreciate your input. I'm glad you're anxious. I'm sorry that you're anxious. You should be anxious. That is a important signal. If you're not anxious, then you aren't caring, and you aren't thinking it through, and you aren't trying to put yourself out there, and you aren't hoping that it's the best fucking time, that's the most fun for your players ever. My advice, in terms of quelling the anxiety, is to go in with hypotheses. Meaning, if this fails, I'm trying to do this thing. If this fails, what do I learn from that? Why could it fail? Why wouldn't it be fun? I think that this particular mix of combat is going to be tactically interesting, or this narrative event is going to be resonate with one of my players, or that this particular environment is going to encourage and foster exploration or mystery deduction or whatever it is that you're trying to do. If I do this, I think that this is going to be the result. And if you do, and it doesn't have that result, then you'll know what your if statement was. Having a hypothesis is extremely valuable. That is extremely important. I can't help you with the anxiety terribly much. I think it's important to have it, and I would just say weather it. I get anxious still, very much, during certain sessions. There were 2 particular sessions in Icebound where before each one of them, I was having like cold sweats. It was bad. The first session of Icebound, I was drenched, right? I'm about to throw up. It's a good
Mom
feeling.
spaghetti.
Butterfly, yeah, mom spaghetti. It's a good feeling. It's an important signal. Follow that emotion, because if you lose it and you don't care, then that's actually a bad thing, I'd say. The other thing is have a ritual. Start thinking about what your pre-game, mid-game, and post-game rituals are. Define those, codify them, figure out what works for you. It's hard to know what that's going to be if it's your first time, but pick something. You can stand in front of a mirror for 30 seconds and count down from 30 to 0 doing the Superman pose in the bathroom in private before you dungeon master, and maybe that's your ritual to pump you up and give you confidence, or because that's just the thing that you do before your session, because it tells your mind and your body it's time to play a session, it's time to be a GM now. Have a thing, any ritual will work, can help you start to know what the handholds of anxiety look like before you go into a session, even if that feeling never fades. And it shouldn't, because you should care.
I think I agree with all that. Well done.
All right. Thank you. Question for Andy. What was the core element for Scrim? Your motivation for him?
Ooh, my motivation? So not creation of the character, the existence and thereof playing of the character.
Yeah, I guess what was your kindling? Like, what made you go, oh, you know what, I think I've got a character.
Wow.
I don't know if I know the answer to that.
I know the answer. And we've talked about this on stream. I think the crystallization of who Scrim became was when we realized that he wasn't a ranger. There was all of this
I remember
baggage
this.
What a
that
game
the
changer.
character had from trying to be a ranger with a beast.
Yeah.
And the more and more I thought about it, the more I was like, man, this is really warlocky. This is not a ranger at all.
The relationship is evolving into
And
this.
I was
yeah.
with Rich and Nikki and Kelsey in Pennsylvania at the drag show that we talked about a few times. And we were pre-gaming the drag show when I was like, guys, I have a crazy idea. Like, let me tell you, don't like yell at me before I get my thoughts out. And I was like, I think Scrim is a warlock. And that was like kind of the moment that we like unlocked the character. And then the voice and the attitude and the characterization kind of came with that like unlocking.
Cascaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you first broached the topic with me.
Yeah, I was like,
that
I
you
have
were
to.
nervous.
I talked to them
You were a
first, and
little
I was like, I'm
nervous.
gonna have to talk to Derek, and I'm like, I'm worried he's gonna be pissed because he did all this work for Scrim, and like, I don't want him to feel like he wasted all of this time. That was like a big hesitance that I had. I didn't want to like inconvenience him.
Because it was the right choice.
Wasted work.
Well, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. Because it was the right choice, the wasted work was actually shedding away and simplifying the journey for Scrim and Icebound. I had all this stuff lobbed on, and when you took this cloak of confusion off and all of a sudden Scrim was there, I could take all of that work and go, you know what? That isn't what makes sense for it. It was a much cleaner path for me. So it didn't make for more work because it wasn't additional work.
Right.
It allowed me to subtract things
Yeah.
and just focus on what was right for the character.
And again, I think it wasn't so much like I was worried about wasted work. I was more worried about how I knew how much he cared and how much like labor of love it was, and I just didn't want him to feel like I was destroying his
dumping
campaign.
on. Yeah, no, I mean it's a fair concern.
It was such a big it was so long in the creation process. I was like, I might be undoing like a year and a half of work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I just didn't want to have you like set you back that far.
I would say that if that had actually happened and you had set me back in that way, that I would be a much worse GM because
That's fair.
I shouldn't be sitting down and doing that level of planning. Right? I should be making blank spaces and I should be allowing for improvisation in a campaign that to the point where you can make a call like that and the structure of a campaign survives. If I'd been so prescriptive that much work had gotten deleted because of your choice to make that change in Scrim, I'm not playing D&D anymore. I'm writing a novel. Right. I'm just telling you the story. We might as well not even roll any dice. Right. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
I think that to kind of bringing it all together, it goes to show in my personal philosophical belief, back on wasted work and not, how important iteration is and how iteration can lead to such amazing work. And that in most cases, it improves what you do. And I think that, there is the attitude and the philosophy of if I lift my finger and I want to do it, I only want to do it once and it better be locked in. And because I did it, I'm not going to go back and I'm not going to iterate on it. And I think that's an easy trap to fall into. But imagine if
Just get your life right.
Imagine if we had been
something.
I didn't look
Shut up.
Oh my
Keep
god.
going.
Imagine if you hadn't been open to being iterative.
Right.
And you would have been like, well, no, we signed off
Right.
that Scrim was a ranger.
Right.
And because you
Oh,
already
that's
signed
crazy.
off,
We would have reached an
then
impasse,
you need to stay a ranger.
Right.
and our story would be bad.
Because I don't want to have to redo the work. I don't have to go back and iterate again.
Right.
People that are afraid to iterate and afraid to go back and relook at it again and think that that's bad, you are hamstringing yourself.
Yeah.
To truly do and create great things.
That is a very profound statement.
Thank
and more profound than perhaps most of our
Well
viewers
said.
realize.
Yes.
Well said.
Yep. Yep. There's been a lot of. Anyway.
What are
Sitting
your
home,
guys'
sitting
favorite
close.
music artists / bands? If it's too hard to choose just one, what are a couple of your favorite? Clover Flower.
Cecil B. Heimerdinger.
Yes.
Professor Cecil B. Heimerdinger. From the series Arcane.
That's fantastic.
The Midnight. We've been talking a lot about The Longest Johns, if you're into sea shanties. Rush. Everybody knows that Mike and I love Rush. Iron Maiden. Avantasia.
I'm a Beatles
Also
man.
inspiration for the name.
I'm a Beatles man. I'm a
Adventures.
metric man. I love metric.
Metric's great.
There was a time in my life. I don't know if
Sting.
it's true anymore.
Gotta love Sting.
I still love all the classics.
Gotta give it up for Sting.
Blasting Company, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Of course.
Blasting Company.
Yeah,
Yes,
their latest single
absolutely.
is really banging.
Yeah, their latest single is fucking outstanding.
Honestly, I've spent the most of my time listening to Coal-Eyed Birds, and not even because anyone told me to.
Yeah, that's
just
right.
because like I get in the car, I'm like, this is what I want to hear right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of good stuff. What else?
You guys said everything that
Yeah. Did you say Coheed and Cambria? I feel like you
I
always say
didn't.
Coheed
I am a
and
huge
Cambria.
Coheed fan.
Yeah.
I like Coheed.
Thank you, Crotuck, for the raid.
Oh, hey!
welcome in.
Welcome.
Welcome on in.
That's awesome.
Speaking of Longest Johns, I met Crotuck at the Longest Johns concert. Believe it or not.
It's amazing.
Crazy small world. I've been recently, Crow asks, I've recently been inspired to run my first one-shot campaign, and I'm interested in incorporating some of you guys' rules into it. At what Patreon tier can I access some of your unique rules like fake curses and stuff? The Golden Monkey tier and higher has all of our homebrew stuff. We've really pulled back on doing that. But everything that's there is still available to all of our Golden Monkeys. Oh, Chapel Roan, people are trying to remind you, Andy.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge Chapel fan now too.
Yeah.
That was actually the number
Absolutely.
one artist on my Wrapped. I was surprised by it.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. I did a lot of listening to Chapel Roan, I guess.
Recently I watched a few... Oh, we answered this one. We answered this one. Favorite D&D race to play as? Dwarf for me.
Genasi. Any of the flavors.
If Edge of Midnight and Once Upon a Witchlight were to meet, how would they react?
Badly.
Not well.
No,
it would
very
not go
badly.
well. I think Carnival LaCrew would cease to exist. I think they would all get killed. They would die.
Well, I do think the Edge of Midnight Party would win, but it would be an absolute bloodbath.
Oh, 100%.
Because, like, Cremy and Gideon with the gloves off is terrifying.
Yeah, that's true.
Torbeck would be terrified, and then eventually they draw out Gorbeck, and it would just be a nightmare, right? Like, it would be a bloodbath, and I do think the Edge of Midnight Party would win. But it would not. There would be no winners.
It depends on how. So this has always been a really fun thought experiment for me because it depends on like kind of what you're considering.
Yeah.
Like if you're considering kind of like lore, souped up, like what are their like true sources of power?
Yeah.
Like Edge of Midnight has so much kind of like patron,
They're
like
backed by-
mega backing like
got a big
forces
backing.
behind them.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'd say is each one of them kind of are like more or less traveled warriors.
I agree.
I think like you could say that about Yorgrim, you could say that about Marius, you could say that about Briggsy. I think maybe not Lethica.
Lethica's been in it though.
And I think like at the end of the day, like Once Upon a Witchlight was a traveling band of like goofballs.
Carnival.
They were a carnival.
But because they are powerful, they have this huge arrogance.
Yeah.
Right.
And they think they can just fight their way out of things. And that's why I think that they would just get themselves killed.
Yeah.
They would resort to violence, and Edge and Midnight Party would just...
Oh, 100% they would. Kermit would be like, would you kindly?
Yeah, and try.
Oh, it's time to shut these guys down!
Because I'm gonna find
I don't see any single file lines here!
Say goodnight.
What would you consider the tastiest monster would be? I've been watching Dungeon Meshi, and the monsters in D&D seem like they'd be pretty good.
That's wonderful. Dungeon Meshi is great. Delicious in Dungeon is absolutely fantastic. I only watched the first 2 episodes. I need to eventually go back and watch it, but this was forever ago. You know, you, my friend, were on a one-shot involving
Yes.
fighting cooking monsters.
Myself and Mikey. And we did have Bullet.
Bullet.
Yeah.
That
That's when
has
I gassed
become-
the shit out of Mace.
Yeah,
what was
God,
the
that was so funny. That was very funny.
Wilder Feast? What is the
Wilder Feast was
Wilder
a supplement
Feast?
about...
My point is there are so many supplements
So
about
many.
hunting and cooking monsters, especially since Delicious and
There
Dungeons
have been probably
come
like
out.
50 in the last 2 or 3
I think it's
years.
a wonderful trope. I don't know much beyond
It's kind of like, I
Wilder
feel like it's kind of like Monster Hunter
It is.
esque.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense to have like a mechanic like that. It feels very, realistic, if you could say, to have a kind of mechanic like that in there. You know, as you like truly be exploring the world. If you're encountering monsters, like it makes total sense that you would use that as sustenance. You know,
A roast axe beak.
Ooh,
that sounds great.
Could be pretty delicious. If you guys were invited as to guest at an international con, would you consider traveling? The Side Eye's an Aussie fan. Or sorry, Aussie fan. We are always open to considering any offers for us to guest. It just needs to make sense for us to do. There is a trade-off in everything, and so that's been our biggest trouble so far is, you know, everything has an opportunity cost, and there are 8 million fires that we're constantly putting out at all times, and it's a bit of a
That's
disaster.
not an exaggeration.
It's like spinning plates that are also on fire while you
What, is
juggle
that, what
them.
did Elsewhere say? That's often what life is. One vile fucking task after another.
Well, the math that I was trying to do when we were talking about the wasted work, can you
is
guess
that what you were doing?
Can you guess how many words you've written in the last 3 months?
I have no idea.
If you were to put a number on it, I don't know.
That I've written?
That you've written.
It's hard to tell, right? How much editing and rewriting.
Because it goes out and comes back in.
Yeah.
I'll take it a wild stab.
This is just an estimate.
Give
or take
how many months?
3 months?
3 months? I would say, with limited context, 500,000.
No. Yes.
What? Too low?
That's way too high.
It's way too high.
I wish I was that much of a machine. That would be me on cocaine.
To be fair,
Okay,
I think that
okay.
if you're not someone who's ever done any writing at all,
Yeah.
it is impossible to actually think about how many words that is.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing
That
to
was a
gauge.
wild step. It was
I
a
appreciate
wild
the
step,
wild stab makes.
But I
really do.
I wanted to get it out
I think
there.
War and Peace is like 500,000.
Yeah. I think.
I just feel like
appreciate
I
that.
feel like you in terms of like writing and then control deleting and then writing again, you know, I feel like well, kind of like you said, it's hard to understand because you're iterating so much, like back and forth. It's hard to understand.
Well, I mean, like
once you've actually produced, that does not necessarily equate to what you have written.
well, like I think about like the system of Fate Weaving consists of nearly exactly 2 manuscript pages, so not laid out pages. So 2 word pages. And those 2 pages alone, I think, took me 16 hours. And how many words on it? It's not, but you know, it's not a ton.
Before did you reveal the answer?
No. I want
Can you say one more time what? Because I already cheated.
Oh.
Can you say what the guess is? What we're trying to guess? I missed
We're trying to guess how many words
he's written.
I've estimated roughly
Okay.
that Mike has written in the last 3 months.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. That's a very.
I'm not allowed to answer that question.
I think you. Well.
Well,
unless you know.
no.
I
Well,
think
he
it's
wants-
a
he wants
very. I
Mike to
think it's a
answer
very
the
hard question to answer. I think it's very hard to guess.
I think that you taking a guess is interesting.
50,000.
I think you're interesting.
you
Word
blushing?
choice.
50,000.
50,000.
No, I'm just.
No, whoever said that.
Yeah, it can't be that much because that's higher than what Mace said.
That's higher than what I said, and everyone laughed at me and said,
Don't
"You don't
laugh.
know
Hold on.
words."
I specifically
No,
said.
you were very kind.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're very kind.
It's.
3 months?
I'm gonna put 130K on it.
Whoa.
Damn, you're good.
That is
137,370.
that is insane. How
I
close you
feel
were.
like that's
How did you get that?
Because I know how much our average chapter is, and I just did the multiplication.
That's cheating, Derek.
Well, he literally opened by saying I shouldn't be allowed to guess. this.
Yeah, that's cheating.
That's longer than Return of the King.
Yeah.
So, just to put in perspective, how much writing Mike has done. That would be like if he was doing NaNoWriMo or NaNoWriMo literally every single day. Every single day.
Whoa!
Richie's.
Oh my! Oh,
Is it
you guys
birthday
each
cake?
get your own. That's incredible. That's called being prepared.
Very cool.
That's so sweet.
I
You guys have a
haven't
nice mother.
seen it. Thank you.
Well, don't look at it yet. It's a surprise. It's not even a cake.
Yeah, I didn't see it went down.
It's not a cake. Don't.
Oh,
look
it's
at
not
it.
a cake?
Oh,
It's
it's
not.
Oh.
Don't even think
I
that
can't
it is.
see it. The DM screen's
Good.
blocking it. Okay.
That's.
I thought for a second it was possibly a Texas sheep.
I don't know if that's even possible or true.
What?
I mean, this might be low. It also might be high. I think give or take 10 to 20,000 words.
It could just be
It's
wrong.
in a direction.
Yes.
That's wild.
That's a lot of words. It's a lot of words.
That's wild, man.
Yeah. You've read more words. You've written more words than Return of the King.
And it's not in 3 months.
It's 3 months.
That ain't bad. And what's funny is it actually is like kind of also written in the style of like a thoughtful novel.
Yeah.
So it's not even like he's just writing words, just like
Oh,
spewing
no, no.
words out.
And
it's like he's basically
also game
novelized,
systems and designing game bullshit, right?
basically written an entire book.
Yeah, it's wild.
in 3 months. Jeez.
yeah,
And you know what? You know what the other thing is? I'll say they're good words.
Oh, they're very good.
They're really good words.
that's rare.
They exude a goodness that's really, really crucial.
It's wild. So anyway, that's just
Compulsory
a fun
NaNoWriMo.
statistic that I wanted to look up.
I love that. You know how much I love little statistics.
Oh yeah, little facts.
Little data points.
What else we got? Let's see here.
Do you need help? Happy to.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, we could have like.
Yeah,
Oh my
happy
god,
to.
we have 2 cakes here?
We do. Oh my god.
I told you they're not.
You're on
cakes.
camera, by the way.
I tried to do the sheet cake and a cakes.
Thank you, Mother. You're the
I
best.
talk about your Texas sheet
Mama
cake
Gil,
all
thank you.
the time.
Thank you, Mama.
I
Good
tell
work.
stories. I tell
Thank you,
stories
Mother.
about your Texas sheet cake.
I don't know if it's gonna taste different, but
I'm sure it's delicious. We're gonna.
We can taste the
Smells
love from
amazing.
your
birthday like
It
this
smells
on stream.
amazing.
No, this is wild.
Have we
Wow.
always been at PAX, or have we ever been on stream during your birthday? I'm
I mean,
trying
the
to think.
chances
I think
of
one
that
We
year.
gotta be
must have
pretty low.
streamed.
I think one
but-
year.
Well, I just know because it's early December and usually either
I want to say
we're
one
at
year.
PAX.
1 year we were on stream for your birthday. Was
Yeah.
it that I can think of. But I think usually we're gone.
We stream a lot of birthdays. I think almost all of Nikki's birthday we've streamed a lot.
Never mind.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is a
It's
holiday.
never gonna
Yeah,
happen.
it's never gonna happen.
Maybe one day.
I'll be
Never
too
say
hungover
no.
for the rest of my life. I'll be 78 and I'll still be like, guys, I can't stream today. I'm hungover.
Stream. Call it the Feywild episode at least. Okay. Man, that cake looks
I mean,
pretty
go,
good.
like, I don't know if we have to wait.
It's your birthday.
No.
It's your
Do you-
birthday.
do you want us to-
Here's my
Do
question.
you want us to sing a song?
Do we
No, no,
do
no, we
we
don't have to
do we
I would
want
like
to
to
put
sing.
other foodstuffs in our body before we?
We should
put
get
these?
I would
food
eat.
Yes, we should.
I would
Let's
eat
eat
for sure.
Let's eat. We have that beautiful gift card.
Where are we getting fried rice from? I'll
No,
take
no,
it.
no. Please no.
Literally anything
Come on
else.
down to the Fried Rice Emporium.
I'm about to heat up the last fried rice.
Stop.
I calculated perfectly. There's one more fried rice, and I leave for PAX tomorrow. That is perfect
God.
planning.
Every day,
calculated.
Mikey
Perfect planning.
eats 137,000 individual pieces of rice.
Yeah, I do.
That's a lot of rice. How much volume is that in rice?
Have you heard about?
How many grains of rice do you think you're in a
Google.
container of
How
fried
much
rice?
Jamie.
volume is
Like,
137? What do you say? 137?
137.
370 grains of rice. Is there like a grains of rice to? Is there a converter?
I'm sure there's like a gram.
All right. Well, 50,000 grains of rice is a kilogram. So you're looking at 3 kilograms of rice.
Okay.
No,
That's
is that right?
no, it's just Google. It can be
No, it's not
completely
right, it's
wrong.
just
How many
Google.
grains of rice are in a 1 kilogram bag of rice? This is about 50,000 grams, which
Oh,
means
wow,
that you're
okay.
looking at 6.6 pounds of rice. That's a shitload of rice.
That's a lot of
Oh,
rice.
that sounds like dinner.
But that's
at
only
PF
if
It really does.
that's only if 50,000 grains of rice is about a kilogram, which I don't know if that's even true. This is 1,000 grains of rice is 28 grams.
Mace, go buy some raw rice so we can count the rice and weigh it. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
How much does a
We're getting to the
trillion
bottom
grains
this.
of rice weigh?
What?
It'd be 25 gigagrams.
Gigagrams. Gigagrams. Get out of here, Google. Google, you're drunk.
What you guys?
You're drunk, Google.
Gigagrams!
What is this?
Have you guys heard like the parable of like the king and the chessboard and the rice and all that? Have you heard about that?
The
no, but
framing
hit me.
sounds very familiar.
Does it have something to do with duplicating the amount of rice on each square?
Yeah, and basically it's a parable or like a story about how fucking crazy exponential growth is.
Oh my god, yeah.
And basically there's a king who had done everything. He had conquered, he ruled, and he had won wars, and he had his women or his wife or whatever. It was amazing. And he was bored, and he went to the wisest wise man in the realm, and he says, make me a game or do something for me that'll make me not bored. The wise man creates chess. And the king is so thrilled. He's this is the greatest thing ever. I will give you everything. Like, I'll give you anything that you want. And the wise man says, I would like take the chessboard, and on the first square, I would like 1 grain of rice. And then on the second square, I would like 2 grams of rice. And then double that for each square on the chessboard. And the king's like, oh, of course! That's easy. I'll do it.
Until you get to square 7.
And then literally by square 13, the
it's not
kingdom
even
is
that
bankrupt.
high. I guarantee you it's not that high.
Oh my god.
No, Square 13 is like more grains of rice than there is sand. Like it's absurd.
It's the classic like I'm
And
gonna pay you and Mace each for the same job, right?
Yep.
And one of you gets to work for $1,000 a day. The other one gets to work for a penny a day, but I'll double it each day.
Yeah.
You guys would murder each other to have the penny.
Oh, exactly.
Because it surpasses the $1,000 a day like instantly.
One of my favorite shorts on YouTube is somebody doing a riff on that very story where he's like, you will double the rice every day. And the king's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stab you for suggesting that. Because I'm the king. Why would I do that? I'm not going to bankrupt my...
I'm not letting my people starve because you made a fucking game nerd.
It's the same guy who does the genie bit.
Yeah.
I just died.
I felt like that genie for the last 72 hours.
Yeah, I've been perpetually in the half transparency, like opaque. Holy shit!
This is actually a really good question, Mama Bird. Have you guys thought about running reruns during the week, like old episodes of Curse of Strahd and Primal? You catch up on the Crooked Moon. So yes, I have thought about that a lot.
We probably should have actually worked that into this. Yeah.
The problem is that's a lot of extra work to get the video edited, get it set up, make sure that all the stream titles is that their stream
And it's not something that
elements
like I
is
can
set
help
up.
you with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And
Like,
so like
with us streaming the games, I can basically take it all, but I can't help you set those things up.
Yeah. And so we, if we found a Twitch producer that could just run it all on their own, that's like the kind of thing that we could start doing that. And also, how like Critical Role does the reruns a couple times a week where like after their session ends, they replay it immediately for the folks in Europe or something.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know.
Do they still raid and all that, or is it like
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I don't know. But anyway, one day, once we're at a certain scale, we're still scaling the second business.
Yeah.
Then once the second business is nice and scaled up, we'll get back to the first business.
and then we'll do this scale.
Exactly right. So
yeah.
Just too many businesses.
That's a lot.
Any chance, Derek, of posting your More Abound maps? We've posted those, right?
I don't know if the actual thing that I drew on the wrapping paper was ever codified and drawn out.
There's like the battle maps.
The battle maps for the More Abound with the 3 levels.
Oh, that was on wrapping paper.
Yeah,
Each level, that was cool.
Thank
We
you.
really show it in detail.
Yeah, I feel like
I
I think you would have to recreate it.
Budget webcam.
I will say that I stayed up many evenings just sitting in front of that, drawing it. So it's what happened on the page. I don't have like a digital copy or anything.
When Once Upon a Witchlight returns, how easy do you think it will be to get back into character and all the lore? I think pretty easy.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, getting back into characters is.
Yeah, and the lore of the campaign is not so complex.
Yeah,
that
it's not really that.
It's not that complex or deep.
Right.
So it's pretty. I feel like I still remember all of the little details. There might be some like, little minor shitty side quests that we forgot, but they probably weren't that important.
Oh, I mean Diana Cloppington.
Oh, she's
and
fucked.
Curly.
Oh, Curly's fucked.
They
are fucked.
All those side quests we got and forgot about.
They are never getting shit from
whoever's
me.
brother.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But that was it. Whoever's brother.
Oh, Curly.
Curly.
Oh, that was Curly.
That's Curly.
Oh.
That's Curly the Bugbear.
Yeah,
was a
that's the
post
bugbear.
on
Yeah, you can't
Reddit.
remember Curly's name. That's how he fucking did it.
These things,
Yeah,
what is
you
it?
don't even remember Curly's name.
Wasn't there a gnome? Wasn't there a gnome who was like doing something?
There was a little
who
guy at
proposed?
gold, and we were all shitting ourselves. You know, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Let me run through a scenario real quick.
Yeah,
In Witchlight, I don't know if anyone remembers. Maybe chat does.
maybe.
We were given a fly brooch by the balloon guy. And then when we meet the king, Kremi, I guess me, but Kremi, like makes a big deal of lying about the fly brooch to the king. Does anyone remember why?
What king?
Oh, somebody recently brought this up.
This
as a
was
point.
and right, and so I'm bringing it up because on Reddit,
Do you
someone's
remember?
like,
Or you asking
I
us?
remember
Oh,
why.
Okay.
I think.
Let me think.
But then they're like,
Yeah,
so
let me
basically they
think.
said, oh, why was Kremi making such a big deal of trying to lie about the origin of the thing? And all these Redditors are like, I think Richie just forgot. I think he
No.
was just confused.
No.
You know, he was just making a big deal. It made no sense the brooch was
If
silly.
I have to guess,
Yeah.
it's because, well, one, the origin of it was, like, we couldn't let people know that we were in league with the people in the balloon, especially when they were like, we were worried the frog was gonna die, and we were trying to replace the government, and like,
What wasn't there a like literal rebellion faction
Yes.
trying to
Yes.
assassinate
Yes.
and overthrow
we found,
the king?
we found a piece,
And that
of
was
evidence
like their
of the,
emblem?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
so
sorry. I
that's
thought
more
I was.
specific.
And that
They
came
were
from the
committing
balloon?
acts of terrorism.
Yes.
Wait, so the balloon guy was escaping the kingdom?
Yes, but he tipped us off that hey, like my brother leads this organization. Take this brooch and you'll get in.
The Bunko.
The
Bunko buddies.
The Bunko buddies. Yeah.
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 So anyway,
Because we were
gonna-
life was in danger.
Because the brooch was gonna let us talk to the other guy who was at like the promenade or something.
Yeah.
And we were gonna be able to talk to him.
But the
with
king would have been
emblem.
like, "What's that?"
But the
and we would have
king
been like,
was
"Now
like-
kill them."
Yeah, but
I'm
we
gonna
like,
stab you.
Okay, yeah, we had to hide the rebellion group.
Yes.
Okay, I like literally. There's like 10 people of like, yeah, that was just ridiculous. Like, like he was totally confused. He had no idea. There was no
Richie,
reason to
you're
lie.
lost. You lost it.
I was literally like, what the fuck?
I
Did
can't
I
wait
just
to find
forget?
out. I can't wait to find out why that one creature had their wings cut off.
You know. Oh yeah. And you know that's why we're a bunch of overweights and undesirables, folks. We can't even remember. We can't even remember why we had the fly
And again,
brooch.
maybe that was wrong, and I forgot. But I had thought that it was an emblem of the rebellion. Maybe not.
No, I think you're right.
I think that sounds pretty correct. I don't remember. I have zero kind of like visual recollection of you actually getting the brooch. But now you saying that you had one, I like it.
Yeah, it's possible that the fly wasn't, but I think we all collectively thought that the fly was the emblem of the rebellion. Anyway,
Well, the campaign's ruined. We should really start over from the beginning.
Or let's delete it.
What happened to that guy who lost his heart? Do we ever shove his heart back in him or no?
We found his heart. We found his heart in
we?
a proverbial cooler.
Oh, we found his
heart
heart
was like on ice.
and then we used the Dota 2 flying pig, and we said,
Oh, the flying
we
donkey.
said,
Yeah,
Pig
yeah.
Tune, you go deliver
Yeah,
his heart
yeah.
back to, we go back to the guy. We just hand waved it.
Yeah,
Hand
clap for
waved it.
claw.
Yeah.
Petunia basically just delivered and closed all of the plot threads so we could just move
Yeah,
on.
yeah. Pig Tune is literally
Here you
like
go,
quest
here you go,
turning
here
in
you
for
go,
us
here
in
you
the
go.
peripherals.
Thanks, goodbye.
Because we did get the
Goodbye.
heart. You're absolutely right. From the freezer. It was in the freezer
Yeah.
where Rico almost turned into a
You got locked in the walk-in freezer.
You got locked in the
rectangle
freezer.
trousers.
Like, hey, what are you doing in here?
Sea cucumber Robert rectangle
Yeah,
trousers.
that's right. Sea cucumber Robert.
Sea cucumber Robert rectangle trousers. Everyone knows sea cucumber Robert rectangle trousers. Are you telling me you don't know sea cucumber Robert rectangle trousers?
The other day, I was talking to Reed about.
Are you kidding me?
I was talking to Reed about League of Legends, and Nunu came up.
Yeah.
And I was like, "You mean Nunu and Willump?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, as Reed does." And then a couple seconds went by, and I was like, "Nunu and Willump, more like old and won't referee."
Very funny.
And I've been waiting to tell you guys that for weeks.
Well, now's the perfect time.
Old and won't
It's like, no, it's not Quinn. You're not playing Quinn. You're playing Quinn Valor.
Valor, yeah.
Valor to me. Quinn Valor.
That's my favorite one. Quinn
Valor, what do
Valor.
you see? It's like a Smash Bros. Character. It's like Banjo and Kazooie. It's, blank and blank.
Yeah.
Mithra and Pyra.
That's very funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Good times.
When the future canon first episode of Wuffrup gets uploaded to YouTube, will it be called Wuffrup or will it have a different campaign name? It will have a name.
campaign.
It'll have a
Campaign
name.
name.
It'll have a name.
I was noodling on campaign names and then I stopped.
Why is that? No reason. Just lazy.
Yeah. Why do I always feel like if this song is going to turn into Corneria?
Ooh. Oh, ba-da-ba-da. Is that Corneria?
Yeah. Yeah.
A little bit of a sillier question. Do any of you have a favorite physical seat at the table?
I mean...
Yes, the one Richie is in right now.
Yes, the one Derek is in right now.
You sat there for a little bit during Beneath Dark Wings.
Yeah.
Because that's where the wagon short happened.
Yep.
I mean, I've always been partial to this seat. And I know that you and I trade
The
off
objectively
sometimes.
best seat
I
for
like that
me
seat, too.
at this
I
table
mean-
is where Richie's sitting, and because of the way that our streaming setup is, he needs to be at the
need
console.
to be here, yeah.
And that's fine. This is the second best seat.
I'm always either here, or there.
If I'm sitting
Yeah.
over there, I'm fucked. If I'm sitting where Mikey is, I'm in deep shit.
I have to be here. I have no choice.
I think I've always either been here or there. Just either of these two.
Well, that's a great question.
Charm Drinks, as I was going to suggest this. Charm Drinks read my mind. I think because it's been many hours.
It has been many hours.
So I know it's all about this whole March Lost thing. Forget about that. Think now of our very first single our very second single.
Our very first second single.
Our very first second single
That's
from
true. That's true.
the Crooked Moon soundtrack. We've forgotten all about it. We've been ranting about Arcane. We've been ranting
Yeah,
about.
we've been doing a lot of that.
We've been ranting about the Crooked Moon.
The French.
We've been ranting about the French.
Arcane. League of Legends.
We've been ranting about
The French.
Mrs. Peasbury and her iconic wines.
Yeah.
She's great.
The French.
So
cut.
we are going to it's dropped everywhere. It's still not on Spotify.
It will be
But
soon.
it will be soon.
In 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours.
It will be on
So
Spotify.
we are going to rerun.
So funny.
Listen to our second single by the Lagoon, by the Blasting Company, featuring Jerron Paxton as Mr. Crossroads, aka Briggsy Cratch, aka the Grinning Sinner. Yeah.
Will
Will
the
Mace
music.
sing at some point?
What?
And then
When
we can
will
talk about
Mace
what we're going to eat
sing?
for dinner while it's
Whoa,
running.
we've all heard Mace sing before.
I just
What?
Just play the song.
Let's go.
Two roads with no beginning, cross where the water's low. The ground isn't dry, but it holds up just fine under tow. Don't mind me, I'm leaving soon. Wish I could say the same for you. Isn't it nice here by the lagoon? It's never too late to take him with you. Now what's that gliding in the water? Blank eyes drifting above. If you see any of that little alligator smile, good luck. Just one thing before I go, I know there's a place just down the road. It could be nice there, a place to unwind, far from living so close to die. Would be your happiest? What is that one regret that you must get off your chest? What are you so afraid of losing that you lose everything? And there she is rolling by, steam blowing in gloomy light. Just follow my lead and I will get you on board alive. But isn't it nice here by the lagoon? If you'd rather stay and take in the view.
We're back.
Are we back?
Diarrhea.
We're not muted anymore, man. You can't spoil
Spoilers.
that. You can't tell people.
Well, it's already these rooms.
Gotta give it up. The Blasting Company featuring Drawn Paxton. That is our second single.
Yep.
There's 13 more of those songs.
13 more.
13 more?
15 songs
Holy
on the
shit.
album. Only 2 are released as singles right now. And we got one coming, probably next month. We'll see.
Probably next month is
Probably
going to be our
next
next single. So, this is, they,
when it comes to, we talked about the creative process a lot. And the Blasting Company, just like, it's one of those things where when you find a collaborator who just, you can connect with and they also understand what you're trying to achieve, it's fucking magic what you guys can create together.
Yeah.
Truly.
Clover Flower asked, that character, the Grinning Sinner, is based on Briggsy. It literally is Briggsy.
Yes.
It is the fallen version of Briggsy Cratch.
Yeah. So if you want to kill Briggsy,
Kill him dead.
pre-order The Crooked Moon at thecrookedmoon.com.
Kill your Briggsy, kill him dead. Swamp and
There's actually 45 songs in the Crooked Moon total, but basically the main soundtrack is...
That's a lot of songs.
It's a shit ton.
45 fucking songs.
45 fucking songs.
That's so many. That's actually a shitload of songs.
It's a lot of songs.
I think about how many songs there are on the Witcher 3 album, and I don't know if it's 45.
It's probably not 45. Well, maybe.
No,
That's a big game. That's a big game.
And to be fair, what you get on the album is like the condensed version, because they have the ability in the game to be like, we're taking the bass line out because you're in a different area, and then it shifts into the other soundtrack, and
It's I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Not
adaptive.
Adaptive.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Like Monkey Island
Adaptive.
2 was one of the early games that did that. And depending on your location, they developed technology where they could play the same file but swap out the instruments. So you didn't need to have a whole new song file. You could just alter the song file depending on where you were.
Oh yeah.
And it would change the instruments or whatever.
Back when game developers had to be super creative to fit all that shit onto the physical media.
Yeah.
And where allegedly it's a meme that game optimization has died. How just basically
100%.
no one optimizes games anymore.
Yeah.
Because
computers can handle that, and so they don't try to optimize it. But like so much of the creativity of that era of gaming was from trying to optimize to actually fit the fucking game on the cartridge. I just saw some meme about it, that there was like some N64 game that had like a movie game and cutscenes from the movie and voices and all that stuff and like a huge game, and it was in just one tiny N64 cartridge.
Yep. Well, it's like is it either Banjo-Kazooie or something where there's like one sprite, it's like a brick or something, and it's used as a brick in some places, but then somewhere else they'll tell the game to blow the brick up so you only see like the little texture and dye it green, and now it's a totally different thing, right? Now it's like a gross hag wall. Those are the kinds of things they used to have to do.
Finagle,
that's right. I've been properly advertised to. Where can I find the store link for the new drops? It's pinned.
The pinned comment.
Or go to Avantris.com. Wait.
Yep, it'll redirect you.
Yep. Avantris.com/shop.
It will redirect you.
Avantris.com/shop.
It's .com.
It's .com. It's not .net.
We could get a custom if we wanted to for the long term. Check out our shop.com or something, you know?
We should definitely consider that.
Avantris.com/shop is fine, but that slash in there, it's a bit of a
we
hurdle.
do shop.avantris.com?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what it is right now. But
no, it's /shop.
I know.
I'm not typing in all those.
It should be Avantris Holiday 2024 launch.com//3thoughts.gov.
I'll tell you right now, I ain't typing.
We can't get a .gov. We're not a .gov.
You
For
get
now.
like 10 letters out.
Is that illegal?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get a .gov without being an official government. Yes. And in order to be an official government, the other governments have to agree that we're an official government because we've got guns and stuff.
And fiat.
Guns and fiat. We need guns and fiat.
In this episode, Avantris.
Welcome to the Avantris Nation.
Shut it down.
It would take 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We're just toast.
It would be. We would be fucking absolutely wiped out.
We roleplay the plot of Pirate Radio.
Mancer, can I cancel my dice order in favor of getting the bundle?
Yes,
I believe so. Right?
Yeah, as long as the bundle is still in, shows are still in stock.
Yeah.
If you were to cancel your dice order, you could change to the bundle, and you would still fulfill
the dice.
Yeah.
Under normal shipping speeds.
What's your favorite Ninja Turtle or Ninja Turtle side character? Whatever that badass rhinoceros character is from the first level of the game.
Yeah.
Rocksteady and Bebop.
Yeah.
So is he Rocksteady or Bebop?
Yes.
I don't know.
Probably Rocksteady.
Isn't it? It's a warthog. Yeah, it's got to be.
Oh,
yeah.
the warthog's definitely Bebop.
The warthog's got to be Bebop. Is he a
He's
warthog?
Rocksteady.
Or is he a pig?
Yeah.
Is he a pig?
If he's a rhino, he's 100%
warthog.
Rocksteady.
Yeah, he's like a
He's
warthog.
got tusks
and he's got
or like a razorback at the very
or a
least.
razorback hog. Yeah. He's
some sort of hog.
Which is Raphael.
My favorite. Never mind. That's a funny joke.
Good job, Mikey.
Yeah. That's very
I make
funny.
myself laugh.
Thank you.
My favorite character is the fun fact that TMNT is a cheeky mockery of Daredevil.
Wow, really? Is that true?
Yeah, it's why it's called the Foot Clan instead of like the Hand. And so it's apparently the same slime that blinded Daredevil.
I was gonna say, didn't he get blinded by ooze?
Yeah, and the ooze seeps into the sewer and creates.
When he's walking by as a
I
kid,
believe
it's supposed
that's
to be
true.
like,
I didn't know that.
Like
It
ooze
might
goes
be,
across his eyes and it gives him like echolocation powers.
Oh my god. My favorite Ninja Turtle actually is Galileo.
Yeah.
My favorite. My favorite. His iconic quote.
Thank you.
Objectively, turtles everywhere. Objectively, the only correct pick. Galileo.
Master Splinter instead of Sliver.
Yeah.
Is Sliver from Daredevil?
I don't know. I don't know Daredevil, but I have heard that it is like people don't realize it. When it came out, it was very adult. It was like an adult, gory, like I believe so. Ninja Turtles, and they turned it into a kids thing.
Well, the live action like original movies are pretty.
It's still for
pretty
kids,
tough.
though, right?
Yeah, it's for kids, but it's it's pretty hardcore.
And you're not hardcore.
Wow,
Unless
good movie.
you live hardcore.
You know,
It's
that's a great movie.
fantastic
That's a
film.
fantastic movie.
That's like one of the all-time
We should add that to the
greats.
Patreon.
That's a great patron film.
Oh, yeah,
I would
that's a
love
great
to
movie.
watch School of Rock.
School of Rock is one of the best films of that decade.
It's very good. I think the musical was really good.
You tacky?
Oh, yeah.
Dum Dum Ba Dum Dum has the best joke ever.
So we have to read it every time we see it.
You know what Ford stands for, don't you? Fix it again, Tony.
Fucking pour one out, man.
My father has been making that joke for decades, since before I was born, and I understand that it was fix or repair daily.
Well, so the joke there's another layer of joke here. It's that it's Fiat, not he's misspelling Ford. And I've also heard Ford found on road
Fix
dead.
on again, Tony. This is a quote from episode 1, I believe, of King of the Hill.
Episode 1.
That early.
I think it's Dale's first line.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or his first joke. I
Yes.
think.
What do I know for just jumping into the conversation?
First on race day. I don't know how true that is.
Oh,
or if that's
on race
probably-
day. Oh, Christian Bale. Yep.
What? In Ford?
First on race day.
Ford and Ferrari?
Yeah.
Well, Christian Bale is the race car driver.
Yeah,
in
he's
Ford versus
the.
Ferrari.
Yeah, what is he?
I never saw him.
He's the engineer or the driver?
He's both. He's both.
Oh, that's right, he's
He
both.
drives the car, and he's also like the brilliant engineer that builds the winning Ford.
Lily's gone.
That is also a fantastic movie. I'll say. I don't care about
heard it's
cars
very
like
good.
really at all.
Apparently, it's very good.
That
I've heard
blew me away when I watched that movie. I was ready to go over to Ford and be like, I got a bone to pick with you guys. What you did to Christian Bale?
How dare you.
Unbelievable.
I want to call out Lily's Gone 307. Andy, your shirt is going to make me cry. Well, if you want to cry and have your own shirt, go to adventures.com/shop for a brand new holiday merch launch. You can pick up an entire bundle of all of our holiday merch, including that shirt, including Mace's shirt, including Derek's sweater.
I'm getting one of those.
Including nothing that I own right now.
You know, well, I can't. I don't know if it makes sense.
I have all of the gibbets crammed somewhere.
I can make that.
crammed.
I can make that
Very
true.
funny. That's very
They're
funny.
crammed.
You don't do it, coward.
You're right. Yeah, I am a coward in that sense. I don't want to cram your gibbets.
Brocage asks, another business question. Since you started a publishing company, is there a reality where you publish other people's works? I've been curious on if I want to upload a book myself and do crowdfunding, or if I should look for a publisher. So I know that other publishers definitely do that.
Yeah.
But I think the one thing we are not want for or do not lack is ideas, IPs, brands that we want to launch and
Worlds.
do. Yes, worlds. And so our bottleneck is all the other
And
stuff.
all the other stuff. Yeah.
All the other stuff.
Yep.
And so us as publishers, that is not our plan. That is unlikely to ever be our plan. But there are plenty of other third-party publishers out there that do exactly that.
Yes, exactly right.
So that is an option for you for sure.
But what I would say is that if you do, I would say do the whole crowdfunding path yourself if you really want to kind of go into the world of publishing. If you just want to write and you just want to write books, then definitely find a publisher.
Yes.
Because you will be miserable trying to get into this business. Unless you do something small, it still will be it's still a very brutal, soul-crushing
Only
experience.
self-publish if you want to be a publisher.
Yes.
There's no other reason to start a whole publishing company unless you want to be a publishing company.
Yeah.
Don't. Yeah. It should not be like
You should want to be a
means
publisher.
to be a writer.
You're right.
Right.
You're right. I agree.
If you were a state alchemist, what would your specialty be, and what would your nickname?
The crushed
Flame
velvet alchemist.
I need like a whole week. I can't just come up with that shit right now.
I mean,
break
that's
my
like
knee over
too cool to
How do you-
just like fire from the hip.
While we think of it, I'll tell a fun anecdote. So WeebMD
We're all gonna forget.
is a great. Keep thinking of it. Keep thinking of it.
I'm not gonna get there in time.
WeebMD is a great TikTok channel where this woman, her dad didn't like anime, and then he started watching it, and he just is watching all this stuff. And he's an older guy, and he's very thoughtful, and he has all of these amazing like takes, and he's very sensitive, and he like he's very emotional. He's very thoughtful, and he read our Berserk. Watched, and the Eclipse like annihilated him, and he's watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood now, and it's so great to see someone watching it and giving updates as they go, and he's like, well, I'm not really sure what's going on, like, you know, and these things, and he's starting to pick up these things and these themes, and it's really awesome. So check out WeebMD.
I have mine.
I wanted to make a comment. I don't think this would be mine, but I was thinking of all of the different alchemists, and I don't recall there being a lightning alchemist. There's a fire alchemist. In different iterations of the show, I think there's like a water alchemist or like someone who moves along.
They invented an ice alchemist for the first episode of Brotherhood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There wasn't one in the original canon.
But there's no like lightning.
Yeah, there really should be.
I think, but is it because they only are of the like true alchemical symbols?
Could be.
Look,
I am not a lore master of.
I feel
because he uses like the
Full Metal.
Like there's the alchemy of fire that he has.
That might explain Roy.
She has tattooed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes. Anyway, that was just the thought I had. I'm not saying that that's even like a thing.
Yeah.
Look, I always thought that Kimberly was an absolute badass.
Kimberly's pretty great.
But if we're trying to come up with something new,
is he explosions?
Yeah. I feel like I need time.
I'm a pretty like thematic epic badass.
But Rich does have a really good answer.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'd be the rocksteady alchemist.
And you're rhinoceros theme.
It's so good though.
No, I
The name
control.
is so good.
I'm rocksteady, and I'm a ground type.
I mean,
alchemist.
honestly, that's pretty.
Yes,
That's pretty good.
The rocksteady alchemist,
Instead
and
of
you're like
clapping
in
your
a
hands together and using
movable-
transmutation circles, the transmutation circles will be on your boots. and
Oh,
as you like
yeah.
stomp the ground,
Oh,
it's
so
like
good.
transmutation.
That's great.
rocksteady alchemist.
Man,
Yeah.
why can't I come up with anything cool like that?
Yeah.
Shit.
You could be like literally like tough and just never wear shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So your
100%.
feet touch
Oh,
the
and then
ground
you have like,
always.
on the bottom
And
of
it's
your
tattooed.
feet, you have the
It's like
the
tattooed
tattoos,
on
yeah,
your
100%.
feet, and so, or even if you wear shoes, like they never have soles.
Yeah.
So you just like you're always directly straight to the ground.
Done.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Yes, Michael?
Oh man.
Okay, I got it.
I already chose the Crushed Velvet Alchemist. You can't choose that.
My alchemist is I'm the gun-having alchemist. I transmute lead into your body.
And it's so fast.
What's the
Guys,
cost?
it's like so fast.
What's
It's
the cost?
thousands of feet per second. It's so fast.
That is
You'll never see where I'm at.
Instant lead transfusion.
Yeah, the gun-having.
Gun having alchemist.
Speaking of Homestar Runner, that's
Where's your pocket watch? I don't
my
need
cheat
one.
commando reference. Homestar Runner, since they started, they used to do this and they started doing this every year, but they do the Homestar Runner fanstooms, which are fan costumes. And they only...
Sounds like some other things.
Yeah, fanstoom. And they used to like go through and Strong Bad would like kind of roast. And instead, they did a Halloween short where there only one character in costume was shown, which is the first time they've ever done that. And so, in order to balance it out, they chose one submitted fan costume and did like a 5-minute roast. Take down.
Was it intentional? Like, was this person in on it?
No, I mean, you submit it, and you know that he's gonna get roasted by Strong Bad. And Strong Bad roasts it for like 5 straight minutes. It is the funniest fucking thing. He writes a song about it.
Oh my god,
I
I
have to
gotta
watch
see this.
What was the costume?
So the costume is a reference to the point-and-click Danger-esque adventure for where you can control Danger-esque to where he walks behind a hanging traffic light and it looks like Strong Bad has a traffic light head.
I see.
And the guy doesn't have boxing gloves. He just has 2 red baseball caps, which like Strong Bad has to talk about. And then you realize, wait a minute, like I zoom in and enhance. No, these aren't. You're not even holding or wearing the hats. You took a JPEG of a red baseball cap and put it on your hands. So he does like a whole song about like transparent PNGs of boxing gloves.
This is so deep.
It's so fucking good.
They're brilliant.
They're brilliant. I mean, you can tell how we turned out how we did.
Oh my god. It's just
That
so
is very deep.
fucking good.
What do people want for food?
I already messaged you.
Oh, you
twice.
messaged me.
Oh, is there a
Message
menu?
Me.
Twice.
I put it in general. Message me.
Also, I don't know what you guys are doing
Commandos.
Saturday, but I know what I'm doing Saturday.
Probably fighting against evil. Each one
No,
sold
sold
separately.
We need to have a cheat commandos campaign.
That theme song gets
God damn it.
My Allah blazes.
God damn it.
funny.
Renton says, I think probably asked a question. Do you guys plan on playing games or D&D later tonight after the celebration of the merch?
We can play some games.
Well, we can play some games. We're not playing D&D.
Oh God, fuck no, no. No, they meant like dice or.
Well, yeah, either
Liar's
Skull or
Dice or
something
Skull or
like
whatever,
that.
I mean, I'd Skull.
I
That'd be
still have
fun.
to pack for PAX Unplugged.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
think
gotta
that
do
we
some
have,
laundry
I gotta go
yeah.
get shit together and pack my car.
We have,
It's gonna be a tomorrow morning at butt crack of dawn thing.
Yeah.
I got like 3 hours of sleep.
Tell me
before
about
my,
it. You gotta put it under the thing.
I had to get up for a 9 a.m. meeting.
Gotta go into the thing.
Oh, look at this dice!
Oh yeah, please.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen them yet.
They're really
Oh yeah, you guys haven't seen it?
No.
You gotta try them out.
Unbelievable, seriously.
Wow, holy shit.
Here, take
I can't believe we're putting this out. This is great. Wow.
Each one sold separately.
Look at the sparkles and shit in this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, they're beautiful.
This is stunning.
Yeah, they
I
really
think a
are.
French dip would carry out well.
No, they're.
See, that's what I'm worried about, and I just don't even think I could eat it right now.
It's one of those days.
I'm also worried if I eat, I'll fall asleep.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
But we got cake, so
That might be worse.
I mean,
Oh,
what I'm
sugar?
saying, you gotta. No, I'm just saying you gotta.
You just
when
gotta-
when there's cake,
Sometimes you gotta eat cake.
they pinch back.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say.
You have to eat your meat before
All I'm
you
gonna
get your pudding.
say.
How can you eat your pudding if you
Remember
don't eat meat?
YouTube poops?
Mm,
You know what I mean?
I remembered its existence.
Yeah, that was never my bag.
You know what I mean?
I recognize it as an important cultural moment in the zeitgeist of internet humor, but it wasn't
There was
really my
only a
bag.
very handful that were really funny, and I thought
Yeah.
that everything else, it basically became flanderized
It gets
of itself.
old very quickly.
It
It became a caricature of itself.
Yes. Yep.
And it
I agree.
suddenly
Like a
became
parody of itself.
unfunny. It's kind of like how, like the back rooms,
Yep.
or SCP, where like it starts off really interesting and it's a lot of great stuff, and then once it gets super popular and everybody starts doing it,
burns out
It
quick.
like becomes a parody of itself.
I
very
think I just want
quickly.
one of these sandwiches.
That's what I'm getting. I'm getting a Reuben. I'm getting a hot Reuben and a hot pork schnitzel.
I could do a jumbo
Oh,
lump
man,
crab
pork
cake
schnitzel.
Sammy.
Fuck off. Holy
Is
shit.
this schnitzel like an appetizer or is
No,
it?
it's an
I'm
entree.
trying
It's
the
an
schnitzel.
whole
open
ass schnitzel.
entree.
I'm not digging those sides though.
Nah, neither am I, but
Fucking, that's weird.
yeah, we don't need to go that fancy. It's Uber Eats, man.
Yeah, I just want a sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm between the
just
crab
stare at it.
cake and the French dip. I think the French dip is Gruyere though.
Ooh, Gruyère's pretty good.
That's
You can watch order food.
I don't think that the crab cake at this particular establishment is very good.
I would
had it?
imagine that's
Yes.
the case.
Yes.
You have
But
had
the
it.
first review on the thing said
It's
great
one of my,
crab
it's one of my
cake.
favorite. It's one of my favorite restaurants, and they
Look.
always push it. And they do two
It
things.
literally
They do
says
two.
best crab cakes.
They do two fundamental things wrong.
What did they do wrong?
They
Crab cakes are the best I've ever
I'm
had.
curious to see what you're about to say.
Sorry, I don't mean.
This is a joke or is it real?
No,
'Cause
no,
I'll take
this
a
is real.
guess.
This is real.
I think you're gonna say the. I think you're gonna say the binder.
yeah, it falls apart,
Okay.
and it's because of that, the thickness of it hurts. Its form factor. They go too tall.
Oh yeah.
For the amount of crab, they should
That's
be
how you
going
fuck up.
wider for more char, and so that you don't have a cold center is what I will say.
I've got a good story that I think Mace and Derek might enjoy. You guys know this story.
Oh, it's a really good story.
I'll allow Mace to just have a good laugh at my expense. You were born and raised in Maryland?
Yeah.
Born and raised in Maryland?
Sure.
Don't say anything.
No, not me.
Okay.
Close enough.
Close
All right.
enough though.
So I've been in Maryland now for almost 15 years. Because
been a long
I got
time.
here around 2010.
Yeah.
And I never left.
Wow.
And so a couple years ago, we're at a country club
yacht club, actually. Excuse me. It was not a golf place. It was a yacht club for boats. Not like a super fancy one or anything like that, but a nice place, you know. We're at the bar. It was
In
quiet.
Maryland, you said?
Yeah, here in Maryland. And I'm with Kelsey and my father-in-law, and I wanted to order crab cakes. And they didn't have a crab cake sandwich as usually I go to. I thought about maybe doing the rich, like, oh, can I just get a couple of Kaiser rolls on the side with my my double crab cake entree?
play.
Do you do that?
Oh, I've done it once. So yes, I have done it.
So it's the rich now. Anyway, so I order my crab cakes, and the woman behind the counter says, "How do you want them?" I said, I don't know. Well done. Like it's crab. It's crab. Like it's not. I don't want them like sushi. And my wife immediately starts laughing at me. And I look at her like, what? And then she was like, no, do you want it like fried or broiled? And I was like, oh, well, okay. But the way that she said it, it made it sound like she was asking for a temperature. And I was like, am I stupid?
I
The answer's
acknowledge
yes.
that's not a normal thing that people not
I
from
would
Maryland
say-
would know.
And
I
also,
totally
I
acknowledge
never-
And
that.
my
I
wife
never would get that.
laughed at me
No, that's
in front of
that sucks.
everybody.
That sucks.
And I was like, damn.
No,
Kelsey.
I would have made the
to
same
know what
mistake.
she's asking.
Yeah.
Here
And I
I
would
am,
also
the
say,
butt of everybody's
even if you
joke
were
yet
from
again.
Maryland and somebody asked, like, in that form of that delivery, and you were kind of like loosely paying attention, I could see it 100% being one of those moments where they're like, "Oh, enjoy your movie," and you're like, "Oh, you too."
Yeah. Well,
Or
that's
it's
kind of
just
how
like
it played out.
almost like an automated, like, "Oh, this is just what I say when somebody asks me this question." You know?
Yeah.
Like,
I
oh
just
yeah,
was
well
like,
done.
well, I don't want
Yeah.
it to be sushi. So,
Oh, right. I mean,
I'd like
yeah.
it cooked all the way through. It's a crab cake. Thank you.
Oh, let me see if Nikki wants to.
Fuck me, right?
Well, was it lobster soup that we went to that one time when we were at the retreat?
Oh yeah, it was lobster. We all got lobster bisque.
The lobster.
Oh,
bisque.
yes.
I dream about that bisque.
Yeah,
I
it's very
dream
good.
about it.
That was unbelievable.
It's unreal.
It's
was-
so I should have gotten 4 times. I should have gotten anything else. Why did I buy anything else other than the bisque? I need a bucket of that shit.
That was like me when I went to Joe's and I got all this other stuff. And it's like when we went back for my mom's birthday, it's like I just get the crab claws.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
No, you know your play.
I
you know?
think
Yeah.
that was one of the most full I've ever been in my entire life.
Oh, no
After-
joke. I don't know. I guess I told you this. When we stopped at the grocery store so Rich could go in and get like mixers and shit,
Yeah.
I had to get out of the car and do laps around the parking
I
lot to
remember that.
digest because I thought I was going to puke. I had overeaten so badly.
Yeah.
It was all so good.
It was, but I hate doing that because it ruins the
sushi?
meal.
Yep.
No, just
Oh.
the place we went to. But I had like multiple appetizers, like an entree and a half,
Yeah.
and a
A
dessert,
full dessert,
and
yeah.
I thought I was
Cocktails.
going to die.
Yeah.
I've only eaten to that, like, truly. I mean, I've eaten a lot of times. But
I mean,
I've only, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
good
listen,
times.
there's a couple times.
Just got a trio for
the
no
only
reason.
the only time I ever remember like feeling like that was actually I went to a sushi spot.
Yeah.
And I think I had eaten like 9 straight rolls.
Yeah.
And I just remember like going afterwards and like, I don't think I can physically fold my body
No.
to sit in the car and drive away.
Right.
Like I think I have to stand
You
in
have
a
to like
spot.
stay like this.
I had to- yeah.
I have to like, because you can't like
Yeah.
compress.
I was doing breathing exercises, walking around outside of ShopRite or
Yeah.
some shit.
I remember that. Yeah.
And and again, because like I'm so careful not to overeat that far. Like I'll overeat and I'll be like, man, I had too much. But like that ruins the meal for me. Like if I feel nauseous after I eat so much, it's like that's awful. I never want to feel like that.
Yeah.
Personally. But
Yeah.
so it's very rarely happened. But I just couldn't help myself because the food was also fucking good. We ordered like 1,000 appetizers for the table too.
Yeah,
we were all
was
like
wild.
picking and like
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it's just the restaurant's amazing.
But it was fantastic.
It was. It was worth it.
Did you get my order? Do you know?
I did not know what you.
Crab cake sandwich broiled, please.
Okay.
You sure? You don't want it cooked
Oh,
well
yeah.
done?
No, I'm
And
good.
does anyone else want anything else? Does Nikki want anything? I know she's not feeling very
man.
well, so she probably isn't very hungry. If I had to guess.
I don't know what I want.
What do you want?
I responded to the other chat.
Oh, yeah, I
I mean, take it home. You know.
I'll take. Do you think? I hope the Reuben
You want fries,
doesn't get,
Mace?
like soggy.
You want medium rare fries?
That's why I'm not doing the French dip.
Maybe I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
maybe I just get a
Reuben will
burger.
be fine.
Maybe just get a burger.
I was very close to just getting a burger.
You don't want to.
Fuck it. I want a Reuben too, Mike. I'll take a Reuben.
If it wasn't for what I'm getting, which is the French dip, I would have gotten a burger.
I'm gonna get a Reuben.
But a French dip at this particular venue is always the right choice.
If I
so I'm
can't
gonna
eat
be
it,
very
someone
happy.
else will. I'm gonna
True.
try.
True. I should have brought a.
The fuck is this doing?
Yeah, I should have brought a game.
Reuben. We're gonna do fries.
What do we got?
I mean, Skull's sitting right there, and we have Pirates dice.
I think we
And
play a
those
full
are
game
easy.
of Unfathomable.
Absolutely not. I will die.
I think we spend the rest of the night just setting up Arkham Horror and
That's
then go home.
very funny.
Let's just do that.
Funny. French dip.
I'm
for
down
Derek.
to play Liar's Dice or Skull, but I promise you, I will not be in true form.
Well,
No,
I
no,
think, but to me, like, I
No.
enjoy
So
playing those
I don't think we
games
play anything. We might
almost
not.
more
I
for
am
just
not.
like. To me, it's kind of like just chill. You know? It's
No,
kinda
of
like,
course.
I don't
I'm
have
just
to think
saying,
too
don't expect
hard.
competition from me. I'm going to be a pushover.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. We can.
My brain's a mess.
Yeah, you got cake. Those are 2 cakes.
I had to force
I
myself.
wonder if there's anything. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I
You want the sandwich, Rich?
Rich can verify.
Yes, the sandwich broiled.
I had to force myself to get 2 hours of sleep last night because if I didn't, I would have been up for like 42 hours straight, and I was like, I will die on the car ride home.
Yeah.
So I was like, I have to at least take a 2-hour nap so that I can make it home because I can't even stay here tonight. I have to go home
Oh
Right.
yeah.
to get everything ready for the con.
Because there's just too much. Yeah.
So
I was
just,
doing
like,
similar calculus,
definitely-
not nearly that extreme, but similar calculus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the way it'll all
Especially
be over soon.
like yesterday, and I mean today was a super early start. Yesterday was a super early start, and like the whole way through, you know.
Yeah.
So
6 a.m.
I
yesterday
get you.
to 3 a.m. up at 6 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. I was
Brutal.
I mean, it's all
6
good.
a.m.
You know, look, I've
to
said
2. I
like
was an
numerous
hour
times
behind
on
you.
stream,
Yeah.
my superpower is being able to survive for like a week-ish at a time with like 0 sleep. And then
Yeah.
eventually I have to catch up. Like because I guess humans die if they don't get enough sleep. But like my
get it,
superpower has
or whatever.
always been like I can go a week at a time on like 2-3 hours a night, and then I just have to find time to recharge.
At some point, I need to start laundry real quick.
Yeah, luckily my laundry is
chill.
done, but I have to
Chill,
pack
yeah.
it.
Yeah, no, I might.
Oh,
I'll,
you
I'll
mean
hop
like,
on a second.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm
I'm gonna try to find time to catch up at PAX, because shockingly, I think I'm gonna have some time here and there.
Yeah.
I was
That's kinda-
hoping.
I mean, like,
yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't know. You know how super late the nights are playing.
Worst
to
case
go, but, like,
scenario
PAX
next
was
week
kinda like,
shouldn't
oh.
be as bad as this past week, especially this past week. So
Oh, yeah,
I'll get
yeah,
caught
yeah,
up.
yeah.
I'll get caught up. I'm not worried
This is
about
also like the culmination of everything. So
Right.
you know.
That's how it goes. You
it. Yeah,
know,
it's just
that
part of, it's part
goes.
and parcel, you know.
Yep.
I'm
That's how we do
hoping
it.
that there's plenty of nap time.
Oh,
at PAX.
I'm going to be taking
Well,
hella naps.
I have a lot of meetings, but I'm hoping that they don't start before 11, so like I should be okay.
I need to look at the calendar and figure out what my cadence is going to be. You and I typically buddy system early.
Yeah, but now I got Mason Chris.
Oh, great.
So there's actually no
You're
meetings
good.
you have to go to.
I'm going to wake up, have a nice coffee,
Yeah.
and work on the Crooked Moon.
Yeah, no, me too.
Well, I mean, there's a really nice breakfast joint in the Marriott, and they have that really nice marketplace.
You
so,
mean
like,
the adjacent to Circle Deli like area? that,
yeah,
like, cafe?
and there's also a restaurant. There's like a breakfast restaurant.
Is this where
the
Reading,
Marriott.
Reading Terminal is?
Yeah.
Is this the same place?
So, and then if you're
my
willing to brave
God.
Reading Terminal Market, it's
It is
it's-
gonna be
I-
like 10 degrees.
I
it's
hated
packed.
the
It's
Oh,
cold.
I used to say when I came back. This is a funny
It's a
aside.
nightmare.
I always have this thought at night, but when I went to take Mackenzie to daycare this morning, it was 20 degrees outside, and when I stepped out just now, it's like 39 degrees outside. It was bone-chillingly frigid out there, like 20 degrees higher, just with the sun down.
wow.
You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like
wow. That's
I was like, my hands were hurting. I was like,
Yeah.
man, I wish I had gloves. Like this is
Yeah.
ridiculous. And when I drove to daycare, I was like, oh, it's not so bad. I mean, it's
Everyone
like
needs-
cold, but it's not so bad. It was 20 degrees colder
Yep.
in the morning than it was now.
When I was out in the morning and the afternoon doing my errands yesterday, I was like sweating. Like, I was like, God, this is hot. Like, I need to get rid of the sweater. And like that evening, I was like shivering in my room.
Yeah. So if it's gonna be like super cold, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
we shouldn't have to leave the hotel too
I'm
much.
not planning on leaving.
To go,
Going
it's
outside.
worth going to Reading. It's worth going to Reading, in my opinion.
Reading's amazing.
But
I
like,
got a
I,
plan to stay
I only
warm,
try to go
Andy.
first thing in the morning.
I got a plan to stay warm
love
while I'm out in Philly.
Where can you get that?
You can get this at Adventures.com.
Just if you
Slash
are able to sleep
shop.
in,
Well,
No,
Adventures.com.
sleep
Click
in
the shop button.
and
I will.
don't
Right there.
lose
It's
sleep for the sake of Reading Terminal.
No, it's not worth
No,
it.
my thought was they got a donut spot there.
'Cause I can go-
crazy.
I
Oh,
can go- I can-
Bailers?
Oh, I think that it is. It's something like that
it's
with a B.
insane. It's
When
so
we
good.
drove back last time, we
I can
went
go, like,
and we
Monday
got
morning.
2 dozen.
Yeah.
And Not that I wouldn't have eaten 2 dozen, but we didn't. It wasn't like just for me.
Right.
And we, we gave them to like friends when we came back. But it was unbelievable food. So I would definitely be hitting that on the way back. But I don't go.
That's what I really like about staying Sunday night.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's the play that we always do now. But like, it's cool because Reading Terminal closed on Sunday. So if you miss Friday and you miss Saturday, and you're fucked on Sunday, but then if you miss it, you can go Monday morning.
Yeah.
Everyone's gone, and you get to kind of enjoy your donuts or your lunch or whatever it is, and it's really fun to go on Monday before you head home. God, these are fucking beautiful dice.
Oh yeah,
no wonder people are going
these
nuts.
guys have seen them yet.
I have a really great story.
Oh, yeah,
I
let me
just
see 'em.
need to fill more time.
I thought they went around, but
No, I hadn't seen them.
Wow. No, they're unreal.
And these are like our characters and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Whoa. This looks so good.
Last year at PAX, I'll tell a short story to fill some air. Since Rich and Mikey have been doing the heavy lifting of talking all day, I went to get food with Kels, and I sat down at one of the counters, and this woman was like, "Hi, like, hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, but my phone like is broken or dead or whatever," and she's like, "I really need to call my husband because he's somewhere in here and he's not gonna be able to find me, and like, do you mind if I borrow your phone?" And I only had one other instance of that happen like ever in my life, and it was at like 3 a.m. on a subway terminal in New York City. And I had just gotten a brand new phone at the time, and I looked at this guy and I'm like, "Dude, I'm so sorry, I cannot hand you my $1,300 phone that I just purchased yesterday that you might just like run off with. Like, I would love to help you, but I can't risk that."
Yeah, you gotta understand.
And so in this case, I was like, you know what? I looked at her. I'm like, okay, this woman looks like she's in her 60s. Like, if she tries to take off my phone, I can take her.
Yeah.
So I give her my phone, and she makes the call, and she calls her husband. She gives me the phone back, and it's like totally fine. And I'm glad that I was able to help somebody out. It was easy.
Yeah.
And then we get to talking, and she's like, she noticed my hat.
So we need this code.
Yeah.
Our lanyards. She noticed our lanyards, and she's like, "What are you guys here for?" And I was explaining PAX Unplugged, and she's like, "Oh, my son really likes Dungeons and Dragons." And I was like, "Well, here," and I like gave her my business card. And I was like, maybe he's heard of us. Like, you can say that you met us. Like, if he's interested in learning more about it, like, shoot me an email, whatever. Thank you so much. Blah 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 blah. And so that was kind of cool. I never heard from him, which is like, to be expected or whatever. But then she paid for our lunch, and we tried to be like, "You don't have to do that," Like, I was happy to let you use my phone, And we just had a really nice interaction with somebody in Philly.
Yeah.
And it was wonderful.
It's a beautiful story.
Those are good, like, restoring faith in humanity.
Yeah, and I sometimes I like to think about, what they might be doing, and hopefully that they're having a good life.
Yeah. It's nice because I feel like, obviously, you're not saying yes because, like, you expect something in return.
No!
But I sometimes think about the concept. I'm sure she's probably thinking, like, hey, especially, maybe not this day and age, but, like, it is just kind of like a vulnerable anxiety, like, tricky thing to just, like, kind of hand over something so personal also as well. Like, you never know, like, just what of your stuff is on there that's super easily accessible. And no matter what, she might have totally great intentions, but it's, it can be a very weird thing to do. And so it's just, so it's a lot to kind of overcome that and then be like, yeah, here, go for it,
Yeah.
And so I think it's very sweet that she was, had recognition of that and was very appreciative, it seems like.
Yeah.
And it was a cool story.
Yeah, it was nice.
That is really nice. I thought that she was going to say, "It was me, a god in disguise," and would give you 3 wishes.
Oh, no. If
But-
anything, it would be Baba Yaga who would just put another curse on me.
You should not have given me your phone. You do not know the Slavic ways.
Yes.
You should have been greedy. You should have been greedy.
Yeah. I told that story of a Gen Con a couple Gen Cons ago. It was the Gen Con before I started at Evantris. And I told the story about the guy who found me and told me that I had a weird colored aura and that I was like the traveler. I told you guys.
You told this story at the last con. I forget what con it was, but the last con you and I were at, we were sitting down.
And I told that story on one
That
of
was
the
at
vlogs.
Gen Con of last year.
Not this year, the year before.
The year before that.
Yeah, 2023.
Because I was working on giving feedback to the Grinning Sinner concept art. When you sat down next to me and was like, dude, I had the weirdest fucking experience just
He
now.
was like, I know who you are. And I'm like, what? Okay, who am I? I know who you are. He's like, you're the son of Loki, and you have like a teal-colored aura.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. I'm the you're the traveler. What does that mean? Am I gonna die? What is that? It was bizarre, man.
Can I condemn this man to slavery? Whoa.
What a banger.
It's wild.
Anyway.
Good stuff. Should we get some more questions going?
Oh,
now that
yeah.
we have
Sorry,
some sandwiches
I
on
No, it's okay. You've been doing it. Let me.
Did you? Is the read pop good? The invoice?
I sent a message saying I've already paid this.
Okay.
I used the credit card.
Good. Perfect. No, perfect.
I didn't realize before that was an option. When they first
No,
sent
that's
me the
great.
invoice, they said that it had to be a wire transfer. I just got an email
Because
today.
I saw that, I'm like, oh shit, I never paid it.
No, you're
And
good.
So, okay.
I got an email today saying that I could pay with credit card. We're
Sweet.
good.
That makes.
I
it easy.
figured worst case scenario is gonna pay on site. Like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we're
Yell
good
at
for
me?
it.
I've been yelled at before.
No, more like chewed out. I've been chewed out before.
Yeah, I've been chewed out before.
Have you ever played We Happy Few?
No.
Never heard of it.
Is that the?
I've heard of it.
World War One.
Yes, I think it has
Game?
elements of World War One in it, but
Maybe?
it's not like strictly.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Do you Fire Emblem?
No.
I
tried it once, didn't like it.
little bit.
50 gifted subs from Akita Seafood.
Akita Seafood!
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, leave me alone!
I tried Fire Emblem one time. It did not catch, which was shocking because, like, I would think that would be right up my alley.
Yeah.
Because you were a tactics guy, right?
Love fucking
I
Tactics.
love Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation. I hated Fire Emblem.
Tactics Advanced, Tactics.
Oh,
for
maybe that's
DS,
what I played.
All of
I
those
played-
tactic games are perfect.
I played like a Game
even
Boy
hate it.
version of Final Fantasy Tactics. And I
Tactics
said one of the most vivid, like fun style, like sections of combat I remember having in a video game is the very beginning of Final Fantasy Tactics where you have a snowball fight.
Yep, that's Tactics Advanced.
To explain like basically the rules. I remember having so much fun.
It's awesome.
Doing this snowball fight in the snow to like play Final
And
Fantasy.
it's really, really hard. You're supposed to lose. I would just like restart the game to see if it was winnable. Because I was like trying to min-max the snowball fight, and it's like not winnable.
Yeah.
I'm sure I lost. I don't think I ever.
This is the same thing with
reset it.
Advance War for me. Advance
Oh,
Wars, where
God.
I loved Advance Wars.
Yeah.
But with that
That's the
and
car
Fire
one, right?
Emblem,
Or
I
that's
get
the-
so like, oh no, I shouldn't have moved there, and I restart my save over and over and over again. I'm
I
like,
get too invested
this
in my
isn't
guys.
fun anymore,
Yeah.
right? And so that's a me problem, right? Fire Emblem didn't have the theme to hook me as long as like Advance Wars or Tactics did.
Yeah.
But you know, I did have fun when I played that one game on the 3DS.
Which one?
Or there's one that I played.
A Tactics
Probably.
game or Advanced?
A
Advance
Fire
Wars.
Emblem one.
Oh,
yeah,
you
played Three
played-
Houses.
You played.
Was
I
it
played
Three
a good
Houses?
amount of it.
No, it was before Three
With
Houses.
Crom.
It was with Crom and
Then
Lucinda
I don't
or
know.
whatever.
Three Houses, the only one I know.
Also, as a Smash Bros. Fan, I'm very biased
Awakening.
because Smash Bros. Fans who aren't Fire
remember
Emblem
that.
fans have grown to hate Fire Emblem because of how much of the roster
Yeah.
it takes up.
It's agony.
And
Yeah,
so
it's agony.
I'm very biased about my Fire
so
Emblem hatred.
much of that
Oops,
that
all
they
Fire
play.
Emblem. I can't
Yeah.
stand it.
How are y'all doing 6 hours in? It's been a crazy few months, but especially few weeks, but especially couple days.
I'm gonna be okay when I get to PAX.
You know, I got up around, when did we meet on Discord? 3?
Yeah, it was because by the time, I talked to you at 3 when you were getting up and I was going to bed.
Right.
And I didn't fall asleep till like 3:30, and then I was up at 5:30 to be ready for my 6 o'clock meeting.
Yeah, so I got up around 2, probably sat down on my computer, started working at 2:30, and I was just thinking, oh, surely I'll have time to do laundry and get ready. I don't think I got up from my computer from 3 in the morning to when we punch streaming.
This is gross, but no joke. There are days that I'll message the guys and be like, I have to take 30 minutes to shower. I haven't showered in 3 days.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, me too.
And where I'm like, I literally haven't had even a minute to shower. And I'm like, guys, I'll be back in 3. I gotta shower.
I said that to Casey today when we were before coming here. We were trying to figure things out, and I was like, you know, I'm scrambling to do all these things. I'm like, I have to shower before I go over there.
Yep.
I have to shower.
Yeah,
It's just gotta happen. I have to find 10 minutes right now.
When I started coming back to the video game stream, right, and we started playing Phasmo, I was like, oh, thank God it's Monday. I can shower because I have to shower before the stream.
That's
Otherwise,
really
I'm just covered in crust. I'm like pulling like whole hunks of fucking like dead skin off of me.
It's like Davy Jones. You're cracking off coral pieces. Yeah,
it was
among
bad.
Scudder's Skitter's past.
Oh my god. It was
I
it's
promise
been
that we're
wild.
normally not this foul and crusty.
This has
and-
just been particularly rough stretch, and we're gonna get through it, and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just like everything else.
Yeah.
Then we'll shower during PAX.
Right.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Fingers crossed.
I'm gonna take a luxurious shower.
If I shower an eighth as much as I showered at Gen Con, that will still be more showering than I've done since Gen Con.
That's like too far in the other
At
direction.
Gen Con, I think I showered 50 times.
Because it was 104 degrees at all times.
That's probably not an
I showered
exaggeration.
thrice a day.
Oh yeah.
I showered at least like 4 times a day. It was awful. It was horrible.
It's pretty rough.
Think how much time that is.
Yeah.
How much time out of my day am I in the shower?
A lot.
God, it was
But
awful.
hey, it helped keep us healthy after Gen Con.
It did. I felt real good after
At
Gen Con.
Gen Con, I had a skip in my step, a gleam in my eye.
Me too. Me too.
And hope for my future.
And also, I'm bringing the magic briefcase of meat sticks and IV liquid IV
I gotta get liquid IV.
and emergency.
Oh, I have a shit ton. So if you need some, I literally bought like
Is it the orange?
liquid IV.
I got
With the vitamin C in it?
yes.
Okay. That's the only one I drink because I want the vitamin C.
I should probably get another box of the vitamin C.
Is what that does is just introduce vitamin C. Is that it?
Well, it also is supposed to be like what they say. It's like
There's other
liquid
electrolytes.
drink.
Yeah, there's
Yes, it's
electrolytes and-
So it helps.
It's like
hydrate.
magnesium,
I have,
potassium,
like,
sodium.
CVS vitamin C packets.
Yeah, that's good too.
I come over with a war chest now because that's how I notice. It's been ages since I've gotten sick from a con,
So
and
I'm
it's
so
because
glad
I'm
you
taking
brought
care of
that up.
myself.
Well, no, I bought a like 1,000 count pack of emergency vitamin C packs, and I've been drinking like one a day.
I never do
everyone
that.
at this fucking table can vouch for me the absolute difference in my immune system from last year to this year.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I was out of commission the entirety of October and November.
Yeah, you
And
were in
even
bad
doing
shape.
differently?
Sorry, I got
You were in rough
distracted.
No, I've been drinking emergency basically every single day.
I bought emergency too.
I
So
remember
take-
your
I take one
surprise.
pack.
I should have
Your
one now.
surprise during October or
Yeah.
November last year.
We should
you
have
were
been
just like,
drinking it
I
last
never
week.
get sick and
Yeah,
you're dying.
and I'll never forget. And you probably will experience this. I went to the doctor because I was like, Doc, I've been sick for 6 months. Like I'm starting to worry that I have like autoimmune problems or something is going on here. And he's like, no, your kid's just in daycare.
Yeah.
And like he was like, if I switched to pediatrics,
That's already been the.
Yes.
That's already.
He was like,
been
if I
the
switched to
case.
pediatrics, I'd be sick for 2 years straight because your body isn't used to like the kid germs. And so I am so glad that it's been such a marked improvement. I got sick right when I got back from Ocean's Calling, and we were all sick at that time.
Yep.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that was it. And it wasn't that bad. And I've been so good about
was
being
sick for, like,
careful,
2 weeks.
Oh, that was
being
when
healthy.
Mace took us out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mace
kid
came
germs.
into the super spreader. He's
Little
like,
kid germs.
nothing personnel.
So it's the daycare journey. So here's my tips.
I don't like to miss things, but then it's like you just get
No,
sick.
it's-
What are you gonna do?
Sometimes you gotta
Here's my
take
tip.
one.
Here's my tip.
I'm happy to.
It's emergency. Elder God tier, just absolutely get as much vitamin C as you possibly can. All the
Is it the
magnesium, the
drinkable-
electrolytes.
So
I mix it up in water.
Chewable tablets.
No,
go?
I drink it. I drink it.
I prefer to the drink.
Then make sure you're also getting your
That's what I
electrolytes.
prefer
Make sure you're also getting your electrolytes. But the number one thing that I think makes all the difference in the world, and everybody here can also vouch for me, is when I have my fucking gallon water jug and I drink. If you start to feel sick, drown it. Drown it in water and vitamin C, and you will win.
No joke. I need to find a place here to get a big like office water cooler.
Yes.
Like that would be such a fucking game changer if we had like on tap filtered fresh cold water.
Kels has been.
You have to
Kels gets sick from Maggie all the time.
Yeah.
And when there have been a couple of instances where I felt like the slightest little sore throat thing, I did my routine, and by the next day I had beaten it. And I was like, I'm stronger, I'm better, I'm faster. I cannot be beaten.
Amazing.
That's why the same sentiment is why I had started, especially right around daycare. I started taking a multivitamin and zinc.
Yeah, zinc is fantastic.
Zinc is good. You can't take it on an empty stomach.
Yeah, that's what I do that
You shouldn't.
I haven't
It's
looked.
bad.
Oh well.
Too late.
What do you know?
Too late.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, or a scientist.
Yeah.
I'm a sign, not a cop.
You just do a lot of googling. But
great dice.
well,
Holy
because
shit.
the
They're
question then is because the multivitamin has like 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C or whatever.
That's probably plenty. That's how much the drink has.
And that's because that's what I was getting from CVS. The only thing I didn't like about the package to mix is I always felt like it left a lot. Felt like it was leaving a lot of it on the glass, like at the bottom. It just wasn't coming down.
So what I'll
I
do
got you.
is I'll try to dissolve it real good. But if I leave some in the bottom, I just refill the glass and I keep doing this.
I had started basically. I started using less water.
Yeah.
Mixing it.
Yep.
And then I basically would just mix it like so hard, and then I used less water, and I just I just while it was still
gritty.
kind of tornadoing,
Yeah.
I would just
Pound that shit.
fire it back down, and that's how I usually got the most of it. But
Yeah, back when I was like much fitter and I was like doing my fasting or whatever, and I used to make that fucking elixir.
Yeah.
And like I would
Sleep
pound
juice.
it because I basically, the fucking
Well, that's probably
because I was
rough
using
to get
cold
through.
water. I was
It's
using
probably
cold
rough,
water
too.
and this Himalayan sea salt, and cayenne
Yeah.
pepper.
That'll burn.
And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stir this shit up and chug it because
It's not going to dissolve if the water's cold.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But it was nice. It was I had to make it with the
I'm always reminded of the scene from Rocky when he drinks the egg.
Oh yeah.
No, that's awful.
And I don't know how he has the willpower to do it.
Sylvester Stallone told them, you get one shot.
Yeah.
I'm doing this one time.
I know.
And that's it. And he did it.
I know that story,
And that's
and
it.
it's true because I was making a parody video this was 20 years
I think
ago.
you told us this.
20 years ago, and I put 3 eggs in a glass, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna tell my brain to ignore the body feel. I'm just gonna fucking drink it. And I got a yolk in it, like the first globule came into my my mouth, and I was just like.
Wait, what did you say?
Globule.
Did what?
It came into my mouth.
Oh, okay, got it.
Crushed velvet style.
laughs and glup shitto.
Yeah,
This is a nightmare.
Crushed Velvet is my band name.
It was so horrid.
The gun-having alchemist, Mikey Gilder.
I can transfuse lead into your veins at several thousand feet per second.
God, that's funny.
That's actually, I think, my new favorite Evangelist joke is the gun having alchemist.
They called me the gun having alchemist.
You gotta start rejecting or approving. You gotta start doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to start. Favorite thing to cook or bake?
My dynamite beef is my favorite thing that I cook. It's the best thing that I make. I make it. Oh, I used to make it 1 to 3 times a week.
Homemade pasta and sauce. And meatballs.
Nice.
Dynamite beef.
I've actually really begun to enjoy, I kind of always have, but I've really started to even more so appreciate baking cakes.
Nice.
Weirdly.
If
Yeah.
I had to pick a baking item, I have developed a fascination with baking bread because this, and I'm not from COVID. I'm not one of those guys.
Yeah.
It's just the
swear.
science behind baking bread is
swear,
so
I swear.
fascinating
Yeah. We could
that
talk.
I love
We
the
should
idea
talk.
of like, oh, it's 3 ingredients. Like, how do you master those 3 ingredients in different ratios? And like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just love it. I love the idea. of it.
I'd like to take a stab at doing like a loaf of bread. I just don't, it's kind of like,
It's both a science and an art.
It's a lot of work.
It really is a lot of
It's a
work
lot
to
of work.
master, and it's a lot of fun. I got to a point where I was like, I got to 90%, and I was like, the amount of energy that I put into 1 to 90% is how much it would take to get from 90 to 100, and I just didn't feel like going that extra fucking mile.
To me, when I did it, it made sense why baking bread was like the first thing humans outsourced.
Oh,
Where like
it's a pain in the
literally
ass.
it is it's so time consuming.
Yeah.
That like one of the very first things people said, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna go to the bread maker and buy my bread every day. Like that.
I can't keep doing
Yeah, I
this.
can't keep doing this.
I can't keep doing this.
And yeah, getting the fuel to bake is also was expensive back then. but-
My baking choice for this prompt is my lemon layer cake. It's my favorite thing that I make. It's an all-day affair, and it's what I make on my birthday every year, and it's delicious, and that's super fun. And my favorite thing to cook is the very simple and straightforward grilled cheese sandwich.
Dude, I haven't had a good grilled cheese.
And I don't put anything in
years.
it. It's just a grilled cheese sandwich. Don't put any
Do you use
bacon
more
in
than one
there.
kind of
Don't put.
cheese? Do you use more than one kind of cheese? Because that's what I started
so-
doing, picking like 3 or 4 cheeses to try.
I've done it a
Oh,
bunch of
like
different
four
ways,
cheese.
and you can get really fancy with it. But
I just do Parmesan.
I'm just doing.
Is kind of
Okay.
I'm just doing butter spread, nothing
send it to
fancy.
another
I'm
Okay.
just doing potato bread.
You don't do
I'm
mayo?
doing nope.
Oh, potato bread.
Mayo. The egg in the mayo it can turn fishy with my method because I tend to do a very long, slow grilled cheese. If you flash fry it, it doesn't do that as much. But I don't like mayo as the spread. I prefer butter. And then I do American cheese, and I do a shitload of it. Every once in a while, I'll do like Munster because it has a really nice pull.
Yep.
Has a really nice pull. But I'm talking about
Cheese.
a classic, simple grilled cheese sandwich. Only flip it once. You have to have the patience and the fortitude
Well, that's yes. Patience is so important in cooking.
to just flip it once.
That's not me,
You
man.
can
Can't
cover
do
it.
that.
You can cover it,
Get
and you go
in.
really slow. Really
No,
slow.
I do agree. I think one of the key is a single flip, and what you do is you
neurotic.
wait until the cheese
Same, man.
starts to come down on the one side, and then you flip it, and then you
Yeah,
wait
you
till
get
the
the
cheese
craggles.
actually hits the
Yeah,
pan.
you get the craggles.
And then it starts to not blacken but brown in the
Yeah,
pan,
yeah.
and that's exactly how you achieve
Nice
the
and
perfect
golden
color.
brown.
I like that tip.
I think we're actually in very
Master
similar
the grilled
places on
cheese.
our grilled cheese.
Master your grilled cheese sandwich.
Cooking, gumbo, baking, chocolate chip walnut cookies.
Gumbo's my
great
second.
fucking
Can we just
cookies,
got in the
fucking
kitchen
cookies.
right now? I'm
Yeah.
starving.
What the hell?
I'll be right back.
I was literally eating
Yeah.
banana bread the other day, and Mike was like, "Is it Richie's Jugga Do You Want a Banana Bread?" And I was like, "No, it's fucking not his banana bread. When's the last time you had banana bread?" Now I'm just upset.
I want
Now
banana
I'm upset
bread.
that it's not his banana
I want
bread.
banana bread at all times.
I want banana bread, Rich.
I know. God, I haven't made that in so long. If all your characters that you played as in all these campaigns were a role in a MOBA, what would they be?
Yeah, I can see that.
A lot of tanks.
Whose role?
Well,
our
I guess maybe
characters?
Well, I think if you, I was thinking like
if we were in a
lanes,
MOBA.
like you know,
Clayton would be a mid.
No. Is he a what kind of mage is he?
Shepherd, like Shepherd's a marksman.
Yeah.
He'd be a marksman.
Oh, you mean
Hold
like
on.
control
I need to
or-
look up all the
Yeah.
different.
Like what role? And maybe it's just top, bot, mid, support, jungle.
I think Yorgrim would be like a fighter jungler.
I think Chuckles would be a support.
Yeah.
I think he would be a what do you call them? Sages or whatever they're called.
Oh, Enchanter
Enchanter.
versus
Yeah,
whatever they
yeah,
are. I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
remember all
I
of
think
them.
he'd be an
There's
Enchanter.
Enchanter. There's
Enchanter's like the kind of like the buff kind of
Yeah.
one, though, I think.
What's the
he'd
one
be
that's
like
a control support? What do you call
I
that?
can't remember.
Catcher.
Really?
What?
Yep.
Oh.
Blitzcrank, Morgana, Zyro.
Oh, that's what.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Wow.
catcher. He'd be a
Okay.
catcher.
Well, is that true? Because they have like, well, I guess it would be very thematic for you to have like kind of crazy waggy sons. Like you throw a pie. and
Yeah,
suddenly, like, you
yeah.
know, it's or you have a massive slow.
He could be
field.
tanky because he gets accidentally punched to death. So you have to be very squishy, and you have to be a mobile, like kind of control.
Yeah. Almost like some kind of like bard.
Oh,
Zoe.
dude, I was just gonna say that,
Yeah.
but instead of like using the gate to get through, he
Yeah.
would ride the llama corn like through the walls
Oh
of the rest.
yeah, exactly
To,
right.
I
like,
think he'd
cross
definitely
dimensions.
have like kind of a llama
Yeah.
corn move. He'd have he'd definitely have like a pie throw. I think it would be
That would slow. You hit with the
Yeah.
pie, you get slowed.
Yeah, you could create like a field even,
Yeah.
like it just
Yeah,
like
difficult
pie
terrain.
all over the floor, and it creates difficult terrain. I think it would be very thematically Chuckles. But I don't know like how well it would translate to a MOBA, but I think it'd be cool if like one of the abilities had a like you reach into your hat and you grab out something random, and it's kind of like
Oh yeah,
it's almost like
yeah.
unreliable, but like can be really good. But it's like, oh fuck, you rolled the wrong thing.
I think Marius would be a bruiser. I think he'd be like an attack bruiser.
Yeah,
I don't think he'd be a
Or-
straight up tank.
You don't think?
No.
No, and I think that his ult would
Okay.
be a transformation ult. Where he becomes like super vampiric and like almost like Aatrox, like he would go
Yeah.
ham, right? He would have like
okay.
a transformation where he just is
Yeah.
an attack bruiser and goes absolutely apeshit.
Yeah, I think Marius would be a top. He would be a bruiser
A
top.
diver.
Yeah, probably. Like, I think
sure.
I think
Yeah.
diver actually. Yeah, he would 100% be a diver.
Oh, it'd be even crazier. There's a different way we could do the ult. No, I can't say that.
Like kind of
I can't say that.
Oh.
That was really bad. I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Yeah.
He'd have a transformation ult.
yeah. That's
I'm gonna leave it at that.
That's an inside
Yeah.
thought.
These links aren't working, but that's a fun question.
I think probably that's what I was thinking for Gideon. I think probably like very, very similar thing. He'd be
Well, it doesn't help that like half our characters are designed after League champions in the first place.
Yeah,
I was literally like, he'd be silent. Oh.
Yeah. Well,
Like, you know what I mean?
well, I think so. Obviously, he's very heavily influenced by Silas, but I think that he would. I think Gideon in
like
the context would actually be.
You know how Seth
probably a
has the
little
grapple,
closer to Seth.
and he power bombs them like that's
Yep.
Gideon through and through.
100%.
He'd be doing
Yeah.
crunches on the riff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Torbeck would be a jungler. I think Torbeck would absolutely be a jungler.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be like skulking through the jungle, like.
I think he'd actually be like I think you could overlay him on top of like Ivern and.
But he'd have to also have
what
like a
he'd do.
dark form and a light form.
Yeah. Well, he's obviously great to have like a transformation.
Yeah.
Like ult where he just
Like a frenzy.
"Oh, sorry, jungle. I don't want to hurt you. You know.
Take your
and
Torbeck
then he
impression.
ult and he goes, yeah. Oh, sorry, Torbeck. I don't want to hurt you. Sorry,
Torbeck
jungle.
is sorry.
Sorry, Sora.
Torbeck is sorry.
Torbeck is sorry.
DeBeast Creeper says, was Thresh any kind of inspiration to Jericho? No, but Fiddlesticks and Swain were.
Yeah.
Basically, I just stole Fiddlesticks and Swain and kind of smashed them together.
Interesting that I wonder what they think that. Like,
Somebody
what they
said
think
Torbeck and
similar.
Rico for Nunu and Willump. It would be Barnabas and Scrim as Nunu and Willump.
Oh, that's
That's
very
actually
funny.
very funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking the key makes sense. I was thinking maybe because he has the
cage,
the jailed because the caged chest.
Does Thresh have a cage chest?
No, but he has
the
the
lantern. It's a soul
that
lantern.
Is like cages
yeah,
forces within it. But I don't know. I don't see too many. Yeah, I wonder what they think that link is.
Oh my God! People are saying that they actually bought the critically acclaimed poster.
Lil
There's
Chestnut
no way.
apparently bought
Lil
it.
Chestnut, I don't think
Apparently,
so.
Cobalt bought it as well, and it arrived
What?
today.
That's unbelievable.
Cobalt, what a great birthday present!
We ever know Lethica's second Taroka draw, or has it been lost to time?
It's lost.
I have it written down.
Derek has
lost
forgotten
the
it. And hasn't written it down. And then Midnight's canceled.
People are really gonna believe us. They're gonna start thinking that all of our shit is canceled.
Playing D&D, is there a seasonal setting you like be in the most? Winter or fall? Question mark.
Season doesn't matter for me for D&D.
Yeah, I've never really thought of.
I mean,
I think
Edge of Midnight
exception of
fits for like
Icebound.
autumn. Root really fits for autumn.
That's not what I thought that question said.
I
My brain
want
is
to
really
have
cooked.
a more seasonal thing. I will
I'm
say that I'm a
cooked,
little burnt out on winter by the time Icebound's done. I'm definitely going to have figured out all of the different ways to say it's cold that are possible in the English language.
I'm gonna answer based on what I thought the question was asking.
Yeah, do it.
And then you guys tell me how wrong I was,
Yeah.
because I think I didn't understand the assignment. If I could choose to play Dungeons and Dragons in the season of my choice, it would be in a winter snowed-in cabin with a roaring fire.
That's correct.
Because we've never played like around a fire in the cold weather.
No.
And like had like a log cabin D&D session.
During our Poconos retreat, I loved the vibe of that cabin. And the fires, and the hot tub, and the...
To be able to play D&D there would have been cool.
That would have been really cool.
I
We were too
wonder
busy
if-
working, but...
Well, right.
There should be a
It never stopped. From that moment forward.
There should be a fireplace randomizer, like what I mean is like a D20 shaped wooden pellet that you throw into the fire, and when it burns green, you know that you succeeded at your dice roll, or red, it means that you failed, or it shows you a number,
Interesting.
or like that.
You just use like different metals, like phosphorus.
Something,
or
yeah.
iron.
Like salts would go blue or green, right? Like I bet you could come up with a really fun way that you'd be able. You wouldn't have to roll dice. It could be completely dark out, but you could throw something into the fire and find
all
out the
theater of the
outcome
mind.
of your dice roll.
Like literally sitting around the campfire, theater of the mind, like
Yeah.
Wow.
A fireplace RPG.
Doesn't Frost have a pair of glasses that boost his int or something?
He has a pair of glasses that allow him to see invisible Feywild creatures, which he has attempted to use once, and he didn't see anything, so I was like, great. Thanks. when am I supposed to fucking use these? You know, I think we just need to change the art so he's wearing them all the time.
Yeah.
indeed.
Oh my god. I am... Beast Boy, with the launch of the new shop, are any of the Crooked Moon items coming over in the future? Yes.
Yeah, that's safe to say. The answer is
Yes.
Yes.
We will be transitioning from
we will sell our own
backer
products.
kit
Not
to
everything.
our own products.
We will be selling our own products.
Yeah.
We'll go from pre-order to order.
Order. When does the new single drop? Well, the funny thing is, it's already out everywhere except Spotify. At Spotify, it's out at 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern.
That's the great
That's
thing.
how that
It already
works.
is.
Just wait 75 more minutes.
But I bet you have something currently that will play that song for you.
Yeah?
I bet.
That's a great question. No, what? That was a great fucking question.
Can I undo that? What was the question?
The question was...
Read it.
Shredder was my first crush. What was your first, like, hear me out? Yeah, from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm not answering.
What was your favorite
Shredder?
Hear me out crush?
I'm not.
Your first
Your first hear
I am
me
not
out.
gonna.
So my
I'm not gonna
first crush-
self-incriminate like that.
Was Tifa Lockhart.
I was gonna say the same thing. I'm not even sure that's a hear me out.
No, but it's
that's
not.
not a hear me
Yeah.
out.
I know exactly what my answer is, but I'm also not
No,
saying it.
there's no way that I would self-report like that and put
Okay.
myself in blast and get caught in 4K.
Okay.
Not a
I
chance.
just can't think it.
I
just can't
immediately-
think of it.
You guys are high if you think I would ever answer that on stream.
Yeah. If this came back up after stream and you guys said some stuff, I'm sure something would come to me very immediately. But I need to know kind of like what the.
I
You just
will
wanna say
share mine
weird
after
shit
stream.
first so you can make fun of us.
Yeah. Well, no.
You bait us into saying weird
Just
shit.
remind
This
me
is a
after
safe
stream,
space. This is a safe
and I'll tell
space.
you. I'm happy to tell you guys.
Yeah.
No, I would tell you guys. I would
Yeah.
tell you guys.
I'm happy to tell you guys.
I
It's
think
just,
we roll the single and all tell each other.
Yeah.
See if they can read our lips.
No.
Funny.
Diarrhea.
I have my
That is a
answer.
dangerous
Diarrhea.
game.
Yeah.
That is
The
a
thing is,
dangerous
This is
game.
a
I
moment
will
where we talk and we're
self-incriminate.
like, they can't read our lips. We'll just do this, and then Richie's like, I forgot to mute the mic.
I have an answer.
is there another one of those?
I'm gonna
they're
pick an
chilling
answer.
now.
Okay.
But you also have 2 on your desk that you can shell.
My answer is from Hocus Pocus.
Are you
My
gonna say
Billy Bones.
the cat?
Yeah, it was Billy Bones. It was the cat. No, the
What is everyone talking
the
about?
third witch, Sarah Jessica Parker's character, was
I don't think that's remotely hear
I
me
think that's
out.
a remotely
Yeah.
No.
No, she's like
She's like
basically
the
she's
second
the hot
witch.
one. Yeah.
No, it's like you gotta.
Kathy and Jimmy there still wouldn't be hear me out. Maybe.
It's gotta be like a sexy Autobot, and you're like, "Hear me out, everybody."
yeah.
Have you
That's not
seen
hear
those
me out?
hubcaps?
Okay.
No, you know,
Okay.
it's like.
Okay.
I know my hear me out.
I realize
my
now
first
that I
hear me
didn't
out.
understand the assignment.
I don't know
It has to
if-
be weird.
I don't know if they'd be considered.
That's
hear
the
me
idea
out,
of a
though.
hear me out, because you gotta like, because everyone's gonna judge you, and you have to say,
Yeah,
hear me
and
out.
you have to be like, hear me out,
Let me
and people would
defend
have to look
myself,
at you like you're
know?
weird for it.
Yeah.
It would have to. It would have
So
to
if
draw
it
concern.
was the second witch, the one who like is constantly doing this, or her like lip. Like,
I mean, I would have questions, but
like-
I
I think it's gotta be
well,
like.
she's the
I
one who
can
rides
use
the
from
vacuum,
Power
and you look at the
Rangers.
vacuum, and you're like, God, I wish that was me.
Mine, I think it's pretty. Hear me out.
I think mine's pretty hear me out too. I'm scared. I don't even think I can.
We have to remember to bring this up after.
I
stream.
love that you guys so immediately both were like,
Oh,
I know my
instantly.
answer is. I'm not saying it.
Instantly,
Like, what the-
instantly, I
what
knew.
the hell?
The second I read it, I
so
knew.
I thought of my hear me out, and I realized that's not at all hear me out. That's not even close.
I may be overreacting. I don't know. I might be overreacting. Maybe mine's not that bad.
All right. Topic for
I have one. I guess it kind of like it comes to mind.
Join us at the Patreon tier.
we'll make this Patreon
Rude
content.
dinosaur.
for sure.
It's the highest tier.
No,
is
no.
Awooga Awooga Big Booba Big Booba.
No. If we were gonna do that as a Patreon thing,
The
there would be a
Awooga
tier
whale.
higher
Yeah.
than the Ruby
Yeah.
Dinosaur tier, and it'd be
Yeah.
the NDA
The
tier.
Awooga
Yeah,
Whale.
yeah.
You can never tell anyone about this
Yeah,
tier.
you could spend
You have to
$1
sign
million
legal
a
documents
month,
tier.
and you have to sign an NDA, and all we will do is
Yeah, the
answer
hear
this
me
one
out tier
question.
is just the NDA
Yeah,
tier.
I can think of 2, but I don't think they're remotely hear me out. So I have no.
I'm curious what you think.
I have
anyway.
no idea.
I'm gonna think about this.
I think I have. I mean, I also am not so sure it's.
But
it's
I may
hear
be
me out,
like,
but-
yeah.
No, I have plenty
I
that
have
are
one
definitely
that's, like-
not in the hear me out category. Like
Yeah.
there's one that I would say that would actually, now that I'm thinking about it, explains a lot.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
lock in this.
That's very
I'm gonna
funny.
lock in this answer in my head, and then I'll say it, and you can tell me if it's like, oh no, I think that's very reasonable.
I like the one that you just highlighted up 4 at the top. That's a good question.
This one?
Yeah.
Read it.
How scary is the Crooked Moon? The scariest I can do is watching Phasmophobia. I couldn't play it though. I really want to experience the Crooked Moon
Oh,
somehow.
good question.
That's a good question.
Um, The thing about folk horror
scary
is that it's not really scary in the jump scare sense. It's more about dread.
It's dread.
And this slow buildup of dread and creepiness.
Unease.
And D&D in general, I think it's harder to feel scared in that primal way like it is for Phasmophobia, right?
To like experience fear.
What does that mean?
So what I'll say is that the answer to that question entirely depends on your game master, what you're comfortable with, what you agree to ahead of time, and your group.
He's almost here.
Right? The Crooked Moon.
You might get a DM that says, I'm going to scale this up. I'm going to really bring this to life at the table.
There are levers and knobs in this adventure that will allow you to make it almost a high fantasy adventure, right? It's not going to force fear into your table.
What would you say?
You could play it like we play Once Upon a Witchlight if you wanted to.
If someone were to buy this, if someone were to buy the Crooked Moon with the intention of treating it like a novel, and it's like I'm not even planning on playing this, but I want to look at the photos. I think this seems. I've seen the reels. I've seen the Kickstarter. I want to get this to have this because it looks badass, and I hear so much about this adventure. It's the longest adventure ever. It's longer than Moby Dick or whatever. I just want to read it start to finish, and I think I'll get a lot out of it. What do you think my level of fear is going to be as I turn the pages?
I think that you will be able to get the fear from the pages if you read it like that, and I think that this is more readable than most, if not all certainly of all 5th edition stuff in terms of fear. Being able to read it narratively and be able to get the archetypes of the characters that you're running into and be able to get the source of the fear, what people believe and why that's scary. That will come through on the page. If you're brave enough, let's say, to cross the threshold from the player option side into the adventure and read from beginning to end. That's my answer to that question. Is if you wanted to read it like a novel, you absolutely could. You absolutely could.
Okay.
Sonara, do you guys know if you will be guests at any Midwest conventions in 2025? Would love to meet you all. Let me tell you about the tabletop and TTRPG industry in the Midwest. You know, I never thought my life would get to the point where I spend so much fucking time in the Midwest, but I think I spend about half my year in the Midwest. I think that's safe to say. We're at Gen Con, that's in Indianapolis. We're at Origins, that's in Columbus, Ohio. We're at GaryCon, that's in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We're at, what else?
There's something in Madison.
We're going to Madison. That's like an industry con. We're going to Kentucky. That's an industry con. What else? Gamehole Con we've known to go to. That's in Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking.
When are we not in Midwest?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Tons
so anyway,
of stuff out
yes,
there.
if there's one region in the world where you can generally find us at conventions, it's the Midwest. East Coast has almost no cons in general. We have every fucking anime con on the planet.
Yeah.
The East Coast owns anime cons.
That's true.
I'm not sure why that happened or why, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fight it.
Oh shit! Look at the timing. I'm gonna close my laptop.
Do it. Let's as long as things are rolling in and we're good.
Yeah, I mean everything's status quo. I've just been staring at it for hours.
Yeah.
I would close, but we'd lose music. So.
Yeah, I don't do that.
You can push some of this out of the way to back of your laptop.
If you wouldn't mind.
A few folks have asked for
Just
the new
the Horn
song.
King,
We
I
played
don't
it
wanna
like
hurt
20
him.
minutes
Yeah,
ago,
this is
so we'll play it, you know, in the next hour or two.
This is intense. I'm weak.
You got it.
Okay.
You can push back if you want to. Little
Bacon burger.
Good order.
good
Good
choice.
order.
Oh,
Good choice.
favorite Universal monster. I think Dracula.
That's a good one.
Can you pass this to Richie? Grab pig.
They're all really good.
Speaking of Dracula,
Please tell me there's tartar sauce. Oh, thank God. Imagine if I didn't have my tartar sauce.
you want your Ruben?
Yes, please. Thank you.
My answer is the Mummy.
Damn, this
I'll
is
answer
heavy.
for Nikki too. It's the Mummy.
That's right. Can you grab me a knife while you're up? I gotta spread my tartar sauce.
Yeah.
Squidward. He's opened this box and now it's a plate.
It's got to be Dracula.
Dracula's great. Nosferatu's out soon. Can't wait.
That's right.
Reviews coming in are extremely positive.
Are
That's
they?
not an indicator of anything.
Right.
But it is a...
You like to see it, though.
You'd like to see it. You do like to see it. Thank
Makes
you,
you hopeful.
Mikey. It does make you hopeful.
Favorite con experience.
The thing that made me most
Someone missing
encouraged...
fries?
The thing that made me most...
No, I have fries in my-
for...
I
I
have
already
fries.
have fries, so... extra fries? Fries? Just extra fries?
Those are wings.
This is wings. That's me.
That's not wings. The thing that made me most hopeful about reading Nosferatu reviews was one review that gave it a very positive, not criticism, but a very positive, review. But the last sentence was how powerful the final shot was. And that makes me feel like it's going to be in Eggers. I'm very excited.
Paper towels. I have 2 down here.
Bear with us while we nom. Thank you, everyone.
Oh.
I'm having a French dip sandwich.
How did that turn out? Because I almost got it.
I haven't opened it up yet.
I was worried it would be too coagulated and cold.
You guys don't have mail up here.
I also need paper towels. Whoever has
It's
them.
good and not soggy.
It's not a big deal.
You want to go ask my...
Mikey, do you have the roll of paper towels?
I do.
Yeah, they're just in the kitchen.
Yeah, they're having dinner. Just watch out for Remy.
Yeah.
I just wanted a good old crab cake sandwich for my birthday. Oh,
man.
Isn't that wild?
We
I forgot
night,
who wrote
boys.
it.
It's incredible that she made you individually
Yeah.
2 full cakes. It's not like
Wow.
it's not like a mug cake, you know? It's 2 full like baker's cakes.
That's what she does.
Good pickle, good fries. Top question right now. I'm just gonna snipe it.
Yeah.
Which campaign should I start watching? Because I've watched the first couple of each, but I just don't know. Thank you for introducing me to D&D. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
And the answer to that is pick the
It
one.
depends.
Yeah, it really depends. They're all thematically
You're almost
different
a
for a
hero.
reason. Then I'll just say keep watching Iceman. But you can also just watch Witchlight, or join our Patreon. Watch Salt March, Piratey Goodness, right? Whichever one is exciting you is the correct answer.
Oh, I'm gonna snipe this. Ocean Nar says, which Adventures crew would do the best in Survivor? Andy, not even finish.
Would be what?
Who do the best in Survivor?
That's kind of you, sir.
Oh yeah.
Andy would fucking
By a wide-
annihilate
by a
us
wide margin,
in
yeah.
Survivor.
I think I would do okay.
My only hope would be to socially manipulate everyone to never vote me off and turn everyone against Andy.
That's a very valid strategy.
That would be the only strategy that I would have.
Not all the challenges are physical. There are a lot of mental challenges. Even them, historically with Survivor, some of the strongest people they don't make it very far because they get voted out. Because they're like, we can't let this guy fucking make it. Because then he's going to start winning immunity every fucking week.
Yeah.
So, like, there's absolutely social engineering paths to victory, for sure. I don't think it's that clear cut and dry.
I haven't seen
It's been a long time since I've watched, but
Survivor.
I used to love it.
We used to sit a kid that was on Survivor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the kid.
Well, he went on
to
he
go.
grew up.
And you went on Survivor?
I absolutely love seeing your guys' reposts on TikTok. It's so random and hilarious. Who runs the account? Is it multiple people? It's not. It's just Mike. It's just Mike.
Except for that one time when we accidentally retweeted a really big titty driving on a bumpy road. That was somebody else.
That was a
We got
goblin.
hacked.
remember
We got
goblin.
hacked. I can't believe we got hacked.
We got hacked.
Also, the reason why I'm so quiet is because
My
I'm
wife
eating.
and my constituents would never.
That's very funny.
Every other time, it's me.
Very funny. Favorite con experience?
Well, our first live show.
That's pretty hard to beat.
That was magical.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Our first
I
live
don't know.
show.
We were lined up.
No, our first live show was.
No, the one at Gen Con.
Oh, that was
The one
fucking
at Gen
excellent.
Con was magical. We'll never beat that.
That wasn't our first?
No, we played
Beneath Dark Wings.
Trick-
At Anime USA.
Oh
2019.
shit, I forgot about that. Holy fuck.
Doesn't count.
That was absolutely my very favorite moment. What happened in that?
I have a lot of funny jokes I can make.
We went confection
too.
or deception,
Confection or deception.
and then we fought a Wicker Man.
We really like Wicker Man. Bro.
Yeah,
And I jumped on a skeleton named Brendan Fraser
Yeah.
that's right.
and killed him.
Oh, that was it. Wait, that was in the live show. Wait, didn't you do that on a horse?
No,
No, we were in like a temple, and I jumped down on him, and he turned out to be like a good NPC, but I killed him.
Very funny. What's another great con experience?
I'm trying to think of mine.
let me steal some paper towels. If you don't pardon my reach. I'm gonna put them right over here if anyone needs them. I went the wrong way.
You know what was really fun? Is back when I was drinking too. So we got to enjoy it. We had our very first successful Evantress meetup.
Oh,
And PAX Unplugged 2019.
Yes, I was literally gonna say the exact same thing.
And
that
a
was
ton of
that
people
was a fun
relatively showed up.
No,
to
it
the
was-
lobby bar.
it was a ton of people.
Packed. And the fucking sales girl for Captain Morgan was there and got us all hammered on fucking free Captain Morgan. We had a fecker. Who was the person that showed up and ordered
I
giant
know,
calzones?
I know who it is, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to say. Are you comfortable saying it? I don't.
Yeah,
wanna,
no.
I don't want to call people out.
Oh yeah, someone came and ordered us giant calzones. Nose and I got to split and shears a calzone because he knew a very obscure reference.
You were very close with your guess.
Yeah.
It was Frickles.
Frickles, that's right.
Phonetically very close.
Yeah. And a bunch of people showed up. It was really fucking fun.
We had like a couple dozen people show up.
Yeah.
Which was insane at the time.
Oh yeah. It wasn't crazy. It was just enough people for the space.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't overbearing. There was a lot of like people who were also streaming at the time too, which was cool. You know, a bunch of other creators.
Yeah.
That's my answer too. You want to make a video game?
No, thank you.
Yes, very much.
Favorite Lego set?
Basically all the Star Wars sets.
I was just gonna say I've been partial to the Star Wars sets. I've never gotten them, but I like looking at them.
But if it's Playmobil, then it's the pirate set. Not even close.
Arctic Lab or Arctic Beach.
What is that?
Whatever that line was.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, right?
It was Arctic
Something.
Labs. Did you say Labs?
Yeah.
No, it was Arctic Explorer. What the fuck was it? Oh my god. I know
And
exactly
there
what
was
you're
like
talking
a
about.
little vehicle, and they all had like the little visors, the orange,
Yeah.
like snow visors.
Somebody in chat's gonna know. Like they're gonna say it any second now.
I think it's like a really classic set. Was it City Arctic?
No, it was Arctic something.
Yeah.
For sure.
You count this. I think the only Legos I ever had were Bionicles.
Oh, they're like half counts.
That
I
counts.
think.
Yeah,
That
it's
counts
like
enough.
from Lego, you know?
Bionicle was great.
Arctic Expedition. I can't remember what it was.
I think
That sounds pretty right.
the Trade Federation tank. With
Oh.
Jar Jar, or the Kadu, the Gungans. I think it was one of my favorites.
You know, didn't Watto have a Lego? I really like Watto.
Yeah, we had all the episode 1.
I remember really liking his minifig.
No, my favorite Lego set as a kid was the Podracer of Gasgano, the long-necked alien guy.
It was green, had a really interesting design. And I really
There
liked
was
the
a
shape.
Lego set?
Yeah, they basically, basically for all the promotion, they chose Anakin, Sebulba, and they just threw in some random, and each like toy set, there was a different pod racer. And I think the Lego set was Gargano.
Favorite Soyav character, book or series?
Oh,
I think I know mine. I haven't finished yet, but I think I know mine.
Jesus.
I have it locked in. So if Mike says the same thing, I'm gonna keep my answer
While Mikey thinks.
because I think there's a chance he says the same thing.
From the series, I was rewatching some early seasons because you're working all day and just throw on something and might as well be Game of Thrones. And I remembered how much I love Brienne in this show. I haven't gotten to her in the books, and so I have no idea. But man, great character.
She's a much better character in the books than the show. She's one of the best characters in the series. By a wide margin.
Okay. In the books, I really like Tyrion, and I'm waiting to figure out why you aren't a fan.
Arctic Explorer is what it's saying.
Arctic Explorer. Okay.
Yeah, so you were right.
Tyrion in It's a Dance with Dragons, where Tyrion really starts to rub readers the wrong way.
Oh. Okay.
It's where he starts his villain arc, right? So like, it's a whole thing.
My favorite character from the show is Oberyn Martell.
Oh! That's my second answer.
Great answer.
Because you're a Giga Chad, man. Just like me. Oberyn Martell is like, if I ever get to play Wuthrup, I'm making a Chilean like Oberyn Martell.
He like when I forget the exact scene and like exactly what's going on, but he has this line where he's just like, I'm Oberyn Martell. I don't deny myself any pleasures in this world.
Yep.
And I'm just like, well, ain't that words to live by?
Yeah,
Let's
my
go.
man.
Let's
When
go.
you're a prince,
Yeah,
right? The Prince of Dorne.
Yeah. When you're
You
the
do
Prince of
whatever the fuck
Dorne,
you want.
Yeah, you don't deny there are no pleasures denied to you. You're the Prince of Dorne.
So he's my second answer.
That's if
Oberyn is one of the characters who actually in the show is, I would say, better than
Yeah,
others.
I agree.
He's like one of the very few examples.
You get more characterization from him in the show, for sure.
He is. If you watch the show and you read A Storm of Swords, you'd be like, "What the fuck? That's it."
Yeah.
You'd be like, "That's it with this guy."
Yeah.
And so, my favorite characters, I think the best character in the series. I'm torn. I want to say Theon Greyjoy.
Okay.
Wow.
I didn't think you were gonna say that. I was wrong.
I'm between him and Jaime Lannister.
That's the answer.
Jaime Lannister, I think we don't have enough of Jaime's arc.
Well, and I was gonna say I haven't seen enough of Theon's either, so I could be wrong. I might be swayed.
I think Theon is the best. Theon, Jaime, and Stannis.
Yeah.
Are probably my favorite characters. But also, I mean, depending on like Brienne and Cersei are amazing. John Connington is a really amazing POV. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really great ones.
So Jaime was my answer. I'll stick to it. Jaime's always been my favorite character. But if I had to pick one that nobody else said and was more of a minor character as my favorite, I would pick Robb Stark. And I know that we don't get any
Robb
POVs.
Stark,
We don't get any POVs from Robb.
Yeah, right.
But his chapters are almost entirely from Catelyn's perspective. Those are some of my favorite chapters because even though I don't like Catelyn too much, the way she views her son becoming a king is fascinating. And watch him grow up in front of her eyes, right? And like, he just was like a genuinely good person, like trying to do the best he could at 16. It's wild. It's just fascinating.
I haven't been able to. I'm obviously not very far, and I'm not re-listening to it, which I think is going to really color the way that you listen to chapters. Catelyn's chapters have been excellent for a first-time reader. I can't imagine listening to them a second time.
So that's the problem I had, is that I've read Game of Thrones twice, I've listened to it once, and then I read all the other books once, and I've listened to them now a second time. Listening to Catelyn's chapters was painful.
I feel like
the
they don't
second
have
time.
as much replayability.
I didn't think so. I'm willing to be wrong there, and I still enjoy every chapter that's written, but some of Catelyn's stuff like drags, I thought, a little bit, but I enjoy them for the way we get to see Robb in the North trying to like do their thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, and a Victorian and Euron Greyjoy
Oh!
are amazing characters.
Agreed.
I remember you a long time ago, like when the show was in like season 3 or something.
Oh yeah.
Say
You're like, come on, we're the Greyjoy.
Euron Greyjoy.
Yeah.
You were talking about Euron Greyjoy like years ago.
Yeah, and they made him like
a thug,
a football thug.
He's a meathead.
Meathead.
Yeah.
And like he's literally an eldritch warlock.
Yep.
Like who's going to commit a mass sacrifice in the Red Wine Straits and perhaps summon up krakens from the deep to destroy like the greatest fleet ever amassed. Right? Like it's.
Can you grab those paper towels?
Instead, he.
Yeah, that's adaptation, folks.
In the book, or in the show, because I haven't read the books.
Yeah.
I really like the Hound.
Oh,
great answer.
Awesome.
The
Great
Hound
answer.
is an excellent character in the show. So that's probably my answer.
Same with the books.
What's a French dip? It is a like roast beef or prime rib sandwich, usually toasted with some kind of cheese melted on top.
And to answer Richie's question, this is excellent.
Oh,
It's
good.
The perfect amount of chew in terms of the bread. It's got a tremendous amount of cheese. It's soaked through with au jus, which is the dipping sauce.
It's
the
served
beef
with
sauce.
au jus, the dipping sauce.
And they really
Pan
went.
drippings.
They did the right amount of horseradish.
Beef sauce.
It's pungent. I'm
Yeah.
getting
Nice.
a good amount of spice.
I was really happy with my crab cake sandwich.
The
Very
Reuben held
good.
up. It wasn't soggy.
The burger, honestly, I didn't think it was going to travel super well, but it honestly turned out
This
pretty
was
good.
great, honestly. We should carry out from here more often.
Yeah, shit.
Or get delivery. Anyway, I can go on. So that's a French dip. What subgenre of horror do you wish more filmmakers would explore more? Folk horror.
Folk horror.
There's not nearly enough folk horror in the world. Like, not even close.
Well, I feel like it depends on if you think effectively. Because I would also say cosmic horror. I think
that's the actual answer.
That's the right answer.
Cosmic
That
horror
is
is
the right answer.
severely
Wow,
underrepresented.
good call.
in film.
No.
And the reason
100%.
why I would disagree with you is that like folk horror started as a genre as strictly a film genre.
Yeah.
No, I know, but it's
But it hasn't been done as much.
Right.
But cosmic
there's
horror.
only like a handful of them.
Yeah.
Right.
And we still haven't seen Starbaker. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Oh
should
my
go
god,
see
I
Starbaker.
almost watched it during October with Kels, and something came up, we couldn't do it. What I'll say on the cosmic horror thing is that there's only one good cosmic horror movie that I've watched that's like actually cosmic horror, not like, oh, it's secretly cosmic horror. And I'm sure that there are others, but I think it speaks to the difficulty of pulling off cosmic horror in film. And it's when we watched The Color Out of Space with Nick Cage. I thought that movie was shockingly well done.
Yeah, people hate it.
I know, but I thought that was
Color Out of
actually.
Space?
Yes.
I
liked it a lot.
thought
I
was-
own it. It's fun.
I
love
thought it
what-
was
I
one
love
of the
it.
only good representations of
100%.
cosmic horror that I've ever witnessed because it's so difficult to do.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I was really excited for Annihilation, and I was
I haven't.
I was
I haven't
very
seen that.
disappointed.
I haven't seen that
I
yet.
was very disappointed.
It had some strong things going for it, and it didn't stick the landing.
Bummer.
Mace. Oh, this is a question for Mace. From Rice Man. Given that he's the newest member of the crew, how did he meet us so late in our lives?
Well,
And how was his experience getting to know all of us?
that's the
For the
funny
first few years of
thing.
that.
He didn't meet us
They
late.
were pulling out of the 7-Eleven parking lot.
Right.
And I was hyped up on energy drinks and accidentally just crashed into them. And they were very gracious about it. And
Energy is
you know,
we told the judge.
and from there, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that's the story we told afterwards. We've been friends for like over 20 years.
Over 20 years.
Yeah, 21.
20 years and 3 months.
Mace has known the guys longer than I have.
We went to.
By a good chunk
I
of
met
change.
them my freshman year of high school. They were
Our sophomore year.
Yeah. So we went through all of high school together.
In terms of knowing each other, I'm the new kid on the block.
That doesn't count. Weirdly true. Wow. That's fucked up.
Very technically.
Because I met you guys my freshman year of college.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
I
guys were already
you
all old
Yes.
friends
Right around there.
when I
Yeah,
first
good
met
soul.
you.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
That is so weird. Wow. You know, it's just funny. I mean, 20 years is a long time. I mean, what's
for the
out,
rest-
you little green, my fucking legs. Best comment. Favorite plot twist of any campaign?
Man. I was gonna. I don't want to. It's gonna be
Insomnia.
mega spoilers.
I was just gonna say bump.
Yeah,
bump,
the moment.
bump.
That
But-
whole arc, right?
I mean, that's truly a masterpiece.
I was to pick the same but different
like,
moment was when we went for the chalice. When like everything was like there was like a moment of calm.
Oh,
and the chalice is just sitting there, and it's like we all look at each other like, well,
you talking about with Lillard?
Who's gonna go for it? No, in Prime. In Prime.
Oh.
And then I forget who approached, but then it's like shit hit the fucking fan, and it was great. It was wonderful.
Yeah, the realization on everyone's musical motifs are very powerful when you do them correctly.
That's true.
I know this is a long shot, but would it be possible to have plushies that the Curse of Shadanya crew made? I'm going through that campaign. I'm enjoying it a lot. I would say never.
Yeah, never say never.
But man, is it far down on the list.
Yeah.
Man, it's way down there on the list.
But next month, we are going to be releasing a life-size Stradania plushie.
I thought it was
in production, only 2.
Yeah.
They're pre-ordered already.
That's very funny.
What was the spark that transformed Legend of Evantris from the first session of Prime to what it is now?
How much time we got? He's gonna wax philosophical for 8 hours.
It's not just there's no one spark, right? It's a
series of events.
I think it was a spark.
What would you say the spark is?
I think it's been a series of evolutionary moments, you know?
Was it from the first episode of Prime to where we are now? Because I would say if we had to pick one, it's like the first time we streamed, right? That would be a pivotal changing moment.
I think it was in episode 1 of Prime.
That's a very valid answer as well.
Well, that was the spark.
No, but between episode 1 of Prime to now is what they mean.
Well, I guess it depends.
Holy smokes.
If you mean, oh my god.
Heart Sinclair!
Gifted.
Gifted subs!
Good lord.
Thank you.
Get a hype train going? Follow up with Heart Sinclair with a hype train.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Short form content? Is that what you're gonna say?
I think it's Chris Estrada.
That's a good answer too.
I mean, it's a series, man.
Yeah.
There's no one.
I mean,
know one thing.
if you're gonna look at the full arc, right? I think Honey Heist was an extremely transformative thing for the channel.
That's an also great answer.
I think it was Honey Heist.
Also a great answer. I think
I wasn't even there, and I know what nitrous it put in the tank. You know, there were so many little moments.
You could say the shorts when the first shorts were taken off. Like,
there's so many.
I mean, technically, episode 2 of Witchlight. Like, if you want to talk about what was the game changer.
Yeah.
Again, valid answer.
Was that the curse? Was that episode 2?
Episode 2 was Chuckles.
Oh.
Yeah, we really got to things straight away.
Yeah, right.
But
right
I would
away.
even say, but see, my point is, like, from Prime to that, like, that wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I know, yeah.
If there wasn't like several moments of
dominoes.
evolutionary
it's all
growth
like dominoes
that enabled that to happen in the moment.
Yeah,
you know.
And so
And it's not just like, oh, it was one static line and then suddenly that happened.
So
you know?
I draw the conclusion, or was it 2019? Was the Root RPG, and 2019 was basically around the same time we had Root and Curse of Stradania going at the same time, and that was basically a hyperbolic time chamber boot camp.
We were playing a fuckload of D&D.
Where basically our group went from playing effectively pretty generic fantasy archetype gamer style D&D.
Sitting there in silence,
talking out of character. Like, it was still pretty good. But to who we are now, it wasn't until we had the dual combo of Root and Curse of Stradania where we fused what we learned there and developed how we roleplay now.
Another valid moment.
So
I
that
agree.
29, it's not a single
be-
moment.
I haven't
I wouldn't be
disagreed with a
shocked at
single
all
answer.
if you had said that all happened around. I think that, like, you could throw a dart at the board and with pinpoint accuracy to say this is where Curse of Stradania like shifted.
Yeah.
And it's when you say, no, Shepard, you lead the way and I'll light your path. Because there's a lot of cold-blooded stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff that happens up to that.
That was King Rock.
And let me
Write a
walk it
dollar.
back.
Every write a
Because
dollar.
there's a lot of cool stuff that happens up to that. That was the moment that, like, I had to run it back. I had to run it back all the way to the beginning, and I was like, I didn't know this was about to happen. I didn't know I was gonna feel this way. I gotta go back. Right? Because I'm listening to a podcast, right? I'm like doing other things. I'm like, no. I gotta roll this back.
I'm gonna miss something.
I
give us the
literally, I
respect it
rolled it back.
deserves.
I laid on the floor and I closed my eyes and I listened to it happen. And then after that, the next day, I played it on YouTube on the TV so I could watch it happen.
Right.
And to me, that was like, I don't even know what to tell you. I don't know how to say this. That was fucking good.
It was truly a game-changing moment.
Yeah.
That was like
that one scene.
I think that's actually really interesting. Yeah.
You could kind of tell afterwards, like even in the podcast, you cut it, but for a brief second, you can kind of tell everyone at the table is like, holy fuck, like this is a different game now.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, we ain't in Oz anymore. All right. I mean,
No,
we're
it was wild.
I wish we could play it
Wisconsin.
over
Where
again
is
from
it?
the beginning. Shit.
We're not in Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore.
It is. It's an interesting moment because it was probably the first time where there was like an extended one-on-one interaction for like literally 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah. I think it's like 17 and a half minutes,
Yeah.
I think.
Like at that point, that was pretty unheard of.
Well, I mean, well, I don't know. I guess we do like, side shoots now, but unless there's forced circumstance, it's very infrequent. I would say even like these days, that just like happens. Like somebody says, "Hey, can I grab you?"
Right.
As opposed to like, he's like, "Hey, can we go look for this thing outside?" It's like, I'll come with you. And yeah.
I think it's because it's hard to keep a bit going for 17 or 18 minutes. You have to have the drama.
Yeah.
I think you have to have stakes. You have to have the drama and the tension to have a conversation for 20 minutes.
When everything is
100%.
shukels.
Yeah.
But you two talking Marius and Lethica, that was at least 15 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
we've had some good one-on-one moments for sure.
Well, because what I was gonna say is, some of the stuff has been great, like more in the funny sense. Like when you guys do the banquet, and we're all going through like in duo rooms, like that was great and that was fucking hilarious, right? But that's a forced circumstance.
Yes, that's
right. Like that happened to us, as opposed that we said the story is gonna drive us here, like in the moment, like I'm feeling this. Let's let it out,
Yeah, and I think that is also goes into the thing of when you are, and I think that like if we did play a Crooked Moon campaign, where we treated it as seriously as Curse of Strahdania, we could have that. And I think the problem is when you have a character where the core of them is comedy, inherently it lessens that. Because any scene with them is going to turn comedic. Even if there is drama possible, there's that inclination or possibility of it turning comedic almost instantly.
Yeah.
And that is that's one of the reasons why I made the character decision to bring Virgil into Jericho. So I can play to be effectively two characters, and basically, if in the future, I don't know what I'll do. If I need to put Jericho on a bus for a couple episodes, great. Right?
Well, you don't have the chuckles problem of like you have to be a goofy clown all the time.
Literally nonstop.
And it's like, oh my god, this is a PC. You have to be a goofy character.
I am going to seduce the handsome vampire man.
By the way, level 8 hype train.
Oh my
level
God.
7 hype
Gosh.
train.
Yeah, we're working
Thank you
towards
so much, D Thorn. 5
Thank
gifted.
you.
5 gifted. Another 5 gifted from D Thorn. Putrid Hound 1.
Thank you.
10 gifted from D Thorn.
Thank you.
Hart Sinclair again. 50 gifted around the chest.
Tumble Kitten, plan on playing Unfathomable again when the Crooked Crunch is over.
Someday.
I really, really, really love that game.
It's a great game.
That's the ship one.
The ship one.
You had a rough first encounter to that.
No, you literally got roped into the longest 6-hour game of Unfathomable that has
we
ever
were
existed.
running to like 1 a.m.
No, that was just unfortunate. The game's usually a lot faster than that.
Yeah.
For the DMs, anything a player could do, what is the most absolutely not someone could do?
Yep.
Well, I mean, there's lots, but we're not.
I would say
when
a player at the table starts.
Sorry.
I had to deal with this once, and I did when a player at the table starts telling other people at the table no, you can't do that. And it's like, hey.
Right.
you don't make that call.
I'm the arbiter here.
Yeah.
I'm the
They can
GM.
they can try something, and we'll resolve what happens. You don't just start interacting. I'd say the only thing's really anybody can try something, but the second they kind of start interrupting other people's fun, it's like, hey, let's chill out.
Make sure you clear your magic items with your DM and don't show up to a convention game with a wand of lightning rod bullshit.
It's more just like role-playing etiquette.
Yeah.
Right?
That's really the. That's
Just
really the
don't
thing.
be a that guy.
Yeah.
Don't start PvP. Don't pickpocket your party.
Well,
Don't make up magic.
I always put it.
Don't say, well, my character would
Yeah.
do this. You know?
I get the. I give this advice a lot based on my experience running many convention games. That part of that chapter of my life is over. But when I did run a lot of convention games, you know, I saw all kinds of players, and the one thing, like, you could have all variety of players, of all styles, but the one thing that was consistent about the good players, the one thing that was consistent about the bad players, is that the good players were excited for other people at the table.
Yeah.
And the bad players had to be if someone starts investigation, their character had to investigate.
It is not enough that I win. You must also lose.
Yeah. If some character gets a victory, they were upset that they didn't get a victory. If some character wants to open the door, the other character to open the door. They had to always do whatever anyone else was doing, and they also wanted to have their own spotlight.
Can I also make that check?
Yes.
Can I also do insight?
That is the,
I would also do perception.
That is the worst D&D player.
That's my favorite.
And if you
inside
feel like
joke-
you're being
inside
personally
joke.
attacked, I mean, with all the love, do some introspection and some shadow work.
Think about it.
And you might learn a few things.
Are there any scenes from your campaigns you'd like to see as fan art? I know there are.
Oh yeah.
You know, one thing that I will say is we've gotten some amazing pieces from Curse of Shridanya. There's one in Selenka Pass where Clayton's holding his hat, and there's the fucking giant
That's
goat
from
through the snow.
When he gets cursed.
Benny.
When he gets cursed.
I think.
You know, we've had some intimate moments with Stradania and Victoria. We've had some badass moments with Shepard and Sarnax. But we haven't got a ton or any about some of the key scene moments of the finale.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to spoil too much of that.
Don't spoil too much of anything.
I won't say more than just there's a lot of moments of the finale that I would think these are perfect moments to do fan art of and characters to get fan art of that I think we've never gotten fan art of. And I think eScribs has done a bunch for the finale, but I think she might be, I don't want to say she's the only one, because I'm sure there might be others, but she's the only artist that I can think of that's like taken these scenes and pull it from my head. And that was kind of those are the things where I'm like, oh wow, you know, that would be cool to see more of. And there's tons of others, right? But
I would say like half the scenes from Prime and Beneath Dark Wings is always what I think of, because it doesn't get a ton of love, right?
yeah.
Episode 33 of, I mean, a lot of Beneath Dark Wings. There's a lot.
Well, but I think, and again, this is a tough question to answer honestly, because I think that in general, fan art is usually focused on the PCs.
Yeah.
And not about scenes.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think that's just sort of natural that you don't get a lot of scenes of your favorite scenes, because usually it's just like, this is the character that I drew, right?
Yeah, so it's harder to do backgrounds.
Right. Yeah.
So it seems a lot of work.
And also,
the
like,
environments are a lot more.
It's effectively when you're doing scenes, you need a storyboard effectively. The skill that you're using is storyboarding.
Yeah.
And you effectively need to have directorial skills.
Yep.
Of how are you actually directing, and storyboarders are directors, right? They, you know, and so I think that is a totally different skill beyond art that I truly admire. I really, really, really admire the ability of storyboarders and people who are able to direct, you know, and illustrate those scenes and be able to have these, you know, moments, and their ability to effectively be like filmmakers in a way, and have a mastery of the universe of where it's in. So whatever perspective, they can have all this dynamic storytelling.
I think it is a really interesting concept to say you just don't get it from scenes, and like that's fair. But then when you ask the question like, hey, what do you want me to see more of? Like, I would love to see a dramatic, man, it's not Endless Waltz. I always forget the name, but in the Alphonse arc.
Oh, Dance of Death.
Dance of Death.
That's also the name of an episode.
Would be final boss between phase 1 and phase 2. Like a dramatic shift of like, because if you remember the mechanics of that fight, like how the room actually changes.
I can't.
And then like, you know, a moment where it's kind of like basking in that, like, and there's some kind of like shift, and it's all captured in one space. Holy shit! Like that's cool. You know, capturing moments like that, but that is very hard. There's so much.
It's hard to do.
It's not, you're not just drawing a character, you're capturing emotion.
This is interesting. What's your hypothetical last meal?
Jesus.
Yeah,
that sounds like a threat.
I'm not gonna think about that.
No, well, what it's asking is like, what meal is so perfect? Your favorite meal that you would ask for it as your final meal.
You'd be okay if you had eaten that and then you're 90 years old, you pass gently in your sleep and you say, I can sail off into Valhalla
Dynamite
with this in my
beef.
stomach.
That's a good answer.
Dynamite beef. It's never.
You can't beat the classics.
Yeah, ramen's a good pick. Hot pot's a good pick. I mean, I couldn't pick just one. I can't pick one.
I feel like last meal, you generally don't go like fancy or expensive. You go like comfort, right?
Yeah.
Shepherd's pie. Ramen
What's that
is really
thing
good
you always
choice.
reach for?
I would
You want
choose
just one last time.
I would choose 1 trillion grains of rice.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be able to kill me till I ate all of it.
That's right.
That's actually perfect.
Just one at a time.
Yeah.
Oh, I dropped it.
I would choose 100 McNuggets, and they can't kill me until I've eaten all. Oh, it's gone.
No.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Since Andy's relatively new,
Yeah.
I love Andy
Oh, thank you.
and everything he's brought to Once Upon a Guy's Night.
Thanks. That's so kind of you to say.
But how did he come to join you guys? And the campaign.
I was a bum.
I have
lived outside their stoop.
this
and then felt
headcanon
bad
that
for
he was
saying,
brought
"Well,
back by
Yeah.
popular demand.
When he guested in Once Upon a Witchlight, it was like, I couldn't believe how well he did because it was his first time role
it was his
playing.
very first
The
time.
number of comments that were like, "Who's this new guy?"
Yeah.
It made me laugh.
Andy,
Funny.
you know, he was just the new kid on the block. We wanted
right.
to test him out.
That's right.
And
One day, Richie left his house and tripped over an alcoholic bum and was
That's
like,
right.
"Who's this jackass? He looks like he needs help."
Please help
It
me.
took
My
me
name is
in.
Brian.
God.
It's
That's
Andy
Very
now.
funny.
Come on.
Thank you.
That's very funny. The Brian.
Thank you.
This is interesting. As a new reviewer, I'm curious, where did the name Legends of Evantris name come from?
Good question.
We kind of touched on it today with Evantris.
All of us are actually originally from Evantris, and we came here.
It's a real place.
We got reverse isekai.
we got isekai.
What a
Reverse
horrible
isekai.
direction to go.
Yeah,
in
reverse-
a fantasy
yeah,
world
we-
when we got sent to the mundane.
Surely no one's told that story before.
Oh.
That seems like an original idea.
My,
Like the Demon King goes to high school.
I think one of my least favorite,
Yeah.
my least favorite fantasy worlds is as soon as a fantasy world is connected to real world Earth, I immediately check out. I immediately don't care.
Yeah.
As soon as, if it was revealed that Runeterra, a portal opens up to New York City, I'd be done.
Yeah.
Right?
New York City.
Most
Devious bastard.
New York City.
Yeah. That's why we have
listen-
very few like totally forbidden banned things in our games. But the what is it, the Blue Veil Shifty Portal?
The Blue Dreams, the Veil of Blue Dreams,
Yeah.
or Beyond the Blue
Dream of the Blue Veil.
Dream of the Blue Veil.
something
Yeah,
like
the
that.
Blue Veil.
Yeah. At no point are any of our characters ever going to cast that, and we're going to go
It
to
is
New
a
York
spell in some supplement. It's
think it's
5th
like Tasha's
edition.
or
I think
something.
it's 5th edition legal. Like it's a published Wizards of the Coast spell that when you cast it, it literally lets you change the setting that you're in to like anything. You like literally you leave the world that you're in. It's almost like planar travel.
Yeah.
But you can be like, I wish to
Multiverse.
be in
it's
in
multiverse,
Maryland,
yeah.
United States of America.
Tasha's
And everybody gets taken there.
We're gonna go to Toronto.
Yeah, we can go. We can become Scott Pilgrim, and we can.
Now we
yeah.
rule them like angry
Yeah,
gods.
exactly.
And then we're gonna go to Middle Earth.
Yeah, and so
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
they
yeah.
did that because of obviously the whole Vecna thing that they were setting up for the 50th anniversary. Is that basically it was a multiverse all of the settings come together to defeat Vecna.
I don't think there's any
And-
problem with it, especially if they're just trying to mechanically introduce a way to like.
And
do more
also,
story
if
shit.
you buy all of the setting books, I want to be able to go to Theros. I want to be able to go to Ravnica. I want to be able to go to. Here's a spell that you can have all of that in one
it
canvas.
just feels like it's a that guy thing.
It'll never be an
100%.
Evantress.
Right,
It'll never
and
be a spell in
I
Evantress.
Meets Las Carnes.
Ooh.
Isn't that just meets the meats?
Yes. Yes. Meets the meats.
Meets the meats. With Frank Fairfield and Blind Boy Paxton, can we expect any other Over the Garden Wall voice actors?
The wolf from episode 1. He'll be on the album.
We can't really say.
Yeah, I don't think we can say. I think we can say because I think there's a little, there's things. The last bit's not set in stone, so we'll leave it at
There's
that.
one
Keep it secret,
final
keep it safe.
piece.
There's one final piece that
that
needs
has
to
not
fall-
fallen into
that's
place.
not fallen into place.
And so there's still some question marks. Do you guys have any pets?
We do.
I have a pug named Dagny.
I have 2 kitties.
You guys are awesome.
Thank
you. Who would play you in the LOA biopic?
John Goodman.
John Goodman.
So that's
Matt Berry.
funny.
John Goodman.
That's very funny. The problem is I have that thing where everybody's like, "Hey, you look like this famous person." It's never the same person twice.
Yeah.
So,
What is it? Young Jeezy or Cheesy?
Oh,
Young Gravy?
it's Young Gravy. Is who
he looks
Ritter
nothing
says.
like you.
I could see a little bit of it.
I
but my
saw him
problem is
on
our
Theo
hair is
Von.
Nothing. Our hair is nothing alike. That's the
So
problem.
he looks like Theo Von?
No,
No,
him on.
he was on Theo Von. I'm like, oh, this is
No,
the guy that.
I don't really see it either. And I've
I
got
have no
some
idea who that is.
weird. I didn't know who.
I don't know.
I got some weird. I get
This
weird
whole
fucking eyes all
like
the time.
new fangled thing that everyone's. I don't pay attention to any of it. I don't have any.
To answer your question, Derek Hudson will be played by Tilda Swinton.
It's perfect.
I think that works. Who would play me? I don't know. Like
Jay Baruchel would play Derek.
That's a good one.
Oh my god.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
People said Andy looked like Jay Baruchel. That's insanity.
Yeah, I've gotten when my hair was real short and I was playing Shepard. That one short, people said Tom Holland a lot. I was like, that's a nice thing.
Who's the comedian that talks like this and talks about drugs in every bit and how much he
Oh,
loves
that
drugs?
guy.
I know who you're talking about. John Mulaney. John Mulaney.
John Mulaney.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they said John Mulaney.
Oh, for me?
For you?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't.
Not even close.
The
I
guy,
look more like
apparently
John
there's some
Mulaney.
singer from Puddle of Mud that everybody says I look like.
I think one of the closest is the guy from The Bear. I think that I could see.
Oh, Jeremy Allen White.
Yes, that's the closest.
Yeah, that I can see.
He's very interesting looking, and I still think he's better looking than me.
Mace always gets that guy from Supernatural, or he used to get
Not
that
Puddle of
guy
Mud.
from Supernatural.
It's not Puddle of Mud.
Who's that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, you said the character's
Castiel?
Castiel. Misha Collins.
Misha Collins.
Oh, that's a good
when I shave my beard real short and I have the real short hair, I used to get Robin Thicke.
Yes, Alan Thicke from Growing Pains.
That's a good one.
That's
Robin
classic.
Thicke,
No,
not
Alan
Alan
Thicke.
Thicke.
Ashley Johnson's in that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
Oh yeah. Misha Collins.
No, it's John Goodman.
What is that band?
No, it's 100% it's John Goodman now.
There's one singer from some band that I don't listen to that I can't remember. It's not Puddle of Mud.
I don't know who
That
would
I
play-
looked it
yeah.
up. We got it like 2 or 3 times. Every time I look it up, I'm like, man, because it's not good.
Everybody says Tiny Tim for me, but he's dead.
That doesn't work at all.
So that doesn't work at all. I don't know. That guy. That one guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Chris Evans, Chris Pratt. I'll take anything, Chris.
But they look nothing like Maze.
They're very handsome gentlemen, but yeah, they don't look like
listen,
you.
okay.
They don't look like
Chris
Not be
Pratt.
hasty. Yeah.
Have y'all ever been recognized in public? I figured that be an awkward situation.
Oh yeah.
Pretty regularly.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
When
It
Nikki
used to
and
happen
I-
to me all the time when my job before this, I worked in like a public-facing environment.
Yeah.
In a mall.
I think the weirdest place that I ever got recognized was at Ocean's Calling, because it's just like it's very normie-esque.
Right.
And they didn't approach me. The only reason I know about it is because I was walking with like drinks in my hand and like trying to avoid the crowds, and Kelsey saw 2 people being like, and overheard them being like, I think that's Andy. I think that's Andy. And they didn't recognize her. But they were like, I think that's him. And they didn't stop me. They just let me keep going.
Something I think about is how many people potentially do recognize us and just never don't say anything.
Apparently we got recognized while trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
And again, they didn't say anything. They just let us go.
That I think is a little, like if you're with your kid and
I'm very grateful they were being respectful.
Yeah.
But again, you never know.
And I think the
Kroger, is that it?
What was I?
Way.
I
Chad Kroger.
I think that the scary thing is like
that's very funny.
That it's like when I'm out and I'm like schlubby.
That's not him. That's not him.
And if like I'm in,
then you're that other guy.
No,
from
not the singer of Nickelback.
I don't know if I'm like it's kind of the things. If I'm at like the CVS and I'm like, let me peruse the questionable ointments or something, and someone could be there and they know me, and I'm like, I gotta get this. I have to get this medicine for my horrible medical condition.
Yeah, you just have to lean into it. Get an even more horrible medical condition ointment.
Vile medical, and then someone could be there, and I would have no way of knowing. I'd have no way of knowing.
For the record, since ZCB just said, if I recognize someone in public, I'm not bothering them. Personally, I don't care. As long as I'm not like, and I've said this before, even when I'm at conventions and shit, like as long as I'm not like right in the middle of doing something and I don't look frantic or like I have purpose, stop me, say hi. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
You know, but I understand also not.
I think that also depends on volume. I'll tell you right now, it feels very manageable.
Yeah.
You know, like people come up every now and again.
Oh, my answer will probably change someday.
I love connect, like, you know, we always say, like, I love doing this for the fans. Like, people get a kick out of it. I love saying hi to everybody. I love connecting with everybody. If we hit a point where it's like, man, you can't go to dinner without 47 people coming up to your table and you're eating with your parents and, you know, you're like, oh, yeah. I'm trying to celebrate my dad's birthday.
Totally.
You know, that's kind of a different, you know, obviously that's volume. But
I'll also add, if you see one of us and we're on fire, come like put us out.
Yeah.
We don't
I don't want to bother him.
We don't want to be on fire.
I think this is part of the bit.
Oh my god,
I don't
that's
wanna bother
Derek.
him.
I think one of my favorite instances is we are on our way to Gamma in Louisville, Kentucky. And we've all gotten there. Or no, I guess Derek shows up 5 minutes before the plane takes off. So it was me, Richie, and Andy.
This isn't just that flight.
No.
Every flight. Every flight.
Every flight.
Did you just pantomime you were in a rush?
No.
This is Derek when the flight's like, we're boarding and Derek's like this.
Just rolling through the airport.
We're getting on the plane.
Richie, Andy, and I have been at the airport for literally 4.5 hours.
Yeah, you guys go way too fucking early.
No, it's great.
I like a luxurious airport like lobby. You guys go like 24 hours in advance. You put little cots down in the fucking lobby area.
Derek Jack Sparrows onto the airplane.
Yeah.
Flying. But a really good one.
Not a wasted second. This guy
is so the three of us are there and we're waiting in line for security, and I'm going ready to get patted down in my groin.
Yeah,
that just always gets flagged
up.
no matter what. Every single time I go, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Constantly flagged.
And like I'm literally midway to go do that, and the guy's like, "Oh hey, you guys are Vantress TSA agent."
Yeah,
and I'm
We're
like,
yep.
"Oh hey." Good to see you. No, okay. No,
Go ahead and scan my penis.
Now scan my penis.
Oh, you're Mikey. Chukles.
Yeah.
No piercings.
And Mikey's like,
just-
yeah. I still can't believe they do this for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my upper left thigh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know every time.
I think my
tell you.
favorite ones though are when I've noticed people noticing us, but they don't come up to say anything. And they don't know that I noticed that I noticed they've noticed us. We had a couple instances at a convention that I won't mention where we first got there at day 0. We were walking into one of the bars and like checking out the thing, and the group of people immediately were like, it's like, okay, we know I noticed you noticing us. Like, I don't know. That I think is funny.
It is funny.
One of my
I can't
favorite
tell you
times
the
is-
number. Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna quickly. When we were all sitting in not like it was kind of like a booth, like it was like a half moon kind of seat. We were just hanging out. We just got into some hotel, and Mikey I think was sitting in a chair kind of on the side, and we were just laughing about stuff. And then somebody comes up and says, "Oh my god, you're Chuckles!" And they're like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Oh man,
I found you guys because I heard this guy laughing.
That's
and I was like, I think that's the first time I've ever been recognized just from my laugh.
It's like the bat signal.
Which was so funny.
Another really funny moment, which is one of my favorite times we've been recognized, also because he was a really lovely person.
Oh, I hope I know what you're gonna say.
Was we all play Woofro. Richie GMs for the very first time at
right.
Andy's house.
That's right.
We rolled our characters.
Oh my god.
And maybe it was before that we played.
It was
we rolled our
the
characters.
characters in the play.
We were
So
talking
at Potbelly.
Salt Marsh.
We were talking Salt
And we were
Marsh.
trying to go find an extra rule book.
Yes.
That's why we had taken off.
And so we tried to see if they had a physical rule book an extra rule book at the game shop. They didn't. So we're like, fuck it, we'll just go get some Potbelly. We're sitting in Potbelly.
This is the best.
We see
This is actually the best
a
answer.
movie theater employee carrying a big dumpster, a big rolling
Big
trash
trash
can of
bag,
trash.
yeah.
And he's looking in, and we're just eating, sitting there.
Eating
And
our
he,
subs.
he goes and disappears, and he comes back like 15 minutes later, and with free tickets for the movie theater. And he introduces himself, and he's really nice, and he gives us the free tickets, and he's like, oh yeah, I work at the theater, I love you guys. And I'm like, that was really, really cool.
But you missed the best part.
Oh.
He goes, what are you guys doing here?
Oh yeah.
And we're like, we're just eating dinner.
Yeah.
Talking about D&D. He was like baffled that we were in this particular Potbelly like it was some dump or something.
Yeah.
What are you doing in Maryland?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we kind of live here-ish. You know, we're just having dinner. It was very fun. He was a cool guy.
Oh man.
God, yeah, there's some...
I've been recognized at the grocery store.
Yeah, there's a guy there where he likes his high chuckles, and I'm like, okay.
No, not the guy who works there. I was
somebody else.
I was.
Hello. I mean, it's great
Nikki
to
and
see
I
you.
were shopping for it was late at night and just I was full blown like gremlin mode, just picking stuff up at like 10:30 p.m. And this guy walks up to us, and I think he's gonna like ask us, "Oh, do you know where like the cream is, or where can I find the eggs?"
We're gonna buy the sugar.
I'm so sorry. Like, could I get a picture? And I'm like, oh god. I'm like, hold on. Let me fix my hair. And so I pulled my hair down and I like run my fingers through it to kind of brush it out a little bit. I'm like, okay.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
But it was still very nice, and sometimes that happens.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. This was years ago. This was not my last job. My job before that, I was on a conference call, and I didn't have my camera on because I looked like a nightmare person, and I was just going through website stuff and product stuff, talking through the whole thing, and this new hire was like, I didn't hear anything you said. Are you on like
I remember
TikTok
you
or
saying it,
something, or like are you doing something with like shorts or like D&D maybe? And he like pointed me out, and I was like, why?
Who wants to know?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to get my information?
Only if you can give me some beans.
Oh my god!
Actually, I would like more dollars for our marketing budget, please.
That's very funny. I think another moment.
We need more servers. You're the director. You need to own this.
Get it in, please.
I'm tired of
Get it ready.
my fucking
Or else my
legs.
fucking legs will be up your ass.
Yeah.
Thank you for meeting with me. We have business to talk about, and it's not good news. Well, do you think you could deliver it as Frost for me? I think that I'd be able to handle it better.
No, do sultry Lethica.
And then, like you're picking your
There's been
vocal assistant.
restructuring.
Yeah.
Another crazy moment was I get a match on Tinder, and this lady is like there's no way you're catfishing.
That's amazing.
And I'm like,
No way.
all due respect.
That's fucking awesome.
If I was going to if I was anyone, and I was going to Tinder, I think I would pick someone far more thin and attractive than Mikey Kilder, the clown from the D&D thing.
That's brutal.
I was like,
That's
excuse me.
It's a double bluff,
man.
you fuck.
Yeah.
Catfisher.
That's brutal.
I'm on to you.
I would have picked
Jesus.
someone way better to fucking catfish you.
That's funny.
God damn, that's funny.
Jesus Christ.
Will we be getting a Hootsie re-release? Not as she was.
No.
That campaign is long over.
Same as it ever was.
There was an overstock of that one.
Same
as it ever was. That's not to say that we won't release Hootsie 2.0 or Hootsie something.
We love Hootsie.
Some kind of edition, but it won't be that Hootsie behind Derek there.
Or that Hootsie behind Andy. There.
Fair enough.
One is a prototype and one isn't. And you just shoot the one that's the prototype.
Shoot him! No, shoot him! That's what he would want you to think. No, I would never say that. Shoot him!
Why are you wearing that pumpkin?
Tell me something the real Hootsy would know.
How did you know? I didn't.
Most of your characters have pretty specific styles and color schemes. Did you pick out their dress sense, or did it come through as you created them? How our characters look is purely derived from their theme.
Yeah.
And the type of character that they are, and it is informed by that. We don't just pick the clothes. The clothes tend to become obvious based on who they are as a character.
Yep.
I'd also say usually pretty simple stuff. I'd say for the most part, nothing like really extravagant.
What?
Nothing.
Oh yeah,
Something
happened to work earlier. Something happened to work earlier.
Thinking about something else.
That's very funny.
Is it this? Is it this? Can you read that?
I don't know about that. Yeah, don't read it out loud. Don't read it out loud.
No. I will say though, my favorite thing to see in chat is added blocked term, because
Yes.
it's always the most ridiculous shit. And it's always tuna. So thanks for adding the nearly blocked the blocked term groped. Appreciate that. Now we have that added to the list.
Do you all have any specific boundaries surrounding fan interactions? Just want to be polite if I ever meet you. I think just general human decorum is fine.
I have my go-to line if you've come to any convention where I've taken photos with you. We say there's only 2 rules. You have to stand in the center, and please don't put your fingers in my mouth.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Don't put your fingers in my mouth. You have to stand in the middle and don't put your fingers in my mouth.
Yeah.
When we were at Too Many Games, you said that 100,000 times.
Yeah,
and
it just kept making me laugh. I think I was getting pity chuckles, and that just kept making me.
Yeah, no, it cracked me up, and Mikey and I were cracking up about being electrocuted by the
That was the funniest
never
shit.
got old. That never got
That
old.
was the funniest
The
shit.
other thing too is like
It never got old.
There are different
He
people.
told
It's. I kept saying it too because everybody reacted differently to it. Like there are so many people that were like.
Yeah, you got some weird looks.
Well, I wouldn't do that, I swear.
Yeah, there were some people who definitely denied it like way too hard, like they were thinking about it. And then there were other.
What are you talking about?
So at Too Many Games and at Gen Con, both times we did fan signings after our live show at Gen Con. We had time blocks where we did fan signings and photos at Too Many Games. And every single time that somebody would come to take our picture, they'd be like, where should I stand? Was generally how it all started. And I'd be like, stay in the middle. And then, eventually it's like, there's like these awkward pauses and then I have to like fill the silence. So like, as somebody, like we're all kind of shuffling, nobody say anything. I'd be like, okay, here we go. I'm like trying to keep the energy up, and cause like, poor Rich is like, he's like sweating, holding like an Americano off to the side. And like, I just feel bad for everybody. And like, okay, here we go. Let's keep the energy up. And eventually, I don't know how it came to me. I'm like, okay, there's only 2 rules. Here we go. You gotta stand in the middle and can't put your fingers in my mouth. And I don't know why that came to me at first, but then every single person that came to the picture, I said it over and over and over again. Probably because somebody gave me some kind of reaction. I was like, well, now I just gotta do this every single time.
But what about the electrocute?
So we had Derek and I. So to set the scene, in the booth we had a hanging. We had electricity running in the booth. It was just an extension cable that was hung from the ceiling,
all the way to the very top of the ceiling.
Yeah, it's like a 35-foot cable that comes down right next to it.
35, way more than that. It's like a 500-foot cable.
But it was right in where we were trying to take photos.
Yeah.
So good.
And so Derek and I, basically one of the signs was of interest. The way that Derek and I posed, it was like dangling in between. It's all
it's like right on us.
It's like a snake. It's like basically
it kept like slapping up against us.
So Derek and I all weekend we're like
pretending like they were getting shot.
Yeah. We did that maybe 500 times.
And it never got old. Okay, Derek, stand up. Oh shit! Hold on, getting too excited. Because the other thing is
never got old.
The other thing is Derek is me, right? Derek is me, and Derek's behind me. Because like he won't be saying anything, but all of a sudden I'll feel him doing this. It's like, get off me, man! Like, you know, it's just
And like the people in the photo, they weren't in on the joke. They didn't get it.
No,
so
they
we
had
were
no
just,
idea.
They probably think
It
we're
was for us.
crazy.
It was just for us, and it never got old. And I think we probably did it literally 500 times.
Dozens.
We would get through like 30 photos and be like, all right, I need to go use the it just every single time. Every single time.
Holy
You're gonna get Strawberry Aluminum 77 and we're not gonna know you're in danger.
They would have had to shut that con down if I was there.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
That's-
God, that's funny.
That was funny.
If you were there and you have a photo, I'm sure you can see the electrical wire on the left side of the frame.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you're there,
That's a treasured memory now. It's a treasured memory.
ugh. Oh man. Oh, and if you were also there, I was having a really bad allergic reaction that weekend. That's why my face is so bloated.
I swear.
I swear.
This never happens to me.
No, it's never happens. Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, the fingers in the mouth thing, I remember because John Krasinski was on some late night show when The Office was like starting to pick up popularity.
You've told this
and
story.
he talked
I
about how
remember
he
now.
went out one night with, I think, Rainn Wilson, and they were in some bar in Philly. And some chick walked up to John Krasinski and was like, wanted to start talking to him, and then just completely unprovoked, she just stuck her fingers like into his mouth, and he was like, okay,
That's
like,
a nightmare.
get away from me. Yeah.
That's a nightmare.
And so that always stuck with me
Yeah.
as like a horrifying moment.
You know? Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Put us out if we're on
There's
fire.
only one of two rules.
Just put us out on when we're on
You
fire.
just can't put your fingers in my mouth.
What's an RPG you think needs more praise?
I'm gonna keep my answer to myself.
Wuffrup.
That's a good answer. Not my answer, but good answer. I'm keeping my answer just close to the vest.
It needs more
I know what you're
praise.
saying.
I know, yeah, you guys know what I'm gonna say. I'm just keeping it close to my. I just don't.
I
wanna say
mean,
it.
it's broken record, but Pirate Borg.
Yes, also a great answer.
Pirate Borg is one of the best TTRPGs I've ever played. It is made by Luke Stratton, who's a good friend of ours and a really just amazing dude. And Limithron does the coolest shit. And my favorite moment from GaryCon. And we were there for 12 days.
God.
A lot of opportunities for a lot of moments. 12 days. And the best moment was the last night when we got to play Pirate Borg with the four of us. Luke ran it, and then our friend Haas, who then eventually he became the product director of Avengers Entertainment. We all got to play, and it was a magical experience.
There's
it was a magical
It was
There's some
unbelievable.
incriminating video.
Oh my
Of
God.
us making root beer.
Oh yeah.
It was just a
There's
love
so
letter to
many-
Monkey Island.
Yeah,
We're dealing
there's-
with LeChuck, trying to brew root beer. It's the fucking best.
A lot of rum was had.
A lot
Oh
of
we
my
were getting
God.
into character as pirates.
Gosh, that was.
Derek
was-
being
it was-
dead is still on my Twitter profile, and it's just. But the best is I have a still video. Somebody has a video. I have a still photo, but the video does it justice because he just doesn't move. It's like
Oh,
it is
so
the
good.
funniest shit.
Someone
Because
threw
we all had
like a
2
javelin
HP
into
or
my-
1 HP,
Yeah.
and you like tripped and fell on a javelin. Your character was like slothing
no, no,
on it. You're like, I'm going to go check
Harpoon,
this the
Yeah, the
stability
harpoon.
of this
Thank
rock.
you. The harpoon. It was the harpoon.
You like tripped and fell on a harpoon or something.
Yeah. It was a stupid death, and it was especially stupid because I'd held on to those 2 hit points for a long time because I started with a decent pool, and I'd held on to those 2. Oh my God, that was a fucking funny
and that
time.
was like your character, like he was religious. All he did was, oh, the church.
No. He was a fanatic. He was like a zealous fanatic, but he was extremely lazy. So he's like, I will summon you tomorrow.
Who wants to build the church?
I think we should stay here.
We must spread the good. That was a fun character. Your character lived 1,000 years and became
My severed head through space and time, and I lived 1,000 years until I regained my memories of my long-lost roommate and captain.
History.
They were roommates. We were just roommates.
Yeah,
History would show that we were just
roommates.
The first mate and captain and the captain.
And I was a monkey.
Yeah.
I rolled a cheeky monkey.
Awakened monkey.
And you took off.
And I never spoke. I never spoke. I played a fucking monkey, and I survived. I was the only one that survived to defeat LeChuck.
You had like a 350-year battle with
We had a
LeChuck.
350-year battle where I threw barrels of root beer, and he had his ghost sword. And we had a 300-year battle, and I eventually destroyed LeChuck. But it was a legendary battle. Oh, speaking of that, you guys all remember like one of the first animations on the internet ever, the Ultimate Battle of Ultimate Victory?
Yeah.
This is the Ultimate Showdown.
Yes.
Chuck Norris shows up and
Godzilla's there. Yeah, Batman, Superman, everybody's
Harrison
there.
Ford.
Someone on
or
TikTok
Indiana Jones.
did a video that basically showed the song when it featured characters that weren't in Fortnite. And it was like really short.
Yeah. No.
It was all the characters that weren't in Fortnite. And it was
It's like a 10-second song.
That's
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, I was thinking Godzilla, I think just got added.
Yeah, Godzilla, and that's what spawned
To Fortnite?
Yeah, but I think it might be part of the event because it's all Japanese themed right now. With like samurai swords and shit, and like onis and spirit monsters. Actually, very cool. But somehow Godzilla fits in there. I don't, or maybe that was recent and I'm conflating the two.
So you can play as Godzilla?
No, I think you like fight him, or maybe
No, you
fight
literally
him.
have like Godzilla as like.
Okay, see, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I trust you. I trust you.
Yeah, it's a little Godzilla, I think.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg's gone. Ice Spice, Snoop Dogg.
They're all
Eminem.
gone.
We literally caught the very tail end of that season.
Wow.
And when Nikki and I booted in to play on Monday, I was like, "Where's Snoop Dogg? He's gone."
I saw that.
was
Where's the dog
It's
pound?
heartbreaking.
Gone.
Yeah.
Yo, when you and I landed on the
Ice
cruise ship.
Oh,
I think
the
that was
cat?
Ice Spice's. No, it was the cat.
It was the
some
cat.
weird buff cat.
Yeah, which I don't think had a tie to any.
I was delirious
I
at
think
that
it was
point.
just,
Yeah.
man, we were long.
I couldn't do it. I was just like, guys, I'm out.
No, I
Yeah.
was like, we
I couldn't. I couldn't.
I'm usually ready for bed well before that time, and I never in a million years would have been like, I mean, Fortnite's got me going. You know? Like, listen,
It's only free.
Yeah.
I suppose
I mean, it's
I
only
could.
three. I mean,
Guys, like the old
another?
Eve days. I mean, like we can't even lost.
Yeah, exactly. And all we did was lose.
Yeah. All we did
some
was
close
lose.
games though.
Oh man. Oh, that one. That
Oh,
one.
you
the
guys.
final, the very final.
You almost clutched
like,
it.
yeah,
Second place.
Yeah. And then yours
And then
was
you
the
got
craziest
second place.
one.
UG
He got
Fedora
second
with the left, right, good night.
He got second place in a single man match, which was.
If I had more HP, I had that dude.
Was he a Jujutsu
He was from
Kaisen
JJK.
character?
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
main
Yeah.
character
Guy.
from JJK.
Yeah.
He gave me the old left, right, good night.
But it was just the second I saw that guy like zipping around,
Yeah,
I
he
was
Zip
like,
line
oh.
and like
He was using the
slid
plunger
halfway
gun.
across
Yeah, I was like, I'm
Dude,
fucked.
they have
He had the ice
grappling
spice.
gun.
Yeah, the ice spice.
I started
combo.
shooting him, I'm like lighting him up, and then the second that I see him plunger into a slide, I was like, ha, I'm in danger.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh no.
What's an RPG you think needs more praise? Everyone is John.
Oh.
I still haven't played.
I think that it is an extremely good way of thinking about role-playing games without playing D&D.
You said that.
It's a valuable skill to have to be able to play that game.
No,
Like Ender Gray asks.
This is very important.
Mace, can you read that? I can't.
No, I don't wear my glasses.
You left him at home with the sling bag?
How did y'all spend a crap ton of money on pizza with Matthew?
He said the thing! He said the thing!
That's what that says.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
The short answer is when you make pizza out of lasagna, it tends to be more expensive.
The better question, like Ender Gray, the better question, objectively, is how did y'all spend a crap ton of money on pizza and still manage to get none of the pizzas people requested?
Here's what I'm gonna say. I can justify maybe 1/8 of the total amount of pizza that was there. Because at that time, I wasn't eating any bread. And so Mace was like, do you want pizza? And I was like, no, I'll probably just have wings. And he's like, 1 pizza then.
Do you think Matthew Lillard was sitting there like, man, these guys really like fucking pizza?
No, I think he said it out loud.
As he was leaving,
that's a lot of fucking pizza.
As he was leaving, he looked and went, well, somebody fucked up. It was awesome.
I forgot. Yeah, I was being pretty strict because I had like destroyed my body because of the crooked moon, and I'm like, this is the worst that it's gonna get. How foolish I was. But I was like, I got made fun of by Matthew Lillard for eating like cheese and grapes. While he was chowing down on wings and pizza.
Oh, it's good for him, man. You know,
It was fun.
We had a great time.
That was very fun.
Yeah. What a night that was.
That was a great night.
Well, it's been over a year since then.
That's hard to
I need
imagine.
to cut me some slack now that it's been over a year.
What's a video game that disappointed you after so much hype? God, which one didn't do that?
Oh.
I don't really. I'm not in the video game space anymore, so it's hard to.
Guild Wars 2.
Well,
I think is the ultimate.
I have the
If it's
ultimate.
old ones, Guild Wars 2. There's no bigger gaming disappointment for me than Guild Wars 2.
I have a bigger gaming disappointment by a wide margin.
I have two in my head. I
know
head.
what you're gonna say too.
Yep.
Oh, no, you were serious.
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yep.
I enjoyed that. Wait, is that the second? Was
I
it
wanna
the
play
second
it too.
remake or the first one?
The first one is beautiful. It's a gorgeous game. It's perfect graphics. Exactly what I would want it to look like if I were going to remake Final Fantasy VII. The voice acting is extremely good.
Okay.
How do you go from a 1997 Cloud and be like, what voice is going to somehow do all the work? They somehow got as close as you could possibly get, and it's quite
the
good,
right person.
right?
Wow.
So many things were right about that. The gaming mechanics, the actual combat was
gameplay.
satisfying and fun. The level design, a bit weak sometimes, but overall very strong. Really an amazing adaptation. There were so many moments where I like just died with nostalgia.
Got it.
God, it was so fun.
Got it.
And then they just hollowed it out like a pumpkin and ruined the story with this weird meta plot that wasn't actually Final Fantasy VII, but it was a bait and switch for a nightmare story that doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Like 3 picks.
I got one.
I'm thinking of it.
And it's unfortunately, it's a different Final Fantasy game.
Oh wow.
I was
Oh,
a
boy.
junior in college, junior in college. I was a junior in college. I was fresh in Maryland, just got here.
I can probably tell the exact from the timing. what
was
you
so
said.
excited for this particular installment of Final Fantasy.
I'm not gonna change
I
my
went
feelings
to with a good friend of ours, who you would remember, Blast from the Past. We went to our local GameStop, and I went out at night, waited in line for the midnight release to pick up the copy of this game. I brought it home. My buddy had a copy. We were LANing basically with all our little like CRT TVs in one dorm room.
Oh shit.
Not like playing together, but not like, you know,
Oh,
there's no
okay,
connection.
okay. I
We're
was like,
playing
well, I don't
through
know
the
what
game
game
all at the same time because
Yeah.
we want to experience it together. And as I'm playing, it's like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and I'm going, this game's getting worse. This is awful. I had class at 8 a.m. I would stay up all night for this.
Yeah.
It was Final Fantasy 13.
Yep.
Damn! I thought you
knew
were gonna
it.
say 12.
So
I thought you were
fucking,
gonna say
I really
12.
like 12.
12 is great.
I can't
I love
remember.
12.
I like 12
that's
a lot.
right in the range for me. Where it
love
started
12.
going in a wild direction. Was
13
12.
was such a wild departure
I
from
remember when it
everything
came
that I
out.
knew.
Yeah.
I was pissed.
Yeah, yeah.
At 7, 8, I have never
Yeah.
experienced that in my life. Where I was like, and I don't think I ever played it again. I played it all night until I had to go to class the next day, and I was so mad I never picked it up again.
13 was lightning where the summons were
Yeah.
vehicles, right?
Yeah, the whole thing sucked.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
And I think that what makes it more cringe is that Square Enix thought that they had such lightning in a bottle, no pun intended, where they thought that lightning was going to be like the face of video games.
Yeah, the
And
next Cloud
face-
Stripe.
The next Cloud
Yeah,
Stripe.
100%.
Yeah.
They thought that she was going to be the next Cloud Stripe. They thought that she was going to be the next generation's Final Fantasy character and was a massive, hilarious failure of a dud. I never played it. But.
Yeah, I heard that it was in all like kind of guided railroaded games. It was the one that felt the most like the entire game was a series of hallways that pointed
Exactly. That's
straight.
exactly right.
Um,
There's no exploration. You just walk forward until the game is
Yeah.
over.
13 was the first one I didn't buy. I bought every Final Fantasy
missed
through
nothing.
12, up to 13, and then I bought almost never another one.
Hot take, I was
Ditto.
also extremely
Trouble for last
underwhelmed by
time.
15. I know everyone loves 15. I thought that game was bad.
So 15, I ended up getting like way after because I just heard terrible things about it.
I finally
And
gave
I was
up
like,
after 15. I was like,
let
I'm
me
never
give
playing
it,
another Final
let me
Fantasy
give it a chance, and I did. Hate it.
It was awful.
I hated it.
So again, maybe that's a hot take, maybe not. I did not like 15.
The 3 games that came to my mind that extremely disappointed me, and I'll go in chronological order. The first one that broke my heart was Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
Oh.
Because it was the first game they released after Kingdom Hearts, which was one of the greatest games I think I've probably ever played.
It was like a card game, wasn't it?
It was a Game Boy.
Chain of Memories?
It was a Game Boy Advance game that I picked up because I was like, I just want more Kingdom.
Yeah,
I just want to
me too.
consume more Kingdom Hearts. I don't even care. And it was like, it was kind of like an RPG battler. But instead of like the kind of battle style you'd become accustomed to, and you could scale it because on a handheld.
Yeah.
But all of the moves, you could only use a single move if you had the card that did it. And you had to like collect the cards.
And
this is my Keyblade
It was
attack.
a deck builder
This is
as
my
well as
lightning
RPG,
attack.
which apparently,
But not a
and correct me if
card
I'm wrong,
game.
No. But apparently a deck building RPG is a thing in Japan. And that's why it's a huge thing, is that Japanese audiences intrinsically knew how to play this.
Yeah.
But when it was localized elsewhere, everyone was like, what the fuck
What
do
the
I
fuck
do?
is
How do I
this?
play? How the fuck does this make any
Yeah.
fucking sense? And no one across the seas, overseas ever fucking played.
I literally booted it, booted it up,
Yeah.
got to the first instance of combat, and saw the system, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And I just turned it off and never played through it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
It was a heartbreak because it had already been so much time since the first one. Like in the scheme of things at the time, and I was like, why have they spent their time to do this?
Yeah.
As opposed to just making the second one.
And the problem is that it wasn't even a side story. It was the canon continuation
It was
of the story.
critical story knowledge.
Basically, you had to play Chain of Memories.
It arcs 1 and 2,
yes,
right?
Yep.
Exactly. It says all.
Don't they introduce Roxas
yes,
in that game?
You kill half of Organization 13 in Chain of Memories.
Yep.
That's where you.
Why?
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why Kingdom Hearts 2
that's
starts.
crazy.
And you're like,
It's
what the
Organization
critically
13.
relevant? Yeah.
Half of us are dead.
Yeah.
Fear us.
And it's like, when?
When? How did this happen?
Meanwhile,
That's a really good answer as far as I definitely
never
had
played
a
a Kingdom
crushing
Hearts game.
disappointment.
I have one.
Please.
No, go ahead. You have a third one, right?
That was one of my first. Yeah.
Paul,
I could bitch and
continue?
complain all night. Are you kidding me?
Hey,
No,
after
wait, jump in. I go after you. This is your last.
Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Oh, yeah, that's on there, yes. I never played it.
That was at Commons, right?
No.
No.
Yes.
No,
Sorry.
Ellicott.
No, Commons.
Oh.
Commons. No, Mason's. That's weird that when you said Commons, I was thinking Ellicott. That you meant Ellicott, but no, it wasn't Commons for sure.
Okay.
Because it was 2009, right? Or 10.
Yeah.
And
I was so hyped.
I'm a
for
huge
more
Banjo-Kazooie fan, and when
I have an answer.
When Microsoft bought Rare, I was devastated that Rare wouldn't be a Nintendo company anymore.
Yeah.
And finally, they were going to make a new Banjo-Kazooie, but it wasn't Banjo 3. And so it's not like I had hype, but I had some hope where I'm like, please let this be a good game. And you start the game, and it's super referential, and you could tell they were really inspired by the Marvel quippy dialogue. And they're all making fun of themselves and how stupid Banjo-Kazooie is, and how stupid collectathons are, and how awesome building cars and vehicles is. And I have heard that if you pretend it's not a Banjo-Kazooie game, it's actually a really fun, solid game. That's fine.
Basically, it did Zelda Tears of the Kingdom 15 years before Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
100%. Yeah. It was the exact same concept.
The exact same concept.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Banjo-Kazooie, right? It literally had nothing to do with Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah.
And so I'm in the tutorial trying to build a car, and I'm like, oh, wow, well, my car's built, and Banjo just gets in. And I'm driving a car around. It's why does Banjo even need to be there? What is the point of Banjo and Kazooie?
They threw the skin. They threw the skin of
just
Banjo
literally
slapped on a
coat of
game.
paint.
Yeah.
And I think I literally never played it again. I played it for one evening.
Yeah.
Tragic.
Besides Guild Wars 2, we told many on stream how we were hyped for literally 5, 6 years, 7 years.
Oh my god! I remember being at your house watching the. I was telling the joke about we needed Andy to just whip up the silhouettes, because it was so
Yeah.
fucking cool to watch the Guild Wars 2. The character, they had all the character
classes,
silhouettes,
all the
and every
class
time they announced one, it like filled in the silhouette,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, because you're trying to guess the whole time like what these things are, you know?
Damn.
Like, man, they built hype for that well.
Yeah, and played it for one weekend. It was crushing.
And that was
crushing
Guild Wars?
disappointment.
Guild Wars 2.
But I think a huge one for me was Super Smash Brothers for Wii U.
Yep.
Oh, I missed that
And
one entirely.
I was so hyped for it, and I
have
mean,
Wii U.
whenever a new Smash Bros. Comes out, I just can't help myself. I get really into it.
Yeah.
Ahead of launch, and the game felt bad. The roster sucked. Like it was the worst
I feel like
new
that's the
roster
forgotten
edition.
one. Like I don't even remember that's a thing.
It was
until you
only
mentioned
like
it.
relevant for like 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, not that long. And yeah, I hated it. And it was so boring. I thought like I had more fun on the 3DS one than I did on the Wii U one.
I remember the thing.
And yeah, that was
Oh, they released in tandem.
they
They
were
released together.
Yeah. It was a really cringe gimmick.
Wii U and
Yeah,
3DS.
and the Wii U had to be hamstrung where Ice Climbers wasn't
Got
even
cut.
in it.
Yep.
They got cut because the 3DS couldn't handle it.
No way.
Yep.
Yeah.
So no Ice Climbers
Holy
on
shit.
Wii U.
I remember
Yeah.
that. Oh man.
It was just, and the Wii U just was a horrible
God, that's a great
snafu
one.
anyway. But
Also, I was in a big kick of like not like adventure games. Like I played Okami. I was playing. I played a bunch of games in that style of Zelda, and so I really liked
the
Twilight
Wolf
Princess.
one.
I loved
Did you play the Wolf one?
loved Twilight
Yeah,
Princess.
yeah, Twilight Princess, yeah.
And I got Skyward Sword, and it was like
Yo.
it looked cool, oh bird, and it's you're in sky, and it's awesome,
Yeah.
and it was awful.
I remember
I started that one. I think
Yeah.
I made it 10 minutes in, and I was like, I'm done.
Skyward Sword is an absolute
It was,
travesty.
yeah.
Which I
I
mean,
was
that's a
so
great
disappointed.
pick for this because
Yeah.
previous to that, there was no like easier choice to make than buy the Zelda game.
Oh
It
my
was
God.
always so
Just buy it. Doesn't matter what it is,
reliably
buy it.
like even
you
if it
would buy a
wasn't, like-
console to play it.
Yeah, exactly. You would buy a Nintendo console because you could play Zelda, the Mario platformer, and Smash, and that's all you needed.
Yeah.
Because they were all always so strong it carried the purchase.
Well, and also followed up with, it was back to back, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, fucking Twilight Princess, all
Damn.
excellent games.
Yep.
What a banger
And then you
lineup.
follow up with Skyward Sword, like holy shit, this shit
Yeah.
really
It
fucking
really shits the
sucks.
bed.
yeah.
This shit sucks.
Were they going to gimmick with the
Yeah. They were
the nunchucks?
I'm like, I don't want to be Zelda. I don't want to be playing Zelda and doing this.
You needed some sort of attachment, like a motion attachment thing for it. I
Well, because it was really hard to play without it, right?
I didn't own it, and I had to borrow the piece to play it from somebody.
Oh,
And
that's
the-
wild.
that's all I remember, and I was like, this is awful.
I feel like I remember you trying to do something in that game, like bowl or something, to beat a puzzle, and like you couldn't do it, and it looked like the simplest kind of thing, but it was just the controls
there
were
was
so
yeah,
fun.
there was a time travel in the desert world. There was like time was the element there, and there's some time travel puzzle, and like I just couldn't do it because you had to do the thing correctly,
Yeah.
and like it's when it's the dexterity and the sensor that's turning against you, that's when it becomes not fun.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
when
yeah.
the gimmick is hurting the game.
And you gotta hope that like the fucking
Yeah.
gyroscopes or whatever inside are working properly
But
and
if you look at the opposite,
calibrated.
one of the greatest games ever made, Okami. Originally on the PS2, I never played that game, but I played the one on the Wii. And the Wii used the controller. And occasionally, you would get mixed up by what you were drawing. But the trade-off was it was so fun and flavorful, and the Wii U works, the Wii Remote works so well for that game, for it was already a perfect game, that like that was worth the gimmick.
Yeah.
But I think that when the gimmick starts to like cannibalize the fun of the game, that's when you have a problem.
Oh, is our single out on Spotify?
Yes.
As of 20 minutes ago.
Oh wow.
I just want to double check that it's there.
Oh, that I haven't checked. I'll be honest with you.
I'll check.
Then I'll say one of my other picks is God of War 3.
Legends.
Oh, like not good.
Oh no, massive disappointment.
That's when Kratos kung fu fights Zeus.
Well, it's
Oh,
just
you
like
talked about
when
this.
you think about the story, like even if you just think about one, like even if it's not your thing, you know, you're like, oh, you're like crazy. It's such a cool setting. The concept of like, even then, I loved the concept of like the God of War Ares, like confuses Kratos basically to cause him to commit the atrocity of killing his family, so he has no kind of earthly ties So basically, he will continue to wage war for him across the realms, so he doesn't have to go home. And then once he realizes that Ares sets that up, he goes on a revenge quest to actually kill Ares.
Yeah.
Shit makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Super clean, like really fun gameplay, awesome. By the time you get to the third one, you kind of like at that point you're kind of already bought in. You're like, I just want to be Kratos. Like I want to swing the swords of domination and you know, like kill gods, and that's just like fun. And then you get in, you kill Poseidon. You're like, okay, well now all the seas are boiling, and you're like, oh well, that doesn't seem good. Ah, well, I mean, I guess we'll go to the next one. And then you kill Hades, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, now nobody's looking at the underworld, so now like all the dead are rising up, and like they're slaughtering all of humanity, and like all the realms are being overtaken by the undead. And you're like, oh, well, wait. Well, I mean, don't like we live over there? That's not good. I mean, we don't want that to happen, you know. And then you kill Apollo, and the sun blots out of the sky. You kill Hermes, and I forget what happens.
He's like ending the world.
Yeah, it's like you start to pick up on like every single thing he's doing is just destroying the world behind you.
Yeah.
But it's kind of this like you're moving forward, and it's like if you take a minute to kind of like look over your shoulder, you're like, wait a second, and it gets very like instead of like this kind of noble like I'm gonna get revenge for my family, like justice seeking kind of thing. It becomes this almost like nihilistic kind of like murder.
It was vile.
Kind of,
like
it was murder porn.
Hera shows up. Hera shows up, and you've killed Hercules. That's the Hera fight. And she's like a drunk wine ant, and she's like, hey, fuck you, Kratos. And she like slaps him. So he grabs her neck and snaps it.
Yeah.
And tosses her on the ground.
Yeah.
And then
all the gardens die behind it. And you're like, everything's fucking dying. And there's nothing to go back to.
Hephaestus, who is Rip Torn, amazing actor, rest in peace. He's beaten and he's deformed. He's deformed and he's beaten by Zeus so much, and he's like abused, and he's this giant, and he's like self-loathing, and because he's like manipulated by Zeus, and he's never been antagonistic to Kratos, and then as Kratos is leaving, like Hephaestus is because Zeus pressured him, tries to attack him, and so then Kratos kills him and fucks his wife the next minute. It's like it is so gratuitously vile. It is vile. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to make me clutch at my pearls.
Yeah.
And God of War 3 not only was literally
holy shit.
God of War 3 was made in the time of the edgy 2000s, the edgy naughties of where every
This ain't your grandma's console.
Diet Katana. When my kind of is gonna make you his bitch.
When 50 video game protagonists were some generic 32-year-old dude with a buzz cut.
Yeah.
And but not only that, God of War 2 I think is one of the greatest games ever made.
Well, the first two were so strong.
The first two were so good, and the power scaling was appropriate.
Who do you kill in 2?
In 2, I don't think you even kill any of the gods.
Right, it's always Perseus.
You become the god of war.
It's Perseus, it's the Kraken,
Yeah.
it's the Gorgons, it's the Fates.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah,
and oh, I haven't seen the gods. Oh my god, the gods must be such a thing. And then you go through and it's like Mario 64 speedrunning, killing Koopas and Goombas. Whoa! And he's slaughtering all of Olympus. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I struggled and had this thing to kill a Gorgon sister.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Because God of War 3 also, all in, took 6 hours.
Okay.
And in the first 30 minutes, you have the first 30 minutes of the game from a gameplay perspective and visual kind of perspective are mind-blowing because you fight Poseidon and you fight Hades, the brothers of Zeus. And there's these
in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Probably 20 minutes. You fight both of them. And Poseidon has a massive water horse chariot.
The setting was crazy.
It's so fucking. It's on the open seas. It's this crazy battle. Hades is in Tartarus. He's got these chain things, ripping crazy things.
And the cool mask, right?
He's got a braided, horrible mask. And it's in the first 20 minutes. You're like, holy shit. Where do we go from here? And it's then you're like, oh, hey, Hermes. Oh, hey,
and so that also I think was, and I don't know if I've stopped playing video games generally or AAA games.
I don't know what you're saying.
And I think you probably do. I don't know if this is still the case, but basically that was from the fact that there was the culture of knowing that reviewers only play the first 30 minutes of a game
So you stack it.
before they write the review.
Yeah.
So they're like, we have this epic moment and put our two biggest Zeus's brothers and have our biggest things at the very beginning.
And they should have been like the second to last boss, right?
And so it should have been a scale, but it's and then it just comes down and just this really slow slog, and then
This game's awesome. What happens next?
And
I don't
so
know,
it's
'cause I
like
didn't
I
play
played
before.
all of God of War 3,
10 out of
and
10.
it was an epic 10 out of 10. You're definitely want to crack open a Mountain Dew Code Red and enjoy this.
Don't tell me with a good time.
And then when you think about like you're battling Poseidon and Hades and the grand scope, and you're like, holy fuck, okay, I mean, I get it, like, you can't have this kind of fight against, like, Hermes, you know, like, I mean, it should be cool, like, that wasn't very cool, but, you know, it's not the same scale, but, like, man, I just can't wait till I get to Zeus, because that's gonna fucking shake the heaven. Like, think about the guy, like, I'm, like, Disney Channel, where he banishes all the titans, and he throws the lightning bolts, and jails them, like, this battle's gonna shake the heavens! And then you're, like, 2D, like, punching him,
It's just
and there's
2D fighting.
There's a moment where
like,
you grab him by his pop collar,
Tekken?
polo collar, and you just do this in his face, and I'm hitting the thing, and I think it's this moment where like, oh, I just have to like damage him, and then like the cutscene will take over, and I'm punching him for like 3 minutes, and I'm like, why is it like, how long do I have to do this? And I eventually was like, I don't care if I lose this fight, like I just want to stop doing this. This is so weird. And then when I stopped, it moved on with the cutscene.
It lets you beat Zeus to death.
Yeah. As long as you want.
Forever.
As long as you want.
If you kept hitting circle or whatever,
This
you
ain't
would
your
just
grandma's God of War.
And it was fluffing bad.
Yeah.
It blew me away. Yeah, that was one of the biggest disappointments.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest.
I never knew
disappointments
anything
in a
about
game.
this.
Yeah,
Great answer. Great answer.
Great answer.
I know. I had
Well,
locked and loaded.
since it's 8:30, and we said that we were premiering at 8:30, let's have or it's past 8:30.
It's almost 9.
And it's almost 9.
okay.
The Blasting Company already tweeted about it. We are
Awesome.
now live everywhere. The second single from the Crooked Moon album by The Lagoon, featuring the Blasting Company, of course, and Jerron Paxton as the voice of Mr. Crossroads / the Grinning Center.
Two roads with no beginning cross where the water's low. The ground isn't dry, but it holds up just fine under toe. Don't mind me, I'm leaving soon. Wish I could say the same for you. Isn't it nice here by the lagoon? It's never too late to take in the view. Now what's that gliding in the water? Blank eyes drifting above. If you see any of that little alligator smile, good luck. Just one thing before I go. I know there's a place just down the road. It could be nice there, a place to unwind, far from living so close to die. happiness? What be your happiest? What is that one regret that you must get off your chest? What are you so afraid of losing that you lose everything? And there she is rolling by, steam blowing in gloomy light. Just follow my lead and I will get you on board alive. But isn't it nice here by the lagoon? If you'd rather stay and take in the view.
We're back.
Again,
Thank you
that
so much.
was thank you, Jerron Paxton.
Yeah.
Goes, or at least used to go by the name Blind Boy Paxton. He played, he has an amazing career, credible musician. He's known well for his performance as the Highwayman on the Over the Garden Wall. Just on Over the Garden Wall.
I'm the Highwayman.
I'm the Highwayman. So that's him. The Highwayman from Over the Garden Wall is our Mr. Crossroads, is our grinning sinner. And you know, it's been, and I love reading the comments, and people are like, man, like the last two, you know.
I would give it a second before you pull it back.
Oh. You know what I mean.
Too many euphemisms in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, what was I saying earlier? Is that like, oh, these last two singles have been really good. And I'm like, when I say that the entire album is of this quality, of this caliber, I don't think I'm blowing smoke up anyone's ass.
No.
I really think that, I think it's pretty objective. Like, there'll be some songs that people prefer over others.
Sure.
But I really think that, like,
every song, there's gonna be a group of people who are like, this is better than the last one, this is better than the last one. You know what I mean? Like, it's just gonna, they're all bangers. They're all absolute bangers.
And I think we're going to be arrested for murder after the next one comes out.
In Minecraft.
We are going to be arrested for the
hard text. Do you know what that mug is?
Oh, this is a black mug.
Enjoy it.
Well, if you're not using
if you're not using hot water,
no.
nothing's going to be a problem if you don't use hot water.
Oh, I don't want any problems.
I don't want any problems, mister.
I can't tell you how quick I don't want any problems.
Thank you all for your support today.
Thank you.
I hope you guys had fun hanging out with us.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Rafa in red says, I'm convinced you guys only release bangers, not gonna lie.
Right.
I admire your work so much. Thank you. That is kind of what we have been known for amongst, I think, our collaborators. Is that especially kind of when Richie and I have a dog with a bone, we're like a dog with a bone, and until it's a banger, a certified banger that we are thrilled with, it's not good enough. And I think that the Blasting Company being such amazing, amazing collaborators and partners, where we'll go back and forth, and then if there's something that's not quite hitting right, or something that's not quite like, something's feeling a little bit, this is great, but just, it's not A+. It's A, but it's not A+. How can we take it to the A+? They're like, let me think about it. And they just drop like a fucking certifiable banger that's perfect.
We were talking a little bit about the creative process earlier and how inhibiting it is to get to a place of excellence if you aren't willing to iterate.
Oh my God.
And there were definitely early days where we would try things and it just was not correct. And they didn't even blink. They would just go into the woods and come back with a certifiable banger or an improvement or some new perspective, or they were willing to throw it all away to start again. Over and over and over until it was the right thing when necessary. And there were other times where they just knocked it out right out of the gate.
Oh yeah.
But the fact that they are willing to do that collaboration to make everyone happy, get to a very cool place, I think is essential for why this album is going to be as good as it is.
Yeah, I can't wait until the whole thing is out and people can experience musically, emotionally, and spiritually the story of the Crooked Moon in a 15-song album. And I think you really get the full emotional through line of the adventure by listening to the album.
Yep.
I really, truly believe that.
Yep.
So I think we're wrapping up here. I want to say...
We have a hype train.
Oh, we have a hype train incoming.
Let's cap off the night.
Let's cap off the night for my birthday.
For Mike's
I
birthday.
would love...
Just Mike's
Just
birthday.
for my birthday.
With a slice of cake, Mike?
So the whole point of this stream was also to talk about our merch, and we didn't really talk about our merch at all.
Well,
check out our merch shop.
We were ready to go in the very beginning, and then it was a lot of...
I was literally head down for like...
like 5 straight hours.
Thank you for all the support. These are the amazing dice that you can pre-order, or if you want them sooner, buy them in the bundles, the Witchlight bundle, or the all merch bundle.
Yeah, if you do nothing else, go check out the Witchlight dice.
Yeah.
Seriously, I cannot overstate how fucking awesome
Oh, you know
they
what? I made this fucking overlay. Let's use this.
Let's
thing.
show them off.
We haven't done it at all.
Derek, do you think you can do it, or do I need to do it? If you can't, I can do it. If you can't close your laptop, I just didn't know. You're a little closer.
Look, I you know what? I did all this.
If you do them one at a time, or even just like the D20.
Yeah.
Look at these dice. Go
Each
to
one-
legendsofadvantress.com/shop.
Each one's got a character from Witchlight. Each character die has all these little awesome little symbols and pictures of things that like represent or go with the
Trash
character.
can with Torbeck.
Yeah, I mean like the detail is unreal. Like when you get your dice, you need to really sit down and take a look at them because you're gonna be shocked at the things that you find in the dice.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing.
There's a lot of little Easter eggs.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dispel is just unmatched too, of like, you know, just the quality.
Yeah, truly.
Just stunning work from Dispel here.
We got a lot of really awesome good stuff. Mason and I are wearing some t-shirts. Derek's got the hoodie on. We got 2 pairs of socks. We got a crossbody sling bag.
The Witchlight plushies are back.
We have a limited number.
The last of the stock
of overstocked Witchlight plushies. You can still get bundles of them, but then they're gone forever. And so make sure you go check it out. A lot of really awesome stuff over there.
Shoe charms.
Oh my God!
Hart Sinclair. 100 gifted subs! Hart Sinclair for my birthday?
For Mikey's birthday!
Thank you!
Thank you!
Oh my God!
Whoa!
Dick the birthday boy!
No, that's me!
That's right.
I'm Dick the birthday
And
boy.
we have Dick
and
Mikey
also
and
you're
Dick
here.
the birthday boy.
Yeah, also Richie's here.
That's
very funny.
Thank you, Hart Sinclair.
That's wild. Immediately level 9.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Thank you so much.
What are some fun, like, little Easter
Check out
egg
these
type stuff?
the bunny ears.
Oh, the bunny
The
ears?
Witchlight
Yeah.
series.
Somebody had a really funny one. Somebody had a really funny one that made me laugh.
Number 1 or
Yeah,
1?
like if you rolled a natural one, the actual image on the natural one was pretty fun. I forget. I want to say it's Torbeck.
This is Torbeck.
Oh, it's a
the trash can.
Number 1 is the trash can.
I think the number one's the
That's
trash
great.
can for Torbeck. Yeah.
Let's get Gricko up in here.
Gricko's the 4.
He's the D4.
Look at Chuckles in the back, hanging out with the our Crooked Moon miniatures.
You know, you can buy him too.
You gotta put your hand behind it.
No, there you go.
He gets there.
There's the
the goblin.
Legally distinct.
There's
There's
the
the hat
goblin.
that he wears.
There's this cool hat.
The five.
There's the
legs.
banana.
He's definitely the most like meme worthy.
Because he's
in terms of
Gricko.
icons.
He's a meme.
Yeah.
He's a meme lord. It's
The
all he
tooth.
is.
The tooth
Banana?
necklace.
Yeah. Gricko's definitely.
You gotta have a banana.
It's so good. Look at how beautiful
Yeah,
that
it's
is.
so fun.
I will say as much like as much as it's like already the Chuckles one and the D20. The D20 looks fucking great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
It really does.
What Mace is trying to say is Chukles.
I tell you what, listen,
Chukles,
I'm not a
man.
Chukles kind of guy. I'm not
Highly
in chat saying
marketable
Chukles. But I do really love that D20.
Cupcake
got
for
the
the
cupcake,
cake chat.
cake
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
God, look at the inking.
Yeah.
Look at the inking on that, folks.
It's crazy.
It's beautiful.
Look at Gideon staring at you. But
And
from-
all, this is all like hand plate, as far as I understand it. There's a lot of like, you know, hand done work on these.
And look at the glitter, right?
Yeah.
They're very
The sparkles
artisanal.
are awesome.
Yeah.
they're definitely a premium set.
Yeah,
but
of
we
course.
thought it was worth it. Like as soon as Karen from Dispel was like, "Oh, you know, CV's fruit sets, the fruit pop set that I did, like this is a possibility." We're like, "Well, there's literally no other option." There's no universe where we don't do this.
Lock it in.
There's no universe where we don't do this style because once again, we have when we think of something really really cool, we can't not deliver.
Yep.
On it being really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Look at how cute.
Thank you, D Thorn.
D
for
Thorn,
5 gifted subs.
All the
1,000
support has been
or
amazing.
1 gifted sub from Bovinari.
Thank you.
Incredibly generous.
The 6 is great too. Kremi's is
I
great
love
too.
the 6.
Yeah, look at Kremi's crazy eyes.
Yeah,
The colors are also
Another
just
5 from
so-
D Thorn. Thank you, D Thorn.
There's a D6 on that D6.
You get the hat.
There's a D6 on the D6. You gotta have a D6 on the D6.
$10 super chat from No Go Hippo. Your source keep me awake too often. I have limited impulse control.
Cards.
Oh, you know, thank you. I'm glad you fall down the rabbit hole.
Iron Chef.
Oh, yeah.
And the chef hat. Gotta have the chef hat.
Hey,
oh,
there
it's
he
so
is.
good.
There he is. Looking good.
And a
And the
unicorn.
unicorn. Aww.
Classic.
That's really cute, actually.
Yeah. That's a very cute unicorn.
It's a super cute unicorn.
I wonder if that's the unicorn plushie.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, so we got level 9.
Oh, we hit level 9. Keep it rolling.
Ted.
Thank you.
Keep it
We have a new
folks.
lease on life.
Adventurous little bee.
This
Fresh
is
five
Frost.
minutes.
Oh yeah,
There
Frost
he
is really
is.
good. Frost is some good.
I'm
Some great
covered
Easter
by an
eggs.
8, which is very appropriate given the numbers.
Yes,
of
it's my favorite number.
My
scarf.
Here's my
Here's my-
scarf. Look at my
here's my
tasteful
robe.
green inking. Oh my god, it even has a watermark.
There's my there's my tail, or there was my tail.
There was my fucking tail.
My
And there's my
fucking
fucking
leg.
leg.
This dice is just all of
My
his
fucking
dismembered
leg.
parts.
Oh, it's a bean. I love beans. It's a bean. I love bean. I love 4 beans.
There's my tail again.
My fucking leg.
That's a leg. That's
That's
my
a leg.
leg. His shoes on though. Thank
It has a
God.
Nike. It's wearing
I love
Nikes.
Yeah,
beans.
he's not.
Look at
There's
that
my
orb.
orb, there's
I
my
ponder
orb.
my
Let's ponder
orb.
There you go.
So check out the dice. Check out the shirts, the hoodies. Everything in terms of getting shipped by the holidays is limited. So the sooner you get it, the higher
Do we have that
likelihood.
date?
It's more based on while supplies last.
Oh.
And once that our initial stock sells out, we'll switch to pre-orders.
Except for the plushies. You can't pre-order the plushies.
Except for these plushies.
This is it.
That's
And
gone.
we have
it's gone when
way
it's done.
we have way fewer of these than everything else.
And what I'll say is...
I don't know if we've like stressed that enough. We do not have many of these.
No.
Yeah.
And what I'll say is that I did a quick look at the back end like an hour or two ago, and the plushies by far are the most popular.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
The plushies are flying off the shelves.
So there aren't many.
FOMO, I'll tell ya.
You make sure that you do not miss out. People know that they have their last chance. They're flying.
Thank you for the support. We hit a level 9 hype train. Is that new?
We did.
Yeah.
But we're on our way to 10.
Yeah. We didn't
Okay.
know. Yeah.
With how it's 10 versus 9, it's so confusing.
It's always like one under what you think it is.
Yeah.
It's the birthday.
It
thing.
says 10,
It's
but
welcome
we're
to your
working towards 10.
Welcome to your 10th.
Yes.
Welcome to your attempt on the 10th level.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That
it doesn't just say the level you're in is strange, you know, but
oh god. Andy's edging over here.
Local zombie 5 gifted. Thank you.
Why don't you just wander on over here, Mr. Cole?
All right, go ahead and play your part now, Mason.
Oh my.
Kid. Look, there you got a little something on your mouth there.
I say, I mean, you
It looks like crushed velvet.
Yeah, you just want
go on
you
and
just
fetch
wanna
my
sit-
handkerchief.
You don't want to sloppy
It's in my breast pocket.
I mean, we can't. You know, you're supposed to be the buttoned up one. I can't send you out looking like this.
Go on and reach inside. Got a little surprise in there for
Yeah,
you.
it's too bad that Witchlight is canceled.
Here's the thing, I'll never make them kiss. If you want to make them kiss, you gotta buy them.
You gotta buy them.
Bring them up. Then you can make them kiss.
I believe the original shipment they've all delivered to everybody.
Yeah.
You should have gotten yours. Yeah, they arrived a while ago.
You could be at home making them kiss right now.
Yeah.
For all we know.
Yeah, exactly.
Snap them up.
Anyone feel like you need to sleep for 30 years like Rumpelstiltskin?
Yes. I don't think there's any way that Mike and I are getting to Philadelphia by noon tomorrow.
I can do a good like
Don't
2
worry.
days.
We need to try.
Because I'll be there.
Well, right. Now, this is the thing: is I know that Andy will be there.
I'll be there. Even if I have to set up the booth myself, I will do it.
We will have extra goodies.
I'll have Derek with me.
In tow.
I'll
Yeah,
Derek
Derek will be there.
Yeah, I'll definitely be able to help.
That's very funny.
I'm gonna be like, Derek, hand me that Allen wrench. Derek. Derek? Damn it!
I'll get it.
He's asleep in a duffel bag.
Yeah. I'll get it.
If you start rolling that out at this con, I'm gonna lose it. I'm telling you that.
And now he's gonna.
Yeah, everyone in the whole con's gonna know where our booth
But here's
is.
the thing,
It's gonna be like the air horn going off.
He's gonna wait till like Friday.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do it all tomorrow.
You wanna know.
As soon as you let your guard down.
No, I know. Yeah. The problem is my guard's always down. And Derek always does the dumbest shit. But from a physical comedy standpoint, is the dumbest shit, and it just sends me off a cliff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Reminder,
yeah.
Everyone bring their dragon dice tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll probably
Please.
forget what I'm
Shit.
gonna do.
Please.
We just finished.
I
Just
want to
shot.
get any of the merch back.
Thank you.
Just if I could get the dice. Or who's the dice?
Oh.
I don't have time for
they're
games.
Stacked on, freaking
Yeah.
stacked on.
What?
Oh, should we bring? We should bring shit.
Okay,
So that's the only thing I want you guys to bring. If you could bring for me is this guy, and then whatever else you think is reasonable. I'd like to just have a couple of them at the booth.
I'm gonna try to pop this guy off the base
Okay.
and get him on here. That seems
Okay.
like a lot of work, but maybe I'll have.
I mean,
access
do
to
your
that.
I
best. You don't
think
have to.
what
Just
I'm
bring a
going to
couple
do
if possible.
is I'm gonna go to sleep immediately
I'm gonna try.
and get like
Tonight, you mean?
4 hours of sleep, and get up in the early morning, pack,
Do laundry.
do laundry,
Yeah.
like get ready to leave in the
If
late
I can,
morning.
if I can go right to bed,
Yeah.
be up by 7, I can get everything ready in 2 hours for Derek to get to my house and get us to Philly by noon.
Sweet.
Thank you guys for hanging out.
Thank you.
Thank you for the hype train.
Thank you to our wonderful sales team again for this amazing merch launch.
Gotta give it up for Mason,
Thank
Andy.
you so much,
Chris.
Give it up for
Yep.
Mace, Andy, Chris,
Simi and
Simi,
Karen,
Karen,
Jeff,
Jeff,
everybody, seriously.
Dispel, everybody. Thank you so much.
Folks
we
at Flying
appreciate
Cloud.
you.
It doesn't mean anything to you, but thank you.
And thank you for bearing with our rough and rocky
Look,
launch.
we're gonna get
but
the kinks
we're gonna
worked out.
get the kinks worked out.
Okay? We're gonna get it worked out. We're gonna get everything going. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this.
Yeah,
ever.
I'm so sorry that our old logo from a year and a half ago is on our website.
It is?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, on the Shopify
On the
one?
shop.
Yeah.
On the shop.
Oh
We knew
my
that, though.
god!
That's why we were like, let's turn this thing off, right?
There are
Like,
very few people in the world who have that T-shirt.
Yeah.
I believe Nose is
Oh,
one
yeah.
of the very few.
What? It
Yeah.
just says Legends of
The,
Adventures?
the original Derek design logo.
Yeah.
Which is
With
still
the L
holds
and the A.
up. It still holds up.
It's a fine logo.
After
Yeah,
going
Casey
through
has
so
that
many
shirt.
branding
Yeah.
efforts, I still am pretty proud
I have my
of it.
purple one that Nikki made us with the silver.
Yeah,
writing
I
on it.
still have mine.
It's in my
It's
closet.
it's
I keep
somewhere.
it very safe. I don't even wear it that often because I'm worried it's like gonna get ruined.
Yeah. And that's just iron on vinyl, so that could peel off at any second.
If you are, it really is iron on vinyl.
Yeah.
If you are going to be at PAX Unplugged,
Yes.
come by booth
4165.
to get your free Hypno-Wolfen dice and pen if you show your support for the Crooked Moon.
Yeah.
You can see these minis there. Look at this fucking Wicker Man.
It's
Isn't
mostly
that
going to
cool?
be Mason, Chris at the booth, but I promise you, Derek, Mikey, and I will be there. Kelsey will be there. Nikki will probably be there at some point. I don't know if we'll all ever be there at the
It's
same
gonna be
time.
tight. It's gonna be tight.
We have a 10 by 10. Small
Oh,
booth.
do? 10 by 10, okay.
Small
No,
booth.
that's as small as
Small
it
booth,
gets.
10 by 10.
I thought they were gonna put us in like a little...
It's 10 by 10 inches.
That's
so
very
we all
funny.
really just have to.
But no, but like
I
if
know.
you swing by
It's
the
really
booth,
just a
you got a
stand.
good
It's an
chance to see
X
at least
you
a few of
stand
us
on,
at any given time.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll figure it out. Thanks
10 by
everyone for
10 is only the size of a
I'm
large
looking for somebody to
creature.
read
It's only
it, boys.
one ogre's big.
Yeah, it's only one
Our
ogre.
booth is one ogre big.
But don't worry, because not for long. In the future, we're gonna be moving on up.
Moving on up to
moving
the
on
east
up.
side.
Yep.
To the deluxe apartment in the sky.
Thank you,
Moving
everybody.
on up, moving on up.
You've all been amazing. We'll see you at PAX Unplugged. We have to talk about Monday. I'm gonna be prepared to stream Monday night. If I have
Monday.
to, even if it's just me. And
Sure,
then
Monday
we'll figure out what we're doing
night.
next Wednesday.
We will continue the video game streams through probably the end of the year.
Through the end of the year. Except for our wonderful
Except for the 14th.
Yuletide
I just don't
14th.
like to commit us to anything.
No,
you know,
we're not
you know?
committing to anything.
But again,
No,
I'm gonna,
this is
worst
not
case
committal.
scenario, I'm gonna try to be ready to stream Monday night for patrons, even if nobody else is ready, because I can send it on Fortnite for a few hours and I don't know, or
Oh,
maybe I'll
yeah,
just sit there and
you'll-
dance for 3 hours.
You'll have fun.
You'll put it on Fortnite for 7 hours. You'll say, "Hey, we're going for 3.5," and then you'll get second. And you'll say,
Yeah.
"Oh, now I'm not
It'll go
ending until yeah."
I'm just trying to find someone.
That was so funny when you were like, when I was rolling off, you're like, I think I'm just gonna send one more, man. Like, you get wrong. I'm like, all right, good luck. And I was like, you know what? I'll tune in.
And you watched me.
I'll watch him. And you played for like another hour. You
I
locked
watched the whole thing.
You walked in like
so
3 more runs.
It was excellent.
And it was just, I mean, it was great, but it was like,
I didn't have it.
totally get it when you're just like in the zone.
Yep.
And
then after the second
pumping.
place, I was like, that's as good as it gets. I have to end here. I don't have it in the heart in me to go for another round.
Right.
I'm not
Because
gonna
that's
have a
kind of like
better
heartbreaking.
1v1 showdown. Right.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? That's the perfect.
That took it out of
me.
me. That took it out of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with
Raid
that.
Fillion.
Oh, okay. It's your birthday, Mike.
Yeah.
What is this?
We're rating a VTuber with 7,500 viewers.
Great. Go say hi.
I thought you were gonna say
everybody. Go say hi.
7,500 like voles or something.
What is that? Is it a gopher?
hamster.
A hamster?
It's a
hamster. That's really cute.
Whoa, that's really cute.
What? How's she doing because doesn't that replicate like her?
Well, yeah, there's probably
It's
a
a
mocap thing.
mocap.
She's probably in like some sort of a
God,
motion
so
capture
cute.
cage, right? And she's
I was
moving
gonna
around.
say, like,
That's
how,
really
how's she
cute.
like? How's
Yes, full
she's
body
not
mocap.
replicating like her sitting?
Good night, everybody.
Good night. We love you guys.
Bye.